This is a true story from my life. When I was around 5 years old, a fortune teller insisted on predicting my fate, claiming that I would grow up with the ability to see through the hearts of others and achieve both fame and fortune. This news spread throughout the village, and everyone believed I was destined to be a prodigy. My parents, filled with hope, devoted all their resources to my education. However, they were met with disappointment. My grades in English and mathematics never surpassed 60. Despite consuming a plethora of brain-boosting tonics, my intellect in these subjects remained stagnant. A high school diploma became my highest achievement, inciting my mother to angrily curse the fortune teller's folly. Subsequently, I followed the well-trodden path of village children and ventured out to work, becoming a fry cook in my sister and brother-in-law's fat brother noodle shop. But enough of this lamentation. Let us return to the frying. On a September night in the southern region, the air was still as stifling as an oven. My sister called out, "Wan Shan Hong, it's your turn." My arms ached terribly, but at her command, I took over for my brother-in-law. I poured oil in noodles, deftly adding salt, sauce, garlic, pepper, and chili powder with one hand tirelessly stirring and the other tossing the noodles. They leapt from the pan and fell back into it. Once, twice, thrice. It resembled a circus performance. But on the fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts, my arm suddenly lost its strength, unable to lift the pan. The clang of the pan hitting the ground echoed as the colorful ingredients scattered everywhere. All eyes turned towards me. My brother-in-law dashed over, seizing another iron pan, and within a minute, the performance resumed. My sister, crouching to clean up the mess, shot me a glare and muttered, "Useless." If I continued this way, my life would be ruined. Day in and day out, I fried noodles, gaining nothing but a bit of arm strength. "What are you sitting there for? If you can't handle it, go back and rest. You're making a fool of yourself," my sister scolded me disdainfully. In defiance, I retreated to my dormitory. Since I began assisting my sister in wuxiang, restlessness had taken root within me. In the first month, I suggested she take over the neighboring struggling scrap shop and hire specialized noodle chefs to expand the business. She shot me a fierce look. "You just want to slack off. What if we incur losses?" In the second month, I proposed offering a self-service buffet during the day. She retorted, "If you don't want to work, then go home." After countless suggestions, I gave up. I became a mere automaton, repeating the same tossing motion day after day. Exhausted, I frequently found myself dropping the noodles, and the incident of noodles scattering all over the floor was neither the first nor the last. As the noise outside gradually diminished, signaling the end of the night, I glanced at my phone. It was 1 a.m. Alone, I sat on my bed, my arms growing sore. I thought to myself, surely someone would come to check on me. Yet, until the end of the night, no one paid me any mind. In a fit of anger, I grabbed my pillow and hurled it, striking a book atop the bedside table. The book teetered precariously, but did not fall. I had salvaged it from the scrap station days earlier. The book was titled Golden Business Ideas. I reached for it and began to read, unable to sleep. It spoke of a person who, failing to profit from collecting scrap metal, found great success by melting it down to create Buddha statues. My gaze fixated on the words Buddha statue, and an idea struck me. I would create a legend. My sister had a deep reverence for Buddhism. Little did I know that this idea would alter the course of my life. I ordered a Buddha statue mold from Taobao, about the size of a 1 yuan coin. The day after receiving the mold, at 1 a.m, I quietly arose, armed with a hammer and a ladder, and made my way to a large tree. I climbed the ladder and hammered the mold into the trunk. After securing it, I descended. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into months, I often visited the tree at night, injecting some nutrient solution into the surrounding trunk with a syringe. By the following spring, the mold had fallen away, revealing a Buddha statue grown from the trunk. In March, the neighboring scrap shop ceased operations. I began to execute my plan. One afternoon, I invited my sister to play badminton. I had secretly hidden a shuttlecock in that very tree by the scrap station. When it was my turn to serve, I pretended to misfire, slipping the shuttlecock into my pocket, and exclaimed, "I hit it too far. It landed in the tree." My sister, somewhat disappointed, said, "I'll go get it." With that, I fetched a ladder. Climbing to the hiding spot, I feigned a tremor and carelessly slid down the ladder, landing on the ground, speechless for a moment. "What's wrong?" My sister knelt beside me, shaking my shoulder. "Something feels odd." "What is it?" "There's a bodhisattva in the tree." My sister quickly responded, "I need to see." She climbed up and, upon spotting the lifelike statue nestled among the branches, hurried down and pulled me aside. How could there be a bodhisattva? Our days of fortune have arrived. Fortune? My sister looked bewildered. I lowered my voice. Why has the scrap shop been struggling? Why? The debris piled there disrespects the bodhisattva, which is why it cannot thrive. That makes sense. The scrap shop has indeed been languishing. So it turns out there's a bodhisattva in the tree. If we take over the scrap shop and expand the noodle shop, serving hot meals to the bodhisattva daily, it will surely bless us with prosperity. My sister listened, her mouth agape in astonishment. If you don't act, someone else might seize the scrap station and open a noodle shop, thriving while we languish. My sister paused, then immediately called for my brother-in-law. He, too, was excited, proclaiming, "Isn't this a sign from the bodhisattva that we're destined for wealth? Why else would Wanshan Hong's shuttlecock land there?" After pondering for a while, my sister suggested, "Let's invite Taoist Master Hong to assess the Feng Shui. If he says we can expand, we will." I volunteered. We'll go ask him tomorrow. Taoist Master Hong, he was quite renowned in the area. Whenever I went to market for ingredients, I would pass by his home, but had never entered. The next day, I made my way to his residence. The master's abode featured a courtyard with an arched door, above which hung a plaque reading Quiet Abode. Upon reaching the entrance, I hesitated. What if the master deemed the location unsuitable for a shop? Was my effort in vain? The master noticed me immediately. With his flowing white beard, he reclined in a bamboo chair, observing me with curiosity. I felt caught in a dilemma. Summoning my courage, I said, "Greetings, master. I merely wish to take a look. My family runs a noodle shop at the fork in the road ahead." "Feel free to look around," he replied. "I seek your assistance," I continued. The master scrutinized me from head to toe. "Speak." "My shop is situated at a traffic junction, frequented by laborers. If we expand, business will surely flourish. But my sister lacks courage and is very stubborn. She never listens to my advice." The master smiled knowingly, as if he could see through my thoughts. "You mean for me to persuade your sister, correct? She greatly admires masters like you." He chuckled derisively. "At such a young age, you seek to rely on these deceptive tricks? The path of business must be built upon integrity. For the path of learning, integrity is paramount as well." I felt as if I had received a slap in the face, utterly disheartened. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "If you wish for me to visit the site, I would be willing." I felt uncertain. What if he deemed it unsuitable? The master began to fan himself. I sensed he was still interested in the business. I said, "I have long heard of your great reputation, but we are merely a small business and fear we cannot afford your services." I was testing his fee. He observed my hesitation and laughed. "Though I must visit, some signs have already revealed themselves." "Signs?" I was perplexed. The master gestured for me to enter, and I followed him inside with trepidation. Upon entering, I noticed a phrase written on the wall: "The way that can be told is not the eternal way." As I sat down, my gaze fell upon a small plaque on the table, which chilled my heart further. It bore the cold words, "No negotiation." It was said that his fees for Feng Shui consultations were exorbitant. Sitting across from him, my legs trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 2. The Success of Operations. Upon seeing the phrase "no bargaining," my face shifted from red to pale. The Taoist priest chuckled and remarked, "Your first words were driven by curiosity, were they not?" I nodded in affirmation. "This establishment is primarily your sister's venture, while you and your brother-in-law merely serve as assistants. Correct?" I nodded again. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. This business can indeed expand, but it requires an on-site evaluation to ascertain any potential conflicts." I inquired if there was some hidden meaning behind his words. "Consider the word curiosity carefully," he urged. At that time, I had not yet learned the art of divination, and I could not fathom any deeper significance. The Taoist then wrote the character for curiosity as woman and child, and transformed the character for extraordinary into big and can. Does this imply that as long as a woman is in charge, great prospects await? He inquired with a benevolent smile. "What is the fee for a consultation?" I asked, fearing he might demand an exorbitant price that would distress my sister and jeopardize our venture. The Taoist questioned, "Do you possess perseverance?" I was taken aback. What did price have to do with my resolve? If the business required longevity to be profitable, it was my sister's perseverance that was paramount. My sister, after all, would sulk after a single day of losses, grumble after 2 days, and if it persisted to 3, she would argue with me, and after 4 days, she would undoubtedly demand I leave. My heart raced. The Taoist asked, "Once your new shop opens, will you provide me with a month's worth of noodle soup?" So this was the perseverance he sought. I exhaled deeply and replied, "No problem, I can manage 2 months." The Taoist laughed heartily. "I shall not charge you. Instead, have your sister invite me." I thought I had misheard and asked again, "So, as long as I provide a month's worth of noodle soup, I can have your services for free?" The Taoist nodded with a smile. "Sister, the Taoist is willing to come for a visit without charge, as long as I provide a month's worth of noodle soup. Do you possess such remarkable influence?" My brother-in-law joked, "Perhaps the Taoist has a daughter and has taken a liking to Shan Hong." I countered, "How absurd. He cannot carry, nor can he lift. He graduated high school, and the Taoist is a man of wealth. Why would he be interested in him?" My sister scolded me, keen to hit where it hurt. I held my tongue. "Do not speak so harshly. The Taoist has said he will come if you invite him." My sister looked at me. "To fulfill your wish. If the Taoist declines, then you must cease your daily complaints." The following day, my sister and I entered the Taoist's tranquil abode. He was engaged in divination, and we dared not interrupt. Once he finished, my sister said, "Master Hong." The Taoist paused momentarily. I quickly added, "Master, this is my sister." Upon hearing my sister's unusual address, he smiled. "Calling me master is fitting. After all, I impart knowledge and dispel doubts." Just then, a woman in her 30s clad in red entered. The Taoist remarked, "There are still 2 individuals awaiting my consultation." The woman in red replied with a smile, "I shall only take a few minutes. I wish to change jobs and work in Guangzhou. Could you divine my heart character?" The Taoist gestured toward the paper and pen on the table. The woman wrote the character for heart and handed it over. The Taoist glanced at it, half closing his eyes, and stated, to speak candidly, "You have changed jobs at least 5 or 6 times. You struggle to persist with any endeavor for a year. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly, or else nothing will come to fruition. Guangzhou is not an option." With that, the Taoist stood, and the woman nodded repeatedly, counted her money, and departed. I listened in amazement, astonished that the Taoist could deduce her job-hopping from a single character. Moreover, he declared Guangzhou off-limits, and she did not question why. Just like that, she left with $100, seemingly effortlessly earned. The Taoist then stated, "Let us go." As we walked, my sister remarked, "Master, we are but a small business with an old Buick. I hope we do not impose on you." Upon saying this, she led the Taoist toward our car. To my surprise, he walked towards a BMW, where a portly man stepped out to open the door for him. I whispered to my sister, "The master has many admirers." He arrived in style, clearly awaited. Before long, the 2 cars parked in front of the noodle shop. The man swiftly exited, cautiously placing his hand on the Taoist's head to prevent it from hitting the car door. The Taoist stepped out, waving his feather fan, and stood in the courtyard. "This junkyard, you wish to acquire it to expand the noodle shop?" My sister asked nervously. The Taoist spoke sparingly, offering only 4 words, "I guarantee you prosperity." He then turned and entered the car, which sped away. Curious onlookers surrounded my sister, asking, "You managed to invite Master Hong to assess your shop? How much did it cost?" My sister replied, "It cost nothing." The crowd nearly fainted, exclaiming, "You are destined for great fortune." My sister felt reassured. 3 days after the Taoist's visit, he signed a contract with the landlord, and on the 4th day, renovations commenced. I said since we were expanding, we must let others know that there is a Buddhist statue in that tree. My brother-in-law suggested, "Let's invite a television crew to film." I shook my head. What television crew? Everyone possesses a smartphone. That afternoon, I called Dongzi, inviting him over for dinner. Dongzi, my fellow villager, was in his senior year at Wuxiang Normal University. He arrived promptly. I invited him to play badminton, and as we played, a crowd began to gather. When it was my turn to serve, I pretended to tuck the shuttlecock into my pocket, performing a feint that Dongzi completely missed. I exclaimed, it flew away and landed in the tree. As Dongzi went to retrieve the shuttlecock, he shouted, "There's a bodhisattva in the tree. A bodhisattva?" I brought a ladder and climbed up, feigning shock and remaining frozen in place. One by one, my friends climbed up beside me, all astonished. Word spread rapidly, and overnight, the peculiar incident became the talk of the town. My family's noodle shop transformed into a sensation, drawing crowds day and night, eager to witness the marvel. Especially in the evenings, visitors came in groups, each ordering a serving of fried noodles, taking their time to savor their meals and converse. My sister soon realized that no matter how diligently we cooked noodles, we could not satisfy the growing demand. Furthermore, patrons claimed that the fried noodles tasted increasingly delicious. It dawned on me that effort alone was insufficient. In this digital age, fortunes could change in an instant. Traffic equated to wealth. We were compelled to hire 2 additional chefs on the spot. Forestry experts and television reporters arrived. The experts concluded that the tree bore a growth resembling a Buddha. It was not worthy of such astonishment. The television station repeatedly aired the experts' opinions. However, the public remained unconvinced, directly challenging the experts. If it is merely a growth, why have similar formations not appeared on other trees? The experts were left speechless. To prevent people from climbing, the authorities erected a stainless steel enclosure around the tree. Ironically, the more restrictions were placed, the more enticing it became. I proposed to my sister and brother-in-law we should promptly rename the new shop in Appos, Buddha Tree Noodle Shop, and Appos. This time, my words carried weight. My sister immediately commissioned a new sign. Since the sign in Appos' installation, the 2 chefs diminished, and we had no choice but to hire 2 more. Our noodles remained the same, and the chef's skills unchanged. Yet, people believed that dining at Buddha Tree Noodle Shop would invoke the Bodhisattva's blessings. By the summer of my 2nd year in Wuxiang, the business of Buddha Tree Noodle Shop was booming beyond measure. I no longer cooked noodles. I had come to believe that fate governs our lives. Otherwise, how could the fortune teller have predicted my future success and wealth? Chapter 3. The formal apprentice. Since the grand opening of the new establishment, I have been delivering rice noodles to the Taoist priest daily. A month passed, and I continued my deliveries. 2 months later, I was still at it. After delivering the noodles, whenever I encountered the priest while he was divining for others, I would curiously sit beside him and listen. Strangely enough, when I returned home late, my sister did not scold me. It wasn't Appos' tea until the 3rd month that I sensed something amiss. My sister had not assigned me any tasks. One day I inquired, "Sister, what am I to do?" She glanced at Sister Lee and curled her lip at me. The esteemed creator of the Bodhi Tree Noodle Shop, an uncelebrated planner, Wan Shan Hong, reduced to washing dishes and chopping vegetables? I had contributed to this establishment. Perhaps we should consider a shareholding structure. Upon hearing this, my sister's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, "Shareholding? Your brother-in-law and I are already family. We have not divorced. Are you suggesting we allocate some shares to you? Pray tell, when have you ever invested?" My brother-in-law interjected. "As the business flourishes, Shan Hong has indeed played a pivotal role. It would only be fair to grant him some shares." My sister, sipping her tea, abruptly smashed her cup down, pointing at me furiously. "Wan Shan Hong, are you trying to drive me mad? You wish to carve out your own share when you haven't even lifted a finger. Besides, what qualifications do you possess to demand a share?" I longed to argue that I was the architect of the Bodhi tree legend, that I had persuaded Taoist Hong Yi to join us, but I held my tongue, knowing her words could easily nullify my contributions, dismissing me as a fool. "Sister, I wish to establish my own path. Is it not beneath a man to live off your goodwill? Perhaps you could lend me some money to set forth on my own." Upon hearing this, my sister wept, and after her tears, she said, "Dear brother, we once suffered, barely having enough to eat, and we were as close as one. Now that we have a little money, does our familial bond no longer exist?" Once she finished crying, she dialed our parents. Unaware of the situation, they scolded me, particularly my father, who enumerated my 3 transgressions. Firstly, my lack of affection for my sister. When I was struggling to find work, she took me in. Secondly, I seized the opportunity of delivering noodles to shirk my responsibilities, revealing my inherently lazy nature. Lastly, I was incapable of handling significant matters and unwilling to tackle minor ones. Washing dishes was far easier than frying noodles, yet I exhibited discontent. Thus, I, once a high-ranking official of the Bodhi Tree Noodle Shop, found myself reduced to a mere delivery boy. One day, I suggested to my sister that we hang a banner outside the shop proclaiming, "Eat Bodhi tree noodles. Connect with the divine." To my dismay, this 7th grade graduate had no appreciation for the power of advertising and retorted, "Mind your own business regarding the shop. If you meddle, you will only annoy me." Consequently, I ceased returning to the shop. After delivering the rice noodles, I would linger at the Taoist priest's abode, listening to him divine for others. Once the visitors departed, I would inquire how he could deduce so much from a single character. To my surprise, the priest did not mind my presence and occasionally imparted knowledge to me. Not only did he not find me bothersome, but even his wife smiled warmly upon seeing me. Their housekeeper, Aunt Chun, served tea to guests and graciously poured a cup for me as well. Compared to my sister, Wan Shui Xiao, the warmth of the Taoist family was a comforting embrace. As July slipped away, I returned to deliver rice noodles once more. The Taoist had just finished his meal when a man entered, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, master." The Taoist stood, clasping his fists. "What brings Mr. He here today? Please, have a seat." The visitor, rather boisterous, plopped down in the chair opposite the Taoist. The Taoist gestured for me to prepare tea. Mr. He inquired, "Where's the mistress?" The Taoist chuckled. "She and Aunt Chun have gone to offer incense." Mr. He laughed. "Oh, my memory. Today is the river goddess' birthday." After serving the tea, I stood, but the Taoist gestured for me to sit. Mr. He glanced at me, causing me to feel awkward, thinking he had private matters to discuss with the Taoist. I stood to leave, but the Taoist said, "This is Xiao Wan. There is no need for concern. Please, speak freely." Mr. He slowly recounted his tale. He had a project in Guangxi that was currently in bid preparation, and his mother was gravely ill. He had hurried back, seeking to divine whether she would last another 10 days, allowing him to finalize matters in Guangxi. The Taoist smiled gently. "Write a character." "Mr." He wrote the character Xiang on a piece of paper. The Taoist replied, "She will not pass within half a month." Mr. He leaned forward, asking, "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" I, too, was curious, leaning in eagerly. The Taoist pointed at the character Xiang and explained, "This character is inherently inauspicious. The first radical resembles a coffin. Once the coffin is set, death is inevitable. However, the second radical saves it. The character implies that the last stroke remains open, indicating that she is not in amp. Oppose. Closed her eyes and amp. Oppose." With that, the Taoist waved his hand. "Go now. Swiftly attend to your matters in Guangxi." Mr. He hesitated, "Master, how can you be certain she can last half a month?" "We shall discuss this later," the Taoist replied, waving him off once more. On my way home, I contemplated how fortunate it would be to encounter Mr. He again to verify the accuracy of the Taoist and Oppose as predictions. Thus, I resolved to linger after delivering the rice noodles, becoming a permanent observer at the Taoist and Oppose as residence. Day after day passed, but I did not see Mr. He. After a month, I finally encountered him. On that day, Mr. He hurried into the house, pulling out several bundles of cash from his bag. My goodness, at least 20,000. He placed the money on the table, stating, "Your calculations were astoundingly accurate. I secured a 500 million project. I just completed my mother's funeral, and now I must rush to attend to the mother of a powerful figure. I owe my gratitude to the Taoist, and we shall converse further another day." To my astonishment, the Taoist did not decline. It seemed that accepting such a hefty sum was an everyday affair for him. He called to his wife, who emerged and directly took the bundles of cash away. My mind was racing. How many bowls of rice noodles would it take for the masters to earn back this amount? In that moment, a thought struck me. I could seek the Taoist as my mentor, for my sister clearly did not appreciate my presence in the shop, deeming me incapable of labor. For several days, this peculiar notion consumed me. One evening, a man brought 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of gratitude to the Taoist, claiming he'd found his car keys. Once the man departed and the living room was empty, my strange desire erupted forth. Summoning courage from the depths of my being, I stood up from my chair, mimicking the gestures seen in television dramas. Kneeling on the ground, I declared, "Taoist, I wish to become your disciple." The Taoist helped me up and asked kindly, "Did a Buddha statue grow on your family tree?" My face flushed crimson, and I dared not meet his gaze, knowing he must have understood my intentions. "Why do you wish to be an apprentice?" I explained how I excelled in writing, but struggled with mathematics and English, failing to gain admission to university. I had come to Wuxiang to assist my sister, who often criticized my lack of physical strength, assigning me menial tasks like washing dishes and chopping vegetables. The Taoist reflected, my past was similar. In my youth, I worked at a grocery store for my cousin, also lacking in strength, and was subsequently dismissed. What happened next? I inquired. On my way home, I stopped at a temple for a drink where I encountered my master, Hong Yuan. Seeing my plight, he inquired about my background and took me in, teaching me the arts of divination and character interpretation. Upon hearing this, I realized he was inclined to accept me as a disciple. I eagerly implored, please take me under your wing. I have no desire to fry noodles or wash dishes. He remained silent. If not, I could recite the memorial on the expedition or the song of everlasting regret for you. He considered my words and finally said, there seems to be a bond between us. A bond? I was taken aback. One night, I dreamt of my master, Hong Yuan. He asked, do you still enjoy eating rice noodles? I replied affirmatively. He continued, today, a young man will come to visit you, and he will bring you rice noodles. Upon hearing this, a sudden clarity washed over me, understanding why the Taoist priest had come to my family's shop to assess its Feng Shui, why he requested rice noodles, and why he had not declined my offerings after a month. When I attended his lectures, he never inquired why I had chosen not to work. At that moment, I rose from my seat and bowed deeply, striking my forehead on the ground. Esteemed master, please accept this humble bow from your devoted disciple. The Taoist priest helped me to my feet, advising, return home and consult with your family before proceeding. Upon hearing that the Taoist priest was willing to take me as his apprentice, my sister clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, you cannot manage physical labor. Learning this craft is splendid. Henceforth, I shall have no worries. She, possessing a sense of propriety, led me to the Taoist priest and Appo's residence that afternoon, proclaiming her intention to host a ceremony to honor my apprenticeship. However, the Taoist priest shook his head and explained to her, in my profession, there exists a custom. I do not accept local disciples. You hail from afar. Thus, I am willing to make an exception. If you prove unworthy after a year, you shall return to the noodle shop. Should fortune favor you, then you may study under me for several years. For now, refer to me as teacher. Once you have proven your worth, you may then call me and Appo's master. And Appo's, my sister, bewildered, stood speechless for a moment before asking, what rituals must be conducted, and what offerings should we prepare? Please guide us, teacher. The Taoist priest replied, in my lineage, we do not perform an initiation ceremony, only a graduation ceremony. For now, let's forego all formalities. My sister was taken aback, unable to articulate a response. Aware of the Taoist priest's resolute nature, I interjected, then I shall heed your command. And once more, I shall bow to you. In the third year of my time in Wuxiang, by a twist of fate, I was finally liberated from manual labor. I became a disciple of the esteemed Taoist priest Hongyi, immersing myself in the arts of divination, Feng Shui, and oracle reading. That year, I turned 21. Chapter 4: The first glimmer of talent on my first day at work. The Taoist priest presented me with two books, one titled Choosing the Right Day and the other The Secrets of Character Divination. He instructed me to finish them within a month. In just half that time, I completed the readings. During work, I hesitantly approached him and asked, Master, may I exchange these for two different books? He scrutinized me and inquired, what are the 10 methods of character divination? Possessing an innate ability for memorization. I recited, head divination, foot divination, heart divination, dragon wrap divination, breakthrough divination, add pen divination, subtract pen divination, mutual relation divination, character extraction divination, and plum viewing divination. Taking a breath, I continued, in addition to these fundamental principles, there are also the 3 methods of pictographic, ideographic, and transitive. The Taoist nodded slightly. At that moment, 2 young women entered the room, one slender and the other plump. The slender girl urged her plump companion, write something so the master can assess your marriage. The plump girl hesitated before scribbling a character. The slender girl then said, Master, please help my cousin assess her marriage. The Taoist suddenly gestured towards me, saying, he will assess you. This examination seemed to come rather abruptly. After a day of classes and a night of intense studying, I felt a modicum of confidence. Thus, I decided to display my skills. I spoke authoritatively. You did not come here to conduct character divination. The slender girl retorted, we did come for character divination. I shook my head, stating, do not speak falsely. You merely wandered past and, out of curiosity, decided to give it a try. The slender girl blushed, and the plump girl turned crimson to her neck. The slender girl, with a shy smile, admitted, you are correct. The Taoist crossed his arms, his face impassive. I realized he was pretending, but he was likely pleased internally. I glanced at the character the plump girl had written and told her, your marriage will only blossom, but never bear fruit. The plump girl inquired, what do you mean by that? I explained, people frequently introduce you to potential partners. Some meet you for a moment and then disappear, while others engage for a few days before vanishing. In essence, every relationship you attempt ends in disappointment. The plump girl was mortified, and the slender girl interjected, why is that? I smiled faintly. The plump girl, anxious, pressed, master, this is. I replied decisively, you're someone lacking in personal conviction. The slender girl leaned back in surprise, exclaiming, that is so accurate. How could you discern her character from just a single character? I pointed at the character, explaining, this character, when divided, becomes an oppose, person and oppose, and an oppose, speech and oppose. A person stands beside another to speak. This represents the opinions of others. You meet one friend who comments that the boy is short, and though you were initially satisfied, you then lose interest. The next day, another friend claims the boy is too honest, so you dismiss him. The following day, yet another friend remarks that the boy is overly sweet-tongued and untrustworthy, and you subsequently end that connection. As the plump girl listened, her face grew increasingly flushed, wishing she could vanish into the ground. The slender girl was laughing, slapping the table in delight. That is so accurate and astonishing. It feels as if you were right there with us. I stole a glance at the Taoist, who remained expressionless with his arms crossed. The slender girl remarked, I feel as if I'm missing a leg. I should borrow one to kneel before you. She then inquired, will my cousin find a boyfriend? I advised, in the future, trust your own feelings about whom you like. Do not listen to the nonsensical opinions of others. The slender girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude, counted her money, and left with her cousin. The Taoist nodded slightly, acknowledging, she possesses a certain innate wisdom. Half an hour later, a woman clad in red entered, smiling upon seeing the Taoist. He regarded her with no discernible expression. She said, Master, please help me assess my marriage. I handed her paper and pen. She wrote the character stand. Gazing at the character, I felt uncertain. The previous character, letter, had allowed for a breakdown into two components. However, stand was not easily separable. Thus, I could only apply the method of adding strokes. What to add? The Taoist showed no inclination to let me take the lead. He glanced at it and slowly said, are you contemplating divorce? The woman was taken aback. I too was startled. How did he deduce that she wished to divorce from this character? She nodded in affirmation. The Taoist continued, this character stand comprises the upper half of hardship. Using the method of adding strokes, if we add A10, we can analyze it further. Your marriage is exceedingly arduous. Allow me to analyze it for you. The woman leaned forward in anticipation. Your marriage should be governed by your own decisions. Everyone at home opposes it. Not a single person supports you. Yet, under a spell, you resolutely insist on marrying him. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, and she urgently asked, is there any hope for reconciliation? The Taoist furrowed his brow and replied, this assessment is based solely on the character. If you seek hope for reconciliation, we must discuss the origins and current state of your marriage. The woman lowered her head for a moment before raising her face. I have endured this for a long time and seldom share with others. But since you have spoken so accurately, I will lay everything bare. The woman recounted her sorrowful past. She was from Hunan and came to Wuxiang City to work as a foot masseuse. During her time there, she met a local boy who treated her exceptionally well, frequently inviting her to dinners after her shifts. As time passed, they developed mutual affection and entered into a romantic relationship. The boy took her to movies, late-night snacks, and karaoke. When she informed her family about her relationship, they vehemently opposed it, fearing that the distance between Hunan and Wuxiang would prevent her from caring for them in the future. Nevertheless, she was determined to marry him, leading to a rift with her family. They did not hold a formal wedding. Instead, they went on a trip, which they considered their marriage. 6 months later, the woman discovered that the boy was a drug addict. She wept in his arms, urging him to reform. He too cried, promising to quit. It became a cycle. Each time she held him and wept, he made a vow to change. Yet soon after, he would relapse, and the cycle would repeat. After hearing her story, the Taoist posed a question. Do you believe he can quit? The woman shook her head, filled with despair. The Taoist looked at her, saying, I only analyze characters. As for how to handle this matter, I dare not offer suggestions. You must decide for yourself. The woman nodded, wiped her tears, counted her money, and turned to leave. Once she departed, I asked, how did you deduce from the character stand that she wished for a divorce? Chapter 5. The Art of Interpretation. The Taoist priest smiled faintly and remarked, to gain the trust of others, one must speak with precision. Before one can articulate with certainty, it is essential to learn the art of observation, to grasp the characteristics of the other person and express them without hesitation. Take, for instance, this woman clad in a red garment, her collar wrinkled, which belies her unmarried status. The two women before her were meticulous about their appearance, whereas she is not. This is one observation. Furthermore, while her limbs are not plump, indeed, they can be described as slender, her ample bosom suggests that she has borne children, a characteristic of motherhood. This is the second observation. Thus, the teacher did not deduce her marital status merely from her demeanor, but rather from her physical attributes. And I have acquired another skill. How did you discern from the character that her family opposes the marriage, yet she remains resolute? The Taoist wrote the character on paper and explained. The essence lies in the middle section of the character. The art of divination relies on the addition and subtraction of strokes. The central part consists of a downward stroke and a dot. If we add 2 strokes, it transforms into, correct? The character is devoid of these 2 strokes, indicating a lack of support for. I grasped the general idea and inquired, what if she were to divinate the character? Would that imply universal support? He chuckled. In my decades of practice, I have yet to encounter anyone who chooses the character. People generally seek auspicious outcomes through divination, selecting either a character with a favorable connotation or one from their own name. I nodded in understanding. The Taoist suddenly tested me. Was the woman who came later specifically seeking divination, or was it a spontaneous decision? I pondered for a moment and smiled sheepishly. He chuckled. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. You know this, don't you? The Taoist imparted a lesson. Everything in this world is interconnected. Allow me to present a logical deduction. I nodded. Please go on. The first 2 women and the one who followed are all footbath attendants hailing from the same region. I listened intently, anxious not to miss a word. The Taoist continued. Firstly, I discerned a slight Hunan accent in their Mandarin. Secondly, since you accurately divined the first girl's situation, it prompted her to call the woman in red to come for a reading. Thirdly, all are inquiring about marriage. I found merit in his reasoning. He elaborated. After receiving the call, the woman in red likely handed her child to her mother-in-law or another family member, rushed over without changing her clothes. Although I could not assert with absolute certainty that the Taoist judgment was flawless, his analysis was indeed a chain of logical connections. The teacher rose and shortly returned from his study, tossing 2 books at me. Read these for a month, and I shall test you again. During that month, I immersed myself in the art of observation, which proved far more challenging than the secret codex of divination. Divination involves breaking down a single character, while observation requires one to scrutinize a person and articulate one's observations, which must also be acknowledged by the subject. This experiment necessitated keen observation, and I could only practice with family and friends. One day, I noticed ink stains beneath my brother-in-law's fingernails and teased, "Are you aspiring to be a calligrapher?" He looked at me with a puzzled expression. "How did you know I was studying calligraphy?" I genuinely did not know, so I chuckled. "I merely wish to remind you that I am a disciple of Master Hong Yi." He pulled me aside and spoke in a low voice. "The business has expanded. My sister manages the front desk. We have a chef for fried rice and waitstaff in the dining area. I am solely responsible for procurement. Unlike before, when I had to go to the market, now goods are delivered to us, and I only need to check the quality. With some spare time, I set up a table in the underground warehouse to practice calligraphy. I felt a surge of pride in my observational skills and remarked, "Your handwriting is already commendable. With practice, perhaps you could become a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association." Imagine the surprise on my sister's face. My brother-in-law sighed, "If I am to avoid responsibility, I must at least find some amusement." I felt a twinge of sympathy for him. He was indeed an intellectual, while my sister had only completed 7 years of elementary school. I often wondered how they had come to be together. A few days later, Dongzi visited me, his face radiating joy yet tinged with unease. I remarked, "You appear joyful. Let me predict your fortune." He retorted, "I am a materialist and do not believe in such things." I shot him an exasperated glance. Why not give a try? If my predictions are inaccurate, you can dismiss them with a laugh. If accurate, perhaps it will bolster your confidence. He relented. "What do you see? You likely have a joyful event on the horizon, although it has yet to be finalized." Dongzi was taken aback, unable to believe I had spoken such words. "You are indeed correct," he replied. "After graduation, I have been searching for work. I recently participated in a civil service examination for the city government, scoring first in a written test, now awaiting the interview." He continued, "I wanted to ask if your sister's business has grown and whether she attended the Women Entrepreneurs Forum. Perhaps she is acquainted with city leaders and could put in a good word for me." I shook my head. "My sister is just starting out. I wrote the speech for the forum. She is unfamiliar with city officials and cannot intercede on your behalf." Dongzi appeared disappointed. "I have no connections to inquire with." He mused, "Perhaps the interview will be fair." Then he suggested, "How about I let you divine a character for me?" I just said I don't believe in your methods. He retorted, "But didn't I just make an accurate prediction?" Dongzi hesitated, unable to commit. "Let us do this. Sign your name on this piece of paper." He casually scribbled Xiao Dong in a flamboyant style. "You choose a character, and I will write the result on the back, placing it in this drawer. When the outcome is revealed, we shall compare." Dongzi appeared indifferent. "Just use." I moved to another spot and wrote, "which consists of," indicating an upgrade in circumstances leading to acceptance. I crumpled the paper before his eyes and placed it in the drawer. After Dongzi left, I reluctantly approached my sister and conveyed his intentions. She scolded me sternly. "I'm only slightly familiar with the leaders. Besides, we have our own demands. Why would I advocate for him?" I felt rebuffed. Half a month later, Dongzi called to inform me he had been accepted and inquired about my predictions. I sent him 2 photographs, and soon after, his phone rang again. "Master, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Come over for dinner." After enjoying a meal, we made our way to the Feng Grand Hotel, where he introduced me to his classmate, Xiao Xiaoyan. She greeted me. "Master Wan, Dongzi has told me all about you." After dining, Dongzi led us to the 4th floor of the Liangzi Foot Bath City. Upon entering, I was astonished to see 3 women, equally surprised to see me. Dongzi inquired, "Do you know each other?" The slender girl responded, "Yes, he is a master from Yuranju." I cannot help but marvel truly. My teacher is akin to a deity, recognizing that they are all from the same place. Chapter 6. A masterful display in the footbath city. Dongzi, brimming with pride, inquired, "Have you all visited the Yuranju for divination?" The slender girl replied affirmatively. Indeed, this young master is remarkably accurate. With that, she took the initiative to wash my feet, while the plump girl attended to Dongzi, and the one who previously had her fortune told by me tended to Xiaoyan. The slender girl, straightforward and candid, declared, "I am number 24, my chubby sister is number 25, and that older sister is number 26. From now on, whenever foot washing occurs, it will be as 3. Feeling a bit mischievous, I turned to number 24 and said, "I can tell that you 3 hail from the same place." The slender girl, astonished, asked, "You could deduce that too?" "Right, I mentioned before that she is my cousin. You surely know we are from the same area." Realizing the inconsistency, she pointed at number 26 and asked, "You even know that she is with us?" Dongzi teased, "If he can't figure it out, how would he make a living?" Xiaoyun, intrigued, approached me and said, "Teacher Wan, could you divine a character for me?" I chuckled. "Among friends, we shall not speak of divination. Instead, let me share some insights on your facial features, if you don't mind." "Very well," she agreed. I settled in the middle, with Xiaoyan to my left. Although the lighting was dim, I had already observed him thoroughly during our meal. In our initial encounter, I chose only to highlight his favorable traits. Habitually glancing at him, I remarked, You possess well-defined brows, a bold spirit, and a methodical approach to tasks. You are destined to become a leader. Your nose is prominent, suggesting an abundance of wealth. Your upper lip turns slightly outward, indicating a past respiratory ailment. Xiaoyan turned to me, intrigued, and asked, "How did you know about my childhood respiratory issues?" I found it amusing. This was something I had previously relayed to someone else. Now, as I reiterated it, it resonated once more. Internally elated, yet maintaining a calm facade, I inquired, "Is that correct?" "Absolutely," he confirmed. "I even underwent surgery for it." I casually explained, "Due to your childhood breathing difficulties, you must have resorted to mouth breathing at night, which over time altered your facial structure, resulting in your distinctive lip feature." Xiaoyun, losing interest in the foot washing, turned towards me, offering a cigarette, and said, "Master, during dinner, I was skeptical of Dongzi's praise. But now, I am utterly convinced of your skill." Dongzi leaned closer and remarked, "Shan Hong, you've only been at this for a few months, and already you exhibit such prowess." Xiaoyun, still skeptical, mused, "You even know about his past. It's truly astonishing." The trio of foot washers was captivated by our exchange. Pausing in their tasks to listen intently, their bodies shifting as they adjusted to our conversation. At that moment, number 24 insisted that I read her fortune. With an air of nonchalance, I drew on my cigarette. Having spent time with my teacher, I had adopted a semblance of his demeanor. After flicking off the ash, she playfully urged, "Show me something. If you grant us a discount, I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. "I can tell you are related to the boss." "Why is that?" Both Dongzi and Xiaoyan erupted in laughter. Dongzi chimed in, "If you aren't connected to the boss, what gives you the authority to negotiate a discount?" Number 24's face flushed crimson. At this point, the plump girl interjected, "Teacher, why not elaborate on her character?" I instinctively glanced at the slender girl, noting her distinctive features, which I classified as cheerful yet obstinate. In other words, her personality exhibited dual extremes. When cheerful, she's a quintessential optimist. When obstinate, it is as if even a herd of cattle cannot sway her resolve. You are an optimistic spirit, easy to get along with, and harbor no ill intentions. You speak candidly. Her face blossomed with delight. She then playfully insisted, "You can't just pick out the good traits. What flaws do I possess?" "Really? Are you not afraid they will hear?" I queried. "They are already aware of my shortcomings." I continued, "Well, one negative aspect is your stubbornness. It's like trying to move a stubborn bull." The two girls chuckled. "And another is your selfishness in love. That I don't understand. Could you clarify?" She requested. "I can only offer a metaphor. Your attitude towards men is polarized. For those you do not fancy, you would never lower your standards, regardless of their wealth or looks. Conversely, if you fall for someone, you do so wholeheartedly, passionately. Yet, if that man betrays you, you could resort to extreme measures." Coughing, the plump girl interrupted, signaling me to cease. The slender girl shot her a glare and retorted, "I am unafraid. Why are you coughing?" Then, turning back to me, she smiled, "Please continue, sir." I bluntly stated, "You might contemplate harming him or even resorting to self-harm." To my surprise, she candidly admitted, "I admire your skill. You speak to my heart. I shall give you a 50 discount." Dongzi exclaimed, "What generosity!" Xiaoyan chuckled, "You truly possess a remarkable spirit." I felt compelled to unleash a profound revelation. Aiming to astonish her once more, I smirked and said, "With your temperament, foot washing is a waste. You ought to become a small business owner. One day, you shall be a great one." "Is that true?" she inquired. "I never speak falsely. You have the determination. If I am not mistaken, your long hair has remained unchanged." "Ah," they all chorused in unison. I continued nonchalantly, "Because you have a noticeable mole at the nape of your neck, which you likely wish to conceal." The three women halted their movements simultaneously. Dongzi remarked, "See if the master is correct." The slender girl stood up, turned around, and gathered her hair, revealing a distinct dark mark. Gasps filled the room. Dongzi and Xiaoyan gazed at me with admiration. I mimicked my teacher's demeanor, appearing indifferent to their astonishment as I flicked my lighter, igniting a flame. I inhaled leisurely. Xiaoyan sighed, "Incredible, truly incredible." Everyone clamored for my WeChat, but I waved my hand, explaining, I do not add anyone else WeChat except for my family. Cheyenne questioned, "Why is that?" I smiled and replied, "If you seek my divination again, and I speak with precision, you might think I merely peruse your social media. In our profession, we must test our true skills." Dongzi came to my rescue. "What Shan Hong says makes sense. Xiaoyun, I will share Shan Hong's number with you later. Having the number is just as convenient." The three women hesitated even further to ask for my WeChat. Upon completing the foot washing, the front desk indeed charged us only half the price. On my way home, I felt a sense of elation. The books my teacher had lent me were absorbing, and I had performed without a single misstep. Of course, that was merely a fa ade. Soon after, I would stumble. Chapter 7. The first misstep, I had fancied myself somewhat adept at discerning the nature of people. Yet I nearly faltered. On this splendid day, bathed in golden sunlight, I arrived early at the tranquil abode, diligently wiping tables and sweeping floors before preparing tea. The Taoist priest had risen and partaken of rice noodles, when a few individuals seeking auspicious dates entered. The task of selecting dates is rather straightforward, one I could manage independently. The master then stepped outside for a leisurely stroll. The two couples sought dates for their marriages. I assisted them in harmonizing their birth charts, selecting an auspicious day for each, and advising them on various considerations for their forthcoming nuptials. With spirits high, the couples departed. Shortly thereafter, another couple arrived, the woman cradling an infant girl. The man requested, "Master, please help us bestow a name upon our child." This was a simple matter. I instructed them to provide the girl's birth details so I could draw upon the principles of the 5 elements to propose a name. As I contemplated the girl's surname, Yi, noting the deficiency of wood in her element, I began to write. The man, somewhat particular, expressed a desire for the name to embody a touch of artistry, resembling a given name, yet bearing the essence of a pen name. I penned a phrase Ji Fan Yi Mao, meaning lush and flourishing, and pointed to the latter two characters, saying, "Yi Mao." It resembles both a given name and a pen name, and the character Mao is associated with wood. The man was quite pleased and departed with a handful of coins. After 2 hours of labor, just as I intended to rise for a brief respite, an elderly gentleman entered, appearing to be in his 60s. He scrutinized me with a smile as I regarded him in turn, dressed in a somewhat outdated black garment, donning a pair of modestly expensive leather shoes and thick glasses reminiscent of a wine bottle base. He inquired, "Where's the master?" Given his tone, I replied with a smile, "He has stepped outside for a walk." He nodded and asked, "Are you his apprentice?" I affirmed, though I found it difficult to discern the nature of his character. He could be interpreted as a pedantic scholar, a casual academic, or perhaps a wandering practitioner of the arts. Regardless, he was clearly not an average citizen, and I was momentarily at a loss regarding his identity and his relationship with my master. Were they acquaintances, friends, or fellow practitioners? Should I offer him tea or allow him to wait? The Taoist priest had established a system with me. A single knock on the table indicated no need for tea. 2 knocks meant to serve tea, and 3 indicated tea along with tobacco. Considering the gentleman's advanced age, I rose to pour him a cup. He remained silent, seated with an air of calmness, as if I were unworthy of his attention, merely awaiting the master's return. I dared not disturb the silence. He offered no words, and I followed suit. After a while, the Taoist priest returned, and the gentleman rose, clasping his fists in "Greetings, master." The priest glanced at him, his demeanor neutral, responding, "Please take a seat." The gentleman introduced himself. "I am Chun from the neighboring county. Having long heard of your esteemed reputation, I have come to pay a visit." The priest smiled slightly. "A long journey. It must have been arduous." Mr. Chun, appearing earnest, continued, "I wish to request your guidance in selecting a character for my grandson's upcoming college entrance examination." I provided him with paper, yet he hesitated to write, stating, "The character Zhong," meaning wait. Without a moment's thought, the priest replied, "He will perform well in the examination. There is no need for concern." Mr. Chun chuckled. Performing well does not guarantee admission. Selecting the right school is crucial. Could the master offer some insights? Just then, 2 middle-aged men entered. The priest regarded them briefly, and I observed them as well, one stout, the other slender, both neatly attired, appearing as if they were merely there to listen. The priest turned his attention back to Mr. Chun, advising, when applying to schools, the farther the better. If you apply within the province, you may not be accepted. Mr. Chun feigned surprise, asking, "Why do you say this? Were you not going to assess the character Zhong?" This character can be interpreted as 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles, indeed, carries weight. Mr. Chun chuckled. So, the Master S character assessment is truly that simple? The two middle-aged men joined in laughter. The priest remarked, "In this world of knowledge, it is the simplest truths that hold the most wisdom. What seems profound is often mere pretense, designed to dazzle the masses." Mr. Chun tilted his head. "If the master possesses such skill, could you assess another character for me?" The priest nodded. Mr. Chun proposed the character Song, inquiring about his profession. This was my first encounter with a profession assessment, and I was eager to learn. However, the priest firmly stated, "I cannot assess that." Mr. Chun chuckled. "Is it that you cannot, or simply choose not to disclose?" The priest replied, "It cannot be assessed. There are those of striking appearance who are unworthy, while others of humble bearing may be esteemed. One cannot judge merely by appearances. Yet, sir, you are far removed from the essence of the matter, and with 72 professions, I find it challenging to enumerate them all." Mr. Chin laughed heartily. "Ah, so you simply do not wish to assess?" The priest chuckled in return. "If I must say something, allow me to offer you 2 lines of poetry. A life's endeavors lie within dreams. Half a life drifts like raindrops upon duckweed." Mr. Chun erupted in laughter, impressive indeed. He then inquired, "If I may trust the Master's calculations, what would the fee be?" In ancient times, scholars exchanged writings and paintings without charge. The master merely traverses the world, while I remain at home. What need is there for money? I grasped the meaning behind the priestess' words. It became evident that Mr. Chan was also engaged in a similar profession. Mr. Chin's face flushed slightly as he remarked, "Then I shall take my leave for now." Upon his rising, the 2 middle-aged men followed suit, one of them commenting, "How interesting, truly intriguing." The priest called after Mr. Chun, "Travel safely. Remember that the university, 1,000 miles away, can be revisited in dreams." Mr. Chun clasped his hands in respect. "I am honored." What was the meaning behind this exchange? I was left bewildered. The priest then instructed me. The 3 individuals who just departed are indeed a cohort. The man who introduced himself as Mr. Chun is also engaged in our line of work, while the 2 younger men were likely there to witness how impressive you are. Thus, Mr. Chun came to challenge our abilities, and the younger men were there to observe his challenge. "Oh, I see," I responded. The priest continued his analysis. "Why did the 2 men not enter with Mr. Chun?" After some contemplation, I replied, "They pretended not to know him." "And why did they leave when he did?" "Because they had no reason to stay. And since you saw through Mr. Chun, they felt awkward remaining." The priest added, "What did Mr. Chun's words convey?" "A hint of provocation." "Indeed, you must learn to be more observant. Not all visitors come seeking character assessments. Some may come to test your skills, while others aim to disrupt. Therefore, it is wiser to risk offending someone than to serve tea poorly. Be courteous, yet discerning." My face flushed crimson. The priest concluded, "I have told you that the art of character assessment begins with understanding people, yet I have only shared half of the teachings. You must delve deeper into your studies. Next, I shall enlighten you on how to observe and what literature to engage with." Chapter 8. First read medical books, the Taoist priest explained. The art of divination through characters primarily involves observing people. From the moment he entered, his gaze was askew. Have you ever seen a fortune teller or an astrologer gaze at someone with a proper look? I had not considered this observation thoroughly, so I replied, "I have had little exposure and insufficient observation." The priest continued, "Generally, such individuals tend to observe others from the periphery of their vision. They utilize this method to discreetly gauge your expressions and gestures while you are unaware. This gentleman earns his living through such practices. The moment he entered, his eyes betrayed him. I realized my inability to observe people, which hindered my discernment of his identity. My eagerness to learn the art of observation prompted an immediate response from me. There are 2 types of speech. One is straightforward, where one speaks according to their identity, and the other is deceptive, where one conceals their identity and speaks differently. For instance, Someone who is knowledgeable may feign ignorance, and a person of status might pretend to be of lower standing. With such individuals, a few exchanges will reveal their true nature. How so? Let me illustrate. Once, there was a man who wished to retire on medical grounds. However, he was in good health and did not meet the criteria. He went for a medical examination, claiming he had hearing loss. When the doctor struck a small gong, he claimed he could not hear it. The doctor noted on the examination form, examination normal, not eligible for medical retirement. How could the doctor discern his hearing? The Taoist priest chuckled the moment the doctor struck the gong near his ear. His head instinctively turned away. I burst into laughter, and the priest joined in, stating, "Nothing escapes the scrutiny of conditioned reflexes." I remarked, "This indeed is a profound knowledge." The Taoist priest then revealed the steps he intended to teach me. If you wish to learn this subject, from today onward, you shall first read medical books. I inquired about the rationale behind reading medical texts. "You will gradually comprehend this in due course," he replied. Master Hong, he selected several medical books for me. Perhaps due to my affinity with traditional Chinese medicine, I found myself engrossed, reading rapidly. Occasionally, he would randomly select topics to quiz me, and I responded fluently. Later, he presented me with a book entitled Moles and Health. This was not a superstitious text, but rather an academic work prefaced by a renowned figure, and I found it quite captivating. One afternoon, with nothing pressing, the priest began to quiz me. "Are moles hereditary?" I replied, "Generally, they are." He continued, "If you observe a person with fair skin and few moles, what would you deduce?" I answered, "One or both of your parents likely have fair skin and few moles." The priest inquired, "On average, how many moles does a person have?" I stated, "Typically no more than 20. He asked, "What distinguishes visible moles from hidden ones?" I replied, "Visible moles are called bright moles, while those that are not easily seen, such as on the chest, back, soles, buttocks, or underarms, are referred to as dark moles." The priest pressed further, "What do red spots on the skin signify?" I responded, "They're not moles, they're vascular tumors." He followed up, "What does that indicate?" I said, "It suggests that the blood vessels are hardening, indicating potential liver issues." He queried, "What if the person is already married?" I admitted, "I am unsure." The priest chuckled, "Very honest of you." I countered, "What is your perspective?" He shook his head, "There are no set standards. It varies from person to person. I will not reveal everything. Let them expose themselves." I thought to myself, had he not previously discerned another's marital status? Was my ability still insufficient for him to impart further knowledge? After 2 months of studying medical texts, I finally received an opportunity for practical application. One day, a woman entered. She sat down and wrote the character Chung to inquire about her marriage. The Taoist priest instructed me, "You go ahead." Applying the character disassembly method he taught me, I noted that this character comprises 2 components, one resembling a hull and the other a weapon. I tentatively posited, "The character suggests that you and your partner are currently in conflict. Is that correct?" The woman nodded. I realized the conflict was significant, nearing the point of divorce. Otherwise, she would not have sought divination. I stated, "Currently, the elements of water and fire are in conflict, making divorce inevitable." The woman sighed and murmured in agreement. I glanced at the Taoist priest, uncertain of how to proceed. He took over, asking the woman, "What is your intention? To separate or to reconcile?" The woman, visibly agitated, declared to separate. "I have had enough." The priest smirked, "Since you have expressed a desire to leave with a single word, Li, why come for divination? If you wish to part, then do so." He shook his head. The woman fell silent. The priest pierced her pain point. "You wish to leave but lack the courage to do so." The woman asked, "Master, how can you be so certain?" The priest did not conceal his views. "If you truly intended to separate, you would not seek divination. If it were false separation, you also would not seek divination. You are merely indecisive and seeking guidance from others." The woman nodded and inquired, "Can a master offer me some advice?" She then recounted how her partner had once adored her, making her feel like the happiest woman in the world, only to later control her actions and prevent her from conversing with other men, among other grievances. The Taoist priest urged, "Shan Hong, continue." I instinctively understood. It was clear she was dealing with a selfish man. Following my teacher's guidance, I boldly stated, "He has a red mole on the back of his neck." The The woman was taken aback and asked, "Do you know him?" I laughed. "Do you think it is such a coincidence?" The woman found it absurd. "I do not know him, but you are correct about the red mole on the back of his neck. This mole is also known as a heartache mole. Such individuals are passionate and decisive. They can go to great lengths for love, yet are equally capable of extreme actions against those they despise." At this point, I suddenly faltered, glancing at the teacher for assistance. The Taoist priest continued, "A mole on the back of the neck also symbolizes wealth. In the future, you may receive assistance from benefactors. Your husband merely loves you intensely. Divorce is unwarranted." The woman's mood improved, and she nodded. The teacher elaborated, "Let me analyze. Before marriage, he would revolve around you, cherishing you. Why did you not find it bothersome? After marriage, he continues to love you in the same manner, yet you find it irksome. Love remains unchanged. It is merely your mindset that has shifted." The woman expressed her thirst, and I poured her a cup of tea. Following the teacher's teachings, I recognized that thirst often signifies a desire for comfort. I sensed the woman beginning to soften, her original stance wavering. At that moment, the teacher proclaimed a profound truth. "Remember this. Whatever you perceived as a flaw before marriage will undoubtedly become a virtue after." The woman, about to sip her tea, paused with the cup at her lips. She set it down and gazed at the Taoist priest, looking bewildered. The teacher explained, "For instance, before marriage, if he was stingy when dining out, ordering only one meat dish, one vegetable, and one soup, you would find it parsimonious, correct?" The woman nodded. "After marriage, if he is frugal with money, he will manage the household well. Conversely, if previously he ordered 5 or 6 dishes, and after marriage he fails to take charge, you would find yourselves in dire circumstances." The woman nodded repeatedly. The teacher continued, "Thus, his previous devotion was a virtue. After marriage, if he manages finances more tightly while still loving you as before, how does that suddenly become a flaw?" The woman, suddenly amused by the teacher's words, burst into laughter, inadvertently spraying tea onto my face. Instantly embarrassed, she apologized profusely. I chuckled. "No worries. When you return home, share a laugh, spray some tea in your husband's face. And tomorrow the sun will shine brightly, heralding a new season of warmth and blossoming flowers." The woman bit her lip, unable to contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand, her chest heaving with mirth. After counting her money and expressing her gratitude, she departed. Once the woman left, the Taoist priest began to instruct me. "A red mole on the back of the neck pertains to medical knowledge. Those with excessive liver fire tend to have short tempers and strong, controlling tendencies. Wives often perceive this as strictness. Moreover, in cases of indecisive marriages, we advise reconciliation rather than separation. They have invested money. We must help alleviate their mental distress." How to proceed? It relies heavily on your habitual reading. Therefore, in addition to perusing medical texts, it would be prudent for you to consult an encyclopedia. Indeed, mastering the art of character analysis is no simple task. One must possess a well-rounded understanding. I reflect that I am fortunate to have an affinity for the humanities. Otherwise, encountering someone disinclined towards reading would surely hinder any attempt at learning. Days passed with nothing but mundane character analyses, lacking anything worthy of documentation. However, on Friday, a neighbor from next door sought my assistance in character analysis, a matter that cannot be taken lightly. Neighbors coexist in harmony. Should there be discord, it would undoubtedly result in chaos. I pondered, "Dear teacher, this time you must exercise caution. An inaccurate reading could tarnish one's reputation." Chapter 9. Subtle Approaches. My neighbor, a businesswoman who specializes in delivering goods to supermarkets, entered and immediately exclaimed, "Master, I've lost my necklace. Is there any hope of recovering it?" This time, the Taoist priest dared not let me practice and took matters into his own hands. He didn't mention any divination, instead inviting her to sit down and asking me to brew some long Jing tea. The neighbor glanced at me and said, "Xiao Wan, you truly understand taste. Don't serve me tea in disposable cups. Use your master's cherished Jingdejun blue and white porcelain cups. Aren't you afraid I might break his beloved possessions?" I chuckled and replied, "My master would actually enjoy it if you broke his cup. If you shatter it while divining, wouldn't that make his skills seem even more remarkable?" The lady laughed heartily. This apprentice is quite clever with words. The Taoist priest inquired, when did you lose it, and where? The neighbor pondered for a moment. I'm certain I lost it at home. I've searched everywhere and still can't find it. The priest asked, are you sure it was lost at home? She affirmed, absolutely. The Taoist pointed to the paper and brush, write a character to test. She wrote the character for lost. After examining it for a while, the priest slowly declared, you'll surely find it. The lady tilted her head and asked why. The priest meticulously analyzed for her. The left side of the character lost contains the hand radical, which is half of the character for search. Thus, there's a 50% chance of recovery. On the right, it ends with the character 10, indicating it is likely hanging from something. After some contemplation, the lady remarked, the necklace is either in the drawer or on the table. How could it be hanging? The priest comforted her, take your time. You will find it one day. After finishing her tea, the lady said, delicious tea. I'll go look again. After she left, a woman in her 30s arrived, writing the character for debt and inquiring, can I recover my outstanding debts? The priest told her, Shan Hong, you go first. I lack confidence. I thought to myself, she must have attempted to collect countless times without success. I decided to give her a brief lesson on the analysis of characters. The character for debt signifies that with each attempt to collect, one feels an impulse to lash out in frustration. How do you know I felt that way? I pondered. I thought to myself, if one cannot recover their debts, they all feel this way, unless one is a ninja turtle. I explained. The right side of the character indicates an attack. She nodded and asked, can I recover it? How would I know if you can? What if the debtor is a chronic defaulter? I shifted my approach and asked, what if this debt pertains to a public business? She eagerly responded, yes, it's a public business. Upon hearing this, I inquired, what type of public entity? A government agency. My understanding brightened, and I said, you can recover it, but you may need to accept a discount. She retorted, why should I accept a discount? I explained, the last stroke of the character debt falls on a small character, implying a reduction in value. Accepting a discount is how you will reclaim your money. She suddenly understood. That makes sense. While we were speaking, the neighbor rushed back in, exclaiming, I couldn't find it, but then I did. The Taoist asked, where did you find it? The lady smiled and said, guess. After several incorrect guesses, she finally revealed the truth. That day, while changing clothes, I first removed the necklace, then my bra, and finally my underwear. I accidentally placed the necklace, bra, and underwear into the laundry bag and washed them together. The necklace, after its swim in the washing machine, had ended up hanging on the drying rack. Incredible. If you hadn't mentioned it was likely hanging from something, I would never have thought to check that bag. The woman nearby had overheard and laughed. I turned to the debt-collecting lady and said, your money is akin to her necklace. It needs a cleansing to regain its value. Nevertheless, the outcome will be the same. The money will eventually return. The woman laughed and paid her dues before leaving. The neighbor remarked, Xiao Wan, brew another cup of Longjing tea. Your master earns so much. I must help him drink more, lest his wealth grows stale. As I brewed the tea, I thought to myself, this is far more rewarding than serving as a high-ranking official for my sister. Here, I feel a sense of accomplishment. So I grabbed a generous handful of tea leaves and tossed them into the cup, ensuring the lady would enjoy her drink thoroughly. This kind of character analysis requires a neighbor willing to invest. After she departed, I asked the Taoist, Master, why did you deduce that she would certainly find her necklace based on her writing of the character lost? The Taoist explained, she herself stated the result, affirming it was definitely lost at home. Such a valuable item wouldn't be misplaced carelessly. She merely forgot where she placed it momentarily. Why were you so confident it was hanging from something? If it had fallen to the ground, it could have been easily swept up and found long ago. Anything off the ground, whether in a drawer, on a table, or in a pocket, I classify as hanging. I press further, but what if your analysis is incorrect? The Taoist laughed heartily. In character analysis, there are only two outcomes, right or wrong. Theoretically, each has a 50% chance. It's perfectly fine to be mistaken. There's a saying, no one is a deity. I still felt he had not fully elaborated. The Taoist seemed to perceive my thoughts. Some matters require gradual understanding. It is premature to reveal everything now. A physician cannot cure every ailment. Curing a few difficult cases earns one the title of miracle worker. Indeed, on Thursday, A particularly challenging individual arrived. That afternoon, business was exceptionally good, and one by one, people came in. The first was a woman in her 30s, dressed lavishly and wearing sunglasses that she did not remove upon entering. After sitting down, she wrote a character and asked if her lost dog could be found. This was a difficult question. Could one truly recover a lost dog? There are people who cannot be found, let alone a dog. Thus, this type of inquiry is among the most challenging. If you say the dog cannot be found and it returns on its own, there would be no need for a search. It simply spotted a charming female dog and wandered off temporarily. If you say it can be found, it might already be in someone else's possession. Therefore, with living creatures, one cannot assert certainty. Given the uncertainty of the issue, I observed how the master would establish control over this visitor. The Taoist glanced at the character she had written and chuckled coldly. Let us not discuss the dog for now. The woman gasped, clearly perplexed. The Taoist smirked again and slowly stated, people are more important than dogs. The woman dramatically placed her hand on her chest and coquettishly inquired, are you suggesting I have an issue? The Taoist smiled faintly and gently replied, yes, my dear. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Everyone moved their chairs closer to the tea table. The Taoist continued, the dog is of little importance. I will tell you later whether it can be found. But you have health concerns. Isn't that mere superstition? Everyone's health metrics vary. Even a freshly produced product from a maternity ward can possess congenital issues. The woman, upon hearing this, became anxious and urgently asked, can you tell from the character that I'm ill? Never underestimate the significance of your writing. Each character carries personal information. The information here is measurement, water, shell, and knife. The water suggests intravenous fluids, while the knife indicates preparation for surgery. The woman turned pale, gasping. Is my condition that severe? The Taoist laughed heartily. That was merely a metaphor. The woman and the others collectively exhaled in relief. The Taoist then inquired, have you recently experienced dryness in your eyes, with tears flowing in the wind? She nodded. He continued, have you been dreaming frequently at night, with occasional night sweats? She again nodded. Everyone was astonished. Could such insights be gleaned from mere characters? Truly remarkable. The Taoist priest, skilled in the art of medicine, immediately discerned the woman's excessive liver fire upon her entrance, using the act of divination merely as a means to elaborate on his insights. The specific character was of little consequence. He always managed to justify his assertions. The priest inquired, where is your dog? According to the character, it represents boiling water at the front, a pot in the middle, and sharpening a knife at the back. Of course, no one would wish to consume your pet dog. I am merely offering a metaphor. Do you understand? The woman nodded, acknowledging I understand. It means I should not seek it. The priest cautioned, if after some time it happens to return, you must not keep it. You should give it away. When she expressed confusion, he asked, is it male or female? She replied, female. The priest shook his head, that is unclean. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who remarked, trust in the master. He cannot be mistaken. After her departure, I found the Taoist priest truly remarkable. What had he articulated? Essentially, nothing at all. His words were shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, through his medical expertise, he identified the woman's ailment, which was sufficient to earn the trust of those present. At that moment, a couple approached, seeking a character representing good fortune, inquiring whether it would be feasible to open a supermarket in Tibet. The priest turned to me and said, Shan Hong, you should share your insights with them. Chapter 10. The truth revealed. I gazed at the character, my mind a whirlpool of confusion. This character can be dissected in two ways. One is Sure and Co, while the other is Sure and Co. I could only hint at the matter, stating, it appears there may be differing opinions within your family. The man replied, indeed. I wish to go, but she opposes it. My father disapproves, yet my mother is supportive. With a subtle smile, I continued, judging by the information conveyed by this character. The discrepancies are quite pronounced. I wrote as, for them to see, and then remarked, the character can be deconstructed into 11 mouths, with many voices. Each person has their own reasoning, correct? The man expressed admiration, saying, young master, you truly possess remarkable insight. This business can indeed be pursued. However, I hope you will choose a day for departure, specifically a clear evening. This tactic, in the realm of divination, is known as guiding others. Why a clear evening? The woman inquired. The sky must be adorned with stars, I explained. You are divining the character, which signifies auspicious stars shining upon you. Upon hearing this, the couple clapped in gratitude. At that moment, the Taoist priest interjected, the divination regarding is quite significant. The couple simultaneously asked, is there a possibility of disputes? The Taoist priest gestured, you should check Xiao Wan's WeChat. If any issues arise, he will provide you with answers. The couple expressed their profound thanks and departed with a bow. Next, we divined 2 more characters, and it was the turn of the last individual, a bespectacled man. He was an intellectual of considerable height. The Taoist priest courteously acknowledged, thank you for your patience, Brother Sure, then tapped the table twice. It became evident that they were acquainted. I hurriedly brewed a cup of fine tea and served it to Brother Sure. The Taoist introduced him, saying Brother Sure resides on another street and is a teacher who, after injuring his back while climbing a mountain last year, has only recently regained his health. He has since opted for early retirement. Brother Sure, feeling slightly embarrassed by the Taoist familiarity, said, the little ones all call me Brother Sure. In the presence of the master, I dare not be presumptuous. Simply call me Old Sure. Now, with ample time at home, he seeks to embark on a small business venture and asks the master for guidance, requesting a divination of the character, Sure. The Taoist laughed heartily. As for your character, any business you pursue must be related to water. Ventures devoid of water shall not yield profit. Brother Sure, being straightforward, replied, there are countless businesses associated with water. The Taoist reiterated, yet, in the end, it must not relate to water. This left both Brother Sure and me perplexed. What kind of business is initially connected to water, but ultimately dissociates from it? I could not articulate it either. The image that formed in my mind regarding the character you requested was this. First submerged in water, then the water recedes. At this juncture, the Taoist queried Brother Sure, you teach language, correct? Brother Sure nodded. The Taoist continued, in Su Shur Zaffa the Red Cliff Ode, there's a line, the mountains are high, the moon is small, the water recedes, and the stones emerge. Thus, your business must relate to water. Only then can the stones stand out. Brother Sure clapped his hands together, Master. This method of divination is profoundly insightful and aligns perfectly with the essence of the character. However, I momentarily cannot recall which profession it pertains to. Please allow me to ponder this further and return once I have clarity. After Brother Sure departed, it was customary for the Taoist and I to reflect upon the day's endeavors. The Taoist asked, did you comprehend the various cases presented today? After some contemplation, I posed a single question to the master. Why did the individual traveling to Tibet need to be cautious regarding the character? The Taoist patiently elucidated at high altitudes. One's respiratory system may struggle to adapt. It feels as if one must gasp for breath, akin to opening multiple mouths for air. This relates to, additionally, in business, disputes among individuals are inevitable. When such matters arise, he will realize my admonitions were indeed pertinent. Why do you need to add me on WeChat? The Taoist whispered. If I wish to procure some winter worm summergrass, deer antler, or musk, I could conveniently reach out to him. Then, sensing my lack of understanding, he added, furthermore, some individuals require gradual nurturing. I understood. The teacher's home was filled with Longjing tea, furniture, and rice, all cultivated through his divinations. And today, he had nurtured a potential future supermarket owner. Who knows? One day, when the supermarket owner realizes the Taoist's wisdom, he might send over some winter worm summergrass, and it would be entirely complimentary. As for Brother Sure, I pondered what business he might eventually undertake, and it was no surprise he was already beginning to nurture his prospects. One day, while engaged in casual conversation, the Taoist mentioned that Brother Sure should consider the culinary business. After imparting this insight, he encouraged me, reflect deeply on this. I contemplated for a moment, then clapped my hands in realization. The character contains. Establishing a food processing factory is indeed viable. I genuinely hoped Brother Sure would venture into the culinary business, as it would grant me a taste of good fortune. A few days later, Brother Sure returned, And indeed, he had chosen to pursue the culinary business. How extraordinary! Why did Brother Sure decide on this path? That afternoon, the Taoist and I engaged in light conversation, revisiting the theme of water receding and stones emerging, discussing Su Dongpa. This, in fact, serves as a pedagogical method. The art of observing, fortune-telling, and character analysis requires extensive knowledge and social experience. Thus, during our leisure, the Taoist shared various anecdotes with me, methodically imparting his wisdom on character analysis. He recounted a tale. One day, Su Dongpa was preparing to traverse the Yangtze River. Before his departure, Wang Engshi instructed Dongpa to fetch a jar of water from the Xutong Gorge. As for the purpose of this water, Wang Engshi did not elaborate. Su Dongpa, a carefree spirit, spent his time on the river composing poetry, his boat departing from Baidi at dawn and arriving in Zhongling at dusk. Only after traversing the Shilling Gorge did he recall Wang Engshi's request, hastily collecting a jar of water. Upon returning to Kaifeng, Su Dongpa presented the water to Wang Engshi, who instructed his servant to boil it, then personally brewed tea while saying, "Dongpa, this water is not from the Xutong Gorge." Su Dongpa earnestly insisted, "Chancellor, this water indeed originates from the Xutong Gorge." Wang Engshi chuckled, "Dongpa, a person's integrity hinges on sincerity." This left Su Dongpa blushing with embarrassment. At this point, the Taoist inquired, how did Wang Engshi know that Su Dongpa had not collected the water from Xutong Gorge? I pondered for a long while, shaking my head in uncertainty. If you were not present, you would certainly be unaware. I realized the teacher was jesting with me. He explained, the Xutong Gorge is where the Yangtze River flows most rapidly. When brewing tea, the leaves will bob up and down multiple times in the cup. Conversely, when water is drawn from calmer waters, the leaves only rise and settle once. Is this true? The Taoist chuckled, stating, every entity carries its unique memories and tendencies from its origin. This is a natural law of the universe, though some may deem it superstition. For instance, when analyzing a character, why does one choose to write this character and not another? That momentary decision is undoubtedly imbued with the writer's current information. Oh, I exhaled deeply, realizing the teacher was using stories to convey the mysteries of the universe. I inquired, then why might the same character yield different outcomes? The teacher replied, hearts shift with time, and paths diverge from their essence. Identical characters may yield divergent results. Allow me to illustrate with another story. Thus, he began to narrate yet another tale. Chapter 11. A detailed discussion on interpretation of characters. The teacher recounted a story about a diviner who interpreted dreams. He mentioned that one day, a diviner was quietly seated at home when a man approached him, stating that he had dreamt of a pig squealing and sought an interpretation. The diviner responded, today, someone will invite you to dine. Indeed, the man soon received an invitation to a feast. After an hour, another man arrived, claiming he too had dreamt of a pig squealing and requested an interpretation. The diviner proclaimed, today, you shall don new clothing. This proved true as the man's wife returned from a trip bearing a new garment for him. Yet another hour passed, and a third man entered, once again reporting a dream of a pig squealing and seeking an interpretation. The diviner asserted, today, you will become embroiled in a brawl and be struck. The man, disbelieving, drove off, only to encounter a car at a bend, where neither party yielded. The opposing vehicle belonged to the notorious local gang, who insisted the man reverse. When he attempted to reason with them, he was met with a punch to the face. Upon hearing this tale, I inquired about the criteria used by the diviner to interpret the dreams of these three men. The teacher explained, it is based on common sense. For instance, upon hearing a pig squeal for the first time, one might surmise it is hungry and thus anticipate a meal. Hearing it again, one might think it is cold and decide to provide straw for warmth, hence the new clothing. Upon hearing it a third time, irritation may arise. Having already fed it and provided straw, one might then resort to striking it with a stick. I began to comprehend. The teacher nodded, affirming, essentially yes. Take for instance Brother Sure. What profession does he engage in? I attempted to interpret the character Sure, and, upon reflection, deduced from its components that it pertained to the food industry based on this logic. Just then, as if summoned, Brother Sure entered, carrying several braised pig feet. declaring his decision to pursue a career in braised dishes. He had been indecisive until the teacher's insight illuminated his thoughts, and he came to express his gratitude. Brother Sure shared that he had a penchant for culinary arts and was quite the connoisseur. After retiring due to health issues, he contemplated entering the braised food business. Thus, he sought advice that day. The master suggested a connection to water, yet ultimately, it required the absence of water. Brother Sure clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Isn't this precisely akin to my braising process?" The teacher chuckled, inquiring, "How do you prepare your braised dishes?" Brother Sure replied, "Uniquely. I start with premium pig skin and beef bones, simmering them in a large pot. I add star anise, cinnamon, 5-spice powder, and fennel seeds. Among other ingredients I shall not disclose. The broth must be reduced to a syrupy consistency, at which point the pre-soaked pig feet and assorted organs are submerged, allowed to marinate for hours, then simmered on low heat until all moisture evaporates. This way, the flavors are fully absorbed by the ingredients." I pondered the phrase "water yields stone" and found it quite illustrative. Braised dishes indeed require initial boiling before drying. Just as he spoke, 2 guests arrived, one stout and one slender. Their inquisitive demeanor suggested they were not there for serious divination, merely curious to observe. Upon seeing the teacher, they nodded and smiled. The teacher, accustomed to such visitors, recognized their curiosity as they wandered in after spotting the divination sign outside. The slender man, displaying awareness, asked, "Do you specialize in divination?" The teacher replied with a smile, "I engage in this to make a living, though I am not particularly diligent." The slender man insisted on an interpretation. The teacher smiled again. The slender man sat down as I handed him a piece of paper. The stout man, intrigued, stood beside him, watching as he wrote. The slender man crafted the character, standing, and declared, "I wish to inquire about my future." A knot tightened in my chest. I recalled the last time the teacher interpreted this character for a woman, associating it with hardship. The teacher took the paper, glanced at it, and asked, "What is your name?" The slender man replied, "Shao Liming." The teacher nodded slightly, saying, "Congratulations. You shall receive a promotion within the year." The slender man chuckled. "Is such great fortune possible? If it comes to pass, I shall surely return to thank you." The stout man, now intrigued, placed his bag on the sofa and sat beside the slender man. He wrote the character also and asked about his future as well. The teacher examined the paper and remarked, "Currently, you cannot speak of a promising future. Simply seeking to maintain a stable existence would suffice." The stout man chuckled awkwardly. "Could you provide a more detailed analysis? I wish to understand the context." The teacher offered a gentle smile. "The method of interpretation is merely arithmetic. Your character can transform into pool when water is added, into earth with soil, into drag with a hand radical, and into with the addition of a lone person. Only with the addition of gallop would it form, yet regrettably, you are seated with your legs together, thus missing that opportunity." The stout man appeared somewhat disheartened. "Is divination truly so simplistic?" The teacher replied, "Indeed it is. Moreover, the character denotes a woman's private area. Just as life presents various choices, you have chosen this one, and I can offer no guidance." The stout man smiled awkwardly while the slender man encouraged, "Let it go. It's merely a play on words." Meanwhile, he inquired about the cost. The teacher waved his hand, stating, "You two are here out of mere curiosity. I shall consider it a jest as well. However, to avoid discomfort, I shall waive the fee." The slender man persisted, insisting on knowing the price. The teacher replied, "It is priceless." The slender man produced 2 bills, urging the stout man to leave. After their departure, I asked the teacher about the woman who had previously written why was her interpretation of a lifetime of hardship, while this time. The teacher explained, "All things in the world are interdependent and transform into one another. The woman came alone, solitary." While this slender man also wrote, "You cannot overlook the stout man standing beside him." I remained momentarily perplexed. The teacher inscribed the character position on the table. I smacked my forehead in realization. Indeed, the character and oppose, with a person beside it connotes an oppose, implying a higher status. The teacher expounded, "In this world, objects cannot be named arbitrarily. They are defined by context. For example, this phone Should you encounter a criminal, it ceases to be a phone and becomes a brick. Regardless of its monetary value, at that moment, it is merely a brick. Similarly, this table, in the event of an earthquake, is no longer a table but a shelter. Should you take refuge beneath it, its worth, though nominal, would be akin to gold. I nodded vigorously. Teacher, your knowledge is truly profound. The teacher imparted, residing in a wealthy nation, surrounded by resources, is one kind of life. Dwelling in a harsh and impoverished land, struggling to escape the mountains, is another. Oftentimes, an individual's lack of progress is not due to insufficient effort, but rather that effort yields little reward. Under the teacher's tutelage, my understanding deepened, and I found myself increasingly engaged, until one day he resolved to take me out for a practical experience. Chapter 12. The setup in the car Brother Sher's marinated delicacies shop is currently undergoing renovations. Aptly named the Marinated Delicacies Shop by the Bodhi tree. It was only then that I realized Brother Sher and I were neighbors, separated by a mere street. My sister was quite displeased. I urged her, you should be happy. With an entire street named after the Bodhi tree, wouldn't business flourish even more? My sister scoffed. They haven't discovered the Buddha statue. They're simply riding the coattails of the Bodhi tree. I pressed my palms together, responding, this only signifies the vastness of Buddhist teachings, which aim to liberate all beings. My sister remained irate. They in oppose, re-stealing our business. I was too weary to argue with her, and reminded, Sister, you must shift your perspective. As long as the competition is fair, it will only enhance our business. What we should fear is if someone resorts to underhanded tactics, like slipping a worm into our broth to sabotage us. Therefore, I believe we must install surveillance cameras to record every action of our patrons. To my surprise, my sister embraced me and patted my back, saying, Dear brother, your foresight is commendable. I made a point to visit Brother Sher's shop and noted that it was just a sign away from completion. I suggested, I will find a calligrapher for you. Don't search online for fonts. The written characters must carry cultural finesse. Brother Sher inquired, Who should I seek? I replied with a smile, Gao Su, Gao Qiao. I burst into laughter. He is neither as shameless as Gao Qiao, nor does he possess his writing skills. His skills in playing Jianzi are certainly inferior to Gao Qiao's. He is my brother-in-law, with Su signifying rising sun, Gao Su. Brother Sher expressed surprise. Your brother-in-law can write? I teased. Do you think someone who sells rice noodles lacks cultural refinement? The one who prepares braised pig trotters has even taught language before. In just a few days, a plaque adorned Brother Sher's establishment, and my brother-in-law's characters were elegantly crafted. Brother Sher was thoroughly pleased and proudly told everyone that it was written by Boss Gao from the flower shop, which led many to seek my brother-in-law for his calligraphy. As the shop opened its doors, Dongzi suggested an idea, stating that in this age of internet commerce, I should sell calligraphy online. Each character measured would earn 20 yuan. With sufficient popularity, even a frog could transform into a swan. I was somewhat tempted. However, the subsequent events compelled me to decline Dongzi's proposal. One day, a man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers visited the Taoist priest home. Upon entering, he bowed and greeted, Good day, Mr. Hong Yi. The Taoist priest smiled at the visitor and led him to the study. I entered to brew tea and then retreated. Approximately 15 minutes later, the Taoist priest emerged to bid farewell to the guest. The visitor performed a respectful bow at the door before departing in his car. The Taoist priest then informed me, I will take you to Shenangjia for a vacation. We leave tonight. Vacation? I momentarily failed to grasp the urgency and asked, So soon? The Taoist priest chuckled softly and explained the purpose of our journey, setting up a scheme on behalf of someone. Upon hearing this, I felt as though such plots only existed in movies. How could they occur with a Taoist priest? Who was the target of this scheme? How would it unfold? A cascade of questions flooded my mind, igniting my curiosity for this trip. As dusk approached, a luxurious black SUV indeed arrived at our doorstep. One occupant was the driver, while the other was the man in white and black from the previous day. We packed some light luggage. The Taoist priest's wife and Aunt Chin bid us farewell, and soon the vehicle merged into the bustling traffic. Upon reaching the train station, the man in white and black whispered something to the Taoist priest. The driver handed me some fruit and then both of them hopped into the car, which quickly sped away. Once aboard the train, we entered a soft sleeper compartment. For the entirety of the train ride, no one else entered. Curiously, I asked, "Are we the only ones in this soft sleeper?" The Taoist priest assured me, "This compartment has been booked exclusively. However, 2 more individuals will join us at the next stop. Our task is to set up a scheme for them." As for the details of this scheme, the Taoist priest briefly outlined a few points. I understood that my role was simply to cooperate. The main protagonist was the Taoist priest, and I should not know too much, lest I risk exposure. An hour later, the train halted at the next station, and passengers began to board and disembark. Soon, 2 individuals entered. One was an elegant man in his 40s, distinguished and charming, while the other, dressed in white and black, appeared to be an attendant. The attendant smiled at us, acknowledging our presence, and began unpacking their belongings. He hoisted a large suitcase onto the upper berth, and I promptly offered my assistance. The elegant man stepped out, carrying a towel. When the man returned from washing his face, the attendant had already organized their items, setting out some food on the tea table before climbing to the upper bunk to charge his phone. The Taoist priest occupied the lower bunk, as did the elegant man. The journey continued in silence. Approximately half an hour later, I slipped down from the lower bunk and informed the Taoist priest, Mr. Zhu's secretary sent me a WeChat message confirming the presidential suite reservation. They inquired about our dietary preferences, whether vegetarian or a mix of both. I firmly stated, it must be entirely vegetarian. Additionally, if the presidential suite is on the top floor, I will not stay there. We must switch hotels. Nodding, I replied, understood. I will respond to him now. After stepping out of the compartment for a brief walk, I returned to find the polished gentleman asking, "Where are you headed?" "Wuhan," I replied. He seemed quite knowledgeable about high-end accommodations and suggested, "The Shangri-La Hotel in Wuhan is excellent. The Lakeside Garden Hotel and Mayflower are also commendable." I feigned surprise. "Oh, you're quite informed," he casually remarked. "I travel frequently and have explored the entire country, so I'm familiar." At this moment, the Taoist priest glanced at the gentleman and remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, sir, you are in business." The gentleman straightened up, placing his feet on the floor, and smiled. "Oh, you can tell?" Seizing the opportunity, I introduced, "This is my master, Taoist Hong E." The gentleman quickly replied, "I am honored," and handed over a business card. I accepted it, noting the name, Lan Lixing, before passing it to the Taoist priest. He glanced at it, nodded, and said, "A pleasure to meet you." Lan Lixing inquired, "Are you traveling to Wuhan for leisure or for business?" The Taoist priest smiled, stroking his beard. "A friend over there is developing a property project. He has just finalized negotiations and invited me to oversee the proceedings." Lan Lixing expressed keen interest, saying, "Choosing a location for the project office is crucial." The Taoist priest replied with a grin, "If you have experience, you would understand that the orientation of the office door and the arrangement of the entrance significantly influence whether my friend's development of 10,000 square meters will yield profit or loss." At this point, I noticed the attendant in the upper bunk listening intently, so I climbed up and reclined on the bed. Lan Lixing asked, "How did you deduce that I am a businessman?" I interjected, "My master possesses the ability to read faces and interpret characters." Lan Lixing remarked, "You can read characters, sir?" "I am fascinated by character interpretation." The Taoist priest smiled. "Thoughts arise and extinguish, life and death, cycles of reincarnation, all determined by a single character." Lan Lixing asked, "Could you interpret a character for me?" I felt a surge of excitement. The performance was about to commence. I awaited my master's demonstration of his craft. The Taoist priest shook his head. "In my humble abode, I interpret characters, and it is known within a 10-mile radius that I do so. Once I step outside, I no longer interpret." I mused that this was a clever tactic of enticing while withholding. Lan Lixing expressed disappointment. "It seems I am not destined to have my character interpreted. Traveling can be lonely, and I finally meet someone relatable. Yet you are unwilling to engage in a deeper conversation." I felt a sense of triumph. The bait had been taken. The Taoist priest feigned embarrassment. "If you truly wish for an interpretation, we could turn it into a game." "A game?" I echoed. "Indeed, if you believe it, take it as words of wisdom. If you do not, treat it merely as a game." Not just Lan Lixing, but I too was eager to hear how the Taoist priest would proceed with his interpretation. Chapter 13. Surprising Revelations. Lan Lixing, having received the Taoist priest's consent, exhaled deeply and said, "Let us decipher the character for cigarette." The priest furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it about this character that captivates you?" Lan Lixing replied with a smile, "Because I have a strong craving for it. I prefer taking the train over flying. Even though smoking is prohibited on high-speed trains, I can still indulge during stops on the platform." The Taoist priest, exuding confidence, remarked, "As soon as you inscribed this character, I discerned certain signs. You must have suffered burns in your childhood, specifically at the age of 10, when your left hand was scalded." Lan Lixing was astounded. "How could you possibly know that I endured a burn in my youth?" Leaning over the edge of the upper bunk under the dim light, he spotted a small scar on Lan Lixing's left hand. It became evident that the priest had meticulously observed him beforehand. Both Lan Lixing and his companion from the upper bunk were left speechless. Lan Lixing asked, "How did you deduce that I burned my left hand at 10? The priest smiled faintly and explained, "You mentioned the character and Oppos wink with the frown smoke. The fire radical is on the left side, indicating an injury to your left hand. As for the age of 10, the character on the right signifies a connection to your childhood, and the character consists of 10 strokes in total." Lan Lixing, captivated, realized that the priest's insights were not only accurate but also well-founded. The correlation between each word and the underlying meanings left him feeling subdued. However, being a seasoned businessman, he maintained a composed smile, showing no outward signs of surprise. The priest continued, "Now, let us examine your left foot." Lan Lixing removed his sock and extended his toes. The priest bent down to inspect and remarked, "You lost your mother during your youth." Lan Lixing was taken aback and queried, "Is that also discernible?" The priest chuckled coldly, sending shivers down Lan Lixing's spine, and added, "When you turned 20, you faced numerous challenges, even contemplating suicide." Lan Lixing straightened his posture, clarifying, "It was not merely a thought. I actually attempted to cut my wrist." The priest smirked slightly, indicating that others were present. Lan Lixing waved dismissively, saying, "There is no need for concern. That is my nephew, and he's aware of my past." The priest continued his calculations, stating, "You married at 28. Your wife may not be conventionally attractive, yet she is your benefactor, as your fortunes began to shift thereafter." Lan Lixing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible to derive such knowledge from a single character? Suddenly, I slapped my forehead, realizing my folly. Clearly, these details had been revealed by the man who had accompanied us to the train station. The priest, unhurried, elaborated. "Let us delve into the character and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos. The fire radical represents an origin. This character signifies and amp, Oppos, smoke generated from fire, and amp, Oppos. In essence, without fire, there is no smoke. Thus, while your success is attributable to your efforts, your entire life hinges upon this flame. Without it, your endeavors would collapse." Leaning forward, Lan Lixing inquired, "What does this flame signify? Is it my benefactor?" The priest let out a cold laugh, suggesting that Lan Lixing should possess an understanding of this matter. After contemplating for a while, Lan Lixing exclaimed, "Higong. Ever since Higong joined my team, my sales have consistently ranked at the top of the industry." The priest shook his head, stating, "You should anticipate a downer in your career by the age of 35. Although I am unfamiliar with your business, I can describe it as follows: products failing to sell and funds remaining uncollected." Lan Lixing's nephew chimed in, "Indeed, that was the year you spent your birthday hiding away. Do you not recall? You and Auntie argued daily, threatening divorce." Lan Lixing and Oppos, his face flushed with embarrassment. The priest laughed heartily. Turning 36 is a pivotal year for anyone. It is often fraught with difficulties, yet you will find it particularly rewarding since you ceased your quarrels. Just as I was about to descend to relieve myself, I noticed Lan Lixing eagerly raising his cup, addressing the priest, "Let us toast with tea in place of wine, to honor you, sir." The priest replied, "There is something I hesitated to mention, fearing it might hurt your pride." Lan Lixing urged, "Please do not hold back." The priest lowered his voice. "Perhaps it is better left unsaid. Ponder it for yourself." After my brief respite, I returned to find the priest inscribing fire wife on a piece of paper. Lan Lixing took the note, nodded, and placed it in his briefcase beside his pillow, declaring, "I shall certainly remember your teachings." The priest seemed disinclined to elaborate further, advising Lan Lixing, "Rest now. It is nearly time to extinguish the lights." With that, he ignored Lan Lixing and drifted off to sleep. As I lay in the upper bunk, my sixth sense suggested that Lan Lixing feigned sleep, likely experiencing a restless night. As we approached Wuhan, we prepared to disembark. Lan Lixing awoke, expressing his intention to travel to Lanzhou, noting the long journey ahead. He added that he would miss us as we parted ways. We exchanged WeChat contacts, and the priest said, "Add my assistant, Xiao Wan. He manages my daily affairs." Lan Lixing and his nephew promptly added me. Before departing, Lan Lixing remarked, "I will surely visit you in the future." Upon exiting the train, we proceeded towards the exit, where a young woman held a sign bearing the names of the priest and myself. Approaching her, she introduced herself. "I am Song Na, sent by Sister Yu. We will be staying in Wuhan tonight, and tomorrow I will accompany you to Shenanjia." At that moment, I pieced together the situation. Our employer was Sister Yu, who happened to be Lan Lixing's wife. Lan Lixing's desire for divorce had prompted Sister Yu to orchestrate this encounter with the Taoist priest. The following morning, Song Na and the driver arrived early, escorting us for breakfast, checking out, and settling the bill before we boarded a 5-seater SUV. Upon arriving at Shinong Mountain Resort, it was already past 1 o'clock. The secretary of Mr. Yu greeted us warmly in the lobby, guiding us to our rooms for a brief rest. She instructed us to relax for 2 hours, as Mr. Yu would meet us around 3. Feeling somewhat fatigued, we succumbed to sleep. However, I remained alert, waking after approximately 2 hours to rouse the priest. After freshening up, we engaged in casual conversation. The priest advised me to speak less and hydrate more. Around 3:30, the doorbell rang, and Mr. Yu's secretary ushered him in. A portly woman in her 30s, adorned in lavish jewelry, entered. The priest stood to greet her, performing a respectful bow and saying, "Greetings, Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu smiled and returned the gesture, replying, "Thank you for your efforts, master." The priest introduced me to Mr. Yu, who regarded me kindly, saying, "Indeed, a handsome and sunny young man." Once the secretary exited and closed the door, I hurriedly prepared tea. Mr. Yu remarked, "I enjoy exploring, and I love this place. This is my 3rd visit. Tomorrow, I will accompany you for a tour." In life, when one lacks money, one must strive. When one has wealth, one should relish it. It cannot be as the internet suggests. Life is fleeting and money remains unspent. The priest laughed heartily. "Life is but a fleeting spring. Treat each day as a spring day, and you shall live longer." Mr. Yu accepted the tea I had prepared, stating, "Indeed, you see things more clearly than I do." Then, addressing me, Mr. Yu continued, "I will ask my secretary to transfer 100,000 to you shortly. Enjoy your time here. As for meals and accommodations, I have entrusted Xiao Song and the travel agency to cover everything. I plan to depart the day after tomorrow." "Mr. Yu briefly checked his phone, and the doorbell rang again. The secretary approached to inquire about the matter. Mr. Yu instructed, "Take Xiao Wan to your room. First, transfer the funds to him, and second, finalize the itinerary for the next 5 days with his input." I followed the secretary to his room, where he said, "Let me transfer 100,000 to you." He handed me 2 bundles of 100 yuan bills, explaining, "This 20,000 is for your miscellaneous expenses." After placing the cash on a coffee table, the secretary pulled out the travel agency's itinerary to discuss our plans for the coming days. However, I barely absorbed the information, repeatedly affirming, all right, while internally contemplating the absurdity of such a sum being linked to a mere character for smoke. I was left to wonder how I could earn a meager 20 yuan alongside Dongzi. Chapter 14. Straddling both sides after returning from Shenanjia, I spent several sleepless nights. In just a single game, over 100,000 had been swiftly embraced by my teacher. Moreover, throughout the journey, there were generous souls treating us to food and entertainment. Such easy money. Yet, what transpired next left me utterly astounded. Half a month after returning to Yuruanju, I received a call from Lan Zong's nephew, Lan Shaoling, informing me that Lan Zong would be visiting the Taoist priest in 3 days. I relayed this to my teacher, who nodded gravely and instructed, "Speak only what is necessary, and refrain from uttering anything that ought not to be said." I understood his concern about my potential slip of the tongue revealing our trip to Shenanjia, and I earnestly nodded in acknowledgement. He then added, "Call Brother Sure and ask him to come and cook that day." I soon learned that Brother Sure was indeed an adept chef. 3 days later, at 10 in the morning, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the courtyard, and the Taoist priest led me outside to greet them. Lan Zong arrived with only Lan Shaoling in tow. The Taoist ushered them into the study, while I stationed a no visitors sign at the entrance. Entered to brew some fine Longjing tea for our guests, arranged some fruit, lit an incense stick from India, and took a seat nearby. Lan Zong chuckled. "What a coincidence to meet you in the car after half a month apart." I was in Lanzhou, but my heart was yearning to return. After inquiring with a few friends, I discovered that I was fortunate to have encountered the illustrious Master Hongyi in the vehicle. "Forgive my ignorance for neglecting to recognize you that day." The Taoist laughed heartily. "Not at all. In a lifetime, one can only remember a little over 1,400 complete names. To have someone like you, a prominent entrepreneur, remember my humble name is best described in 4 words. You overestimate me." With a sincere expression, Lan Zong replied, "What a serendipitous encounter. The master is renowned, yet I failed to recognize him. This reflects my preoccupation with wealth and lack of culture." The Taoist gently shook his head. "I am but a simple soul, unversed in the ways of the world, merely seeking a fortune in fortune-telling to support my family. My name hardly resonates beyond this 100-mile radius." Lan Zong glanced around, noting the cabinets made of fragrant Nama wood, and said, "To support a family in such a manner is the dream of 1 billion Chinese people." The Taoist, observing Lan Zong's fleeting glances at the bookshelves, remarked, "Though I may lack fish for sustenance and a vehicle for transport, one must still nurture a few good books. A couple of years ago, I did a fortune-telling for Mr. Deng of Nanjia Private City, and as gratitude, he gifted me this exquisite set of Burmese Nama bookshelves." Without hesitation, Lan Zong responded, "While I may not compare to Mr. Deng, I can certainly offer you a vehicle for your convenience." He turned to Lan Shaoling and instructed, "Have the car we discussed previously delivered to the master." Lan Shaoling promptly exited to make the arrangements. The Taoist laughed heartily. "I must decline. I do not seek rewards without merit." Lan Zong, unfazed, countered, "What I have given far exceeds just 1 car. Alas, our meeting is belated, but as the saying goes, it is never too late to mend the fold after losing the sheep." Just as the Taoist attempted to refuse again, Lan Zong shifted the conversation. "I still feel that during our last meeting, the master had not fully conveyed his thoughts." The Taoist suddenly recalled something and said to me, "Why don't you fetch the cigarettes?" I promptly exited. Upon re-entering, I found Lan Shaoling seated inside. I placed 2 packs of premium cigarettes on the table, and Lan Zong smiled, saying, "I refrained from bringing any, fearing the Taoist might not tolerate the scent of smoke." The Taoist replied calmly, "I occasionally indulge in a cigarette with others." Thus, Lan Zong offered a cigarette to the Taoist, who accepted it while Lan Zong began to smoke heartily. The Taoist continued, "In our previous encounter, I was indeed cautious. Our meeting was brief, and it seemed unwise to delve too deeply. Now that you are here, I shall elaborate further." He wrote the character for smoke on a piece of paper and began to analyze it slowly. "This character smoke pertains to your wife Palace, which is of great significance. I shall not elaborate on that now, but there are matters you must heed." At this point, the Taoist glanced at Lan Lixing. Lan Zong understood and said, "No need for discretion. My nephew is here. You may speak freely." After a moment of contemplation, the Taoist continued, "I analyze your handwriting based on graphology. The fire component you wrote initially was penned swiftly, with light strokes and many connections. In contrast, the final characterine was written slowly, with few connections and marked effort. This indicates that you have many ideas and high enthusiasm. Whenever a project arises, you perceive it as an opportunity and rush to pursue it, only to eventually slow down and return to your main focus." Upon hearing this, Lan Lixing was left dumbfounded, eventually responding, "The master speaks astutely. My main business is mechanical manufacturing. Years ago, on the advice of an expert, I established a mobile phone division, hoping to partake in the market. but it has consistently incurred losses, forcing me to shut it down recently. The Taoist smiled faintly. Did the expert not tell you that every acceleration in human communication methods presents a new opportunity? Lan Zong clapped his hands. Indeed. He mentioned that every transition from woodblock printing to movable type, from movable type to mechanical printing, and then to laser typesetting, and finally to the internet represents a lucrative opportunity. He urged me to swiftly engage in the mobile phone market. The Taoist shook his head. Focus on your primary business. It is best to heed the expert's words with caution. I noticed Lan Shaoling casting a grateful glance at the Taoist. I surmised that he had likely been the one to dissuade Lan Zong from pursuing the mobile phone venture. Lan Zong lamented, "If only I had met you sooner." Nonetheless, despite the losses, thankfully, the company remains intact. The Taoist nodded, continuing, "Regarding this character for smoke, I must also advise you to pay attention to your health." Health? Lan Lixing had always been confident in his physical condition. Yes, this character exhibits a scarcity of horizontal strokes, primarily composed of dots, verticals, slants, curves, and hooks. Those who write such characters may harbor underlying health issues. You should undergo a comprehensive medical examination. The Taoist's tone was steady and authoritative. Upon hearing this, Lan Lixing turned pale and anxiously inquired, "Is it a serious problem?" The Taoist, however, burst into laughter. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to alert you to a latent issue, still in its early stages. With timely treatment, all will be well." Lan Lixing bowed deeply. "I am immensely grateful. Master, I am perpetually busy throughout the year, believing myself to be robust, yet I have never stepped foot in a hospital." As I listened, I pondered whether the Taoist truly discerned an ailment in Lan Zong or was merely attempting to intimidate him. If he could genuinely perceive a health issue, it would indeed be an impressive skill. Conversely, if it was merely a tactic to instill fear, it was a highly sophisticated means of asserting authority. Who could withstand the scrutiny of a hospital? Once inside, they would invariably find something amiss. At that moment, Aunt Chin entered, announcing, "Dinner is served." The teacher's wife and Aunt Chun, adhering to their vegetarian preferences, would not be joining us at the table. The Taoist introduced Brother Shi to Lan Zong. "This is Teacher Shi, who teaches by profession but possesses remarkable ancestral skills in marinated dishes. Do sample his creations." I poured red wine for everyone, and throughout the meal, we toasted to the Taoist among ourselves. The atmosphere was filled with joy. As for Brother Shi's dishes, they were a feast for the senses. The steamed meat was rich yet not greasy. The clear steamed meat was crystal clear. The garlic stir-fried meat was fragrant and enticing. Each bite of the pig trotter was pure collagen, while the tendons revealed wisdom from the three kingdoms with each chew. The broth was so delicious it seemed to encapsulate the tenderness of the 12 beauties from Dream of the Red Chamber. Lan Zong smacked his lips, remarking, "Having sampled cuisines from across the country, the banquet here surpasses all in flavor." The Taoist replied, "It is indeed the handiwork of Teacher Shi." Lan Zong declared, "I shall place an order for a batch to send to some important clients and dignitaries." Brother Shi raised his glass to Lan Zong 3 times, but it appeared he was not accustomed to drinking, as he quickly became tipsy and patted his chest, proclaiming, "Allow me to entertain you with a song. I once belonged to a cultural promotion team." The crowd applauded as Brother Shi began to sing. The blue-faced duo Lu steals the Jade Horse, while the red-faced Guangong battles in Changsha. The yellow-faced Dianwei, the white-faced Chao Chao, and the black-faced Zhang Fei all join in the chorus. As I listen to Brother Shi sing, I ponder, my teacher's face, whether red or white, can sing equally well, quack, quack. Chapter 15. Gaining recognition in the afternoon, Mr. Lan took his leave. I inquired of the Taoist priest, "Is it truly possible to discern illness by the character?" He replied, with a deliberate cadence that left no room for doubt, "Any character with excessive horizontal strokes, dots, or slashes indicates that the person consulting has a malady." A memory surfaced of a woman who had lost her dog. She had sought guidance through a character reading that was almost devoid of horizontal strokes. It became clear to me why the teacher had suggested she was unwell. Just then, a woman entered, asking about the character and whether she should open a clothing store. The priest shook his head and advised against it, stating that there would be no profit. The woman, clearly in admiration of the priest, accepted his counsel and left, counting her money. Shortly thereafter, a man arrived, inquiring about the character and Oppos, and whether he should seek work in the north. Again, the priest shook his head, advising him that it would be a fruitless journey. The man, equally reverent, left after receiving the priest's guidance. I'm mused that the priest and Oppos' esteemed reputation drew those with pressing dilemmas, who sought his opinion before departing. The ease with which he earned his fees was astonishing, especially when compared to my sister's relentless haggling over a few pounds of bean sprouts. Once the two had departed, I could not restrain my curiosity. How can you so swiftly deduce the essence of a person? The priest smiled and replied, "Today, I shall teach you a method of induction." He then inscribed a series of characters onto a sheet of paper. He posed the question, "What do these characters have in common?" After a brief glance, I remarked, "They all contain the character." The priest appeared pleased, explaining, "The character encompasses 4 meanings: blank, void, absence, and beginning. Each of the aforementioned characters embodies one or more of these significances." I felt a flicker of skepticism. The priest elucidated further. The in signifies absence. The essence of is that there is no comparison, hence all are the same. I nodded in understanding. He continued, "The in symbolizes the void. To return to the void is to." I grasped the concept and eagerly interjected, "Allow me to continue." Thus, I elaborated on the remaining characters. The in denotes a beginning, as it signifies the source of emerging water. The in represents absence, for there is no king above the emperor. The character refers to the eldest in a lineage, with no greater male forebears preceding it. The in indicates absence as well, for imported goods are brought by ship from elsewhere. The in signifies a blank state of mind. Finally, the in denotes absence, implying the absence of fear, hence the term. I concluded my exposition, and the priest nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Well done. This is the method of induction. When someone presents these characters for divination, draw upon the concepts of blank, absence, void, and beginning to interpret their meanings." To my astonishment, the teacher was not merely making random assessments. With such a remarkable mentor and my growing curiosity, my skills in divination flourished. In a few days, I compiled a set of rules to present to the priest, and shortly thereafter, I submitted further insights into the patterns of Chinese characters. Half a month later, the priest gazed intently at me and said solemnly, "Shan Hong, you may now call me master." Overjoyed yet anxious, I asked, "Did you not say one must fully complete their training to address you as master? Can I truly claim to have graduated?" The priest, with kind eyes, regarded me warmly. "You may not have graduated, but you can call me master. Your aptitude is commendable, and your character is prudent. You are worthy to be my disciple." Kneeling before him, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, master." That afternoon, the master invited me to share a meal. Brother Sure came to prepare, and soon neighbors began to arrive. Only then did I realize it was the master's birthday. Guests assisted in the kitchen, while others engaged in conversation in the living room. The master remained unperturbed, spreading a sheet of rice paper in his study to write characters. When I went to refill his water, he had already completed his writing and was admiring his calligraphy. "Come and take a look," he beckoned. I approached and exclaimed, "What exquisite calligraphy! You have captured the essence of the Yen style." He chuckled, "Let's not dwell on my writing. I'm inquiring about this poem." I read aloud. "In October, the sun still scorches, the morning wind whispers, and the cicada's song fades as dusk falls. I only now sense the night as coolness arriving, as the remnants of lotus dreams herald the mid-autumn festival. The charming maidens vie with playful grace, while the fragrant osmanthus drifts and the yellow flowers bloom in riotous splendor. The frost graces my hair, a sign of aging, and my parents have long since passed, leaving my hometown shrouded in silence." Upon finishing, I asked, "Pardon my ignorance, but which poet penned this verse?" The master chuckled softly. "It is a humble composition of my own." I was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. To write so beautifully is a skill honed over time. I could not help but exclaim, "Master, you truly inspire profound admiration in your disciple." The master produced a cigarette and offered me one, then sat down to retrieve his lighter. I hastily ignited it, bringing it to him. He inhaled deeply, his voice slightly hoarse. I have not had it easy. My education was scant. Yet, through diligence, I hope you will not follow the path of a mere street fortune teller. If you pursue this vocation, strive to be a person of elegance and refinement. Noticing his hoarse voice, I sensed his emotion and responded earnestly. I shall certainly endeavor to do so. You may return to your tasks. I shall sit for a while, he gestured. Upon exiting the courtyard, I promptly called the Wazhikyo flower shop, requesting an exquisite bouquet to be delivered immediately. When asked for the occasion, I replied, for his 62nd birthday. Before long, a delivery vehicle arrived, unloading bouquet after bouquet, along with a pair of large potted plants. As I now played the role of half a steward in the master's household, I meticulously recorded the flowers. However, when it came to the large potted plants, I was momentarily bewildered. They bore a card that read, "Happy birthday to Master Hongyi. Signed, with respect, your disciple Feng Shui." I inquired of the neighbor seated in the living room, "Who is Feng Shui?" None could provide an answer. After completing my records, I entered the study and asked the master. A person named Feng Shui sent a pair of large potted plants. The master nodded, acknowledging I am aware. I refrained from probing further. At that moment, Aunt Chun entered, announcing the meal is ready. 2 tables were set in the living room, primarily filled with neighbors and a few relatives, including the master's younger brother. Once everyone was seated, the master raised his glass and proclaimed, "I am an orphan, and even my adoptive parents do not know the exact date of my birth. As I grew older, I chose the Mid-Autumn Festival as my birthday. Though I did not know when I entered this world, I could select a day of reunion for all families as my own, which is a form of happiness. I seldom indulge in wine, but today I formally accept Shan Hong as my disciple, hence this gathering with neighbors." Raising his glass, he toasted, and all drank in unison. I was taken aback by the master's sudden announcement of my acceptance as his disciple and quickly called my sister and brother-in-law, urging them to arrive promptly. Then, lifting my glass and with tears welling in my eyes, I composed myself before speaking. "Dear relatives and neighbors, I, Wan Shan Hong, am fortunate to follow my master as his disciple, a blessing accrued from past lives. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Here, I toast to my master and his wife, and to all witnesses present." After toasting to my master and his wife, I bowed deeply. My brother-in-law arrived, and fortunately, he is an intellectual. Although he was late, he spoke with grace, merely stating that he had received the news too late. He continuously toasted to our master and mistress, as well as to those present, and everyone found his behavior quite understandable. That day, both my brother-in-law and I indulged in excessive drinking, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 16. The first meeting with Mr. Deng. Ever since the Taoist priest formally accepted me as his disciple, he has devoted himself to imparting various skills to me, resulting in a significant enhancement of my abilities. Before I knew it, the National Day holiday had arrived. On that morning, while I was engrossed in reading the Wuxiang Daily, I received a call from Mr. Lan Shaoling. After exchanging pleasantries, he mentioned that Mr. Lan wished to speak with my master. I handed the phone to my master, and after a brief conversation, he hung up and informed me that Mr. Lan had undergone a checkup and was diagnosed with duodenitis, but there was no cause for concern as he was receiving timely treatment. Additionally, he had entrusted someone from the car dealership to deliver a vehicle today. My master instructed me to prepare a set of firecrackers. I went to the nearby supermarket and purchased 6 packs of Man Dihong firecrackers along with some candies. Shortly thereafter, 2 vehicles indeed arrived. From the first car emerged a man who introduced himself as a delivery person from Honda car dealership, sent by Mr. Lan to deliver the car. I ignited the firecrackers, and they exploded with a resounding bang, scattering red ash across the ground. A crowd gathered to watch, and my master and his wife invited everyone inside to enjoy the candies. I also extended an invitation to the delivery personnel, but they declined, stating their task was complete and apologizing for the delay due to a shortage of Land Rover vehicles. After their departure, I relayed the situation to my master, who simply nodded in response. The neighbors remarked on my master's good fortune, noting that he was respected and had people delivering vehicles to him. I couldn't amp, oppose, help but admire how my master adeptly navigated both sides, effortlessly cultivating a life that a billion people could only dream of. As the neighbors lingered for a while, taking some candies and laughing, they eventually dispersed. My master stepped outside the courtyard to survey the surroundings. And I understood his concern. There was no place to park the car. The courtyard of my master's home featured a single octagonal door, exuding a distinctive charm reminiscent of divination and fortune-telling. Entering through this door from the bustling street led one through a small courtyard, up 3 steps, and into an elegantly antiquated hall, creating the sensation of leaving the mundane world behind and stepping into a realm of tranquility. However, now there was a need to open another door to accommodate the vehicle, which would mar the aesthetic of the courtyard and diminish its air of mystery. My master paced outside the courtyard, deep in thought. I suggested, "Master, why not purchase the lotus pond outside? It's only half an acre. And since this area is on the outskirts of the city, it would have been filled in if it were in the city center." My master contemplated my suggestion and eventually replied, "It's a good idea, but the lotus pond is part of the village's communal land." I said, "If you take the initiative, it should not be an issue." My master chuckled, "Before purchasing it, you should take the car back and park at your house." Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. I had never driven such a luxurious vehicle as a Land Rover, and I eagerly accepted the suggestion. For several days, I reveled in this newfound happiness. Since my master did not drive, it felt as if the car was a gift bestowed upon me. Driving this upscale SUV to and from work even sparked a hint of jealousy in my sister. One day, during lunch, my sister remarked, "Driving someone else in Oppo's car, without having to pay for gas or maintenance, doesn't that make you feel a bit guilty?" I retorted, "It's not guilt. It's about maintaining the vehicle. If a car is left idle for too long, it will deteriorate." My sister shot me a glance. "Oh, you've got plenty of excuses." I was too lazy to engage in further banter, and after finishing my meal, I retreated to my room for a rest. I had barely slept for half an hour when my phone rang. My master was calling for me to come quickly. I hastily got up and drove towards Uran residence. Upon arriving at the study, my master informed me that Mr. Deng was coming to visit and that I should make some preparations. Mr. Deng, whose full name is Deng Fugang, is a real estate mogul and the wealthiest man in the city. Although I had heard of his name, I had never seen him before. Knowing he was coming, I hurried to brew tea, wipe down the furniture, and prepare fruits, cigarettes, and liquor. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Deng arrived. My master and I stood at the front of the courtyard to welcome him. A figure emerged from the car. Startling me, he resembled a ball. With short, stout legs, a large round belly, and a head that seemed to be another ball, he was a sight to behold. If it weren't for his wealth, even the most pampered girls in the village would not have looked twice at him. With a beaming smile, my master warmly greeted him. "You've worked hard. Please come in." As he spoke, he introduced me to Mr. Deng. I expected Mr. Deng to merely nod, considering his status as the city's richest man. To my surprise, he grinned like the Buddha and extended his hands to shake mine vigorously, repeating Shaowan. "Good to meet you." I was taken aback. How could a billionaire be so approachable? After several enthusiastic shakes, he insisted that I enter first. What a peculiar situation. Even if he were not the wealthiest man, he was still a guest. I gestured for him to proceed, but he stood his ground, insisting that I go ahead, his commanding presence compelling me to take a step forward. Once inside the study, I took a seat, and to my relief, Aunt Chun had already prepared the finest tea and snacks, with Indian incense wafting through the air. I noticed that Mr. Deng's entourage remained in the living room and did not join us in the study. Just as I was about to excuse myself, Mr. Deng called out, "Sit, sit, sit." I reminded him, "Mr. Deng, I am just an apprentice." He waved his hand dismissively. "I know. There are no secrets between my master and me, and we are not engaging in anything inappropriate. Sit down." I awkwardly smiled, and my master instructed me to close the door and serve tea. Mr. Deng, who did not smoke, took a sip of tea and said, "I apologize for not being able to attend your birthday celebration. I was away on a business trip and could only send a pair of bonsai as a gift." My master chuckled. "You know I don an Oppo's to celebrate my birthday." That day was simply the formal acknowledgement of this apprentice, and I invited the neighbors over for a meal as a witness. I was puzzled. I thought Mr. Deng's name was Feng Shui. Mr. Deng glanced around and remarked, "This bookshelf is aptly placed here. if it were at my house. It would be like putting green onions in a pig and amp. Oppo's mouth just for show. My master glanced at the bookshelf and replied, Mr. Deng, you are too modest. However, I genuinely like it. It has the advantage of being pest-resistant. Mr. Deng laughed heartily, a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. I have been waiting for you to say that. If you like it, it means my father likes it too. If you don't like it, I would lose sleep over it. Oh, it dawned on me. This bookshelf was a gift from Mr. Deng. My master introduced me, saying Xiaowan's full name is Wan Shan Hong. Mr. Deng gazed at me intently, nodding vigorously. Shan Hong, you have chosen the right person. Following my master will be immensely beneficial for you throughout your life. His referring to me as younger brother moved me deeply, and I quickly responded, Mr. Deng, your success in the business world is commendable, and yet you remain so humble and approachable. Xiaowan is truly touched. Mr. Deng's smile widened, resembling that of a benevolent deity. After a moment of laughter, he remarked, as a primary school graduate, my intelligence is akin to that of a 3-month-old pig. I often scold my son, saying, the more you consider yourself a person, the more others will see you as a pig. The more you regard yourself as a pig, the more others may recognize you as a person. My goodness. One must not underestimate Mr. Deng, a primary school graduate with an emotional intelligence that soars. In front of leaders, he presents himself as a humble pig, earning their favor. Among the masses, he assumes the guise of a pig, garnering their admiration. My master inquired, have things been going smoothly for you lately? Mr. Deng laughed heartily and replied, smooth sailing, all thanks to the master's blessings. How could anything be amiss? At this point, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixed intently on my master. From my experience, I sensed that Mr. Deng had something significant to discuss. Chapter 17. Invaluable indeed, Mr. Deng remarked. There's a piece of land in the West City that I desire. However, I sense that the Feng Shui there is unfavorable and would like to consult a master. The master took a sip of tea, fixed his gaze on Mr. Deng, and inquired, are you referring to the land by the Fengyan Pavilion? Mr. Deng nodded affirmatively. The master let out a hearty laugh, one that I had grown accustomed to, an insightful laugh that seemed to penetrate the soul. From that laughter, I discerned that the master did not concur with Mr. Deng's assessment. That plot of land was not only decent, but indeed of superior quality. To my astonishment, the master asserted, yes, that land has exceedingly poor feng shui. If you invest, there's a 9 out of 10 chance of failure. Mr. Deng's jovial face radiated reverence as he gave a thumbs up, remaining silent yet maintaining an endearing smile. The master said, come, let us drink tea. This tea was not Longjing but surpassed it, being personally crafted by Old Chun from the South Gate, processed through 12 meticulous steps, drying, kneading, frying, cooling, and pressing. Old Chun was capable of wealth, yet his character dictated his fate. He still hand makes tea to this day. The master remarked, from a business perspective, you are correct. He does not entertain guests in the mornings, regardless of who they are. However, the tea is indeed of exceptional quality. Mr. Deng paused and declared, I have great admiration for Old Chun. Throughout Chinese history, from Chu Yuan to Li Bai, Du Fu to Chao Shuichin, without a touch of pride. How could one achieve lasting fame? The master laughed heartily. Mr. Deng, aside from not admiring yourself, you seem to idolize everyone else, be they red, green, or black. Mr. Deng, momentarily embarrassed, quickly replied, let me report to the master that I do not admire the black. Their conversation, seemingly mundane, was laced with wit and cleverness. They then appeared to forget their initial discussion and instead began to converse about culinary delights. At that moment, the master glanced at me, prompting me to refill the teapot. When he cast another look in my direction, I was at a loss regarding its meaning. The master instructed me, go to the kitchen and keep Mr. Deng here for dinner. Mr. Deng waved his hands repeatedly. You have much to attend to. The master in Oppo's expression darkened. Do you think I am urging you to leave? There is a matter I need you to resolve. Leaning forward, Mr. Deng asked, what did the ancients say? I am willing to serve like a dog or horse. The master casually replied, someone gifted me a car, and I wish to construct a bridge over the lotus pond nearby, with a side entrance. You will handle this matter well. Mr. Deng chuckled. I am prepared to jump off a building for you. Yet you want me to leap in through the window? This is but a trivial task. Assist the master in completing all the necessary procedures and repairing the bridge." With that, he rose to leave, but the master retained him, saying he had another meeting to attend. Before departing, Mr. Deng grasped the master's hand and said meaningfully, "The Feng Shui of that land by Fengyan Pavilion is indeed poor. Master, I came to seek your confirmation." The master responded, with an underlying message. "Before you arrived, I already knew the Feng Shui there was poor." Mr. Deng laughed heartily. "You truly are a master, a sage." After Mr. Deng departed, the master remained seated in the study. I called out to him, and he seemed to awaken from a reverie. He then beckoned. "When did you learn to drive?" "After the opening of the new store at the Bodhi Tree. I used my family's old Buick as a training vehicle. Strangely, I have an innate familiarity with cars. After a few days of practice, I was able to drive and later obtain my driver's license." The master nodded. "As long as you could drive, that is sufficient. Previously, I relied on Long Yu to drive for me." Having said that, the master appeared contemplative. "Now we shall go to the West City to examine the land by Fengyan Pavilion." I was elated. It marked the first occasion the master took me to observe Feng Shui. Upon our arrival at Fengyan Pavilion, we exited the vehicle with the master leading the way, silent as he ascended the mountain. The hill was not high, but rose abruptly from the flat terrain, presenting a somewhat daunting visage. Upon reaching the summit, standing in an open area, the master proclaimed, "To the south is the spring water river, and to the west is the autumn water. When these two waters converge, it is called the Spring and Autumn River, the mother river of our city. What do you think of this place?" I replied, "You get to teach me how to read Feng Shui. Trust your intuition. How do you feel?" The master fixed his gaze upon me. I responded, "Is a good plot." The master sighed. "This is where the two waters intersect. Spring water flows gracefully, while autumn water arrives gently. Their convergence signifies eternal spring and autumn, a constant through the ages." I gazed at the master in astonishment, asking, "Didn't you tell Mr. Deng that it was a poor plot?" The master laughed heartily, "Disciple, I too must engage in many acts against my conscience. However, I left myself an escape route by stating that 9 out of 10 investments in this land would fail, ensuring that one would undoubtedly succeed. This way, I avoid others claiming my predictions regarding Feng Shui are utterly worthless." In an instant, clarity dawned upon me. The afternoon meeting had been laden with intricacies. Mr. Deng was using the master's words to dissuade others from investing in that land. The master lamented, "Those with foresight would willingly invest in this location, for it is currently inconspicuous. Mr. Deng seeks to act preemptively, fearing others may usurp it, using me as a pawn." I felt somewhat indignant. "With your esteemed reputation, you needn't bow to him." The master shook his head. "You are still young and unaware of the world. His simplicity is but an act. He may appear to be a pig, but he is, in fact, a wolf. If I do not heed his words, how can I continue to navigate this realm? Therefore, we, master and disciple, must maintain a consistent narrative, proclaiming the Feng Shui here to be poor." On our drive back, I felt a wave of disheartenment. I had once thought the master was universally respected, yet I now realized his life was fraught with challenges. As expected, rumors spread that the government intended to auction the Fengyan Pavilion land, attracting many eager bidders. Real estate moguls are notoriously superstitious regarding Feng Shui. Individuals seeking the master's counsel flooded in, all inquiring about the investment potential of the Fengyan Pavilion site. This was a splendid opportunity for me to observe how the master artfully navigated the murky waters of deception. One day, a gentleman arrived, and after exchanging pleasantries, he asked if investing in Fengyan Pavilion was prudent. The master smiled and replied, "It depends on the opportunity. Some may invest, while others may not. Write a character." The man inscribed the character, signifying whether the project could commence. The master stroked his beard with a grin and asked, "Currently, you possess only an idea, correct?" The man nodded. "Indeed, it's merely a thought." The master shook his head. "That will not do. Your heart is unsettled, indicating anxiety." On another occasion, a different individual came, writing the character to inquire about the project's success. The master stated, "Success is fraught with difficulties. The character symbolizes conflict. This endeavor will not only be challenging, but may also provoke disputes and legal troubles." A third individual arrived, inquiring with the character. The master advised, "This may succeed in other locations, but here, where the two waters converge, fire and water do not coexist harmoniously. I advise you against wasting your resources." Before long, rumors circulated that Master Hongyi declared the Feng Shui of the Fengyin Pavilion site to be exceedingly poor. This assertion spread widely, with many adopting a mindset of cautious belief. Interest in the land gradually diminished. Not long after, news emerged that Mr. Deng intended to acquire that area. He stated to others, "I hold great respect for Master Hongyi. Yet what he says may not necessarily be the truth. Just because you choose not to invest does not mean I should refrain. Should we not invest in remote locations? As private entrepreneurs, we must also alleviate the government's burdens." Thus, the land fell into Mr. Deng's possession. Laughter ensued among the observers, claiming the master had failed to perceive the value of the land, while others suggested Mr. Deng, despite his elementary education, could manage billions but would falter with hundreds of billions. I couldn't help but feel a chill regarding the collective intellect of others. From acquiring land for the Lotus Pond to constructing the bridge, Mr. Deng had remained absent, and the construction team had been summoned from far away, completing their task before departing. Having experienced this event, I have come to understand why my master hesitated repeatedly when he took me as his disciple. Is the art of divination merely a matter of whimsical musings on paper and jovial discussions at the table? If the Taoist truly possessed the ability to foresee all matters of the world, could he accurately predict why Mr. Deng presented him with a camphor wood bookcase? This bookcase of camphor wood is not something to be trifled with. Chapter 18. A deceptive strategy. As November swiftly approached, Mr. He contacted me, expressing the desire for my master to visit the provincial capital. I maintain a meticulous notebook dedicated to recording the details of my master's significant clients. The more prominent the client, the more intricate my notes become, documenting their hobbies, interests, family dynamics, and even romantic entanglements. However, I knew very little about Mr. He. Aside from his involvement in construction projects in Guangxi and the fact that his mother had passed away, I was entirely in the dark. While driving, I inquired, "Master, what is Mr. He's full name?" "He Chaobua," he replied, reluctant to divulge more, and I wisely refrained from pressing further. We traveled via the highway, departing from Wuxiang City at 9 in the morning and arriving in the city by 11. Mr. He had already reserved a lavish suite at the Victoria Hotel for our stay, a business suite comprising my room, my master's room, and a separate reception area. After enjoying lunch, we retreated to our rooms for a brief respite. Mr. He informed my master, "I am here to seek business opportunities, which are significantly tied to a director's share. We have developed quite a rapport." I mentioned, "I have a dear friend who is a master. He enjoys associating with distinguished individuals such as yourself. When he arrives, I hope you could demonstrate your skills to strengthen my ties with him." Additionally, there was a matter concerning a potential promotion for Mr. Sher, but I feared a certain woman might undermine his prospects. "You must help me intimidate her," I urged. My master appeared to listen intently, though his demeanor suggested otherwise, remaining unresponsive to Mr. He's remarks. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 individuals indeed arrived. Mr. He gestured towards a tall, slender man, introducing him as Director Sher. Sher extended his hand warmly, greeting my master. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Mr. He then introduced me, and Director Sher offered a faint smile as we shook hands. He proceeded to introduce the woman beside him, stating, "This is my friend, Xiao Yan." My master acknowledged her with a slight bow. Mr. He gestured, "Let us step into the adjacent tea room." The 5 of us entered the tea room, where Director Sher insisted that my master take the seat facing the entrance. However, my master declined, stating, "We have a customary practice of sitting on the west side, known as the western seat." Director Sher replied, "Since the master adheres to such traditions, then let Mr. He take the seat." As the host, Mr. He insisted, "No, the director should sit. The director should sit." My master remarked, "It is intended for Director Sher to occupy that seat, but the hotel's design is flawed, placing the water boiler's outlet behind you. Therefore, you should sit there to assist Director Sher." Upon hearing this, I immediately grasped my master's intention. He had discerned that Director Sure was reluctant to be separated from the lovely lady. Mr. He also caught on, chuckling. The master is indeed perceptive. He can spot the hotel's flaws with a mere glance. Laughter erupted among us, and Xiao Yin covered her mouth with her hand, exhibiting a demeanor that was both elegant and shy. I took on the role of pouring tea. As hot tea was served, Mr. He requested that I contact the service desk to have a fruit platter delivered. Once we were settled, Director Sure remarked, though this is our first meeting, I have heard much about you from Mr. He. Today, meeting you is a stroke of fortune. My master, as I had envisioned, sported a long beard. Xiao Yin gazed curiously at him as she spoke. Director Sure cast a fond glance at her and addressed us. She enjoys reading martial arts novels. I request your guidance in divination tonight, esteemed master. My master chuckled, saying, among friends, what is there to discuss regarding divination? It is merely a game. If one guesses correctly, it is fortunate. If not, it is merely a miscalculation. Xiao Yin admired my master's eloquence, exclaiming, you are truly humorous. Director Sure, experienced in the ways of the world, maintained a balanced demeanor, responding, I agree with the master. It is merely a game. As the saying goes, when humanity takes things too seriously, the divine laughs. However, one thing remains. Master, please feel free to be candid and unreserved. My master casually replied, speak without reservation, share without limits. At that moment, a waiter entered with a fruit platter, and silence enveloped the room. Once the waiter departed, Xiao Yin eagerly interjected, Master, may I request you to perform a divination for me? My master nodded. Xiao Yin continued, please divine the character fire. With that, she gazed at my master, a gentle smile gracing her lips. My master replied, my dear, typically, one should specify a particular matter, such as career, marriage, family, or health. There should be a defined scope. Xiao Yin giggled, playfully pouting, Master, just have a casual chat with me. I have no pressing matters. I simply wish to engage in conversation. Is that permissible? My master smiled and said, then I shall speak freely. The character fire signifies that you have recently lost money. Whether a significant amount or not, it indicates loss. Xiao Yin inquired earnestly, are you referring to a recent loss? Indeed. My master confirmed, the specific day eludes me, but it was certainly recent. Director Sure turned his attention to Xiao Yin, who, upon hearing this, slapped her thigh and exclaimed, you are correct. A few days ago, I lost my wallet. Director Sure, intrigued, asked, how much did you lose? Xiao Yin replied, over 2,000. Director Sure turned back to my master, astonished, Master, you truly possess extraordinary abilities to discern such matters. My master spoke slowly. This is merely a prelude. The character fire carries ominous connotations. As friends, I will be frank. Divination is not mere guessing, nor can it be stated carelessly. It should be conducted according to the methods taught by my master. Whether it is deemed correct or not is subjective. Some may see it as half-accurate, while I, personally, rely on observation and interpretation. The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, while Director Sure maintained a composed exterior, though beads of sweat formed at his temples. My master continued, conducting this divination within these walls is akin to being at home. If we add a treasure radical above the character fire, it transforms into disaster. Therefore, my dear, it would be wise for you to avoid staying at home for the time being. Director Sure quickly asked, when you refer to home, do you mean her personal residence or this provincial city? Xiao Yin echoed, yes, I wish to clarify that as well. My master responded solemnly, you should leave this city for at least 6 months, essentially going on an extended leave to avoid potential misfortune. Xiao Yin gasped, appearing uncomfortable, shifting restlessly in her chair. Director Sure reassured her, did you not have an opportunity to attend training in Chongqing recently? Why did you not go? Xiao Yin pouted, is that my fault? Hearing this, I surmised that Director Sure had been reluctant to let her go. Director Sure stated, if you truly require a leave, I will speak to your supervisor. He then turned to my master, asking, surely, there should be no major issues, correct? My master replied firmly, as long as you leave the provincial capital, there will be no problem. I am grateful for your guidance, Master, Director Sure remarked, but soon realized that such gratitude should come from Xiao Yin and felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Misty promptly redirected the conversation, saying, "Let us enjoy some fruit. Why is everyone sitting idly? It is all fresh." Xiaoyan appeared somewhat disheartened, replying, "You all eat." Mr. Yi chuckled. "If you let the master impart some energy to you, you'll be fine after eating." Xiaoyan looked at my master, asking, "Is what he says true?" My master smiled gently, stating, "In this world, belief renders things true. Disbelief renders them non-existent. One should neither take matters too lightly nor too seriously." Director Sure, picking up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick, offered it to Xiaoyan, saying, "Here, enjoy. With the master present, you will be just fine." Xiaoyan's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, "I was just thinking of going on a little trip." Director Sure cast her a sidelong glance before turning to my master. "Master, may I also engage in a game? To be honest, I have never been particularly convinced by such matters, so your idea of a game resonates with me." My master smiled. "Director, you are astute. Speak. What character do you wish to divine?" With that, Director Sure proposed a character. Chapter 19. Deeply affected, Director Sure remarked, "Then I shall inquire about the character. Every elementary school student yearns to join the ranks of the young pioneers. It is a mere pretense to claim I do not aspire to advance. If there is no progress, a friend is considering inviting me to take a plunge into new ventures." Upon hearing this, the master responded, "Congratulations, Director. A promising future awaits you." With his arms crossed, Director Sure smiled faintly, while Xiaoyan leaned in to listen intently. The master, unfazed, continued, "As I mentioned earlier, between friends, there should be no deceit or concealment. I possess no mystical powers. Rather, I interpret the characters as my master taught me. The character consists of the radical at the top and at the bottom, suggesting a forthcoming separation from the old and an embrace of the new." Xiaoyan eagerly inquired, "Master, are you saying there will be a parting from the old acquaintances?" The master chuckled heartily. "Indeed, it signifies parting from former colleagues. To illustrate, it means relocating from this office to another, an act of separation." Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with understanding as she exclaimed, "So, is it a promotion?" The master replied, "Whether or not it results in a promotion is beyond my ability to predict. Nonetheless, the character signifies the message of discarding the old and welcoming the new." Director Sure laughed. "It is merely a game indeed." The master concurred, "Yes, merely a game." Director Sure was eager to hear more, but the master only gazed at him with a knowing smile, his eyes conveying profound meaning. Feeling uncomfortable under the master's intense gaze, Director Sure awkwardly asked, "Is that all?" The master nodded, refusing to utter another word. "Thank you for granting me such confidence, master." Director Sure glanced at Xiaoyan and added, "He and the master have worked hard. They must rest early. Let's take our leave." After bidding farewell to their guests and returning to the room, He Chaowa asked, "Is he truly poised for promotion?" The master replied, "That is what the character suggests. However, if he does ascend to the position of deputy director, he may become more difficult to approach." The master said mildly, "He will return." True to expectation, 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Director Sure returned, stating directly, "The master had more to convey, but it seems there are matters unsuitable to discuss in front of Xiaoyan. Thus, I have returned to seek your guidance." As they sat down, the atmosphere shifted to earnestness. The master stated, regarding the character, "If we add as a component, it becomes, thus, during your ascent, there will inevitably be those who bear false witness against you. I implore you to exercise caution in your words and actions." Director Sure's face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you for your guidance, master. Indeed, there are those who have lodged complaints. Your observation is astute." The master stroked his small beard thoughtfully and said, "As long as you tread carefully, I possess a remedy for you." With that, he retrieved a talisman from his bag. After filling a cup with water, he struck a match, allowing the ashes of the talisman to fall into the cup. He stirred it a few times and instructed Director Sure, "Drink this." Without hesitation, Director Sure tilted his head back, swallowing it all in one gulp. The master paused, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Director, your future is bright. However, I must impart a serious warning." Director Sure sat up attentively, gazing at the master. A beautiful woman is not necessarily a source of calamity, yet she could be a fierce predator. You must keep your distance from that person, or your endeavors may come to naught. Director Shi's face turned awkward, and after a moment, he replied, "You are a wise mentor in my life. Regardless of how fare, I shall always remember your counsel. That individual is indeed too ostentatious, and I shall distance myself." The master smiled and added, "Furthermore, Chaohua is a commendable person. It is worth cultivating a friendship with him." Director Shi nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand your words, master." He then addressed Director Shi, "I have arranged a room for you. Do not return just yet, for I have matters to discuss with you." Director Shi nodded in acknowledgement. After lingering in the provincial capital for several days, they were surrounded by esteemed guests and indulged in sumptuous feasts. Chaohua appeared to have many friends, with visitors frequently coming to the hotel to see the master. I observed quietly as the master navigated these gatherings with ease, engaging warmly with everyone. After several days, we finally returned to Wuxiang. This trip to the provincial capital left a profound impact on me. Observing the master amidst a crowd of affluent and influential individuals, effortlessly charming them and becoming their esteemed guest, I realized that he was not merely skilled in character interpretation. He was an encyclopedia of knowledge. Consequently, I devoted my spare time to my studies, retreating to my home and seldom venturing out. This displeased my sister. One afternoon during lunch, she asked, "What are you doing hiding in your room every day?" "Studying," I replied. "You're not preparing for university. What are you studying for?" Character interpretation is a discipline in itself, a subject requiring comprehensive understanding. She scoffed. "What kind of knowledge is that? Just learn your master's methods." I returned her scoff. "Do you think my master only knows how to interpret characters?" In the provincial capital, he conversed with wit and wisdom, each word steeped in knowledge. "Unlike you, who only knows the price of bean sprouts." My sister stared at me, speechless, likely infuriated. My brother-in-law interjected, "Studying is a noble pursuit. It doesn't matter if Shan Hong doesn't pay you." My sister continued, "What I mean is, don't isolate yourself in the house. Make an effort to visit neighbors. Sister Chun from the nearby shop thinks highly of you. Her daughter, Danny, also has an interest in you. Sister Chun has mentioned it several times." I felt indignant, realizing my sister perceived me as unworthy, believing I was only fit for someone as plump as a pig like Danny. I retorted, "Your standards are exceedingly low." Even my brother-in-law supported me, saying, "Is Shan Hong only suited for Danny? You underestimate him." My sister slammed her chopsticks on the table, ostensibly scolding my brother-in-law, but truly reprimanding me. Why not? Sister Chun is local, owns property, a car, and a store. Do you expect her to find someone wealthy and attractive? Such girls would never be interested in a fortune teller. I was rendered speechless, pondering that it was pointless to debate with someone of her limited intellect. However, I could not help but retort, "Sister, if Sister Chan brings this up again, tell her that I, Wan Shan Hong, plan to wait until I am 30 to pursue love." With that, I slammed my chopsticks down in frustration and stormed off. I vowed to achieve something significant. Otherwise, not just others, but even my own family would look down upon me. My own sister believed that as long as a woman came from a slightly better background, I would be immensely fortunate. Thus, I became even more diligent, frequenting the serene retreat to learn from the master. Upon returning to the noodle shop, I secluded myself to study daily. In fact, I set a personal goal to memorize important material. Soon, I made remarkable progress in my studies and skills, as the master not only taught me character interpretation, but also imparted knowledge of Feng Shui, reaching a level where he began to appreciate my abilities. On one occasion, I even perceived a misjudgment in the master's assessment of a property. Chapter 20. The entrance of Shi heir 2 months after returning from the provincial capital. Shi Chu had indeed been promoted to deputy director, greatly enhancing He Qiao's standing. During this time, he invited his master to the provincial capital, where Shi Ting graciously hosted a delightful gathering. Subsequently, Shi Ting became a pivotal figure in the master's affairs, and even his brother, Shi Chang, became acquainted with him, making the master a significant consultant for the Shi family. In comparison to his brother, the director, Shi Chang, was a stark contrast, akin to Liu Bang before his rise. Languishing in the village, idle and unproductive, earning the nickname Shi Erge. While Shi Ting held some authority as a director and had the ability to allocate contracts. He never entrusted any to sure heir, fearing that his brother might jeopardize his own prospects. After his promotion, he became even more distant from sure heir, knowing that contracts given to someone like He Xiaohua would be far more secure. Following some advice, sure heir ceased to approach his elder brother and instead sought to establish connections with the contractors. These contractors, astute in their dealings, would secure projects from Sure Chu and allocate smaller jobs to sure heir. Thus, he gathered a group from the village and formed a construction team, becoming a minor contractor himself. Over the course of a few years, sure heir accumulated some wealth and, after the spring festival, made a special trip to invite the master to inspect his property. One morning in March, sure heir arrived driving a Toyota SUV. He was no longer the naive lad of yesteryear, but rather dressed in a remarkably affluent manner. Aware that the master preferred not to shake hands, he entered with a grand gesture, clasping his fists in salute. Master, sure has come to pay his respects. Having previously communicated over the phone, this was not at all abrupt. The master responded, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Please take a seat. I prepared tea and fruit pastries." And the two exchanged pleasantries. After no more than 10 minutes, the master suggested, "Let us seize the day and depart early." Sure heir led the way, with our vehicles following closely behind. As noon approached, we arrived at Sure Jiazhuang, a picturesque locale surrounded by verdant hills and a winding stream. Upon entering the village, the master gazed out of the car, explaining that the mountains here were of little merit, discontinuous and lacking grandeur, asserting that no significant figures could emerge from such a place. However, the hills were charmingly formed, each standing uniquely. From a high vantage point, their distinctive features emerged, resembling a half-open fan, with dewdrops scattered across its surface. I, unable to look around while driving, echoed the master and Apo's as sentiments. Disciple understands your meaning. The entire mountain range resembles a half-open fan, with those hills like dewdrops adorning it. The master remarked, "Your understanding of the mountain's orientation is quite vivid. Yet this is our dialogue. When discussing with others, let us adopt a more professional tone. Let them remain perplexed. The more they do not comprehend, the more freedom we possess." The vehicle halted before Sure Heir and Apo's home, where 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered. As the master alighted, they rushed to offer cigarettes and tea, but he simply waved them off. I retrieved the master's special water cup from the car and handed it to him. Holding the cup with both hands, he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the people around him. Sure Heir was overjoyed. The master's aloofness only augmented his stature. Have you ever seen a true master bowing and scraping to everyone? That would hardly befit the title. Sure Heir hunched over like a shrimp beside the master, nervously reminding him, "Master, the meal is ready." The master shot him a glance and retorted, "Who observes such customs of dining afternoon?" Sure Heir, startled, straightened up and commanded his family and kitchen staff, "Hurry, reheat the dishes. If anything remains uncooked, prepare it now." The master inquired, "Are we reconstructing here?" Sure Heir nodded vigorously, "Yes, precisely in this spot." The master stepped away from the courtyard, standing about 100 meters from the house, extending his hand to gaze at the distant peaks, drawing a curious crowd. Sure Heir shooed them away, saying, "Why are you surrounding the master? He requires tranquility." Despite Sure Heir and Apo's loud admonitions, the persistent onlookers remained undeterred. The master lowered his hand from his forehead and said to me, "This is indeed a splendid location. Do you not agree?" My eyesight, superior to the master's, allowed me to forego the gesture, but I still placed my hand on my brow, for in this profession, lacking such gestures might lead others to perceive one as an outsider. Upon shielding my eyes, I realized it truly was a fine spot. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I distinctly recalled that as we rounded the mountain's back, a sheer cliff became visible. This indicated that behind those 2 pearl-like hills opposite Sure Heir's home lay a precipice. The master affirmed, "It is certainly a good place." Feeling a pang of concern for the master's reputation, I felt compelled to voice my dissent. Should the master miscalculate, it would not only tarnish his prestige, but also offend Sure Ting. I replied, "This location is indeed good." As the surrounding crowd, including Sure Heir, overheard the master's assertion. How could I possibly contradict him? Sure Air dismissed my words as inconsequential, merely echoing the master's sentiment, and noted my hesitation in articulating my agreement. Essentially, the decision was made, and the afternoon would be reserved for detailed positioning. Thus, Sure Air gestured to the kitchen staff, stating dishes should be served within 3 minutes. He ushered us into the living room. Though the house was old, the living area was impeccably clean and impressively adorned, featuring all the amenities one would expect in a city home. Sure Air introduced the accompanying guests one by one, primarily local dignitaries, including a notably retired university president. In this village, primarily inhabited by the Sure family, he bore the surname Zhang. From my keen observation, this individual was hardly a university president. At most, he might have been a vice president of a technical school, managing some logistical matters. His lack of scholarly demeanor suggested he resembled a retired military officer. During the introduction, Sure Air seated President Zhang next to the master, while the village secretary and head accompanied him, and another local elementary school principal, Li, sat with me. Sure Air and another individual took their places at the lower end of the table, while the rest formed a separate table. As the steaming dishes arrived, Sure Air personally poured the wine. Once everyone in Oppos, as glasses were filled, Sure Air stood, prompting everyone else to rise. He proclaimed, "We are deeply honored by Master Hong E and Oppos, as esteemed presence at our humble abode. With modest dishes and simple wine, we offer our sincerest regards. Let us raise a toast to the master." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Upon first hearing this toast, those unaware of Sure Air and Oppos, as character might assume him to be quite erudite. In truth, while Sure Air may lack many skills, he possessed a remarkable talent for eloquent toasts at the dining table. The environment had transformed him. In the provincial capital, he was either the guest or the host over the years. Thus, his fluency in the art of toasting was hardly surprising. Today, the master was the focal point, and everyone should have revolved around him. However, suddenly, the winds shifted as President Zhang raised his glass. Chapter 21. The Perilous Tower. At this moment, Principal Zhang lifted his glass and addressed his master. Although I have been engaged in administrative duties of the school for decades, I still consider myself a rough man. In the military, there are not so many formalities. My most frequent expression is "and Oppos." Damn it, and Oppos. The subsequent words are enough to dampen the atmosphere. The group chuckled awkwardly, and Sure Air, with a stiff demeanor, interjected, "Principal Zhang was once a regiment commander before transitioning to manage logistics at the university." Internally, I felt a surge of excitement, realizing how much I had improved in reading social cues over the past year. Principal Zhang continued, "Master, please do not take offense. I am a straightforward person and speak my mind. However, despite my roughness, I have always held cultural figures in high esteem. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will first drink 3 cups. After Principal Zhang finished his first cup, he poured another, and then a third. The master, lifting his cup and instinctively stroking his beard, laughed heartily. If Commander Zhang were to only speak refined words, who would lead the troops or defend the homeland? Thus, your use of coarse language reflects the true essence of masculinity and the spirit of a soldier. Come, let me toast you with a cup." Principal Zhang appeared somewhat taken aback and replied, "To be honest, Master, when a soldier transitions to a place filled with intellectuals, one must adapt to the local customs and change roles. Therefore, while I may lack in many areas, I am not entirely inept at calligraphy. With enough effort, it is merely a matter of mastering strokes and dots." He was about to present his award certificate when Sure Air waved his hand, feeling that Principal Zhang and Oppos' presence had diluted the main theme and turned it into a performance where he played the host. Sure Air remarked, "Let us save that certificate for later. First, let the master share his thoughts." Unexpectedly, Principal Zhang insisted on showing the certificate to the master. I glanced at it. The Chinese Hong Kong Calligraphy Association had awarded Zhang Qingsheng the title of Global Chinese Calligraphy Master. I couldn't help but chuckle, as even my brother-in-law, who had never joined the Provincial Calligraphy Association, frequently received such invitations to become a master for a fee of 1,000 yuan. The master looked at the certificate, raised his thumb, and praised, "Impressive, truly impressive." Scherer could no longer tolerate Principal Zhang's showiness and possibly regretted inviting him. So he seized the opportunity to change the topic. Master, what do you think is commendable about this venue? Everyone turned their gaze toward the master, and even Principal Zhang quickly tucked away the certificate, eagerly awaiting the master's response. The master took a sip of wine and slowly said, "With a river at 1's feet and mountains in the distance, the landscape is splendid, with pearls presented in a grand residence. Wealth is abundant. The verdant mountains are intentional, and the flowing waters are affectionate. A marvelous place indeed." Although Scherer was accustomed to courteous banter at the table, he was left bewildered by these remarks. Another silent observer, Principal Li, leaned over to Scherer and said, "Brother Air, my interpretation is that the master is indicating the presence of mountains and water, coupled with two small hills directly ahead, which he likens to two pearls, suggesting you will have endless wealth in the future." Principal Zhang interjected, "That explanation is likely correct. Teacher Li, being both an educator and a gentleman, possesses some understanding." Scherer filled his cup to the brim and said to the master, "This is our local custom. I will drink 3 cups in a row, and you may simply have tea." With that, he downed 3 cups in quick succession. At that moment, a plump woman entered with a tea tray, which held a large red envelope. Scherer presented the envelope to the master with both hands. The master declined to accept it, saying, Sit, drink wine." Scherer felt a bit awkward. Principal Li, who often served as a gentleman during such gatherings, approached Scherer and whispered a few words in his ear. Scherer tapped his head, stood up, and stepped outside. Shortly after, a young girl entered with a tea tray, and Scherer presented her with a red envelope, which the master accepted. The attendees were now fully aware of the master and Oppos as presents and showed him even greater respect, each offering him a toast while the master only sipped tea in return. I speculated that the master considered the first woman to be pregnant and thus impure. His discerning eye was sharp. The woman's pregnancy was likely only a month along, a detail that most would miss. The envelope was sufficiently large, presumably containing 20,000 yuan. The master accepted the money with a nonchalant air, placing the envelope on the table rather than pocketing it, and then inquired, "Is there a fool in this village?" The group gasped in unison, momentarily stopping their chopsticks, bewildered as to how the master knew of a fool residing in the village. I lowered my head to sip tea, accustomed to the master's insightful observations, which had proven accurate time and again. According to medical statistics, there is typically 1 person with intellectual disabilities among every 1,000 individuals in China. This implies that nearly every village has its own fool. The crowd awaited the master's next words, and he looked kindly at Scherer, saying, "In the future, when you encounter him, give him some money each time. Just don't give too much, as he won in Oppos. He know how to spend it." Principal Li, unable to contain himself, slapped the table, causing his chopsticks to dance in a comical manner. "Master, I must bow to you. That fool lives near the school, and I am most familiar with him. Just as you said, he recognizes money. If you give him 10 yuan, he will take it. If you offer 20, he will refuse." Scherer beamed with pride and stood up, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the master. In ancient times there was Zhuge Liang, and now we have Master Hongi. You are even more formidable than Zhuge Liang." The master remained seated, lifting his tea and saying, "I mean no other intention. People should use their wealth to do good deeds. I can help you analyze this venue, and you may reap considerable fortune for the next decade. Remember to return to your hometown often, repair roads and bridges, care for the vulnerable, respect the elderly, love the young, and speak up for justice. This will lead to a fulfilling life." Scherer raised his wine cup, his expression earnest, addressing the 2 tables of guests. "Everyone has heard the master's words. If I, Scherer, come into money and neglect my fellow villagers or fail to engage in charity, you all have the right to scorn me." The group stood up to applaud. After the meal, everyone dispersed. The master used a compass to determine the direction of Scherer and Oppos as front door. Following that, Scherer engaged in casual conversation with the master. I sought an opportunity to speak with Scherer, but he seemed to regard me as insignificant. Several times, I attempted to engage him in conversation, but I swallowed my words. To preserve the master and Oppos reputation, I finally devised a strategy, saying, Brother Air, there and damp, oppose, there's no need to trouble the master. I will accompany you to the back of the house for a look. Sure Air led me to the rear. I asked, have you planted any willow trees? He smiled, indicating he possessed that basic knowledge, and shook his head. I inquired, how many stories are you planning to build? Currently, it's capped at 2. It's about right. At most, 3 stories can be built, but not higher. Why not? Some matters. You needn't dig too deeply. You shouldn't ask my master either. Sure Air chuckled, laughing in a somewhat indifferent manner, as if my comments were optional. On our return journey, the master appeared fatigued, drifting between wakefulness and slumber. Perhaps he had not rested well at noon, or had indulged in too much wine. As I drove, I pondered. The master had claimed Sure Air could amass wealth for a decade, yet I believed it would take only 3 to 5 years before Sure Air faced imprisonment. Though he had the guidance of a wise figure, Sure Air, akin to Liu Bang after ascending to the throne, would inevitably reveal his unruly nature. I could foresee that after 3 more years of prosperity, he would likely demolish the newly constructed house to erect a 3 or even 4-story building, or perhaps one soaring to 80 or 90 stories with elevators. The nouveau riche delight in ostentation. However, his house, if built below 3 stories, might yield wealth, but surpassing that would elevate it above the 2 hills across the way. Beyond those hills lies a precipice. When the time comes, calling for help would be futile. Suddenly, I slammed on the brakes, awakening the master. He asked, "What is wrong?" I rolled down the window and pointed toward the sheer cliff, telling the master, "This is the direction of Sure Air and Amp, oppose, as front door. You may not have noticed, but I observed it carefully on my way here." The master was taken aback and quickly said, "Call him." After dialing, I told Sure Air, "My master wishes to speak with you." The master took the phone and said to Sure Air, "Total sure, regarding your house, even if you earn substantial wealth, do not renovate it. The height must not exceed the hills directly opposite the front door." After concluding the phone call, I inquired my master, did he agree? My master nodded in affirmation. Then, gazing intently at me, he spoke after a moment and oppose. As pause, Shan Hong, you're destined for great success in the future. Chapter 22. Bestow upon me the art of immobilization upon returning from the residence of the Sure family. My master addressed me. Shan Hong, be attentive. Foreknowledge is to be found in every corner. Your keen observance has been of great assistance this time. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation might have been tarnished by my visit to the Sure family estate. Here is a modest sum. Take it and make use of it. With that, my master presented me with 10,000 yuan. I was taken aback, shaking my head vigorously, resolutely refusing to accept it. In a commanding tone, my master insisted, "Accept it." I replied, "Master, may I receive your goodwill in a different form?" What form might that be? Even my master, known for his astute calculations, could not fathom my intention. I poured him another cup of tea, seated myself across from him, and paused before speaking. Having followed you for nearly 2 years, while I have yet to grasp much knowledge, I have gained some understanding in the art of divination. Would it be possible for me to study during the day and practice in the evenings? After a moment of contemplation, my master replied, "You may practice alone. For your practice, find a tea house. Those places are bustling with people." I nodded in agreement. "If you consent, I shall seek out a suitable venue." During lunch, I shared this development with my sister and brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, my sister remarked, "If you wish to hold consultations, you should go to and Amp, oppose, Feng Shui you and Amp, oppose. It is quite popular, and the owner is a female entrepreneur. Shall I give her a call?" Without waiting for my answer, she contacted the owner of Feng Shui you, who readily invited me to visit that afternoon to inspect the premises. Feng Shui you is a high-end tea house in our city, owned by a woman named Yu, in her 30s, renowned for her striking beauty. Often referred to as Yu Meirin in the community. I had encountered her a few times before, so we were somewhat familiar. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, I drove over, parked my car, and called Yu Meirin. She greeted me at the entrance with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, disciple of the master. You are here to help me earn some money." She escorted me to her office, personally preparing tea and lighting incense. After sharing my intentions, Yu Meirin quickly transformed my ideas into a business model. "How about this?" she proposed. we set up a dedicated divination room on the second floor. In the main hall and the private rooms, we can place a sign that reads, Divination, 100 yuan per session. Please ring the bell. When the bell is rung, a server will escort the guests to your room for their reading. Of course, if business is booming and guests cannot wait, they may leave without completing their session. All readings will be included in the guests and oppos, bills settled at the bar, with a split of profits, 40-60, in your favor. What do you think of this arrangement? I smiled and replied, the owner has indeed considered every detail. But on which floor will my divination room be located? Umarin promptly responded, the suite on the second floor, consisting of 3 rooms, 1 for receiving guests and 2 for tea. We have 6 such suites, designed for gatherings during holidays and family reunions, so rest assured, they are quite spacious. Let's take a look now, I suggested. Umarin led me to the second floor, where the suite was intriguingly designed, resembling an island detached from the main hall, connected by a winding corridor. Given the noise in the main hall, this design separates the private rooms from the hustle and bustle, she explained as we walked. The 6 suites fanned out like the wings of an airplane on either side of the main structure. I nodded, appreciating the symbolism of flight. Umarin smiled, acknowledging my insight. The suite's decor was indeed opulent, featuring intricately carved wooden windows and antique furnishings, exuding an air of elegance. After surveying the space, I pointed to the eastern windowsill and said, I need 3 pots of cacti placed here. Umarin, slightly puzzled, inquired, is it essential to use cacti specifically? Yes, cacti, I affirmed. She looked at me with curiosity. Is there a particular reason for this choice? I gestured towards the adjacent Han Ting Hotel. See that corner of the building? It aligns perfectly with our window. I intend to prick that thorn back. Umarin appeared intrigued by my explanation, nodding eagerly. Then I shall invite you to inspect all the private rooms when you have the time. I shook my head. Just this room will suffice. The Feng Shui here is quite favorable. What other adjustments are necessary? She asked. I took a moment to contemplate my optimal seating position, then declared, remove the calligraphy hanging on the back wall. Umarin hesitated, but that was penned by the renowned calligrapher Wang Yiming. Regardless of who authored it, it must go. That is my main seat, and I cannot have words behind me, I insisted. Umarin gasped slightly. I see. Taking my place in the designated seat, I instructed Umarin, remove the sofas on either side and place a tea table in front of me, flanked by 2 stools, 1 high, 1 low. All other tables and chairs in the room should be removed. Why the difference in heights? She questioned, woon and oppos. Tea that be aesthetically unpleasing? That is something I cannot disclose, I replied enigmatically. What if 3 people enter at once? For instance, a family? She continued. They shall stand, I answered. Umarin, finally grasping my decisiveness, took a moment before asking, do you have any additional requests? I shook my head. She promptly made a call, and soon 2 young men arrived to rearrange the furniture and bring in the cacti, which I then directed them to position accordingly. Once everything was arranged to my satisfaction, Umarin insisted on treating me to a meal. I declined, saying, there's no need for a meal now, perhaps another time. In matters of arrangement, I had surpassed my master, having gleaned invaluable truths over nearly 2 years of study. This truth stood in stark contrast to the theories of General Deng regarding pigs. If one wishes to become a master, one must regard others as mere swine, for only then will they perceive you as a true master. The following morning, I reported to my master that I had chosen to practice at Feng Shui every evening, operating independently. My master regarded me with a profound gaze, one that sent chills down my spine. Was it possible he secretly disapproved of my solo endeavors? I felt awkward under his scrutiny. After a lengthy pause, my master finally spoke. Shanhong, the world is complex. Do not presume that all who come for divination see you as a mere trinket. Some may seek to provoke you, while others may aim to create discord. I found myself at a loss for words, fully aware that such encounters were inevitable. My master sipped his tea and articulated each word carefully. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I am responsible for your well-being. Therefore, I must teach you a form of self-defense, so that you may protect yourself in the event of a confrontation. I gazed at him in astonishment, never expecting my master to possess such skills. Bowing deeply, I declared, you truly treat me as your own child. My master replied. This knowledge was imparted to me by Master Yin Feng. I was unfamiliar with Master Yin Feng and did not inquire further. My master closed the study door and began to instruct me in the art of self-defense. Simply put, it was the technique of immobilization. This skill ensures that when one is seated, the other party is rendered unable to rise. To clarify further, it is akin to a form of medicinal power. He wrote down 3 ingredients on a piece of paper, stating that once these 3 components are prepared and carried with me, I could utilize them if the need arose. After reviewing the list several times, my master asked, "Have you memorized it?" "I have committed it to memory," I assured him. He struck a match, and the paper was consumed in flames, reduced to ash. Chapter 23. A challenge from Mo. The following day at work, my master summoned me to his study, his expression grave. "I have heard rumors that someone intends to disrupt your establishment. How will they do that?" I inquired anxiously. He explained that prior to their arrival, 3 formidable figures from the city would make their presence known. 2 of them were indeed blind, while the third, surnamed Mo, was known as Mo Xia. Contrary to his moniker, could see and was quite a difficult character. Mo Xia had an agent named Chang Si, a man with a dark demeanor and an even darker heart. After introducing them, my master continued, "Since we are both outsiders, encroaching upon the livelihoods of the locals, they will undoubtedly seek to give you a taste of their displeasure." I reassured him, "Fear not, I will approach them with courtesy before resorting to force." My master nodded in agreement, adding, "Do not be afraid. Confronting challenges is inevitable in your profession." On my first day of practice, I was particularly cautious, arriving at the divination room well before 8 o'clock. Around that time, a server ushered a man into the room. A quick glance revealed he did not appear to be a challenger, so I courteously invited him to take a seat. The man wrote the character for 10,000 and approached me, stating, "I have an idea to open a restaurant. Could you help me assess its feasibility?" I smiled and replied, "You are not merely contemplating opening a restaurant. You are already in the throes of preparation, such as procuring supplies and renovating the premises." The man chuckled, neither confirming nor denying my assertion. I maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "Let me clarify this. If my assessment is incorrect, I shall not proceed any further." This tactic is known as establishing control. The first statement must command authority. The man responded, "You are indeed correct. I am currently renovating the establishment." I replied, "It can be done." He asked, "What is your basis for this conclusion?" I elaborated, "First, the character and oppos that you wrote signifies that you have taken a step forward, indicating actual action rather than mere thought. Secondly, this and oppos. Character represents half of the character for and oppos, success and oppos, while your current renovation involves tools of construction, aligning with the characteristics of the and oppos character. Thus, and together lead to, therefore, it will be successful." The man, delighted by my insight, expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Shortly thereafter, the server brought in an elderly man accompanied by a younger, robust figure, whose complexion was as dark as that of Li Kuei. Instantly, I recognized them as Mo Xia and Chang Si. Chang Si glanced at me and inquired, "So, you are the one who performs the divination?" I replied with a smile, "Indeed, I'm the one who conducts the readings." He then questioned, "Why is your chair of varying heights?" I responded, "Whenever there are 2 or more individuals, there must be a distinction in status. One must find their own place." Chang Si introduced himself. "I am Chun Chong, and this is Mr. Mo." He seemed to expect me to beam with joy upon hearing their names, but I remained composed and simply said, "Please take a seat." Mo Xia settled into the higher chair and spoke. "I have heard that Mr. Wan's divinations are remarkably accurate. I wish to inquire from you, under whom did you study?" I replied, "I learned a bit from Taoist Hong Yi." Mo Xia pressed further, "And from whom did Taoist Hong Yi learn?" "From Taoist Hong Yuan," I stated. "And who was Taoist Hong Yuan's teacher?" He continued. Aware of the significance of lineages in divination, I admitted my ignorance about Taoist Hong Yuan's teacher. Thus, I tactfully replied, "All written characters were created by Tsangjia. If you ask about our lineage, we are all but humble disciples of Tsangjia." I posed a question to the old man. "I wonder if you would agree with this statement?" Mo Xia, slightly taken aback, responded, "Mr. Wan, While fortune-telling may be considered a lowly profession, to refer to oneself as a dog seems rather disrespectful, does it not? I chuckled heartily. You are mistaken, sir. We have read a few texts and consider it an honor to serve as dogs, for those who are illiterate lack even the right to be dogs. Emosia replied. The term dog feels rather unrefined. Do you harbor discontent towards me, Mr. Wan? I countered, Mr. Mo, do you not know which animal is the most loyal to its master? Is it not the dog? Those of us who engage in divination are most devoted to Sangye. Sangye invented characters, establishing the 6 methods of character formation. In our practice, every character we interpret is derived from these 6 methods. Who else employs these methods daily? It is we who remain true to Sangye. Thus we are dogs, unquestionably loyal disciples of Sangye. Emo Xia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and inquired, Mr. Wan, your knowledge is profound. If we are indeed dogs of Sangye, and Sangye created traditional characters, do you interpret characters using traditional or simplified forms? I replied, we harmonize both forms. We interpret characters based on what is written. Surely, you have established a certain methodology for interpretation? Emosia responded, Mr. Wan, you are a young talent with a sharp tongue. Not long ago, a customer wrote the character for abundance to inquire about the success of his business. What is your insight? I firmly stated, sir, I make my living through this practice and have no desire to engage in a theoretical discourse. If you wish to inquire about a specific character, please do so now. Oh, you carry quite the air. Do you not know who you are conversing with? Said Chong Si, who had remained silent until now. I feigned ignorance, replying, it matters not who you are. I charge for my services and do not engage in idle chat. Chong Si insisted. I wish to have the character one interpreted to ascertain how much longer I may live. I coldly replied, there are 3 prohibitions in divination. 1. No interpretation without a specific matter. 2. No interpretation without sincerity. And 3. No interpretation concerning life and death. You violate 2 of these rules. He sneered. You refuse to read? I gazed at him resolutely, stating, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. He scoffed. You may converse freely, and even if your predictions are incorrect, I would not mind. But if you refuse to read, what is the purpose of your practice? With a brazen demeanor, he spread his arms wide. I replied coldly, if I choose not to read, then so be it. What will you do about it? This provoked his ire. Raising an eyebrow, he barked, how do you conduct your business? I knew I had to teach such a provocateur a lesson right from the start. Otherwise, others would follow suit. Thus, I smirked disdainfully. Indeed, the essence of business lies in sincerity. If you have a matter to discuss, present it specifically. If not, I have no time for idle banter. His eyes bulged with fury. Do you believe I will make you leave tonight? I grinned, then give it a try and see who ends up leaving. He faltered for a moment, demanding, are you serious? I scoffed. Do you wish to test me? The atmosphere was charged with tension. I refused to believe this nonsense. Chauncey stood up and threw a punch at me. However, as he lunged, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into a chair astonished. He struggled to rise, wriggling like a fish stranded on land, but to no avail. Emo Xia, equally stunned, shouted to his companion, he possesses the 5 Thunder Palm. I taunted, come on, strike me if you dare. Emo Xia urged, you must administer the antidote, otherwise he might die. I replied, do not frighten him. He can move now. After uttering this, Chongxi indeed regained his mobility, seizing a chair to hurl at me. In a swift motion, I flicked my fingers, sending a cloud of powder toward his nostrils. His legs buckled once more, and he sank to the ground. I inquired mockingly, would you like some antidote? If you truly die, it would be a pity, given your youth. Chongxi stammered, Master, I was wrong. Please help me. I retrieved a talisman from the table, burned it in his teacup, and instructed, drink this. Reluctantly, he gulped down the murky concoction. I scoffed, thinking you could outmatch me. You have no standing, leave. The man bowed repeatedly, murmuring apologies, while Emo Xia's face turned pale. I declared, a true man does not change his surname, nor does he alter his name. Should you dare to cause further disturbances, we shall see how the situation unfolds. You may enter on your own accord, but you shall leave in a state of repose. Chapter 24. The word of marriage break the following day at work. My master was already aware of the events that transpired the previous night. He gazed at me intently and instructed, harbor no ill will, but be wary of others' intentions. Exercise caution, lest they seek revenge. I responded with a light-hearted smile, Master, rest assured, I will be mindful of my surroundings and the weather. During dinner, my brother-in-law requested, may I borrow your car? I wish to visit Secretary Liu of the Municipal Writers Association. My sister teased, such vanity. He chuckled, a certain degree of vanity is necessary. Otherwise, who would purchase a fine vehicle? I replied, that's fine. I'll walk. It's not far. My sister suggested, just take the Buick at home. I laughed. I have my own sense of vanity. She shot me a glance. It's time for you to consider a new car by year-end. After dinner, I strolled along the banks of the spring and autumn river, reaching the tea house in 10 minutes. The evening progressed smoothly. Upon completing the 4th reading, I informed the attendant. Tonight, we shall only conduct 5 readings. She agreed and soon returned with the final clients. As the couple entered, I observed them closely. The woman was plump, while the man was slender. Please take a seat, I invited. Once seated, the woman expressed, Sir, we wish to inquire about our daughter's marriage. I gestured toward the paper and pen on the table. She inscribed a character, and I scrutinized it closely. Its structure revealed 2 mountain characters, suggesting her desire for her daughter to marry quickly. Your daughter remains unmarried, I noted. She has had multiple relationships, yet none have succeeded. I fixed my gaze upon the woman, for in the art of observation, the eyes reveal the soul's secrets. I noticed her pupils shift slightly to the left, confirming my insight. I maintained a serene demeanor, observing them with a knowing smile. Please continue, sir. We are listening, the woman urged. I feigned disinterest, gazing at a landscape painting on the opposite wall, and sighed, the candidates you recommend hold no appeal for her. The woman inquired, will she ever find a partner? I assured her, she will, but her preference lies with tall, robust men. The gentlemen you favor are refined, delicate, and handsome, yet they do not capture her interest. The man interjected, you can even discern our preferences? The woman shot him a warning glance, urging him to remain silent. I chuckled lightly. If I couldn't perceive that, would I be here offering guidance? Indeed, the woman acknowledged. What I wish to ask is, if she is set on someone we disapprove of, how can we resolve this? Realizing I had struck a chord, I replied, in such situations, the more you oppose, the more you drive her towards that person. The one who ties the knot must also untie it. If she has chosen someone of a different background, you must remain calm and composed. I merely used this as a metaphor, but the woman nearly fell from her chair, stabilizing herself with effort. The man grasped her arm. Stay calm. Let the master finish. With reddened eyes, she wiped them with a napkin the man offered, exclaiming, how could you even know she prefers someone of that background? I couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking it was merely a psychological technique of mine, a way of speaking in metaphors. If I was correct, they would see me as a sage. If not, it was simply a metaphor. To my surprise, my metaphor had indeed proved accurate. With my arms crossed, I stated, typically I require 5 to 10 minutes for a reading. However, should you wish for me to elaborate, please. The woman interrupted, I understand, I'll double the fee. First, I wish to learn how you deduce this. And second, we seek your advice. I explained, this character represents 2 mountains overlapping, signifying that marriage may be delayed. Furthermore, your daughter is drawn to robust men. Thus, the delicate suitors you recommend do not interest her. Why is she not attracted to refined, elegant men? The woman queried. I replied, the character. Mountains upon mountains, does that not signify weight? They both suddenly understood, responding in unison. Ah, now we see. I continued thus. A man of a different background aligns with her marital inclinations, tall, strong, and commanding. The couple nodded in agreement. I was prepared to reveal more. May I have your name? Sir? The man replied, my surname is Shao. Noticing a mole on his nose, I recognized it as a sign of potential midlife setbacks. I then deliver my warning. Typically, each character yields a reading. However, I have one piece of advice for you. The woman's eyes widened in anticipation. Mr. Shao, your daughter's delay in marriage is linked to you. Your midlife challenges have sapped your ambition, leading to her longing for a solid embrace. Both reacted with shock. nearly sliding from their seats. The man sighed heavily, while the woman shot him a fierce look before turning back to me. Sir, you have yet to offer a solution. I shook my head. At this point, it may be too late for resolution. The only solution is to suddenly shift your stance and support her wholeheartedly. If she perceives your unwavering support, it may cause her to pause and reconsider. The man quickly responded, Mr. Wan, I will note your number for a future visit. I provided my contact details, and he saved them. The couple rose, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you so much, Master. We're truly grateful. After work, I exited the tea house and began my leisurely walk home. Oddly, I sensed a vehicle trailing me, moving in a stop-and-go manner as if following my path. Could it be a threat? I glanced back repeatedly, noting the car maintained a consistent distance. With my hands tucked into my pockets, powder for self-defense at the ready, I was prepared for any sudden movement. It was tea until I reached the powder shop that the vehicle finally turned away. Who could it be? The next day at work, I recounted this strange occurrence to my master, who merely smiled and said nothing. From his demeanor, I inferred that he must have dispatched someone to watch over me. Who, I wondered, could that protector be? Chapter 25. The Art of Influence. As the days passed, July arrived, and each evening I managed to earn 200 to 300 yuan from the tea house. My sister was pleased and remarked, who would have thought that even the idle could find fortune? You've managed to turn your words into profit. I couldn't help but retort, this is what they call knowledge being power. She scoffed, what knowledge do you possess? ISNT it all thanks to your master's teachings. After breakfast, I headed to the Ranju to work. Just as I finished tidying up, Dongzi called, asking for my assistance in examining the Feng Shui of a property. I requested leave from my master and drove to pick him up. Upon entering the car, Dongzi mentioned we were headed to Fengyan Pavilion. I was taken aback and asked, Fengyan Pavilion? ISNT the construction still in its preliminary stages? He elaborated that the planning was complete and he had seen the model, expressing interest in purchasing a property by the lakeside, but was uncertain about the best location. By the lake? I was momentarily confused. But Fengyan Pavilion, doesn't he have a lake? Dongzi chuckled. You're so focused on divination that you're unaware of the significant changes at Fengyan Pavilion? I shook my head. He continued, Mr. Deng is a conscientious entrepreneur. He has transformed Fengyan Pavilion into a livable residential area, carving out a large section to create an artificial lake. He even invited top masters from Sanliao Town to alter the feng shui of Fengyan Pavilion. I nodded, recognizing that Sanliao Town is renowned as a hub for feng shui expertise. Dongzi added, your master mentioned that the feng shui at Fengyan Pavilion wasn't very favorable, which prompted Mr. Deng to hire the top masters for improvement. The master proclaimed 5 words, create a lake to establish a prosperous site. Strangely, on the day construction began for the lake, the first scoop of dirt from the excavator revealed a lively creature, a 1,000-year-old turtle. I marveled internally. Mr. Deng truly possesses an extraordinary skill in transforming fortunes. He acquired land at a low price through my master's influence and then sold the properties at a premium thanks to the words of the Sanliao master. The masters became mere tools in his hands. I let out a sound of disapproval and remained silent. Dongzi, puzzled, asked what with the noise. I coldly replied, just a scratch in my throat. After approximately half an hour, we arrived by the lakeside. This location was a marshy area that my master and I had previously visited. If filled with soil for construction, it would be a bottomless pit. However, creating a lake was indeed a wise decision. Dongzi remarked, this lake is a treasure trove. The surrounding waters flow into it, causing property values to soar. I've heard many officials are already making reservations. Officials? I glanced at Dongzi. Having worked in an institution, I understood this tactic well. Some officials publicly dismiss such beliefs while secretly investing heavily in them. The master had only stayed in the city for 3 or 4 days, during which many people privately sought him out, taking him to secluded rural estates for meals. The lake was nearly completed, with workers planting trees along its banks. The construction site around the lake was bustling with activity. I inquired about property prices. Dongzi replied, Mr. Deng provided a model and began reservations, which sparked a frenzy, 12,000 yuan. My goodness, for a city of this rank, with prices soaring to such heights, it was evident that more than just Mr. Deng's influence was at play. Several larger forces were likely involved. This land was inherently valuable, summarized succinctly: 2 rivers and a lake, with a view surpassing that of the river. Standing by the lake, I gazed across to the opposite shore and told Dongzi, "We can settle on 5 buildings. As for the number of floors, we'll decide in the car." Once in the car, I scribbled the number 0 through 5 on 6 pieces of paper and tossed them into the back seat, saying, "Pick one." Dongzi retrieved a piece marked with the number 4. I stated 4936. Floors 3 and 6 will suit you well. Dongzi's eyes widened. "What is this? It's not quite divination, is it?" I chuckled. "You don't believe, do you? Let us try again." I tossed another piece, and Dongzi picked a 0. I remarked, "Today is the 8th. Therefore, the 10th, 20th, and 30th will bring you more good fortune than usual." Dongzi looked skeptical. "Really?" I asked. "If you don't believe, why did you ask me here?" He nodded emphatically. "I believe." "Then let us choose. The 6th floor, the 16th floor, 6 sixes in harmony." As I drove Dongzi home, he pulled a watch from his pocket, saying, "I bought 2 on my last business trip. This one is for you." I waved my hand dismissively. "That would be too formal. I know exactly how much you earn in a month. It would be quite pointless to use this to barter between us." Dongzi frowned. "What have I exchanged with you? I bought it a month ago. Once when I called, you said you were busy and hung up. That was when I decided to give it to you." I conceded, "All right, I'll accept it." Upon returning to Yuanju, I smiled softly and said, "Master, Mr. Deng is a true master of Tai Chi." My master eagerly inquired, "Have you heard any news?" I recounted the events that had just transpired. He chuckled, but said nothing further. At that moment, our neighbor entered, her voice preceding her, "Is Mr. Hong home?" My master replied with a smile, "What brings you such joy?" The neighbor excitedly exclaimed, "Fengyan Pavilion has just constructed a lake and is holding a naming contest. Anyone whose suggestion is chosen will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. Everyone is brainstorming names for the lake. I want to give it a try." She placed a slip of paper on the table. I glanced at the paper. The neighbor had proposed the name Moon Lake. My master threw his head back in laughter and asked, "What is the deadline?" The neighbor replied, "It ends by noon today. I just heard the news." My master mysteriously stated, "I'll think of a name for you, but you must not share it with anyone. It may not win, but it will surely be better than your Moon Lake." He then wrote down the words Qingfeng Lake. The neighbor exclaimed, "Great. I'll submit it online right away." I looked at my master and asked, "Are those 2 characters part of Mr. Deng's name?" He replied, "That's right." After he became successful, I named him Deng Fugang, with the courtesy name Qingfeng. "Ah, so that is how it is." I couldn't help but exclaim silently in my heart. My master continued, "Once the name for the lake is determined, Mr. Deng will quickly initiate a writing and couplet contest, and surely a giant sculpture of an ox will be erected by the lake, for which he will undoubtedly invite me to perform the opening ceremony." "Can you predict all this?" I asked. My master chuckled. "This is his strategy. He has developed several properties in other regions. Unlike other bosses who boast about building quality, an approach that easily breeds disdain, he leverages cultural momentum instead." My master elaborated on Mr. Deng's strategy, first capitalizing on Feng Shui's influence, sparing no expense to hire renowned masters. People, whether common folk or dignitaries, all believe in this. Once a famous master declares it a treasure land, the property heats up even before construction begins, as they quickly collect advance payments. Thus, Mr. Deng is never short of funds. He plays the game better than anyone else. Secondly, he utilizes the pens of literati. Consider how many scholars are not financially strained, and think about how many literary pieces contain the truth. Li Bai transformed the flowing waters of Lushan into a waterfall plunging down 3,000 feet, while Du Fu described the stench near his residence in Chengdu as boats moored from Dongwu for miles. Therefore, when the writing contest begins, local literati will embellish their submissions even more extravagantly than Li Bai and Du Fu. Qingfeng Lake will become known as "This lake ought to exist only in the heavens. It is seldom found on earth." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. After my laughter subsided, I asked, "If a ceremony for the sculpture is held and he invites you, will you attend?" He replied, "Of course. One does not live in a vacuum." I sensed a hint of resignation in my master's tone. Why would he feel such a sense of resignation? Chapter 26. The visit of Shi Yinfeng. I comprehend the weight of my master's words and chose not to inquire further. At that moment, two individuals entered the premises. The first man spoke. Master, I wish to establish a pet hospital and would like to assess the character. I wonder if it can be done. My master cast a glance in my direction. I replied, allow me to evaluate it for you. The man appeared skeptical, glancing at my master once more. My master reassured him, rest assured, I will oversee the process. I am accustomed to such skepticism and took no offense. I informed him it cannot be done. From a practical standpoint, how many people in a 4th or 5th-tier city own pets? He seemed to seize upon my vulnerability, retorting, I am here for an assessment, not a lesson in practicality. If you can analyze, then please do so. I smiled lightly and responded, very well, let me elucidate the character. In the minds of most, it is regarded as an auspicious character. However, its intrinsic meaning is not necessarily auspicious. It denotes to encircle something. Characters containing generally embody this essence. The man awaited my explanation, and I provided examples. To clasp both hands together, encircling. The ridges that enclose fields. To monopolize a certain industry. Clouds enveloping the moon, creating a hazy effect, a condition that encircles sound, rendering it inaudible. I continued, establishing a pet hospital may feel like being encircled. Unless you can achieve monopoly, you will merely operate within a small circle, engaging in modest business without expansion. The man, displeased, counted his money and departed. Next came a woman who expressed her desire to open a jewelry store, seeking to assess the character. I understood that those who sought character assessments typically chose a character they believed held auspicious significance. Thus, I began to explain the meaning of taking a sip of tea. I held up a slip of paper inscribed with and smiled. This character does not signify excellent. Its original meaning is elongated. For instance, betel nut, which is an elongated fruit, historically describes a tall and robust man. A long corridor, the maternal figure that perpetuates the family lineage through an extended fermentation or contemplation process, as in brewing or maturing. She immediately grasped the concept and inquired, if it signifies elongation, does that imply a prolonged business endeavor? I shook my head, replying, while other businesses may thrive over time, I advise against opening a jewelry store or a hardware shop. She questioned, why is that? I explained, the combination of with the radical for metal forms the character, which connotes imprisonment. The woman gasped, her voice slightly hoarse. Sir, you are absolutely correct. My husband partnered with a friend to open a jewelry store. I advised him against the partnership, but he did not heed my counsel. Consequently, yesterday, they had a violent altercation over financial issues, and he injured the other man. When he opened the store, I urged him to assess a character, but he stubbornly refused. After she departed, my master gazed at me with a hint of affection and remarked after a moment, Shan Hong, the methods I have imparted to you. If you can summarize them in your daily life and apply them during assessments, it is indeed a labor of love. My cheeks flushed slightly as I replied. I take pleasure in delving into the intricacies of the Chinese language. Its depth is profound, and there is joy in exploration. My master sipped his tea and sighed. According to tradition, you should complete your apprenticeship in 3 years, after which you must leave this place. Yet, having had you for over 2 years, I find myself reluctant to part with you. I said, Master, if you do not urge me to leave, I shall remain by your side for a lifetime. My master mused, as one ages, one values the essence of affection. My 2 children reside in distant locales, preoccupied with their own careers, returning home only once a year. You see, if I were to grow old and live with them, they would arrange for someone to care for us, but I would find it disconcerting. I queried, is it not wonderful for a father and his children to gather together? My master shook his head. For the average person, that may be true, but not for me. My joy does not stem from daily familial companionship. Rather, it arises from those who frequently come to seek my counsel, like Shi Ge who brings delicacies, or individuals such as Mr. Deng, Mr. He, and Mr. Lan who consult me. This is what invigorates my spirit. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the environment, how abundant the wealth, or how dutiful the children, I would wither like a flower neglected for 3 days. I responded, Master, I understand. For you, the roots of culture and the wellspring of community being needed by others, hold far more nourishment than familial ties. My master regarded me intently and slowly replied, "Indeed. There was once a novel about a female performer in a cultural troupe who, having lost her roles, would mourn at funerals. Such a renowned actress resorted to such a lowly task, and no one comprehended her actions. Only her husband understood, stating that she could only reclaim her sense of purpose while mourning. When she wept, everyone around her was moved to tears. I immediately interjected. I have also read a tale about a martial artist skilled in staff techniques, who, in his 70s, practiced daily in his courtyard. He wished to pass on his art to the next generation, yet no one was willing to learn. Eventually, even the children ceased to observe him, yet he persisted, regardless of wind or rain, undeterred. For him, the dance of the staff was the embodiment of his life spirit. My master nodded. "Indeed, you have touched upon my very sentiments. For instance, here we sit, able to converse. If I were with someone with whom I could not communicate, what meaning would such an encounter hold? Thus, I have reconsidered my stance. Would you be willing to remain by my side?" I replied, "Master, I have already consented. As long as you do not send me away, I am willing." My master sighed deeply. "I shall do my utmost to impart my skills to you, for I yearn for someone with whom I can converse in my old age." Without hesitation, I rose from my seat and bowed deeply 3 times, declaring, "Wan Shan Hong wishes to be your eternal apprentice." My master responded, "Rise." Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice echoed from the entrance. "Is Taoist Hong Yi at home?" Upon hearing the voice, my master immediately stood and exclaimed, "Could it be the illustrious Shi Yanfeng, who wanders the world, elusive as a dragon?" From outside, a voice called, "The Taoist has keen hearing." As I turned, I beheld a figure at the entrance, a man with piercing eyes and a pronounced nose, adorned with a black beard above his lips and a flowing beard below. Dressed in black, with a belt cinching his waist, he stood against the sunlight, casting a striking silhouette, as formidable as Mount Tai, as majestic as the Great Rock. My master welcomed him at the door, leading him into the living room and introducing me. I clasped my fists and said, "I have long admired your reputation. My master often speaks of you. Today, upon meeting you, I see your remarkable demeanor and commanding presence, reminiscent of the valiant Wu Song, the bold monk Lu Jishan, the capable Zhang Qing, the scholarly strategist Wu Yong, and the handsome Lu Junyi, embodying both literary and martial prowess." Shi Yanfeng laughed heartily and remarked, "Such eloquence is undoubtedly a testament to your master and Appo's true teachings." I promptly prepared tea and arranged fruits and pastries. My master instructed, "Call Shirgu to prepare a feast, to welcome the illustrious Shi Yanfeng and wash away the dust of travel." Chapter 27. Mastering the art of listening to characters and the snake-calling technique. Brother Shi arrived with a platter of marinated delicacies and, without uttering a word, made his way to the kitchen. My master and Shi Yanfeng were engaged in conversation in the study. I busied myself with brewing tea and arranging fruits. Suddenly, I heard a commotion in the living room and stepped outside. A young man, upon seeing me, smiled and asked, "Is the master at home?" He appeared somewhat familiar. So I inquired, "Are you here to consult the master about characters?" "I am Xiao Liming. The master once divined a character for me." Recognition dawned on me. "Ah, he divined the character Li for you, indicating you would rise in status." He set down a bag and continued, "I went back to my hometown to fish and brought a few for the master." "Such kindness. Please have a seat. My master is receiving guests in the study." "No need to disturb him," he replied. I carried the fish to the kitchen and asked Brother Shi, "Aunt Chun has gone visiting. Do you need my help?" Brother Shi frowned. "Stay out of the way. Your skills lie only in chatter." I chuckled. "Can you find oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea without me? A chef possesses a sixth sense." Brother Shi waved me off, signaling me to move along. I entered the study, pouring water and serving tea, as Shi Yanfeng regaled my master with tales from the 6 years since their last parting. His words flowed effortlessly, recounting extraordinary events from the martial world, encounters with masters, the famous Huashan sword debate, camaraderie among heroes, and the competition among peers. I was utterly captivated. I had not anticipated the depth of his skills, and my curiosity bubbled over. "Master Yanfeng, my master often speaks of your remarkable abilities and I hold great admiration. Might you teach me a few techniques? My master interjected. Shan Hong is bright and eager to learn. He should achieve something in the future. Teach him a trick or two. After all, in the martial world, skills are never a hindrance. Yin Feng clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Since the Taoist has requested, I shall present a game, listening to characters. Upon hearing this, I rushed to the kitchen to summon Brother Sure. He immediately set aside his task and joined us in the study. Yin Feng instructed, both of you write a character. I quickly cut some paper, providing each person with a piece. I dashed to the living room and wrote. Is this possible? As for what Brother Sure wrote, I remained unaware. We folded our papers and placed them on the table. Yin Feng casually picked one up, held it to his ear, and declared, for characters, I am a chef. Then, he opened my folded paper, held it to his ear, and proclaimed, still 4 characters. Is this possible? Both Sure and I were left dumbfounded. Sure repeatedly exclaimed how miraculous it was as he returned to the kitchen. I asked my master, surely, you can decipher this remarkable skill? My master explained, Shan Hong, our profession was once categorized as the 3 teachings and 9 streams. The 3 teachings possess wisdom, while the 9 streams are merely for survival. Regardless of whether one belongs to the former or the latter, one must inevitably learn some unconventional methods for self-preservation. I bowed to Sure Yin Feng, Master. Would you please teach me? Yin Feng smiled. Listening to characters is not difficult. This technique has 2 scenarios, one with a confederate and one without. If there is a confederate, one must first negotiate with them. The performer casually picks up a piece of paper, listens, and declares it to be a certain character. To which the confederate replies, correct, you guessed it. In truth, the paper they held is the next character they will reveal. They unfold it and say any character, and the confederate claims they guessed right. They have actually seen another character. This continues for the 3rd, 4th, and so on. Concerned about the scenario without a confederate, I eagerly asked, what if there is none? Yin Feng chuckled. First, place an identical piece of paper in your pocket. During the performance, grasp a piece with a written character in your right hand, holding the blank paper to your ear with your left hand while subtly arching the one with the character in your palm. You will discern the character. This skill relies on practice. Once perfected, no one will detect a flaw. He then demonstrated twice in front of us, even under my watchful gaze. I cannot discern any trick. I remarked, your technique is astoundingly swift, akin to lightning. He clasped his hands. It is merely a trivial skill, suitable only for entertaining the common folk. Before you master, it would be a disgrace. At that moment, Brother Sure announced, dinner is ready. The meal was naturally sumptuous, and the guests engaged in lively conversation, enjoying the feast. Yin Feng had a custom of meditating for an hour at noon, followed by a brief nap. As he prepared to meditate in the guest room, my master said, this afternoon, I want him to teach you the snake calling technique. Snake calling? Yes. Sometimes in a contest, if you summon a few snakes, your opponent will lose their nerve. This is a method of winning without battle. My heart raced. If I mastered this technique, I could easily intimidate someone like Chang Si without needing immobilizing powder. Summoning a few snakes and declaring my allies had arrived would surely frighten him half to death. Please, assist me. I am eager to learn. My master pondered for a moment. Wait, I will speak to him privately. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin Feng awoke. My master conversed with him in the study for a while before they emerged. Yin Feng said, Shan Hong, there are no gods or demons in this world, only the power of herbs. Since you wish to learn, remember one thing. You must never strike a snake. I nodded gravely. Yin Feng then proceeded to the courtyard. During my 2 years at Yuranju, I had never encountered a snake in this courtyard. To my astonishment, Yin Feng crouched down and clapped his hands 3 times. Soon, 2 green snakes emerged from seemingly nowhere, slithering directly to his side as if understanding his command. He gently patted their heads, and they became still. After a moment, he waved his hand, and the snakes crawled into the drainage system and disappeared. This display left me utterly astounded. Upon returning indoors, Yin Feng, without further ado, wrote a line on paper, XX 50 grams, XX 100 grams, XX 200 grams, grind into powder. He then burned the paper in a teacup, dividing it in half, and said to me, drink this, let it reach your heart. The next day, regardless of my master's insistence, Yin Feng was determined to depart. Before leaving, he bowed to my master and said, "I wish to seek a teacher in the Zhongnan Mountains. May we meet again." My usually steadfast master appeared teary-eyed, clasping his hands and saying, "My dear brother, take care on your journey." Yin Feng turned, and in the sunlight and gentle breeze, I saw him carrying a long sword, his wide garments billowing like a great black spider. In a short while, his figure became increasingly distant. My master sighed, "Each time we meet, he is always in a hurry. His unconventional methods are merely his means of self-defense. What he truly seeks is the ultimate path of harmony between heaven and man. Wandering the martial world, making the four seas his home, I hope he attains his goals in the Zhongnan Mountains." As I reflected on Yin Feng's selflessly imparted skills of listening to characters and the snake calling technique, my hands remained clasped in gratitude until he vanished from sight. In the wind and rain, I will always remember you. Master, safe travels. I bowed deeply in the direction of his departure. Chapter 28, A Strange Woman. The art of snake summoning is merely a form of medicinal skill, while the art of divination through characters is a technique. Whenever I have a moment to spare, I shut the door and practice diligently until my hands tingle and my fingers can scarcely bend. In less than a month, I have mastered it to a remarkable degree. One afternoon, I called Yumarin and said, "Sister Yu, could you please replace my coffee table with a long table? The coffee table is too sparse and leads to financial loss." Sister Yu complied with my request and inquired, "Brother Juan, do you have any other instructions?" "There are not many instructions, merely a small request for mutual benefit." She smiled and said, "I will take care of it immediately." Half an hour later, I decided to check on the progress, insisting that it be done meticulously. She suggested, "Why not come over for dinner? I actually have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Her voice was sweet and charming, indicating she indeed had something to ask. At 4 o'clock, I took leave from my master and soon arrived at Feng Shui. Yumarin led me to the second floor. Upon entering the divination room, I found that the coffee table had indeed been replaced with a long table. After a thorough inspection, I felt that anyone seated across from me would be unable to discern my subtle movements. "You haven't installed surveillance cameras in my divination room, have you?" I jested. Yumarin chuckled. "Who would dare to monitor a master like you? However, there are cameras in the corridor and the hall." I laughed. "That's wise. If cameras were installed in the divination room, I guarantee your business wouldn't last a year." After some light banter, the dishes were served, and we dined while conversing. Yumarin asked, "Brother Juan, do you think there is any hope for Fengyin Pavilion? Are you planning to relocate the shop there?" I replied, "No. The shop will not be moved. The old city has a high population and many establishments." I quickly understood. She possessed ample funds and intended to purchase several properties there, waiting for their value to appreciate. She playfully glared at me. "You make me sound like a speculator." I countered, "Which speculator ISN and oppose? T righteous? They say to stimulate domestic demand, one should buy 5 or 10 properties at once, boldly claiming to alleviate national concerns." Yumarin playfully tapped my head with her chopsticks. "Are you preparing to change careers and become a comedian?" Feeling somewhat unsettled, I reflected on how wealthy individuals like Yumarin were prevalent in the city, often involved in property speculation, while those genuinely in need of housing could not afford it. I took out my phone and called Dongzi. He responded, "What a coincidence. I was just about to call you. You mentioned the 10th or the 20th. I had smooth proceedings. Today is the 20th, and I made the down payment this morning. This afternoon, the price increased by over 1,000 per square meter." I was taken aback. What a fortunate fellow. He must be reveling in his harvest alone. After hanging up, I said, "This matter is ultimately yours to decide. If you buy 1 unit, I will perform a divination for you. If you purchase 2 or 3 units, not for personal use, but as an investment, the divination will not hold." She raised an eyebrow. "Why won't it hold?" I explained the 3 principles of divination. 1 matter per divination. Long-term matters should not be divined, and matters lacking sincerity should not be divined. Life and death matters are also excluded. Your situation falls under long-term investment. If it doesn't sell, it could take 2, 3, or even 5 years. Hence it is not to be divined. Yumarin blinked. "Then I will buy 1 unit and inquire about the character and oppos. Buy and oppos." I urged her to act swiftly. "Make the purchase quickly. Delay may lead to loss." She inquired, "Will the price rise?" I nodded, because the character by contains the character head, the sooner, the better. She declared, I will go tomorrow. After dinner, Umarin took her leave. I surmised she would indeed purchase several units for the character and amp, oppos, bind amp, oppos is a component to the character and amp, oppos, home and amp, oppos with a slight deficiency. Thus, it is not meant for residents. The underlying character indicates its purpose is purely for appreciation, to enlarge the metaphorical cake. By around 6 o'clock, the weather had turned chilly, and the tea house had fewer patrons. However, in early winter, people typically arrive by 7. I walked to the back room, where the tea house had set up a military-style bed for me to rest. I reclined on the bed, engrossed in a copy of Appreciation of Tang poetry. This was a task assigned by my master, so I left the book in a shop for easy access while practicing. As a practitioner of my profession, being well-read lends credence to the belief that my abilities stem from cultural knowledge rather than mere tricks. After reading a few pages, perhaps due to my prone position, I unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Mr. Wan, I heard someone calling me. I jolted awake. The attendant smiled as she entered, their essay guest. I replied, please wait a moment. I need to meditate for 5 more minutes. After meditating for 5 minutes and washing my face in the restroom, I leisurely emerged. A petite woman was already seated in the outer room. She was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive. Upon seeing me, she politely stood and smiled. I returned her smile, which was not a mere ordinary smile. It was a refined expression I had practiced for half a year under my master's guidance. This smile is not the conventional one, merely sweet. It is intended to evoke a sense of tension, mystery, and unease, as though I were a police officer confronting a thief. Yet, it still conveys goodwill, suggesting a benevolent presence capable of alleviating worries and guiding her to safety. This blend of mystery, authority, and kindness proved effective with clients, instilling both fear and familiarity. The incense burning in the room added to the atmosphere, heightening the tension. The woman appeared somewhat apprehensive, her body unconsciously trembling. As I gazed at her, an unusual image arose in my mind. This is another form of skill known as associative memory. In this line of work, a good memory is essential. The woman's features bore resemblance to both her father and mother. It could not be mistaken. Could she have reconsidered her choice, abandoning her previous intentions? Although uncertain, I intended to unveil her true identity with a few probing questions. I smiled and said, "There's paper and a pen here. Please step outside to write a character." She hesitated. "Do I need to go outside to write?" I confirmed, "Yes, once you've written it, fold it." She inquired, "Can I write any character?" I deliberately replied, "Just a Chinese character. No English, please." At this, she chuckled, perhaps finding my humor amusing. After a moment, she returned, handing me the folded paper. In that instant, as I accepted her note, I had already caught a glimpse of the character she had inscribed. Thus, I placed her writing on the table and pressed it down with a weight. With confidence, I proclaimed, "What are you inquiring about?" "Marriage." I clarified, "Let me explain. I am not like others who must see what you have written before providing divination. Your note remains on the table, unopened, correct?" The woman nodded. I continued, "Please confirm once more that your note has not been disturbed." She affirmed loudly, "Yes." I instructed, "Now, take the note back, hold it tightly in your palm, and pay attention to it." She retrieved the note and held it close, gazing at me. I spoke in a deep baritone, my voice resonating as if it were a divine message from afar. "You stand at a crossroads in your life, particularly tense in your relationship with your mother. The tension arises from the stark differences in your selection criteria for a partner compared to your parents." The woman visibly stiffened, though she maintained an impassive expression. I needed to ascertain whether she was indeed the daughter of Mr. Xiao. If not, I would adeptly salvage my assertions. I tapped the table. "Please answer me truthfully. Were my previous statements accurate?" The woman, fearful of divine retribution, nodded swiftly. "I understand your preference for robust and imposing men. It is a natural inclination for individuals to seek to compensate for their own shortcomings through alternative means. Do you not find my reasoning sound?" The woman nodded once more. I smiled faintly. "How I wish you would shake your head just once." She replied, "Why is that?" Chapter 29, A Bold Appointment. I could not help but chuckle. remarking that a diviner, devoid of any challenge, would become utterly tedious. She still regarded me with a hint of skepticism. I unleashed a significant revelation. Your father faced considerable setbacks in his career during his middle years, did he not? The young woman stared at me, her mouth agape for a moment, and then conceded with a nod, "You are entirely correct." I began to console her, explaining that her desire for a robust partner was not born from her own volition, but rather a consequence of her father and Apo's neglect during her formative years when he was preoccupied with his career. As she transitioned into her teenage years, her father's struggles rendered her unable to hold her head high, fostering a longing for a male figure she could admire within her home. Hence, throughout her academic pursuits, she remained unmoved by any boy, finding them immature and even laughable. As she began to search the surroundings anxiously, I understood that nervousness often leads to perspiration, and perspiration necessitates hydration. I gestured towards the water dispenser. She poured herself a glass and inquired, "Sir, if what you say is true, what kind of partner should I seek?" I replied, "One who loves you." She retorted, "What about the one I love?" I smiled and clarified, "I did not say that is unacceptable, but rather that a union flourishes best when he loves you more." She shook her head in confusion. "I do not quite comprehend." With a sardonic grin, I remarked, "The essence of your marriage lies within your grasp. Is it not a simple word?" At that moment, she genuinely appeared on the verge of slipping from her chair. Regardless of her extensive knowledge, she could not fathom how I could accurately deduce that she had inscribed the character for one without having seen it. Her focus shifted from the issue of marriage to the enigmatic nature of my divination skills. She questioned, "How did you know I wrote one? Surely, you have a hidden camera in this room?" It was then that I grasped the difficulty Mr. Xiao and his wife must have faced in communicating with their daughter. I candidly stated, "You may doubt me, but allow me to speak plainly. We cannot continue this dialogue. You are a person who trusts no one, and you are free to leave." Simultaneously, I would inform the front desk to waive her fee. She was taken aback. Remaining stiff for a moment before managing a faint smile, I acknowledged my flawed character, my stubbornness. "I owe you an apology." "But what does this character one signify?" I explained, "It represents the end of death and the beginning of life. It is the first stroke of death and the last stroke of life. Reflect upon its meaning." She appeared bewildered, struggling to articulate a response. I added, "If you do not comprehend, it implies that your current relationship must come to an end, paving the way for new opportunities." She tilted her head, as if in frustration with me. I pressed a bell, and shortly after, a server entered. I instructed her, "Please bring in the next guest. This young lady will not be charged." The server nodded. The young woman stood abruptly, failing to utter a word of thanks, and turned to leave. I shook my head, feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat, and sighed. With such a disposition, perhaps she would fare better with someone of a different background, rather than causing distress among our own. The next individual who entered discovered 100 yuan left on the stool, revealing that she had indeed declined the complimentary dinner. The following day, I recounted the previous night and Apo's encounter to my master, who remained silent. To my surprise, 3 days later, I received a call from Mr. Xiao. He inquired, "Mr. Wan, when might you be available?" I replied, "I am generally free during the day. What is the matter?" He expressed a desire to meet and discuss. I informed my master of the situation, and he cautioned, "Is it possible that you spoke too candidly to his daughter, and now she has encountered some trouble? Seeking to confront you?" I doubted it, but my master shook his head, advising in our line of work, "Meeting someone with whom we have only a fleeting acquaintance requires caution." He then provided me with a phone number, saying, "If you find yourself in difficulty, just call him and refer to him as Brother Long." I chuckled, "Master, you're overthinking this. Besides, I carry my own binding powder." My master scowled. "We should strive to avoid creating enmity with others. Indiscriminately using binding powder could lead to unfavorable rumors. Let Brother Long handle such matters. It will be far less troublesome." Given my master's serious demeanor, I too could not afford to be careless. As I drove, I pondered the possibilities. One outcome could be favorable, wherein the young woman reconciled with her feelings, prompting Mr. Xiao to express his gratitude. Conversely, a negative outcome could arise if the girl reacted impulsively, seeking drastic measures, which would then lead Mr. Xiao to blame me. The first scenario would be manageable, yet I feared the second, where a dispute could escalate into something more dangerous, potentially involving hidden accomplices who might ambush, extort, or even resort to violence. Nevertheless, I was confident in my ability to handle any situation, armed as I was with my remedies. Thus, I arranged to meet Mr. Xiao at a venue known as Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Arriving at the establishment, I felt at ease. This was my domain, where even the staff recognized me. I refrained from calling Brother Long, trusting my instincts that Mr. Xiao was not seeking trouble. We settled in a box 207. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mr. Xiao arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the server brought us tea. I raised my cup, stating, "This is high mountain tea from Ollie Mountain in Taiwan. Please enjoy." After a sip, Mr. Xiao turned to close the door behind him. I maintained my characteristic smile. "Mr. Xiao inquired, do you drink alcohol?" My master had taught me that those in our profession should refrain from drinking with strangers, so I shook my head. He pressed a button, and the server returned. He instructed her, "I will take care of the bill for this room. Bring me a bottle of Erguo 2 and a dish of peanuts. Make sure it in Appos, as half a kilogram." I told the server, "Charge it to my account." Mr. Xiao waved his hand, "No, that one in Appos, do." Concerned that the server might misunderstand who was paying, he called the young woman back, firmly stating, "This bill is not signed. I will cover it. Do you understand?" The young woman nodded. Mr. Xiao urged, "Sit down. I need a drink before we can talk." Once the server delivered the alcohol, he poured a glass, took a couple of sips, and remarked, "Mr. Wan, my story is lengthy, but I have no significant issues. I merely wish to converse with you. A few nights ago, my daughter came to have a character divination, correct? I feigned ignorance. A young woman came to seek the character one. I wonder if she's your daughter?" He confirmed, "Yes, indeed. It was my wife and I who encouraged her to seek it." My concern lay with her reaction post-divination. So I asked, what happened after she returned home? Mr. Xiao took another sip of his drink, gesturing for me to listen. "Take your time. Let me explain. When she returned from Guangzhou, my wife and I informed her that we had consulted a diviner, and it was remarkably accurate. We relayed the details to her. Her mother suggested she should have her own divination done. My daughter, being quite stubborn, refused. After her mother nagged her incessantly, out of frustration, she finally agreed to go. As for her experience with you, she did not mention a word upon returning home." He continued, "The next day, she slept all day, only rising for dinner. By the third day, as she was preparing to leave, she spoke to me privately, expressing her desire to no longer act out of spite, and that she would seek a partner who would put our minds at ease." I sighed deeply, "Mr. Xiao. It is not that I am criticizing your daughter's character. She truly needs to change. Our discussions were largely unproductive, and when she departed, she did not even offer a word of thanks. While it is trivial to wave goodbye with a smile, she simply left without a glance back." Mr. Xiao appeared contrite. "Mr. Wan, I sincerely apologize to you." With that, he stood and bowed. I interjected, "Oh, please, no need for such formality." Mr. Xiao resumed his seat, took a sip of his drink, wiped his mouth with his hand, set down his glass, and inquired, "You have not yet found a partner, have you?" I shook my head. He appeared as if he had indulged too much, extending his index finger and saying to me, "You must absolutely choose a quality one. It's perfectly fine if it isn't aesthetically pleasing." Upon hearing this, I sensed a tale unfolding and felt intrigued, prompting me to inquire, "What is your profound lesson?" Old Xiao tilted his head back and took a sip, savoring the taste. Good wine, exquisite wine, truly delightful. This time, instead of using the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, he retrieved a napkin. After dabbing his lips, he remarked, "Mr. Wan, I misspoke. Please do not take offense, for we are colleagues." I was taken aback and asked, "Colleagues?" Chapter 30. The master thief Lao Xiao took a swig of his drink and remarked, "In this world, there are all sorts of people. You earn your living with words, while I earn mine with my hands. Are we not from different trades?" I smiled faintly and replied, "I understand." His expression was complex, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "I once had glorious days. In the underworld, I was known as Xiao the Loach, a thief of great renown." I leaned forward, realizing that this lean man was indeed a master thief, although it was hard to tell at first glance. However, when I noticed his slender fingers, I instantly believed him. I clasped my hands in respect and said, "I see. My apologies for my previous assumptions." After several more sips of his drink, his excitement grew, and he began recounting his little-known life as a thief. Lao Shao shared that in the early 1990s, while others earned a meager sum of 100 yuan a month, he could easily pocket hundreds or even thousands in just a few days. With money at his disposal, he was generous in courting women, and he successfully won the heart of the most beautiful girl in the local hair salon, the finest in the area. He had no official occupation, and no one knew what he truly did. He claimed to take on small projects and carry baskets, earning the trust of the entire street. After all, he was always there to lend a helping hand, and money made it easy for him to do so. I interjected, "Did no one truly know your profession?" Lao Shao nodded seriously. "I have never faltered, thus no one knows. I have 3 principles. I never operate within the city, I never target the disabled, and I never attack women with children." I raised my tea and said, "Even in thievery, there's a code of conduct. Cheers." He took another swig of liquor and continued, "I believe I have lived up to my wife's expectations. She always wore the latest fashions, rode trendy motorcycles, and spent money lavishly. Other than working at the salon, she played a bit of mahjong. What else could she offer aside from her beauty? She had no other special talents, yet she enjoyed such a happy life. She should be content, right?" I nodded in agreement. He spread his hands. "After 3 years of marriage, there was a time I went out of town to make money. You won't believe how much I got." I leaned in intrigue. "How much?" "A safe full of cash." I was left speechless. He poured himself another drink, the liquor flowing like a river. He pressed a button, and a server entered. He ordered another bottle. I cautioned him, "Can you handle it? Getting drunk would not be wise." He laughed heartily. "That's inconsequential. I am renowned for my drinking prowess." When a server brought the liquor, he filled a glass, took a hearty gulp, and resumed speaking. That was on the Jingguang line. In our underworld lingo, we called it hunting the fat man. Indeed, back then, there were no high-speed trains, and most people traveled by train, with the Jingguang line being the most crowded. Lao Shao boasted, "There were plenty of fat men on that line. There were 2 kinds, genuine businessmen and their mistresses. Once I set my sights on a certain woman, you know. Such women usually occupy soft sleeper compartments. Therefore, I often booked soft sleepers on the Jingguang line, and more often than not, I succeeded. But every job had to be accounted for. Once I had targeted her, I donned a fedora and tinted glasses, which were my signature look. Reflecting on those days, I would either be dressed in a suit or a traditional long gown, always appearing as if I hailed from a wealthy family." He immersed himself in nostalgia. "That day, I entered the soft sleeper, tidied myself up, and went out to wander. I sought an opportunity to strike, while ensuring I left no impression on her. As the train passed Changsha, it was midnight, and everyone had fallen asleep. When we reached Yiyang Station, I made my move, transferring her safe to my accomplice, who was waiting in Yiyang. I didn't disembark until we reached Wuhan. Did you have accomplices? Indeed, I was responsible for the actions on the train, while my accomplices were stationed at various stops along the Jingguang line. Wherever we succeeded, the goods were handed over to the corresponding accomplice. I would take 40%, while the others at the station would share the remaining 20%. You disembarked in Wuhan to ensure the case would be unsolvable because you hadn't exited midway, correct? Lao Shao smacked his thigh. Exactly, as she was to disembark in Zhengzhou. By then, dawn had broken. I carried a small bag, and, as I left the train, I intentionally said goodbye to them. After disembarking, I discarded my glasses, hat, fake mustache, and the coat I wore into the Yangtze River, then met my accomplice at the agreed location. We split the money and quickly parted ways. He headed north, and I went south. Then, I waited for news outside, too afraid to return home. At that time, the only source of information was the newspaper, and I scoured it daily for any updates. Did she not report the incident? I have no idea. Was her money clean? I heard that some women acquire their wealth through theft, living with a wealthy man for a while before seizing the opportunity to steal a safe and vanish. You mean to say she might have been a thief herself? Lao Shao gazed at me and pronounced each word slowly. She must have been a thief, for the safe contained nothing but cash. If it wasn't stolen, logically, one would at least pack personal items, such as valuables alongside the money. I found Lao Shao and Appo's analysis to be astute. He continued, Carrying around such a large sum of money was quite inconvenient, and I dared not deposit it in a bank. So, after 10 days without any disturbances, I took a bus home. By the time I arrived, it was already 2 in the morning. I'm a man who loves his wife dearly. On that frigid winter night, I quietly opened the door without waking her, only to find it locked. You see, locks are mere decorations in my hands. I swiftly unlocked the living room door, and when I attempted to open the bedroom door, it too was secured. At that moment, an ominous feeling washed over me. I could almost predict the outcome, yet I couldn't refrain from asking, what happened next? I stared intently at Lao Shao, with a look of disgust. Lao Shao recounted, my wife was with another man. That scoundrel was quick-witted. When I opened the bedroom door, he slipped away down the drain pipe from the balcony. My wife, realizing I had returned, was terrified. I coldly remarked, do not be afraid, just put on some clothes, don't catch a cold. We will settle this account later. Ah, you maintained your composure? After years in this life, could I afford not to be calm? I kept my distance after taking from others. I only disembarked at the designated stop. One's mental fortitude is honed over time. In that moment, I genuinely considered giving her a good beating, compelling her to reveal the identity of the man, and then exacting revenge on that scoundrel. However, I eventually came to realize that she was not my destined wife, but merely someone bought with money. Consequently, I kept my silence and chose to part ways with her. I couldn't help but admire Lao Zhao's manly demeanor. Is your current wife the child of your former wife? Lao Zhao's eyes glistened with moisture, indeed. This child was quite lively during her youth. When she was around 12, I had a slip-up, and I was in prison for 5 years. When I got out, the child had changed, but my wife remained the same. Thus, I am genuinely grateful for my current spouse. I understood now. Indeed, he had faced setbacks in midlife. As you know, I could never return to my former ways, fearing it would ruin my child, and my wife had lost her job. So, I opened a tea house in the West District, quite far from here, named in Appos, the Hong Pao Tea House. And Appos, I inquired, is business thriving? He helplessly replied, barely surviving. At that moment, my phone rang, and a cold voice said, Mr. Wan, please step outside. I am waiting for you in the lobby. Who are you? The line went dead abruptly. Chapter 31, the mysterious figure emerges. I surmise that the caller must be someone sent by my master to discreetly protect me. But who could he be? I quickly rose and, feeling apologetic towards Lao Shao, said, a friend is looking for me. Please, make yourself comfortable. Upon entering the grand hall, I surveyed my surroundings. In the distance, I noticed a figure at a table beckoning me with a wave. As I approached, I discerned that he was a gentleman in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a refined demeanor. With a smile, he addressed me. You must be Brother Wan. Am I correct? I am Brother Long. I nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Brother Long. He continued. Master was concerned for your safety. He specifically asked me to check on you. Only then did I realize that the man before me was a notorious figure in the local underworld. I was taken aback by his seemingly scholarly appearance. If I were unaware of his background, I might have mistaken him for a university professor. Brother Long presented me with his business card, stating, this is my card. Do visit my establishment when you have the time. Upon inspecting the card, I noted he was the general manager of Feng Shui Hotel. It dawned on me that, as has always been the case, those involved in clandestine operations often maintain a facade of legitimate occupations. I chuckled and replied, I appreciate your protection, Brother Long. He inquired, is everything all right? I hastily waved my hand. No, everything is fine. He reassured me. If you encounter any trouble, just let me know. This is a society that values reason. Even if you don't know me, I might know the person in question. I can intervene on your behalf. I understood the underlying message in Brother Long's words. There was no one who did not recognize him in this city. After a few more inquiries, satisfied that I was unharmed, he clasped his fists together and said, if anything arises, just mention my name and say I am your cousin. You can walk these streets with confidence. All paths lead to Rome. His tone was nonchalant as he clasped his hands in farewell and departed. When I returned to our private room, Lao Shao did not pry about who had sought me. Instead, he remained engrossed in his drink. I was intrigued by the workings of the underworld and asked, what rules govern your profession? He chuckled softly. Ordinary pickpockets are not truly part of the underworld. The real underworld has established societies. Ours is called the 7-Star Society, which is divided into 4 branches: Dragon, tiger, lion, and leopard. I belong to the dragon branch. I inquired, are there any secret signals for communication? Lao Shao nodded. Within the society, brothers have ranks, and we typically start with a test. The customary phrase is, bowl of rice, bowl of noodles. May I ask which flower you are? Using flowers as a code is quite fashionable. I remarked casually. The ranks are determined by the size of the city. We reverse the name. For instance, in Beijing, one would say Beijing flower, in Shanghai, Shanghai flower, and in Changsha, Changsha flower. With just that, one can ascertain your status within the underworld. I laughed. This life seems thrilling, akin to being a spy. He shook his head. If every day were like this, it would lose its excitement. Moreover, engaging in such activities requires constant vigilance. If one has a heart condition, they simply cannot endure it. I jested. Do you still possess your skills? He shook his head vigorously. I stopped long ago. I suggested, why not give it a try? I'd love to see. He declined. No need to try. The conversation lost its momentum, and he shifted topics, lamenting the decline of his tea house's business. There are simply too many tea houses now, and mine lacks any distinctive features. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. Unexpectedly, he asked, how long is your contract with Feng Shui? I candidly replied, I haven't signed any formal contract with this establishment. We simply share the income, a 60-40 split. His eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope, and he gestured, why don't you come to my tea house? I won't charge you a single penny. I just ask that you help attract some customers. What do you say? I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He then tilted his head back and took a large gulp of his drink, his voice tinged with melancholy as he spoke. I have 3 children. My eldest is rather self-centered. The other 2, one boy and one girl, I cannot let them down. Therefore, I will support their interests, whether it be piano lessons or dance classes, even if it means stretching my finances. Life is not easy, Mr. Wan. Lao Zhao's words bore a somber weight, deepening my sympathy for him. However, moving to his tea house would offend you, Mayron, and the distance would be inconvenient. Besides, could I really revitalize a tea house devoid of patrons? I am no master. Seeing my indecision, he proposed, how about you come and take a look and offer some suggestions? From the moment you arrived, I sensed you possess a discerning mind. His gaze was fervent, and in that moment, I felt a surge of heroism, even though I was uncertain of my ability to assist him. Still, I was genuinely intrigued by his skills and responded with a smile, if you demonstrate your abilities, I shall visit. He asked, why must I showcase my skills? Do you doubt the truth of my earlier words? I stared at him intently and replied earnestly, if your skills remain intact, yet you find contentment in simplicity, it speaks volumes of your character. Upon hearing this, he stood and asked, where do you keep your money? I laughed. Do you expect me to divulge the location of my cash to a pickpocket? He clarified, no, I merely wish to estimate how much you possess. I gestured to the pouch at my side. He inquired, is it all in hundreds? I replied, there are a couple of tens mixed in. He stated, that puts you between 700 to 800 yuan. I was taken aback by his accuracy. He said, let's just pass by each other. I was skeptical, so I covered my pocket as we walked past. He queried, is it still there? I challenged, come see for yourself. I then withdrew the money to display it, laughing heartily as I returned it to my pocket. He remarked, feel again. To my astonishment, the money had vanished from my grasp. In that moment of relaxation, as I slipped it back into my pants pocket, he had expertly taken it from me. Stunned, I exclaimed, impressive, truly impressive. I shall help you visit the tea house. Lao Shao replied, it's a deal then. I escorted him to the entrance of the tea house, where I discovered he drove an old, dilapidated car. The sun set in a blood-red horizon, casting mottled shadows on the vehicle, further emphasizing its desolation. To my dismay, he attempted to start the engine several times, yet it refused to roar to life. He sheepishly leaned out and said, you should go ahead. I drove back home, pondering what assistance I could offer Lao Shao. Should I give him some money? I, too, was not affluent. My only recourse was to visit and see if I could devise a brilliant idea for him. However, this was merely a fanciful notion of my own making. Chapter 32. Visiting Mo Xiezi's establishment 3 days later, at the invitation of old Shao, I made my way to the Hong Pao tea house he had established. After a 20-mile journey, I arrived at the western part of the city. This area, steeped in history, was dominated by a sprawling expanse of dilapidated factories, forming an industrial district. Regrettably, most of these factories had long ceased operations. Nevertheless, tens of thousands of unemployed workers still resided here, cultivating vegetables, setting up stalls, and running small shops to supplement their incomes. Some whiled away their days playing mahjong, as they had retirement pensions to rely on. Compared to the new city district, the cost of living here was low, yet the place was vibrant, filled with the warmth of human existence. Old Xiao and his wife guided me through his tea house, which featured numerous private rooms. I felt a sense of understanding dawning within me. Old Xiao selected an opulently decorated large private room for our discussion, while his wife busied herself with serving tea. I fixed a keen gaze on Old Xiao and inquired, "Who suggested you open this tea house?" "Master Mo," Old Xiao replied. His wife, visibly annoyed, interjected, "What Master Mo? He is merely the fortune teller, Mo Xiezi." "Oh, haha. I see now," I chuckled. "He resides around here?" "Indeed. Everyone from the Western District seeks his counsel." "How did he advise you to open a tea house?" "He said that with 3 water strokes and the character Xiao, it transforms into Xiao Sa, ensuring a worry-free life thereafter." Ha 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 ha. My laughter grew more boisterous. Old Xiao and his wife were left bewildered by my amusement. "Is it inappropriate to open a tea house?" Old Xiao asked cautiously. I probed. "Did he also assess the Feng Shui of the main entrance?" Old Xiao nodded. His wife chimed in, "Yes. Mo Xiezi instructed us to base the dimensions of our tea house entrance on that of the century-old pharmacy across the street." I declared, "Let us pay a visit to Master Mo, oblivious to my history with Master Mo." Old Xiao remarked, "That sounds beneficial. We can hear his insights. When the 2 masters confer, it will surely be splendid." The couple led me to Master Mo's residence. "Ah, Master Mo, you may control the business in the Western District. But here I am in the East, ready to challenge you. Today, I shall expose your shortcomings and confront you directly." In front of a quaint villa, several luxury cars were parked. The Old Xiao couple hurried inside to announce our arrival. Upon entering the living room, I found Master Mo standing, astonished at my presence. I clasped my hands in a salute and said, "Master Mo, I, Wan Shan Hong, have come to pay my respects." He returned the gesture, a warm welcome indeed. "What brings Mr. Wan to my humble abode?" I laughed heartily. "I learned you assisted Old Xiao with advice on opening a tea house, and its business is merely mediocre. I have come to seek your counsel regarding the entrance dimensions, which I understand you determined." This statement startled not only the present patrons, but also the Old Xiao couple. A century-old establishment cannot falter. Its dimensions are impeccable. As for the notion of mediocrity, it is merely a facet of the business. With 1,000 stores, it is impossible for all to prosper. How can you place the blame on me? This is utter nonsense. Has your master not taught you to respect your elders and care for the young? My laughter echoed through the room, leaving everyone staring at me in confusion. I articulated clearly, a century-old pharmacy must ensure that once a patron crosses its threshold, they are so satisfied with a sip of its concoction that they never return. That is how it flourishes for 100 years. Conversely, a tea house must entice those who enter to return again and again. Otherwise, how can it thrive and generate revenue? Your adherence to tradition is misguided. If I were Old Xiao, I would have dismantled your establishment long ago, for your years of toil would be rendered futile. The audience nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of my assertions. Master Mo, enraged, pointed at me, sputtering, you. I retorted, "If your knowledge is lacking, refrain from advising others." Those around assumed Master Mo would explode in fury, but he stood there speechless. "Old Xiao, let us depart. Do not fall victim to his tricks again." With that, I laughed heartily once more, my laughter reverberating, causing Master Mo to tremble. The Old Xiao couple followed me outside, conversing. "So it was he who led me astray." I replied, "It is not that he intended to harm you. His understanding is simply inadequate." Old Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "I am fortunate to have consulted you." Upon returning to Old Xiao and Amp, Oppo's, tea house, I meticulously analyzed the situation for him. You are in the old city district, filled with tens of thousands of laid-off workers. Some engage in small businesses, while others simply rely on their pensions. The younger generation from the factories has left for opportunities elsewhere. Thus, your tea house can only thrive on volume, not quality. Old Xiao inquired, how can we increase volume? I proposed, remove all the private rooms on the second floor and convert them into a game room. Considering others are also opening game rooms, establish a storytelling hall on the first floor. Hire a storyteller to conduct sessions for several hours each day. Old Zhao's wife interjected, that an Oppo's is a brilliant idea. The former union leader from the copper mine, Qing Lao Guan, is an excellent storyteller. We should invite him. He will draw a crowd. I added, the storytelling sessions I envision, in addition to inviting Qing Lao Guan, must have an element of innovation. Old Xiao leaned forward, eager to know what innovation. Every worker has a story to tell. Therefore, not only should Qing Lao Guan narrate tales, but he should also host the event, allowing audience members to share their stories on stage. Each storyteller would receive a reward of 5 yuan. Old Xiao clapped his hands in delight. What a splendid idea. His wife joined in. I could go up and share story too. Secondly, you must replace the entrance with an 8-arch door. Old Xiao expressed his gratitude, inviting Qing Lao Guan to join us for lunch. Qing Lao Guan's humor was infectious, and every word he uttered brought laughter. I remarked, Old Xiao, with these changes, you will possess the trifecta of timing, location, and harmony. With Qing's eloquence, your success is assured. As we raised our glasses in celebration, we feasted heartily. When it was time to part, Old Xiao offered me a red envelope, which I initially declined. He insisted, saying, it is a matter of etiquette. Do not refuse. Only then did I accept. In the afternoon, upon returning to Yu Ranju, I recounted my encounter with Old Xiao, omitting the visit to Master Mo. My master stroked his white beard thoughtfully and nodded. You have done a commendable deed. I do not know this thief, but he was reported in the newspapers years ago. My curiosity piqued by my master's words. I asked, what did the report say? He recollected slowly. There was a neighboring county where many residents found their money missing without any signs of forced entry. Some had concealed their cash in the most absurd places, like inside an old suitcase, while the new suitcase remained untouched, only for the money in the old one to vanish. Others hid their money within a book, yet the rest of the house remained undisturbed. The media dubbed him the mystical thief. I marveled. I never would have guessed. You would not recognize him now, for he resembles an honest old man. My master sighed deeply. Some individuals, once stripped of their disguises, become mere shadows of their former selves, whether they were once wolves or tigers. However, if Old Xiao manages his tea house wisely, he could enjoy prosperous business for 5 to 8 years. 5 to 8 years. I pondered how my master arrived at such a conclusion. He gestured with his fingers. Once the current cohort of workers, now in their 50s, age and depart, this former industrial zone will become a hollow shell. As the older generation moves on, the younger factory offspring have already sought work elsewhere. Change is inevitable. The world is in constant flux. I remarked, you possess remarkable foresight. Just then a tall, slender figure entered, clad in a tang suit. He greeted my master, and they proceeded directly to the study. I brewed some tea, but my master waved me away, signaling for me to exit. This was my first encounter with such a scenario, compelling me to retreat and gently close the door behind me. What confidential matters were my master and the visitor discussing? Approximately 10 minutes later, the master saw off his guest, escorting him all the way to the gate. Upon returning to the living room, he said nothing, and I felt it inappropriate to inquire. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, darkening the sky, and in a moment, a torrential rain began to fall. Between heaven and earth, only the sounds of wind and rain could be heard. With nothing to do, the two of us could only listen to the rain in the living room. He suddenly asked, did you go to Old Mo and Oppo's house to reason with him? I was taken aback, and after a moment's pause, asked, how did you know? The master replied with a hint of nonchalance. He called to complain. However, I responded to him with righteous indignation. I was merely a bit upset, so the master interrupted my words and said, let me share with you some tales from my past. Chapter 33. The master's extraordinary background in the midst of a dark and stormy night. With the rain pouring down relentlessly, there was little to be accomplished. Thus, my master began to recount his past to me. He spoke slowly, revealing, many years ago, Taoist Hongyuan took me in. He had no heirs and imparted all his knowledge and skills to me. Eventually, he instructed me to leave the monastery, and I set out to wander the world, seeking a place to settle down. Finding a suitable refuge was no easy task, for every corner of the world was akin to a bustling market fraught with competition. If one was too weak, they would perish from hunger. If too strong, they would be beset by adversaries. At that time, this area was not even a suburb, but a typical countryside. Someone took me in, offering to rent a room where I could practice fortune-telling and divination. A stranger seeking to establish roots in an unfamiliar land must possess more than a few skills. Although my master's expertise was unparalleled, and I consider myself quite adept, prudence was essential. When interpreting fortunes, even when I was certain, I dared not speak with absolute conviction. This cautious approach had its merits. It ensured stability, allowing my words to flow smoothly without missteps. Yet, it also meant that I would never achieve fame, earning just enough to support my family. It was during this period that I became infatuated with your master's wife. She belonged to the only family of teachers in the village, and she was remarkably beautiful in her youth. I was deeply enamored, yet I was a decade her senior. Moreover, my profession was looked down upon by society, akin to a toad desiring to court swan. Thus, I aspired to become a deity. Once I achieved divinity, my former occupation would be overshadowed. I began to employ my skills, speaking with an ironclad tongue, refusing to acknowledge any errors. Strangely enough, this audacity only enhanced my reputation. The attitude of your master's parents towards me fluctuated dramatically. Electricity? I pondered, suddenly struck by a realization. Master, your language fluctuates between exquisite elegance and modernity, reflecting the stark contrast in their attitudes towards you. The master continued. At that time, I was in my 30s and your master's wife was only 20. Remarkably, she fell for a man of my stature. Yet, being young and inexperienced, she suffered some setbacks. On one occasion, a woman came to inquire about her father's illness, writing the character. Seeing its few strokes, I opted to use the traditional character and apos for my divination. I asked if her father suffered from liver or gallbladder issues. She confirmed it was acute hepatitis. I warned her that her father's condition was serious, and the family needed to be mentally prepared. However, if he could survive until the winter, recovery was possible. The woman requested further elaboration. I explained that the character contained, indicating jaundice, a symptom of liver ailments. Thus, I deduced it to be a liver-related illness. Furthermore, as liver and gallbladder diseases belong to the wood element, and since it was the month of the metal element, the wood would struggle to thrive. Hence, the family needed to remain vigilant. However, if you were fortunate enough to survive until winter, when the water element would dominate, it would support the growth of wood, leading to recovery. I inquired about her husband's siblings, and she replied there were 3 brothers. I then cautioned her that while winter might bring hope, it was essential for the brothers and sisters-in-law to show constant care and concern. After she departed, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Her demeanor had been somewhat indifferent. Some people inquire about their parents' health out of genuine concern, while others, though feigning sorrow, secretly wish for their demise. Hearing this, I interjected. A long illness often reveals unfilial children. After a prolonged struggle, some neglect their parents, just as you mentioned. The master continued. That woman's father did survive until winter, but ultimately passed away. It was their unfilial behavior that led to his neglect, yet they blamed me for an inaccurate prediction, claiming I misled them and caused them to lessen their efforts in treatment. They came to confront me, and I, overwhelmed by their numbers, fled through the door. They pursued me relentlessly, and at that moment, I collided with Long Mengzi. As the master paused to sip his tea, I was so engrossed in the tale that I had forgotten to refill his cup. I quickly prepared a new brew and inquired, "Who is Long Mengzi?" The master replied, "Long Mengzi is the father of Long Tongue from the Feng Hotel. At that time, he could take on a dozen men, being a martial artist in the village. Although we were merely acquaintances, he intervened upon witnessing the commotion, casting aside his burdens and confronting the group, declaring, in broad daylight, 'A group of people attacking a scholar? Come at me if you dare.' His sudden arrival caused them to hesitate in their pursuit of me. Relying on their numbers, They encircled Long Mengzi, but they were no match for his prowess. He scattered them, sending them fleeing in all directions. He then caught up with their leader, pinning him to the ground, and demanded, "Do you dare to bully others again?" The leader replied. He predicted inaccurately. Long Mengzi landed a punch and asked, "Did he predict accurately?" The leader, fearing another punch, stammered, maybe." Long Mengzi delivered another blow, exclaiming, "Stop stuttering. I only want a single word." The leader quickly replied, "Accurate." Upon hearing this account from my master, I asked, "Why did Long Mengzi come to your aid?" The master said, "At the time, I was unaware of the reason, but later I understood. Once, someone in the village was bitten by a snake, and the villagers believed I possessed some folk remedies. Naturally, in my travels, I had learned a few of these remedies to aid myself and others. I rushed over, applied suction to the bite, and, after treating the wound with medicine, the individual recovered within a week. That person was Long Mengzi's father. I remarked, "No wonder your families are closely connected. There has been a relationship spanning 3 generations." The master replied, "It was only after that incident that I realized my confidence stemmed not from my accuracy, but from the support of powerful allies. Thus, I began to cultivate friendships widely. I was astonished, realizing my master did not place undue emphasis on his remarkable skills. Sensing my thoughts, he said, 'You are still young. In the world, one must always maintain a humble heart. Why does Long Tongue thrive? Do not underestimate him as merely a brute. His intellect surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Deng is like a ball. Do not think he simply has better luck. His emotional intelligence is 1,000 times superior to yours. Therefore, you must strive to learn from others and engage amicably with both the righteous and the unscrupulous. Only then can you earn your daily bread.' I rose to bow before my master, saying, 'Your reasoning has opened my mind, master.' He continued, 'For instance, the individual who just departed claimed to be the city's most renowned calligrapher. He may consider himself an artist, while I focus on my divination. There was no intersection between us. Nevertheless, when he came to visit, I still brewed him some hot tea and prepared cigarettes. I asked, 'Is he named Wang Yiming?' The master nodded. I purchased many of his works to decorate the walls of the Yumerin store. Last time, I asked Yumerin to take one down, and she appeared quite reluctant, remarking, 'But this is the work of the city's famous calligrapher.' The master chuckled. I noticed that whenever he chuckled, it often indicated his reluctance to comment further. I inquired, what was the purpose of his visit? The master gazed into the distance and replied, similar to Deng, 'He seeks to leverage my reputation.' I understood. He wished for you to mention Wang Yiming's works, ensuring his business flourishes? The master chuckled. When encountering such individuals, what would you do? He said, 'To deliberately flatter him would undermine my own stature. If others inquire, I simply respond with 2 words, and oppose, not bad, and oppose.' He then warned me, and oppose, when commenting on others, never exaggerate. If something is good, it's exceptionally good. If it's bad, it's hardly worth discussing. Saying an oppose, not bad and oppose, is the best approach, allowing for flexibility. In essence, when interpreting fortunes, one must remain clear-headed while in life. A touch of ambiguity is preferable. Confucius understood ambiguity, calling it moderation. Laozi feigned ignorance, referring to it as non-action. Zhuangzi embraced ambiguity, calling it freedom. I sighed. Another lesson learned. To conceal my fondness without revealing it. To be round on the outside yet square within. The master shook his head, not entirely. For those you truly admire, within a small circle, do not hold back. For instance, I greatly appreciate Brother Shi's cleverness and Yin Feng's chivalry. I must express my admiration openly. Such individuals are heroes in my eyes. After a pause, the master added, 'Where in this world are there no talents? They are merely waiting in the wilderness. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the countryside to meet a remarkable individual, one who has been submerged in obscurity.' Are there truly such people?" My master did not respond, but instead raised 2 fingers to his lips. I understood. He desired a cigarette. Hastily, I retrieved a pack from the bookshelf, extracted a cigarette, and lit it for him. My master inhaled deeply, exhaling a long stream of smoke bubbles, then stood and recited, in dreams, I faintly recall old shadows, upon waking, who remembers your weightiness. In this world, only a handful remain. Thus, I too claim my share. The essence of his poetry eluded my comprehension, but I heard him sigh. It is time to pay him a visit. Whom, indeed, is my master going to see? Chapter 34. A visit to Mr. Su. It was early winter, and a thick blanket of snow had fallen the night before. As we drove northward, the world lay shrouded in a silvery hue. The two of us engaged in casual conversation, yet I remained oblivious to the identity of our destination. Accompanying my master, there existed certain unspoken rules. For instance, if he chose not to disclose something, it was prudent for me to refrain from inquiring. I pondered this matter for a considerable time until clarity dawned upon me. Such was the nature of my master's profession. A true master must possess an air of mystery. Since he chose silence, I too would remain silent. As we passed through a small town, despite the snow still carpeting the ground, my master instructed me to stop the car. He had spotted several vendors selling eggs. "We must procure some free-range eggs. Your master only consumes those," he said. Upon disembarking, I noticed a quaint street lined with various stalls, including 3 or 4 selling eggs. My master and I strolled over, and a woman in her 40s waved us over. Upon closer inspection, she sat on a small stool with a basket of eggs before her. "These are indeed free-range eggs," she asserted. A nearby fish vendor chimed in. "You can trust her completely. She brings a basket of her own eggs every day, and for 300 days a year, she sells right here." The crowd clamored to purchase from her. As I prepared to haggle, my master suggested, "Let's look further ahead." Confused, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to buy a basket of good quality eggs, yet my master remained taciturn. After walking about 20 meters, we encountered an elderly woman with half a basket of eggs. My master picked one up, shook it, and declared, "I'll take this." Once back in the car, I inquired, why did he not purchase from that middle-aged woman? The other said she only sells 1 basket a day, indicating she is not a trader. My master scoffed lightly. "In such matters, one must think critically. Does her flock of chickens produce precisely 1 basket daily? Moreover, do they lay eggs every single day? She could easily mix some free-range eggs with feed eggs. The allure lies in her daily routine of selling 1 basket." A sudden realization washed over me. This was a clever marketing tactic. My master elucidated, a flawless jade stone, shimmering without a trace of impurity, is a counterfeit. A perfect character, devoid of flaws, is akin to a deity. To pass by one's own home without stopping is mere performance. Selling free-range eggs daily is simply a ruse. I erupted in laughter. Continuing his lesson, my master remarked, "Friendships should be built similarly. Avoid those without vices. What harm is there in sharing a drink, indulging in a smoke, or exchanging banter? Living a life devoid of any flaws solely for the sake of others is a hollow existence." I listened intently, contemplating his words. It was then my master revealed, "The individual we are about to visit, you may refer to as Mr. Su. His full name is Su Shipa." I chuckled. What a memorable name. My master continued, "Mr. Su's father claimed their lineage traces back to Su Dompa. In honor of their ancestor, he bestowed such a name upon his son. The Shipa family, though lacking literary giants, has been a lineage of physicians for 10 generations, renowned for treating complex ailments and specializing in snake bites. His father aspired for his son to be multifaceted, hoping he would master both medicine and the art of calligraphy, turning even his prescriptions into works of art, this style being known as Shipa script. Thus, Shipa is not only a distinguished physician, but also an exceptional calligrapher, with his prescriptions being coveted as collectible artworks. He proudly boasts, "Those who write prescriptions well cannot match my calligraphy. Those who write beautifully cannot surpass my prescriptions." I remarked, "This certainly qualifies as one of the curiosities in the history of traditional Chinese medicine." Suddenly, I recalled my master's expertise in treating snake bites and eagerly asked, "Was it Mr. Su who taught you how to treat snake bites?" My master nodded. "One year a man visited my shop. From his attire, I surmised he was not a laborer, yet he did not resemble a cadre, a worker, or a teacher either." I interjected, "Master, please pause and enlighten me on the distinctions between cadres, teachers, and workers." My master explained, "It's merely a matter of occupational characteristics. When a cadre enters, they smile, a gesture of formality briskly collected. In our bureaucratic society, among the 72 trades, the cadre holds the highest status. Their smile signifies both courtesy and their esteemed position. Workers, on the other hand, display a more naive grin, revealing their prominent front teeth, their smiles lingering with admiration for those with knowledge. They regard my profession with a sense of mystery and respect. The teacher's smile differs greatly. It is a superficial grin, for they believe themselves to be intellectuals, teaching others materialism, viewing our methods as mere tricks. Thus, their smiles lack warmth. I internally marveled at his astuteness. He had pinpointed the essence of their demeanor. My master added, I refer to my experience in the art of divination in my shop. Circumstances may vary elsewhere. I calmly replied, I understand. My master continued, the gentleman who visited that day was neither a cadre, nor a worker, nor a teacher. So who was he? Once he took a seat, I discerned immediately that he was a physician. I inquired, what characteristics define a physician? My master chuckled when he placed his hands on the table. He instinctively blew away any dust. Ah, attentive to cleanliness, I thought. My master elaborated. When he sat down, I remained silent, gazing at him with a smile. He reciprocated with a smile, requesting a divination for the character She, inquiring whether he would pass his exam. Noticing he appeared to be in his 30s, I deduced it was not an academic examination, but rather a certification test. My confidence solidified. At that moment, I aimed to be infallible, either entirely correct or entirely incorrect. Thus, I made a bold assertion. Sir, you are in the medical field, and you have come to the city to take the Chinese medicine licensing exam. Congratulations. You shall surely succeed. The man was taken aback, asking, how did you know I am a physician, and specifically that I am taking the Chinese medicine licensing exam? Your precision requires an explanation. I smiled. It's simple deduction. You are in your 30s, which rules out a university entrance exam. It must be a certification. The character She historically referred to private tutors or assistants. You do not strike me as a teacher, hence you must be an assistant, which encompasses medical and various scholarly paths. Therefore, I concluded you are a physician. Since you are divining the character and oppos, She and oppos, while seated, it is clear you have already been engaged as A and oppos, She and oppos, and will undoubtedly pass. The man acknowledged. Your reasoning is impeccable, but you must explain how you were so certain of my profession. I replied with a grin, if you can teach me a useful remedy, I shall teach you how to read people. From that moment, we became friends, and he subsequently taught me the secret to treating snake bites. After my master finished his tale, I remarked, you serve as my inspiration, ever observant and drawing wisdom from various sources. My master cautioned, a singular skill can set one apart in the world. Thus, you must strive to learn more about medicine. It became apparent to me why my master had brought me to visit Mr. Su. After traveling 5 more miles, I received a phone call from a familiar voice, Xiao Liming. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I responded. Xiao Liming said, President Deng instructed me to coordinate with you regarding the wine order. In addition to red wine, do you have white wine available? I replied affirmatively. Yes, indeed. We have a wide array of wines. Xiao Liming continued. I oversee public relations and promotions at President Deng's corporation. I will send you a text detailing the varieties we require. An idea struck me, and I promptly said, thank you, Minister Xiao, I am currently driving. We shall discuss this further upon my arrival. My master inquired, who was on the line? I explained it was Xiao Liming. The individual you divined could ascend in position. He has recently been promoted to the sales department manager by President Deng and is assisting my sister with her business, requesting her to place a bulk order for wine. Oh, my master gestured towards a fork in the road, signaling me to turn left. We moved off the national highway, took a provincial road, and after 5 or 6 miles, we entered a rural path. After traveling a mile along the rural road, we turned left, ascending a slope. At the top of the hill lay a flat expanse with several homes scattered about. Without a doubt, the finest abode belonged to Mr. Su. Chapter 35. Diagnosis by footsteps in the spacious courtyard. Susie and her husband greeted us. Upon disembarking, I found Mr. Shepa to be quite different from the esteemed physician I had envisioned. I had imagined him with a thick, flowing beard and an ethereal presence. Yet he appeared with a round face, a flat-top haircut, and no facial hair. Mrs. Shepa however, resembled a refined lady, adorned in a red sweater with a collar and a gray wool coat, both elegant and flattering, exuding warmth. My master introduced the Sheepa couple, and I promptly greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Su." "Hello, madam." Mr. Sheepa smiled and invited us inside. We entered the courtyard, ascended 3 steps, where the consulting room and pharmacy were to the left, while their living quarters were to the right. Upon entering the living room and proceeding further, I discovered that Mr. Su, like my master, had a study reserved for esteemed guests. Mrs. Sheepa busily prepared tea and snacks, displaying a deftness in her movements, and even warmed a pot of wine for everyone to share. I politely declined, stating, "I'm not much of a drinker." The couple then engaged in conversation over their drinks. After sharing some pleasantries, they got to the crux of the matter. My master mentioned his ailment, the chicken blind eye, requesting Mr. Su to prescribe a remedy. The so-called chicken blind eye refers to poor vision in the evening, akin to a chicken struggling to find its coop at dusk. Mr. Sheepa swiftly penned a prescription with a flourish. Perhaps due to familiarity, his handwriting appeared casual, not resembling the calligraphic quality my master had described. My master carefully stored the prescription and remarked, "Your late father often advised me to cultivate tranquility." I had always been perplexed whether he meant to limit physical activity or mental strain. Mr. Sheepa elucidated, "It implies to refrain from anger. The medical lineage suggests that your forehead lacks fullness, indicative of past hardships, a result of childhood scarcity, making you a person with a deficiency in yin and an excess of fire. With yin being quiet and yang being restless, anger should be avoided. Take matters slowly." One could indeed learn from Mr. Lu's son, though he did not live to see his 60th year. My master replied, "Indeed, in my youth I was prone to disputes, but I have gradually cultivated myself over the years, largely thanks to your guidance." Mr. Sheepa recited a verse by Zhang Guofan. Bowing my head, "I pay homage to the butcher of sheep. All matters are but fleeting clouds in the vast void." This was addressed to his brother, Zhang Guoqiang, who unfortunately lacked self-discipline and, upon re-entering public life, found himself embroiled in conflict with the governor of Huguang, leading to mutual destruction. My master remarked, "Interestingly, 2 decades later, Zhang Guofan's son, Zhang Jiza, grasped the true essence of his father's teachings. Far away in England, he penned similar verses. Bowing my head, I pay homage to Tao Pengze. All matters are but inquiries at the tavern." I felt a flush of embarrassment sitting aside, while I was familiar with Zhang Guofan and Zhang Jiza. The reference to the butcher of sheep left me utterly perplexed. I feigned a need to visit the restroom and stepped outside to search for clarification, discovering that the butcher of sheep referred not to the act of slaughtering, but to a person named Tu Yang. Ancient scholars possessed a remarkable sense of humor, often jesting about themselves. It seemed prudent that I abstain from wine, for they were kindred spirits who could engage in profound discussions over countless cups. Upon exiting the Sheepa's study, I ventured into their living room, only to notice a piece of calligraphy adorning the wall. "Excellence is achieved through reflection." How intriguing, as the idiom typically states that excellence arises from diligence. Yet, Mr. Sheepa had rephrased it to emphasize contemplation. Upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. Without thought and introspection, mere hard work would yield little fruit. Examining the calligraphy, I perceived an indescribable quality. It exhibited both structure and spontaneity, a dichotomy that transcended mere technical description. It evoked the image of a youthful maiden, poised and fragrant with the scent of freshly picked plums. Yet if she were too pure, prolonged gazes might lead to ennui. A touch of seduction mixed with innocence would stir the desires and impulses of admiration, embodying the quintessence of humanity. Such elegance and intricacy could best be encapsulated in 5 words, a blend of allure and purity. Mr. Sheepa's calligraphy evoked a profound sensation, indescribable yet striking to the soul. In comparison, the writings of Wang Yiming appeared to dwell in an entirely different realm, a stark contrast that was light years apart. Upon exiting the living room, I proceeded towards the pharmacy, where I encountered a line of patients awaiting consultations, while others busied themselves with prescriptions. Just as I contemplated leaving, I heard someone call out from the 2nd floor, number 8. A woman rose to ascend the stairs. Had it not been for the woman's ascent, I would have returned to the study to listen to their conversation. The sound of her footsteps was particularly pronounced, and upon glancing up, I was surprised to find wooden stairs within this modern building. Unable to resist curiosity, I followed her up the wooden steps. A man, busy preparing medicine for a patient, called out to me, "Hey, do you not understand the rules?" "One at a time," I replied. "I am not a patient. I am a disciple of Master Hongi." The man gestured for me to step back. As I retreated, he waved me over again, smiling, "You're a guest. Wait a moment. I will take you upstairs." He hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, glanced up the stairs, and then led me to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, I entered a small hall where a man resembling Mr. Shipa was writing a prescription for the woman who had just left, accompanied by an assistant. After the woman departed, the man who had guided me upstairs introduced me. "Big brother, this is Master Hongi's disciple." The middle-aged man extended his hand, welcoming me warmly. "I am Su Sing. My father mentioned you would be visiting." "I am Wan Shan Hong," I replied. Mr. Su then instructed his assistant, "Call number 9. "Am I interrupting?" I inquired. "Not at all," he reassured me. Curious, I asked, "Why do you consult patients on the second floor?" He did not respond, seemingly lost in thought. I felt a bit awkward as the assistant remained silent. After a while, a man entered. Su Xing addressed him. "Tinnitus, forgetfulness, dizziness, inexplicable irritability, and a tendency to lose one's temper, correct?" The man affirmed, "Exactly. I've consulted several major hospitals, yet my condition remains unresolved." I found it perplexing that the doctor did not observe, inquire, or listen, as the patient simply sat down and stated his symptoms. How was one to diagnose under such circumstances? As I pondered this, Su Xing began to recite, "Goji berries, 25 grams, Chinese yam, 50 grams, japonica rice, 100 grams. The assistant noted the prescription and handed it to the patient. Su Xing instructed, "Boil over high heat, then simmer on low. Take twice a day for 7 days." The assistant remarked, "No one is left downstairs." Su Xing apologized. "I'm sorry. Many patients travel long distances to seek treatment, so I want them to return home as soon as possible. I neglected you." The assistant brewed tea and served it to me before heading downstairs. I said, "No worries. I shouldn't have intruded. I was merely curious about the wooden stairs." Su Xing chuckled. "These are family heirloom. As apprentices, we observe patients downstairs for a decade before moving upstairs. If one cannot diagnose from above, they must switch to preparing medicine. Among the 3 brothers, I'm the only one consulting patients upstairs." Still confused, I asked, "Why consult from upstairs?" Su Xing burst into laughter, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed. "It is only natural for you to be unaware on your first visit. Our family custom dictates that we sit upstairs and, by listening to the footsteps of patients ascending, discern their ailments." I was taken aback, nearly sliding off my chair in astonishment. Su Xing remarked, "It is time to eat. Come, let me take you downstairs." The meal was modest, consisting of stewed chicken, scrambled eggs, and pan-fried tofu, accompanied by mountain delicacies such as fresh black fungus, wild vegetables, seaweed, and hanging gourd. I'm amused that such ingredients were scarce in winter. As if reading my thoughts, Mr. Sheepa remarked, "We do not purchase from supermarkets. We cultivate our own greenhouse. Rest assured, little one." During the meal, Mr. Sheepa addressed my master, saying, "As for the medicine, you can gather it at home. I just need one ingredient. The Jiangxi National Medicine Store in the city has the purest stock. Additionally, the ginseng must be white. Red ginseng enters the blood, while white ginseng is absorbed by the lungs." I have articulated this clearly, yet some establishments are negligent, accepting any type of ginseng indiscriminately. It was only then that I realized my master was there to prescribe. On the journey back, I inquired with concern, "Master, do you suffer from a form of chicken blindness?" My master remained silent. When he refrains from responding, it signifies my own ignorance, rendering me akin to a swine, perhaps even inferior in intelligence. Thus we traveled in silence. What, I wonder, brought my master to visit the slopes of Sushi? Chapter 36. Unfamiliar Business. Perils abound. As the new year approached, time seemed to fly. Old Xiao called me several times, claiming that after transitioning to storytelling sessions, business flourished, and he invited me to visit. I casually remarked that I would come after the new year, but inwardly, I felt quite elated. Additionally, I was rather occupied. With the new year nearing, my master had numerous events to attend, frequently participating in inaugurations and property topping ceremonies. Consequently, I remained stationed at the leisurely abode, only to venture out at night for social engagements. Although my master was absent, visitors were plentiful. During this period, those seeking divination were few, while inquiries about auspicious dates surged. With the new year and festive celebrations approaching, individuals planning openings, weddings, and relocations all crowded into this time frame. My paper-throwing method had yet to gain a following, so I refrained from employing it. Instead, I adhered to the traditional methods taught by my master. For openings, I calculated based on the individual's birth date. For weddings, I matched the couple's birth charts. Selecting dates was relatively swift. I would determine the date, inform the client, and collect the fee. When asked about getting married on New Year's Day, I simply stated that it was a national holiday, allowing them to choose freely, wishing them smooth sailing and success. Some insisted on offering me a token of appreciation. Others, after securing a date, sought my counsel on various specifics. For instance, they inquired what to do if a wedding car encountered a funeral procession on the road. I quipped, if you collide head-on, congratulations on your fortune. If you're behind, do your utmost to overtake. Regarding moving, they asked about customs. I advised them to prepare a stove, transferring it from the old home to the new, signifying continuity. They also asked what to do if a chicken they were to slaughter escaped. I replied, simply cross its wings. It will remain still. They were skeptical, and I sensed that these individuals, despite having completed their schooling, were asking questions about common sense. I felt compelled to assert my prowess, admonishing them, follow my instructions. If the chicken flies away, you may slap me. They were visibly shaken, nodding in compliance, and left me with a generous tip. One individual inquired if rain during a funeral was auspicious. I replied, it is best if it rains after burial. When they pressed for an explanation, I thought them foolish. Rain during a funeral leads to muddy paths and potential mishaps with the casket. Who would wish for such an occurrence? Yet, they sought my authoritative answer for reassurance, counting out several bills before departing. I noticed that in the presence of a master, the intelligence of the inquirers seemed to dwindle to zero. Thus, during my master's absence, I increasingly embodied the role of a master myself, speaking decisively and with authority. A few days later, my master was scheduled to attend a 3-day conference. On the first 2 days, I managed effortlessly. However, on the third day, a couple arrived seeking a date for their divorce. My heavens, I thought I must have misheard, asking 3 times to confirm their intent. They insisted on selecting a date for their separation. The woman expressed, we hope to remain friends after parting. The man added, we have shared love and companionship. Yet our time has come to an end. We wish to part amicably, so please select a suitable date to conclude this chapter. How was I to choose a date without appearing flustered before them? I smiled and suggested they wait a moment, acknowledging that certain matters required attention. Once in the restroom, I locked the door and called my master, relaying this peculiar request for a date. He instructed me to tell them December 20th. I longed to inquire why that date, but my master hung up, likely preoccupied with the conference. After regaining my composure, I felt uncertain. What if they questioned the reasoning behind December 20th? I reassured myself that I could fabricate a satisfactory response. Emerging from the restroom, I feigned calmness and requested their birth dates. After they provided them, I calculated and declared, today is December 16th. In 4 days, December 20th will be the most auspicious day for your divorce. The man inquired why this date was preferable. I spun a tale involving yin, yang, and the 5 elements to justify my choice, ultimately convincing them. Once they exited, I was drenched in sweat. Shortly thereafter, an even more peculiar visitor arrived. This woman appeared dejected and emotionally unstable. After a prolonged silence, she finally revealed her reason for consultation. Her beloved son had passed away, and she wished to bury him on a hillside. I retorted, your son has died, and there is no one else to manage this? You, as the mother, must inquire? She replied, heartbroken, my husband said we could just toss him in the garbage. Was I dealing with an emotionally unstable individual? I slammed my hand on the table, demanding, what kind of son was he? Her sorrow deepened. My dear son, my precious pet, He was well behaved. To think that she sought an auspicious date for a pet's burial was more absurd than selecting a date for a divorce. If she were to ask for a specific date, I needed to have an explanation ready. Divorce involved two individuals, but this was about an animal. How does one justify that? I said, "Please wait. I need to use the restroom." In the restroom, I call my master again. He advised me to ask her for her birthday and select that date. After hanging up, I asked her, "When is your birthday?" She replied, "The second day of the lunar month." I said, "Let's plan the burial for the second day of next month. It will be the most auspicious day for your beloved pet." She asked, "Is that so?" I replied, "You may leave now. I must attend to other matters." When she attempted to count out money, I insisted, "No need. Hurry back to attend to your son." I felt a pang of guilt for not providing a reason before accepting her payment. Fortunately, these were the only two perplexing cases during my master's absence. Upon his return from the conference, I felt on the verge of tears. My master chuckled, "You lack ambition." After a moment of reflection, he mused, "Times have changed. We must study the diversification of the modern market." I inquired, "Indeed, how would you select dates for such matters?" He replied, "For divorces, choose the 10th, the 20th, or the 30th. I was momentarily confused. He clarified, "All these dates end in 0, allowing them to wipe the slate clean of past grievances, bidding farewell to yesterday and embracing tomorrow." I pondered his wisdom. Indeed, after 0 comes 1, a true embrace of a new dawn. I felt a twinge of resentment, thinking, had he shared this knowledge earlier, I would have spoken with conviction. My master smiled. The conference required silence. Had others seen me on the phone, they might have reprimanded me. I asked, "And for pets like dogs, cats, or mice that pass away, why choose the same day as the owner's birthday?" He replied serenely, "Since the owner cherishes their pets so dearly, if they cannot share the same day in this life, let them reunite in the next as parent and child, brother and sister, bound by love and kinship. It is not a desire for the same death, but a wish for the same life." I was profoundly impressed by my master's insight, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your diligent teachings. Such wisdom is not found in books, nor would other masters impart it." My master remained silent for a while before stating, "At present, we must indeed explore the myriad methods of selecting auspicious dates. For instance, in the past, a crucial ceremony for marriages involved determining the precise hour for the newlyweds to consummate their union. In order to give birth to a healthy and intelligent next generation, one must align the astrological charts of both parties. However, there are individuals who seek my guidance on determining the auspicious timing for cohabitation, a request I firmly decline. When I inquired about the reasoning behind this, my master shook his head with a sigh and remarked, "People today do not reflect upon the past." It's akin to a recent meeting where an official handed me a business card stating, "Zhang, Deputy Director, enjoying the benefits of a director." Nowadays, men and women too often present themselves as unmarried, yet benefiting from the privileges of marriage. How can I provide an accurate timing? Is the moment I determined still valid? I laughed heartily, covering my belly, and replied, "Master, you're like a modern-day Ho Baolin hindered by the art of divination." The master lamented, "In terms of divination, we must evolve while also discerning what to discard. The times have changed. Clinging to antiquated knowledge may lead to misfortune." His words rang true. Later that afternoon, another individual approached me, presenting yet another conundrum. Chapter 37. Can one really predict a profession? In the afternoon, while master was still napping, I sat alone in the living room. A man entered, clad in a black wool coat and brown trousers, with wide leather shoes adorning his feet, exuding an air of affluence. He inquired in a condescending tone, "Is your master at home?" "He is still asleep." With a dismissive glance, he surveyed me, his contempt palpable. I had no desire to engage with such a person. It was evident he was a nouveau riche with little education and much wealth. He seemed to expect that I should prepare tea or hasten to rouse my master. Defiantly, I remained seated, engrossed in my reading, my gaze unwavering. How long will he sleep? I do not know. The man paced back and forth in the living room, hesitating to leave, unwilling to have come in vain. At last, master appeared. The man awkwardly chuckled. "What time does the master start his work?" Master smiled. "There's no fixed time." "Oh, so you have no worries about money." "There is always more to be earned. just enough to support a family. The man produced a cigarette and offered it to Master, who shook his head, indicating he did not smoke. The man then placed the cigarette between his lips, drew out his silver lighter, and with a flick, a flame erupted, clearly a gesture learned from films. Once seated, Master regarded the man. I wish to build a grave for my parents while they are still alive. The man stated, seeking auspicious dates for this endeavor. Master chuckled coldly, responding, auspicious dates? The man seemed unfazed. Yes, a good day to commence. Master Napo's laugh deepened. You are unfilial. Do you wish for your parents to pass sooner? The man was taken aback, asking, should I seek an inauspicious date instead? Master slowly elucidated. It is not about finding a good or a bad day, but rather an empty day. An empty day? Even I was hearing this novel term for the first time. Master fixed his gaze on the man and admonished him slowly, empty as in void. The longer the grave remains empty, the longer your parents will live. Having received a few words of reprimand from Master, the man became more subdued. Master, your teachings are profound. I confess I'm only skilled in making money and have read little. Please forgive me. With half-closed eyes, Master began to chant softly, gold and would contend. An empty day on the 25th of this month. The man extracted a stack of bills, saying, here is the teaching fee. Master, please accept it. Master gestured to me, and I took the money. The man departed, and I counted 2,000. Master, unfazed, remarked, such individuals, if they wish to count 1,000, accept 1,000. If they wish to count 10,000, accept 10,000. The master-disciple duo was deep in conversation when a woman entered. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. She was fashionably dressed, tall, and strikingly beautiful, a clear indication of her unmarried status. Please have a seat. How may I assist you? The woman smiled at Master and me. Master, I wish to open shop, but I'm unsure what business to pursue. Could you divine a character to reveal where I might find success? With that, she patted her chest, as if fatigued, and smiled at me. Young Master, may I trouble you for a drink of water? Typically, those seeking divination do not expect tea. Even if tea were offered, it would be served in disposable cups. I brewed a cup and placed it on the table. She smiled at me. Thank you. Before turning her attention back to Master. Master maintained his signature smile, always composed, and said, write a character. I pushed the paper and pen toward her. Please write here. She diligently inscribed the character, Jing. Master took the paper, chuckling. Let us not merely discuss which business you should pursue, but rather affirm that any endeavor you undertake will prosper. With a beaming smile, she queried, really? Master replied, what do you hold in your hand? She glanced down, a teacup. Master prompted, look again. I too found it curious. Was it not merely a cup of tea? The woman looked again, gazing at Master, her expression one of confusion. Master smiled lightly. You hold 2 cups. This signifies dual prosperity. She patted her chest again. Am I truly so fortunate? Master glanced at the paper. To the point, is a character in your name? She nodded. Indeed, my name is Jingjing. My online alias is Guoweisho. Master remarked, Guoweisho aligns perfectly with the business you intend to pursue. Jingjing responded, is that so? Master explained, contains, with 2 characters layered together, symbolizing plants breaking through the soil, like bamboo shoots emerging from the earth. Furthermore, the character reflects a vigorous upward motion, indicative of ambition and progress. Therefore, your business should not involve the fruits that grow above ground, but rather the underground tubers. Jingjing listened intently, eager not to miss a word. Master continued, your online name also resonates with my earlier analysis. Before fruit ripens, it is a flower. Before a flower, it is a root. For fruit to mature, it must rely on the root. Jingjing nodded, awaiting further insights. Master stated, you could either engage in the trade of roasted seeds, such as peanuts, or deal in herbal medicine, like ginseng. Jingjing exclaimed, Master, I am in awe of your wisdom. Please accept my humble respect. It turned out that Jingjing had already opened a ginseng specialty store on this very street, merely seeking a bit of fortune after hearing of a divination master nearby. She patted her chest. Everything you said is accurate. I specialize in northeast ginseng, just a few hundred meters from here. You truly are remarkable, Master. I will share half of my earnings with you. Master chuckled. I have enough to sustain myself. There is no need for money. However, since we are neighbors, a few pounds of peaches would be welcome. Jingjing inquired, do you enjoy peaches? Master laughed again. To descend the mountain to pick peaches is to share in the joy of victory, but they must be ripe. Unripe fruit I shall not accept. Jingjing laughed, clutching her stomach. You are quite the wit. I stifled a laugh, thinking to myself that Master was indeed a masterful man in his youth. Otherwise, how could he have won the affections of his wife, a celestial beauty, who is 10 years his junior? As Jingjing prepared to count her money, Master waved his hand. Since we are neighbors, let us forego the transaction. Just send over a few premium ginseng roots for tea, and also a few for Shaowan. He is your benefactor, having given you a dual cup. Jingjing beamed. How delightful. I will bring them over shortly. She stood, took a few steps, and then returned to Master, saying, I will bring ginseng with necks. This type takes 10 years to grow and contains ginsenicides, boosting immunity. Master clasped his hands. Ginseng without necks may not be inferior. A good song can be sung. Jingjing patted her chest again. I need to borrow another pair of knees to kneel before you. After Jingjing left, I inquired of Master, why does that girl keep patting her chest? Master imparted his wisdom. A girl who often pats her chest is innocent and endearing, a person of sincerity. A man who frequently pats his chest is often boastful and untrustworthy. Yet there are men who pat once, with great force, embodying a chivalrous spirit like Shi Yanfeng. As we spoke, Jingjing returned with 2 boxes of ginseng. I was about to exchange pleasantries with her when my phone rang. I stepped aside to answer. Oh, it's President Yu. Yes, I am with Master. Will you be coming over? Good. When will you arrive? In 3 days? All right, I will certainly inform him. I relayed the message to Master, who acknowledged it. President Yu had called him a few days prior. After a long absence, what could she possibly want? Chapter 38. Someone specifically came to find me 3 days later, amidst a light drizzle. Mr. Yu indeed arrived punctually. Whenever important guests arrived, Brother Shi became the resident chef. However, on this day, my master instructed me not to summon Brother Shi, as Aunt Chun would take charge of the kitchen. My master and I stood at the gate to welcome the guests. She was accompanied by her previous secretary and ushered the visitors into the study, with even the matriarch joining the reception. The 2 women exchanged intimate words, displaying a warmth that made me feel somewhat out of place, prompting me to step outside. Just as I contemplated placing a not receiving guest sign in the living room, a woman arrived. The woman was stylishly dressed, her hair styled in large waves. Upon entering, she cheerfully remarked, Mr. Wan, I would like to inquire about a character. I felt a surge of joy. Those who came to you, Ran Ju, typically sought my master for such inquiries. Yet this lady approached me directly. Do you know me? I asked. I saw you at Fenghua Shuyue, and everyone says your readings are accurate, she replied. I gestured towards the paper and brush, and she wrote the character, Chun, saying, I wish to open a larger beauty salon. What do you think? I glanced at the character and responded, it will prosper. Your business will flourish. She playfully added, could you provide a more detailed analysis? I agreed, explaining, any character containing the radical is auspicious for a beauty salon, such as, Chun, are you, Chun? Curious. She inquired, why is that? I began writing on the paper as I explained. Signifies 2 meanings, one being abundant hair and the other softness. For instance, refers to the time radiating soft, luminous light. Denotes lips, which are soft and have hair. Signifies bedding, which is soft. Refers to ancient rooftops, often thatched. All these characters associated with relate to hair and softness, making it particularly fitting for the beauty industry. I wish you great success in your business. The woman departed, satisfied, leaving behind 200 yuan. Just as I was about to rise, a man entered, shaking off raindrops from his umbrella. It was hard to find this place, he said. Recognizing the tone, I understood he had traveled a considerable distance. I pointed to his umbrella, suggesting, place it on the steps, do not bring it inside. He stepped back outside, hung the umbrella on a stand, and re-entered, saying, Master, you are quite young. The master is occupied. I am his disciple, I replied. Are you Mr. Wan? He asked, to which I nodded. You have come to the right place. Surprised, I realized that while most visitors sought my master due to his reputation, there were indeed individuals who sought me out directly. This was the second instance today. Feeling a rush of pride, I said, "What character do you wish to inquire about? Please do not speak it aloud or write it in front of me. Write it on the opposite table and fold it." He looked puzzled but complied. When he handed it to me, I casually placed my prepared paper near my left ear, stating, "Let me listen to what character it is." Meanwhile, I discreetly unfolded my own paper. "Can you decipher it?" He stared at me intently, anxious not to miss any details. Before he could respond, I said, "It is Gao." The man stood speechless for a moment before nodding. "What do you wish to know?" I asked. "I am preparing to engage in a lawsuit. I am unsure if I can win," he confessed. My master had advised me that it was best not to inquire about legal matters, yet avoiding the question was also unwise. Concerning lawsuits, the fundamental principle my master imparted was to understand the situation and counsel others, reducing major issues to minor ones and ultimately resolving them. Since he had specifically sought me out, I could not show hesitation and asked, "Every lawsuit has its cause. You must tell me what it is." The man recounted his tale. He resided in the outskirts of the western city, having leased a pond containing at least 20,000 kilograms of fish. After a heavy rain, the dam collapsed, and all the fish were swept into another pond across the bank. His surname was Lin, while the opposing party's surname was Liu. He approached Liu for the fish, but Liu replied, "Ah, Lin, we are neighbors. I have 30,000 kilograms in my pond, and since we are draining it, you can take anything above 30,000. Wasn't that absurd? His pond hardly had enough for 10,000 kilograms. However, Liu insisted on this. They attempted mediation through the village secretary, but to no avail. When they sought mediation from the local judicial officer, he suggested that since neither party agreed to mediation, they should proceed to court. I was informed that winning this lawsuit would be difficult. To sue Liu, I would need evidence. Yet I had no idea such an incident would occur. Had I known, I could have recorded the fish releases each time as proof, but now I had nothing. After listening, I felt troubled as well. Indeed, evidence is hard to find. Upon seeing my perplexed expression, Lin added, "I am a cousin of Boss Xiao from Dawang Peyote House. He sent me to seek your assistance." Ah, now I understood. I had provided Xiao with an idea, and since his business prospered, he regarded me as a wise advisor. Naturally, being seen as a sage was a coveted title, heralding a continuous influx of clients. Among this stream, I anticipated future patrons of significant stature, such as Mr. Deng, Mr. Lon, Mr. Yu, and Mr. He, which further hinted at an inexhaustible flow of wealth in my future. I must not disappoint Mr. Lin. While I analyzed the character for him, I pondered how to resolve his predicament. I recalled a similar incident from my childhood. The village head employed a method known as drawing lots, a time-honored wisdom among our people. What if they refused to draw lots? Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind. I remembered an example from a book on gambling strategies, which discussed the risk drawing lots method. My master's teachings were indeed profound. One must read extensively to become an encyclopedia. I devised a plan, maintaining an impassive facade as I continued to analyze the character for him. This matter is quite complicated, yet you inscribe the character. Ultimately, it leads to the character, which indicates that mediation is still the only option. Upon hearing this, Lin grew anxious and gazed at me with disappointment. Who will mediate? The village and town officials have already attempted mediation. Liu stubbornly insisted that he had 30,000 kilograms of fish. I stated firmly, "I will mediate." Lin stared at me, looking utterly bewildered. I smiled calmly. "You should inform Boss Xiao to drive here tomorrow. Have the village secretary and Liu come as well." Lin hesitated, his voice trembling. "Can you really mediate?" I patted the table. "Why are you so hesitant?" Suddenly, he stood and knelt before me, exclaiming, "Thank you for your great kindness. I shall leave now and will return once I have arranged everything." Then he departed. At that moment, Anshin approached, announcing, "Dinner is served." Chapter 39. Leveraging strength. Upon entering the dining room, the hosts were already seated. I bowed slightly to Mr. Yu, apologizing, "I'm sorry for being late. A fortune teller has come from afar, so I couldn't accompany you." Mr. Yu looked at me with a generous smile. I understand. Looking at the table, I noticed there was not a single meat dish. Has Mr. Yu adopted a vegetarian diet during this period? The absence of meat and wine rendered the atmosphere rather subdued. As Master S.'s wife described how each dish was prepared, Mr. Yu repeatedly exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious," Truly wonderful. I'll serve myself. Only before Master was there a plate of spicy sauce. I knew Master was not fond of vegetarian food, and it would be impolite to constantly share his sauce. My insides churned with 1,000 frustrations, yet I had to feign enjoyment of the vegetarian fare. I stole a few glances at the secretary, who seemed to relish the meal. I suspected he was merely putting on an act, yet his pretense was flawless. I thought to myself, the role of a secretary must be arduous. Often, one must suppress their true feelings. The house rules dictated that I could not rise until the guests had finished their meals. However, with Mr. Yu savoring each bite, time appeared to stand still. He would take a mouthful and then engage in conversation. Goodness, I had already finished my bowl. Master usually ate quickly, but now he appeared leisurely, exchanging a few words with Mr. Yu while chewing the spicy sauce, likely extracting every bit of flavor from the wheat. At long last, Mr. Yu finished his meal. I hastily retreated to the study to change the teacups, refill the water, clear the fruit platter, and present fresh fruit. I also replaced the incense with a new stick. At that moment, Master accompanied Mr. Yu into the room, but the secretary did not follow. Just as I was about to step outside, Master gestured for me to remain seated. Mr. Yu had just eaten a slice of watermelon, and I promptly offered her a napkin. After wiping her mouth, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. I don't know what's wrong. I can't blame Laolon. He has done well enough. But I have a short temper, and I often throw things in a fit. Master, how can I cultivate my temperament? What books should I read? What mantras should I recite? Master gently reassured her. You need not worry. This is quite normal. After all, human beings are primarily composed of material, not spirit. Your symptoms are merely a material response, unavoidable. For instance, when in pain, one cries out. When hungry, one must eat. You are inherently fiery, prone to irritability. These traits are unrelated to cultivation. Regardless of how well cultivated one is, a reflex will occur. Much like sneezing, one cannot suppress it. Mr. U.S. furrowed brow relaxed at Master S. words. Hearing you say this has eased my mind considerably. Moreover, the issue I mentioned during our last phone call has worsened. Every evening, my vision blurs, often mistaking one object for another. Master, composed and confident, replied, You need not fret about that. My remedy will ensure you are cured within a week. However, the formulation is quite particular, and I have personally foraged for a couple of the ingredients in the mountains. Thus, simply providing you with the formula is futile. The medicine is already prepared for you. Boil it vigorously and take it twice daily. He then instructed me to fetch the medicine from the box beneath the bookshelf. This was the prescription from our last visit to Su Shipa, which I had brought back. I felt a surge of joy, realizing that Master was no longer concealing anything from me. He was teaching me to leverage the strengths of others. I admired his reasoning, which was so sound and logical. I surmised that he would certainly not dare to add any other medicines. The notion of foraging merely served to evoke gratitude. Mister, you expressed heartfelt appreciation. With you, Master, I feel a renewed sense of strength. Whether it be physical ailments or emotional discomfort, hearing your voice alleviates my worries significantly. Master beckoned Mr. Yu to extend her hand and proceeded to take her pulse, smiling gently. As for your persistent insomnia, that is a sign of deficiency and restlessness. I have another prescription for that. He then wrote down 2 ingredients, 10 grams of stir-fried gardenia flowers and 5 grams of fermented black soybeans, advising, brew this as tea daily, and I assure you will not suffer from sleeplessness. Just ensure the fermented black soybeans are pure, without salt. Mister, you clasped her hands in gratitude, her joy evident. You truly are a fountain of solutions. With you around, nothing seems insurmountable. Knowing you is an immense fortune. Master stroked his beard, raising an eyebrow. To meet and connect with one another amidst millions, that is destiny. We are indeed fated companions. So there is no need for formality. Mr. Yu reached for her phone, summoning the secretary, and softly instructed, place the medicine in the car and bring the other items down. She then turned to me with a smile. Xiao Wan, could you lend a hand? The secretary led me to the car's rear, opening the trunk, which was crammed with goods, fruits, cigarettes, cured meats, fresh fish, Thai rice. After unloading, the secretary pressed the trunk closed, retrieved a paper bag from the back seat, and presented it to Mr. Yu in the study. She casually set on the table, With a cheerful demeanor, Mr. Yu remarked, "Master, as the new year approaches, I wanted to extend my greetings early." She then nudged the paper bag toward Master. Master S' expression darkened slightly. "You are always so courteous. Can you not come empty-handed for once? If you came without offerings, I would feel more at ease." "Mister." You raise an eyebrow. "To be frank, Master, can I spend all the money my company earns in this lifetime? My parents gave me life, and my teachers imparted knowledge. I must repay them, especially since you're my teacher among teachers." Her words, far from being awkward, were rather moving. Master then smiled. "You truly are a remarkable woman. Your business will flourish even more." Mr. Yu stood, hands pressed together. "What others say I am half skeptical of, but what you say, Master, I believe without hesitation." She then gracefully retreated to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Mr. Yu, I returned to the study, where Master gazed at me intently. "What else did she bring?" I counted the items on my fingers. Master softly instructed, "Take some cured meats home and bring back half of the fruits." He then gestured, and I closed the study door. He pulled out a bundle of cash from the paper bag. "With the new year approaching, take this for your use." I waved my hands. "Master, I cannot accept this. I will take some items home." Master S' expression turned serious. "My money is not burdensome. Take it. If it were to fall from the sky, do not bend down to pick it up." After expressing my gratitude to Master, I accepted the money and shared my plans to help resolve conflicts for Lao Zhao's relatives, having just assisted someone with divination. Master looked at me, a smile gracing his lips. "You are increasingly resembling my disciple." Chapter 40. Summoning the Great Serpent to command the crowd. 4 days elapsed. An old Shao arrived at Yuranju in a new vehicle, ready to take me to mediate a dispute over a fish pond for his younger brother. I cheerfully inquired, "Have you changed your car?" He smiled bashfully, responding, "A car is merely a facade, a way to puff up one's image." Once inside the vehicle, old Shao began to chatter incessantly about the flourishing business of his shop, attributing its success entirely to my brilliant ideas. My name, Wan Shanhong, had spread like wildfire among the tens of thousands in the Xiqing district, particularly among the employees of the state-owned factories. Many were eager to seek my counsel. My heart swelled with joy. This was the effect I sought. In terms of profit, there was little to be gained from the many unemployed workers in Xiqing. It was far more prudent for General Yu to issue a red envelope. Yet a great leader once remarked, "It is the masses, only the masses, who propel the wheels of history forward." I, Wan Shanhong, understood that to establish my foothold here, I must possess a strong foundation among the people. The goodwill of the masses was the prerequisite for receiving substantial red envelopes from General Yu, President Lan, and Director He. My cheeks flushed slightly as I expressed my gratitude to old Shao. "Thank you for speaking so highly of me." Old Shao's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied, "Oh, you've got it backward. I should be thanking you. Our family's financial situation has improved, and my sister has become more obedient. As a father with a tarnished past, my words now carry more weight. Recently, she has taken a liking to someone who works at customs, and my wife and I are overjoyed. Thus, you are our family's benefactor." I was elated. "I'm glad to hear your sister is behaving well." After some light banter, old Shao cautiously inquired, "So, what golden ideas do you have today?" I replied earnestly, "How many fish does your cousin, old Lin, actually have? Speak the truth." Old Shao's expression shifted from green to pale as he confessed. He told old Lu there are 20,000 pounds, but the reality is closer to 12,000. I burst into laughter, old Lin isn't being honest. Old Shao, with a sheepish grin, explained, "He fears being at a loss, so he inflated the numbers." I pressed further, "And what about old Lu? How many pounds does he have in his pond? Does old Lin know?" Old Shao lamented, "Of course he knows. They both contracted the ponds in the same year, and each released fish fry. Not only do they know the numbers, but even the neighbors are aware. Old Lu should have less than 20,000 pounds. So combined, old Lin and old Lu have just over 30,000 pounds? I confirmed. Old Shao nodded. "Yes, that's the figure. My relatives fear loss and report higher numbers. Old Lu does the same." As we chatted leisurely, we exited the city, and after traveling several miles, we turned onto a country road. After passing a hill, we descended the slope and soon spotted a village with houses scattered about. Gradually, we came upon a large courtyard, home to around 30 households. Old Xiao introduced. This large courtyard was once the ancestral estate of a rich man surnamed Shun. I remarked, even if it was built close to the liberation, it is still decades old. Old Xiao exclaimed, indeed, this courtyard is well preserved. It was constructed entirely of blue bricks, with beams and pillars made from solid wood. The windows, doorways, and eaves are all crafted from golden silk Nama wood, which is why the government forbids residents from making alterations. Yet the government lacks the funds to purchase it. So they provide each household with an annual subsidy of 2,000 yuan to maintain the estate. I was visibly delighted. I had no idea such a treasure existed here. Old Xiao seemed indifferent to my enthusiasm, merely noting that both Old Lin and Old Lu lived in this Shun family courtyard. When we arrived at the courtyard, I was struck by its grandeur, even more impressive than I had anticipated from a distance. In front of the courtyard was a semicircular pond, its surface shimmering with ripples as a group of ducks frolicked, gliding like silver threads across the water. Turning to admire the courtyard, I noted its ornate eaves and intricate carvings, a testament to its majestic preservation. The towering entrance spoke of the former wealth of its owner. Noticing my captivated gaze, Old Xiao reminded me, the village secretary and Old Lin have arrived. I shook hands with the village secretary, who wore an enigmatic expression and remarked, so, you are a disciple of Taoist Hong Yi. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I asked, is your surname Shun, secretary? The village secretary glanced at Old Xiao, implying that he had already introduced me. Old Xiao sheepishly admitted, yes, he is surnamed Shun. I must confess, my wooden head forgot to mention the secretary's name during our journey. Secretary Shun appeared puzzled, scratching his head as he pondered for a moment before asking, Mr. Wan, have we met before? I shook my head. From your demeanor, it is clear you possess noble lineage. Old Lin clapped his hands in delight, Mr. Wan. You are truly remarkable. We often jest about the secretary, calling him Shun, the aristocrat. He enjoys cultivating flowers, tending to plants, and crafting root sculptures. One of his pieces was sold for 30,000 yuan. I looked at Secretary Shun and remarked, your home must be filled with exquisite root sculptures. The group chimed in, you guessed correctly. As the four of us entered the main gate, I refrained from elaborating on the opulence of the courtyard, knowing that not everyone shares my interest in classical architecture. In any case, from a cultural heritage perspective, the components of this courtyard are treasures in their own right. We proceeded down the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, arriving at the main hall. Secretary Shun led us to a side hall through an octagonal door, where approximately 100 villagers awaited. I clasped my hands in greeting, and they applauded in response. I understood that this applause conveyed a mixture of welcome and curiosity regarding how I, Wan Shan Hong, would adjudicate their case. A burly man stood up, and Secretary Shun introduced him. This is Old Lu, the contractor for the downstream fish pond. Old Lu smiled awkwardly, believing I had been invited by the Lin family, and offered a perfunctory handshake. Secretary Shun cleared his throat. Dear neighbors, we have invited Mr. Wan Shan Hong today to help mediate the fish pond dispute between the Lin and Lu families. To be frank, even a deity would find it challenging to render a precise verdict on this matter. However, since Mr. Wan possesses the means, let us applaud once more, hoping the divine will grant us fairness. Listening to Secretary Shen's words, I noted his tact and the way he preserved his authority, having previously attempted mediation himself. If I were to falter in my efforts, it would reflect poorly on me while maintaining his credibility. Conversely, should I succeed, his open-mindedness would enhance his reputation. I smiled subtly, choosing not to delve into the mediation just yet. My master taught me, the true skill lies beyond the visible. I opted to engage them in conversation about the courtyard, praising its auspicious Feng Shui. As I spoke of the courtyard as Feng Shui, the room erupted with compliments. Some remarked that it was warmer in winter and cooler in summer than the air-conditioned rooms of the city. Others noted that the decades-old building had very few mosquitoes and no snakes to be seen. I realized that most of those present shared the surname Shan. Suddenly, I erupted into laughter, causing them to look on in bewilderment. This laughter must be practiced. One must learn to erupt unexpectedly, much like an actor who can weep or laugh on cue. Under my master's guidance, I had mastered this skill. The crowd quieted, gazing at me as if I had lost my mind, their expressions reflecting a mix of amusement and curiosity, as though they were watching a circus performance. I sensed their eyes brimming with smiles, those smiles that conveyed an understanding of my peculiar humor. My expression shifted abruptly. This courtyard undoubtedly harbors snakes, but they are wise creatures, coexisting harmoniously with you, quietly coming and going without causing alarm. Laughter erupted bravely from the crowd, with some individuals openly guffawing, while an elderly man chimed in. I'm 70 years old, and have only seen one outside the courtyard. Ah, this was the effect I desired. As a member of the Wan family, I needed to showcase some skill to command this gathering. I smiled coldly. Fear not, old man. I shall summon a few for you to see. The elderly gentleman's demeanor shifted, and he chuckled coolly. Really? I let out another hearty laugh. A bird perched upon a tree in the courtyard took flight. Startled by my laughter, soaring into the sky as the dry leaves began to drift down. Chapter 41. The serpent's unusual case. The crowd stood agape, while I positioned myself in the center of the room, clapping my hands thrice and glancing around. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as though the walls might tremble. I caught a glimpse of old Lou, a robust man, who seemed ready to flee at any moment. Suddenly, two large snakes slithered through the threshold of the side hall. The onlookers, terrified, scurried to the corners of the room, their hearts racing like startled birds. I observed old Lou, his face pale with fear, and felt a surge of delight within me. Fear not, my fellow villagers, I declared, for if I can summon them, I can also subdue them. I continued, there is no need for alarm. With that, I recited an incantation and tapped the heads of the snakes, rendering them motionless. I shaped the snakes into a pile, resembling excrement, and placed it beneath my chair, assuring everyone, please take your seats. Truly, there is no cause for fear. These are the guardian snakes of the Shun family estate. Without them, the courtyard would have been overrun by rats long ago. The bolder individuals sat down, while the timid remained standing. Regardless of their demeanor, they had all lost their will to resist me, knowing that I alone had the power to control the serpents. Now, let us resolve this matter, I proclaimed. At that moment, a woman burst into the room, her demeanor brash as she shouted, I want to see how you will adjudicate this case. If you fail, you want TB leaving this courtyard. Old Lou barked back at her. What business is it of yours, woman? There are snakes below. You should leave. The woman, spotting the two large snakes beneath my chair, turned pale with terror and fled, exclaiming, oh my goodness, which elicited laughter from the crowd. With a serious expression, I spoke deliberately, heavenly spirits, you too must reflect upon your consciences and truthfully record the number of fish in your ponds. For instance, if you, old Lin, have only 10,000 pounds of fish, write 10,000. If you, old Lou, have 20,000, write 20,000. That is the first rule. Secondly, the pond cannot be jointly managed by two individuals. One must take full responsibility. The crowd chimed in agreement. Yes, it must be entrusted to one person. Shunji, the scribe, interjected. I initially held the same opinion, yet the figures they wrote differed greatly. Each believes the other has written astronomical numbers. I sneered, old Lou, old Lin. Let me clarify. Anyone who does not write truthfully will suffer the consequences. My approach is simple. Each of you will write your own figure. For instance, if you, old Lou, wish to write 40,000 pounds, and you, old Lin, wish to write 20,000, that is acceptable. Once you have completed your figures, they will total 60,000 pounds, correct? The crowd nodded in understanding. I continued, I shall create two paper slips. One will say entrust, and I will toss it to the ground. You two will race to retrieve it. Whoever picks up the slip with entrust will take responsibility for both ponds, totaling 60,000 pounds of fish. Old Chow has already contacted the largest fish dealer in the city, and we will proceed immediately. To clarify further, I added, the fish dealer requires 60,000 pounds. The one who retrieves the entrust slip will be responsible for providing the dealer with that amount. However, if there are only 30,000 pounds in the ponds, you will need to procure the remaining 30,000. The crowd erupted with laughter, and Shunji led the applause, their enthusiasm genuine and heartfelt. They realized the risk of inflating their numbers. The two men exited to find a private space to write their figures. Shortly after, old Lin and old Lou returned. ready to present their papers. "Halt!" I commanded. I then pulled a snake from beneath my chair, exhaled upon it, murmuring an incantation before turning to the two men with a cold smile. "I have cast a spell upon this serpent. It will bite anyone who is anxious. Once a person is anxious, their body temperature rises. Therefore, do not entertain any notions of luck. I shall grant you one more opportunity to write a truthful figure." Both men insisted they had written honest numbers. I circled them, holding the snake, as they trembled with sweat, fearful that the serpent might indeed strike. After a moment, I placed the snake back down, and they exhaled in relief, handing their slips to me. I read aloud, "Old Lin's pawn contains 12,000 pounds, and Old Lou's holds 19,000 pounds, totaling 31,000 pounds. It appeared that, faced with the prospect of being caught in a trap, they had become compliant, aligning with the information Old Shao had provided. Tapping the snake's head once more, I softly instructed, "Return to your original paths," and continue guarding the courtyard. The two snakes, seemingly sentient, moved gracefully, one behind the other, as the braver onlookers followed to watch them exit the gate, descend the courtyard, and disappear into the drain. I tossed the paper slip to the ground. Upon retrieving the slip marked in trust, Old Lou's face lit up with joy as he extended his hand to Old Lin, saying, "Thank you, my brother. Your figure is fair." Then he grasped my right hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously as he exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Mr. Wan." Old Lin approached to shake my hand as well, saying, Thank you. It's fair. This saves us from turning against one another and the hassle of a lawsuit." The crowd surged forward, eager to shake hands, with one person remarking, "I didn't expect this. I thought you might embarrass yourself, but your judgment was just. Your method is brilliant." Shunji was the last to approach. Shaking my hand earnestly, "Mr. Wan, as the saying goes, the youth can be formidable. You have earned my respect. Your resolution brings satisfaction to all. Thank you." As the crowd dispersed, I could hear them discussing me with admiration. Old Lin invited us to his home for a meal, beaming with delight. "Mr. Wan, I truly must thank you. With this resolution, I stand to gain a few £100 of fish profit. I'm mused that had I taken responsibility, Old Lou would also benefit similarly. This was a resolution acceptable to both parties. In a lawsuit, the pawns would fall into neglect, leading to greater losses for both. With the air of a budding master, I waved my hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. We need not dwell on the past. Dinner will be served shortly. The feast was sumptuous, and though I typically abstain from alcohol, I indulged in a few extra cups out of joy. Under the influence of the wine, I spoke recklessly. "Old Lin, I predict you will be relocating within 2 to 3 years." Old Lin paused, bewildered. "Ilaft gastayist." Yet, Old Lin and Old Shao pressed me for an explanation, and I merely smiled, choosing silence. My master once said, "A smile can conceal 100 meanings." Many matters require no explanation. To explain is to stain a pristine white garment with ink, only to make it worse. After a hearty meal and much merriment, Old Shao earnestly remarked, "Mr. Wan, you have been of great assistance. Please rest for a moment. Old Lin's neighbor possesses exceptional skills in catching soft-shelled turtles. He will catch a few for you and the Taoist priest." I responded with excitement. "That sounds splendid. I will not rest. I wish to see how he catches them." We stepped outside, where Old Lin's neighbor was placing a bamboo pole by the pond's edge, rolling up his trousers to wade into the shallow water. He clapped his hands thrice and crouched by the bank. Moments later, bubbles began to rise in the vicinity, and he deftly scooped up 5 turtles within 10 minutes. I was eager to learn, but Old Lin's neighbor was not Old Shao. Our acquaintance was too new for me to ask him to teach me. My desire to learn was palpable, yet I restrained myself. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we commenced our journey home. After traveling a short distance, Old Shao timidly inquired, "Old Lin wants to know if your statement about him moving houses implies that the property by the pond corner has poor Feng Shui?" I chuckled. "That was not my intention. Please assure him that it is absolutely not the case, lest he misinterpret my words." Old Shao remained perplexed then. I darkened my expression. My master taught me that revealing too much can render one's words ineffective. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say, Old Lin's family will experience smooth sailing in all matters. As we entered the city, crawling along like snails, Old Xiao began to curse while driving, and I chose not to engage with him. Upon arriving at Yuranju, I introduced Old Xiao to my master. My master warmly shook Old Xiao into Appo's hand, saying, "You are too kind, bringing me so many gifts." Old Xiao took the turtles to the kitchen and departed. At that moment, a neighboring woman rushed in, her face aglow with joy. "Hongbo, I truly won a first prize. The name I chose is Fengqing Lake." The master remained remarkably composed, merely smiling. I was taken aback. Indeed, as the enterprise expanded, so too did its audacity, boldly naming the lake after its own brand. "I shall share half with you," I remarked with a grin. The neighborly elder sister generously replied, "Very well." The master chuckled softly, saying, "It's hardly worth discussing. Just ensure you do not mention that I assisted you in this." The neighborly elder sister seemed to grasp something profound. "Understood. I shall present you with a grand gift." With that, she departed. The master then stated, "The foundation of Fengqing Lake will be laid on New Year's Day, and Mr. will be coming." "What brings him here?" I inquired. "He wishes to invest in this area." "Oh," I responded, pondering that he must be seeking the master's counsel on the viability of his investment. Chapter 42. A silent duel between two masters on New Year's Day. The vast expanse of Fengqing Lake was teeming with people. A monumental statue of the Fengqing bull lay serenely by the lakeside, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment. Before the bull, a 100-meter altar was erected, adorned with a red carpet. Upon the carpet, a table was set, laden with grains and an assortment of poultry and fish, accompanied by a large incense burner. General Deng had invited the master to bless the Fengqing bull, and I took on the role of the MC, marking my debut at a grand event. Among the crowd stood my sister, brother-in-law, Dongzi, my neighbors, fans from Xiqing District, Shunji Shu, and his fellow villagers. My heart swelled with emotion as I donned a blue robe and stood to one side of the stage, singing, "Please welcome Taoist Hongyi to take his place." The master, with an air of composure, made his way to the center of the stage in a flowing yellow robe. I continued, "Offer the rain of blessings." A man beside the basin lifted a kettle, gently pouring water into the basin. I then sang, "Cleanse the hands." The master submerged his hands into the clear water to wash. Following that, I sang, "Present the towel." The man beside him handed a new towel to the master, who dried his hands and stood poised. I sang, "Light the incense." The master grasped 3 sticks of incense and ignited them with a candle flame. I continued, "Circumambulate the altar 3 times." The master circled the altar, bowing every 3 steps. I sang, "Perform the grand salutation." The master faced the altar, sweeping his robe, hands pressed together, gradually bowing until his torso was nearly at a right angle. I sang, "Stand up." The master slowly straightened his body. I repeated this 3 times, and the master performed the salutation accordingly. I sang, "Divine consultation." The master displayed impressive skill in his methods. I sang, "One consultation determines the cosmos. May the winds be gentle and the rains be timely. All matters align and flow smoothly." I sang, "Recite the text." 2 young boys unfurled scroll, and the master began to chant. Upon completion, I sang, "Burn the document." The master approached the incense burner and cast the text into the flames. I sang, "We humbly invite Taoist Hongyi and Master Quansheng to bless the Fengqing bull. Please take your places." The 2 masters approached the bull from opposite sides. Isong opened the bull's eyes. Each extended a hand to caress the bull's eyes. I sang, "Feel the bull's pulse." One ran his hand from the tail to the head, while the other did the reverse. I sang, "Ceremony complete, fireworks." Suddenly, a barrage of 18 firecrackers erupted, sending colorful smoke soaring into the sky. Staff members ushered the master and me, along with Master Quansheng and his assistant, to the VIP room for a respite. General Deng rose from the front row and approached, clasping his fists in respect to the masters, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed masters." He then addressed the master, "With one consultation, you determine the cosmos," conveying heavenly intent and benefiting the people, embodying the will of the divine. Surrounded by the crowd, we made our way through the throngs, security clearing a path. As we navigated the bustling crowd, I spotted my sister, who was desperately calling out my name, "Shan Hong, Shan Hong." I realized she was not merely excited to embrace me, but her cries had rendered her a temporary focal point, turning heads in her direction. I waved back at her. In the distance, someone shouted, "Master Wan, Master Wan." I recognized the voice of villagers from the Shun family estate and waved at them as well. After much effort, we finally emerged from the crowd. In those brief 10 minutes, it felt as though I had experienced a lifetime of commotion. I pondered why so many were shamelessly vying for the spotlight. Upon reaching the VIP room, guests settled in clusters for conversation. I joined a master and Master Quansheng at their table. Like roosters, two individuals inevitably clash when they're brought together, especially when these two masters held a deep-seated disdain for one another. Truthfully, I hoped they would engage in a verbal sparring match, for which I could glean the art of discourse from seasoned experts. The master, maintaining his composure, slowly remarked, "Master Quansheng has traveled a great distance from Xinghua. It must have been a tiring journey." Quansheng replied nonchalantly, "It was manageable." The master, keen to challenge Quansheng, inquired, "In assessing the Feng Shui of our city, aside from the Fengyan Pavilion area, where else might compare in beauty?" Quansheng, with a subtle edge, responded, "I have not explored extensively. Taoist, having resided here for long, is likely more familiar. I would appreciate your insights." With the ball now in his court, the master took a host stance. "Since you are examining the Fengyan Pavilion, I presume you're not solely focused on this area. Feng Shui, while I may not be an expert, fundamentally considers the direction of mountains and water, assessing the grand scheme before the finer details." Quansheng and Appo's words held layers of meaning. Traditional Feng Shui should indeed follow this principle, observing the dragon and Appo's veins, the orientation of mountains and water, the elevation differentials, hills, and valleys. I studied architecture at Tongji University, possess a basic understanding of traditional Feng Shui, and prefer employing scientific methods, thus do not feel the need to scrutinize every detail. A flicker of displeasure crossed the master's face, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. His tone carried a hint of irritation. "Did you create a unique theory, master? Please enlighten this humble practitioner." Quansheng, composed and self-assured, replied, "Please do not take offense, Taoist. Since you are willing to listen, I shall share some insights on the new methods of Feng Shui interpretation." He gestured for his assistant, who brought forth a tablet. "By inputting the geographical terrain of your city into this software, one can discern both the grand landscape and finer details." With a deft motion, the assistant manipulated the device, revealing the city's mountains, rivers, and elevations in intricate detail. Following Quansheng's guidance, he displayed the map of Fengqing Lake, showcasing the surrounding topography in a comprehensive manner. As the mouse traversed the screen, individual houses became distinctly visible. The assistant zoomed in further, revealing the orientations of roofs and windows in relation to the mountains and angles, everything laid bare. With another click, the celestial constellations appeared, indicating that Fengqing Lake resided beneath a specific constellation, with precise longitude and latitude clearly illustrated. Such advanced technology was a revelation to both the master and myself, as it was my first encounter with such a tool. Quansheng remarked, "I inquired with General Deng about your residence. Aptly named Serene Abode, this software allows for a clear understanding of its positioning." With another click, the assistant demonstrated how Serene Abode aligned with the celestial constellations above and the spring river at its waist, with neighboring houses positioned in clear opposition. The master forced a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, impressive technology." Having gained the upper hand, Quansheng, now confident, continued, "The place where you reside, 5 miles past, features a hillside where someone was buried. A prime location. Unfortunately squandered. It had the potential to yield remarkable individuals. Yet the topographical variance is too pronounced, embodying the symbolism of great rises and falls. If buried shallow, it would lack connection to the Earth's energy. Buried deeply, it could harness spiritual essence." I was taken aback, recalling a master's previous mention of that very site. The family of the deceased had indeed buried their kin too shallowly, resulting in missed opportunities for success. Only 2 ministers and a military general emerged from that lineage, and most descendants faded into obscurity. A stranger, articulating local Feng Shui with such finesse, was almost like an intimate acquaintance. The master in Apo's expression shifted, a blend of disbelief and displeasure, as his complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. Yet, he could not deny the superiority of this satellite imagery over mere observation. Feigning admiration, Master, your insights derived from the star charts are truly remarkable. At that moment, staff members arrived, inviting everyone to take their seats in the adjacent dining area. Distinguished leaders, including Mr. He, occupied one table, while the master, Quan Sheng, and the president of Feng Shui Group were seated at another. I found myself at a table with lesser dignitaries, considered guests of honor. General Deng flitted between tables, offering toasts. Throughout the meal, the master welcomed each guest with open arms, though I sensed an undercurrent of dissatisfaction lingering within him. Chapter 43. I learned to nurture others upon returning from the luncheon. My master sat silently in the car. I received a call from Mr. He, who informed me that he had been invited by city officials and would arrive later. I relayed the message to my master, who remained unresponsive. Once we reached the living room, I hurriedly brewed a cup of hot tea and softly suggested, "You seem tired. Perhaps you should rest." He shook his head, his expression cold. "Shan Hong, I have never been challenged in such a manner before, but today, I was subtly affronted by Quan Sheng, which leaves me feeling quite unsettled." I attempted to console him, saying, "In terms of Taoist practice, you surpass him by tenfold. His constant references to Tongji University and high technology are mere pretentiousness." My master's demeanor darkened. "The architecture department at Tongji is among the best in the nation. Feng Shui is an integral part of architecture. One cannot dismiss his knowledge. Moreover, this computer imagery is tenfold superior to the naked eye. For instance, I never observed a sharp corner of the Wangui shopping mall directed at the window of Yu Ranju on the second floor until today, when it became vividly apparent on his computer screen. I pondered whether my master had begun to accept Quan Sheng's assertions. "Go and purchase a round mirror immediately," he instructed. Shortly thereafter, I returned with the mirror. My master led me to the second floor, guiding me in positioning it correctly. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and inquired, "Did you graduate from high school?" I nodded. He fixed his gaze upon me. "Pay attention. Should there be any training programs related to satellite topography, I would gladly support your enrollment. Once you have mastered it, you can return and teach me." "Teach you?" I echoed in surprise. "Indeed, the path of teaching is reciprocal. Knowledge has its hierarchies, and each discipline requires specialization. Why should it be unacceptable for you to instruct me? The world is vast and ever-changing. If we, as master and disciple, cling to antiquated methods and resist transformation, we may one day find ourselves cast aside by the currents of time." My heart jolted at the realization of my master's foresight. I, despite my high school education, resolved to thoroughly comprehend Quan Sheng's concepts. I promptly called Dongzi to inquire about relevant training opportunities. Dongzi deemed it remarkably simple. "There are plenty of options in Beijing, Shanghai, and Hangzhou, various training courses for whatever you wish to learn. Let me search for you." Within 2 minutes, he sent me 5 training options via WeChat, which I read aloud to my master. His expression brightened. "Let us choose the course in Hangzhou. You can go after the new year." As we discussed, a young man entered, appearing to be a university student. My master, finding this simpler case suitable for me, excused himself to visit our neighbor. "Friend, would you like to engage in divination?" he asked with a naive smile. "Besides divination, can you offer suggestions?" "Certainly, I can provide you with a reference regarding a specific matter. Is that the essence of your inquiry?" He nodded and elaborated on his situation. He was a teacher training student set to graduate next summer. His family had been farmers for 3 generations, and none of his relatives held government jobs. Essentially, he had no connections. Those with weak ties were assigned to rural areas, and without any connections, he sought advice on how to remain in the city. This exceeded the scope of my divination. Noticing my silence, he blushed and confessed several seniors of mine, lacking connections, were assigned to rural areas. After 5 or 6 years, they still haven't been able to return to the city and have now established roots in the countryside. Observing his features as taught by my master, I discerned he possessed a visage of affluence, albeit one that required the assistance of a benefactor. I resolved to lend him a hand. This approach is what I call nurturing. "May I ask your name?" I inquired. "Jing Bosun." Your grandfather or father must possess considerable knowledge. He replied, his voice brightening, my grandfather was a teacher. I understand. You are referring to my name, which is derived from a poem by Du Fu. I nodded and said, allow me to teach you a trick known as the sword strikes an angle. He gazed at me, eager for further elaboration. I gestured as if pushing open a door. When the time comes for graduation assignments next year, boldly enter the office of the Education Bureau Chief. His eyes widened in disbelief. Me? I affirmed, detailing my strategy. He was to introduce himself, state his willingness to teach in the most remote and challenging village, where few would volunteer, citing his rural background. Jing Bosun gasped, worry etched on his face. What if being assigned there means being stuck for life? I burst into laughter. My friend, how naive you are. The chief will certainly jot down your name, and soon your inspiring story will be shared at meetings, making you a model for others. Really? He asked, his brow slightly unfurling. I countered, is that not the case? The chief seeks achievements, and the education system requires role models. Your initiative will serve as a stepping stone for the chief's advancement. Within 3 years, you will be reassigned to the city, or perhaps even to a bureau position. But what if things do not unfold as you envision? What if the chief is reassigned and the new one disregards past matters? It appeared today's university students were not easily deceived. They were more pragmatic than I. I could not afford to lose this exchange, so I adopted an air of profound mystery. There are other options. I understand your desire for urban white-collar life. Should the chief commend you, only to subsequently place you in a remote village with little oversight, rest assured you'll find a way out after 3 years. He asked eagerly, how so? I chuckled heartily. The place you are assigned will be remote, with steep mountains and long roads, perhaps even lacking electricity. There will be few individuals with whom you can converse. Your days will consist of teaching, sunrises, sunsets, and solitary nights lit by a dim lamp. Is this not true? He nodded, his expression troubled. I encouraged him. The more desolate and lonely, the better. You'll have ample time to rise early and memorize vocabulary, and, at night, delve into texts. 3 years. You will master English to the point of fluency, as if it were your mother tongue. Should you fail to gain entrance to graduate school, who else would? The young man clapped his thigh, beaming. Brother, you have a way with words, and your advice is practical. You've illuminated 2 distinct paths for me. I elaborated. The first is leveraging your strengths. This is not underhanded. If every year there are individuals like you actively seeking to teach in the most challenging locations, upon your departure, someone will gladly fill your role. The chief will bring you back to the city to reward those who are willing to contribute. In the second scenario, I continued, should the chief lack foresight, merely praising you and then abandoning you to a mountain village, or if a new chief intentionally undermines the previous chief as favorites, you might find yourself at a loss. Yet, every circumstance carries its duality. If you cannot rely on others, you must rely on yourself. I recommend you pursue legal or financial studies for your graduate exams. Even if you do not gain admission, after 3 years of diligent study, you will possess valuable skills. And should you choose to travel, you need not fear finding a good job. The young man stood, bowing to me. No one has ever guided me in such a manner. Thank you immensely. A sudden intuition struck me, and I asked, do you reside in Xiqing district? He looked surprised. How do you know where I live? I waved my hand, signaling him to refrain from further explanation. Excitedly, I realized there might be opportunities developing in Xiqing district. Just then, I heard him ask, how much do I owe you for this? I gestured dismissively, indicating there was no charge, and we exchanged WeChat details. Jing Bosun expressed endless gratitude as he departed. My master returned and inquired, what did you divine? I recounted our earlier conversation. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. To alleviate the woes of others is a most noble pursuit. At that moment, a car horn sounded from outside. My master stood, remarking Mr. He has arrived. We both stepped outside to greet him. What could be the purpose of Mr. He's visit to you, Ranju? Chapter 44. A new tactic. Returning the ball after a round of reminiscing. He Xiaobua wore a troubled expression. Master, regarding that film project. The director insists I must invest an additional 300 million to commence filming. I am quite uneasy about this matter. I must ask for your guidance. A flutter of anxiety stirred within me. The initial 500 million. Now, coupled with 300 million more, if my master were to agree to this investment and it were to fail, the bond of our friendship would be irrevocably strained, and my master's reputation would suffer. He treasures his name more than life itself. And it was only after enduring some discomfort that he had urged me to attend a training session. Would he truly offer divination for mystery now? An eerie tension hung in the air, sending shivers down my spine. I silently implored, please do not support him in this. Such individuals, having completed only primary education, often wish to transform themselves upon acquiring wealth, seeking sophistication. The atmosphere was nearly palpable with tension. I felt a sense of foreboding. He Xiaobo looked intently at my master. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the silence, leaving both He Xiaobo and me bewildered as we turned to him. Once the laughter subsided, my master's demeanor grew serious. Mister, whenever faced with significant matters, my master, Taoist Han Yuan, imparted to me an invaluable method, judging matters through divination, which surpasses mere character analysis. He Xiaobo eagerly requested clarification. I too awaited my master's instruction with bated breath. Clear the items from the tea table, he instructed. I promptly removed the tea, fruit platter, and ashtray. My master then said slowly, we shall conduct the divination here. If the divination remains on the table, all will proceed smoothly. I quickly retrieved a set of bronze divination blocks from the bookshelf. My master addressed He Xiaobo. You must perform the divination yourself. As the saying goes, to seek assistance from others is less reliable than relying on oneself. All the information about your successes and failures is reflected in the divination. I can provide you with the interpretation. This was indeed a masterstroke, returning the decision to He Xiaobo. He took the divination blocks, casting one onto the table, where it teetered on the edge but did not fall. My master chuckled, a favorable omen. He Xiaobo then cast a second block. One landed on the table while the other fell to the ground. For the third cast, both blocks rolled on the table before tumbling down. My master continued to laugh. The first block remaining on the table signifies that our previous meeting and Oppo's analysis was correct. Investment is advisable. However, the second and third blocks falling indicate that circumstances have changed, and further investment is likely to result in failure. He Xiaobo clasped his hands in gratitude. With your words, Master, my path is clear. I shall not invest in this film. My master smiled gently. It would be wise for you to diligently focus on your core business. He Xiaobo sighed. Those without money suffer their own troubles, while those with wealth bear different burdens. My capital languishes in the bank, depreciating daily without a worthy investment opportunity. An idea sparked in my mind. I thought of the Shun family courtyard. When He Xiaobo excused himself to the restroom, I share my thoughts with my master. Investing in the Shun family courtyard would be a lucrative endeavor, whether for tourism development or purchasing the entire estate. My master pondered briefly before praising me. That is indeed a splendid idea. It resolves a government issue regarding this dilapidated building. Moreover, whether developed or demolished, the residents within could move into new homes. Speak to Mr. He about this. When He Xiaobo returned, my master cheerfully announced, Shan Hong has a proposition I and Oppo's like to discuss with you. I believe it presents a viable investment opportunity. He Xiaobo nodded in agreement. Thus, I began to elaborate on the Shun family courtyard. Initially, He Xiaobo was hesitant, but when I mentioned the wooden windows, overhanging corridors, and the grand entrance made of fragrant wood, he waved his hand. Your information is exceedingly valuable. On January 2nd, under a clear sky, He Xiaobo instructed me to minimize disturbances, so he opted to forego a driver and asked me to drive him to the hotel. I made a single phone call to old Lin, mentioning nothing of significance, only that his wife's cooking was delightful and that I wished to indulge in some familiar flavors while also hoping to purchase a few turtles. The ride was uneventful. I adhered to my master's teachings, keeping conversation to a minimum, and He Xiaobo seemed equally disinterested, closing his eyes to rest. In less than 40 minutes, we arrived at the courtyard and Oppo's entrance. Old Lin was already waiting in the courtyard, and upon meeting, I introduced He Xiaobo as my master and Oppo's friend, eager to enjoy the fresh country air. He Xiaobo grinned widely. What a magnificent old estate. I must explore it. Old Lin quickly offered, I shall accompany you. The three of us entered the courtyard, attracting the attention of its residents, who greeted me with various titles. Master Wan, Great Master Wan, Comrade Wan, Mr. Wan. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance, Is Master Wan here? I turned to see the village secretary. Secretary Shun strode purposefully down the corridor, extending his hands for a handshake. I promptly introduced, This is my master and Appo's friend, Mr. He. He shook He Xiaobua and Appo's hand vigorously. Welcome, Mr. He. I am Shun, the former owner of this courtyard, though I am no longer its master. I added, He is the village secretary. He Xiaobua humorously replied, In the past, had I met you, I would have addressed you as Sir. Secretary Shin chuckled. Times have changed. Now you would call me old man. It was evident that He Xiaobua was quite pleased with the courtyard, though he feigned indifference. I have an affection for old residences. Wherever such grand estates exist, I relish the opportunity to explore. Shan Hong spoke highly of your Shun family courtyard, which piqued my interest. As the current owner, you must enlighten us. Secretary Shun interjected. Many visitors have come, locals and foreigners alike, including village leaders, county officials, city supervisors, and provincial cultural heritage representatives. I have nearly become a dedicated tour guide. I chimed in, Your ancestors must possess many stories. Otherwise, how could such a grand courtyard have been established? Secretary Shun readily agreed. Come, let's walk and talk. At each stop, Secretary Shun recounted a piece of history. If we were to rewind time over a century ago, the tale would unfold thus. A young man surnamed Shun, often burdened with carrying pottery to distant villages, one day stumbled over a rope, causing his wares to shatter. Fearing his father's wrath upon returning home, he sat on the ground, weeping. Just as his tears dried, an elderly man approached, using a cane. Observing the young man's tear-streaked face and the scattered pottery shards, the elder inquired, Why do you weep? This is a blessing in disguise. The young man retorted, What blessing could possibly come from this? The elder continued, You cannot return home. There awaits a severe punishment. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. The elder then asked, Do you still have some change left? If so, purchase some rice to take home and claim that your wares sold out, with all the money exchanged for rice. The young man considered this a sound idea, though he lamented that his funds were scarce, insufficient to buy much rice. Returning home, he knew he could not escape the truth. Observing his despair, the elder offered, I have some money to spare. Take it. The young man was baffled. Why would a stranger offer him money? As he pondered, the elder explained, I have observed the signs of nature. 3 years hence, a great drought will come, leaving the land barren. You should gather grain while you can. It will lead to prosperity. The young man questioned, If you possess such foresight, why not advise your own family to gather grain? The elder chuckled, Family? I have no family. With that, he departed. He Xiaobua laughed. Every residence holds a legend. Unexpectedly, Secretary Shun's expression turned serious as he stated emphatically, This is not a legend. It is absolute truth. Subsequently, the young man, whenever he had surplus funds, invested in grain. 3 years later, the drought indeed arrived, leaving devastation in its wake. My ancestor thus earned his first fortune, which laid the foundation for a prosperous rice business. The young man, having traveled far and wide, gained substantial wisdom, ultimately leading to the construction of this grand estate. He Xiaobua listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement, though I observed that his gaze was captivated entirely by the exquisite carvings adorning the residence. After over an hour of viewing, I finally finished. However, the villagers were not nearly as enthusiastic as Secretary Shun. They merely greeted me as they went about their routines, basking in the sun or attending to their children. Secretary Shun beckoned me aside and whispered, Is he here to invest? I shook my head in uncertainty. Secretary Shun's face was etched with urgency. If he could purchase the properties for tourism development, we could preserve the courtyard and enable the villagers to rebuild in a more favorable location. It wouldn't cost much. I encouraged, You might consider asking him. Chapter 45. A light year apart from my master during lunch at the Lao Lin's residence. With Secretary Shun in attendance and the wine flowing, he eagerly inquired, Mr. He, do you believe this property holds potential for development? Mr. He chuckled. What do you think, Secretary? Secretary Shun, somewhat indignant, replied, There are always visitors here for inspections. Various leaders accompanying businessmen. One moment we hear of potential investments, the next, someone intends to purchase it, and soon after, rumors circulate about widening the road to 12 meters. In the end, it's all mere talk. I could curse. Laughter erupted among the group. After the mirth subsided, Mr. He gently advised, "Your affection for your hometown and this property is understandable, Secretary, but investors view things from a different perspective. They ponder if development will yield profits." Secretary Shun raised his glass. "You're a forthright businessman, and I can see you genuinely wish to ascertain the property's investment worth." Mr. He, intrigued, set down his chopsticks. "What leads you to that conclusion?" Secretary Shin noted, "No leaders accompany you. Yesterday, you stood on the podium, unable to shake hands with ease. Today, you come alone." I tapped my forehead, realizing that Secretary Shin already understood the stature of Mr. He. With a humble smile, Mr. He confessed, "I do wish to invest, but I cannot decide alone." Secretary Shin, placing his cup down, questioned, "You cannot decide alone?" Mr. He responded with authority, "I must consult travel experts and cultural scholars first for preliminary validation." Secretary Shin admired, "I agree with your approach. It demonstrates prudence, indicative of one who handles significant affairs." Mr. He boisterously declared, "I would rather spend $1 million for their preliminary validation. Such expenditure is worthwhile." Secretary Shun beamed with joy. "Here's to your $1 million validation fee." They all drank heartily. Perhaps it was Mr. He's mention of the million that reached Lao Lin's wife, who relayed the news to others. By the time we were finishing our meal, the area outside was bustling with villagers, some standing, others squatting, all gathered around stone tables and tree branches. They chatted and pointed, with villagers borrowing a sieve here, delivering a cabbage there, and mentioning the delightful aromas wafting from the house, curious about the dishes being served. They flitted about, their eyes frequently darting toward Mr. He, eager to glimpse the man willing to invest $1 million for validation. Even as we drove away, Secretary Shun and the crowd of villagers remained in the square, waving goodbye. Upon returning to Shun's courtyard, Mr. He had already instructed the driver to wait at Yuranju. After alighting, he exchanged pleasantries with my master before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to Mr. He, my master inquired, "What did you think?" I recounted the entire encounter. My master, with a calm demeanor, probed, "Do you believe he will invest?" Without hesitation, I replied, "If he is truly willing to spend $1 million for preliminary validation, it signifies his intent to invest in this estate." My master burst into hearty laughter, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed. He then instructed me to close the study door and earnestly advised, "Shan Hong, your skills in divination are commendable, but your social experience is lacking. The Shun family estate may seem significant to the locals, but on a national scale, it lacks tourism value." Mr. He, having traversed many places and gained broad knowledge, would not casually propose spending $1 million for expert validation. He intends to do so genuinely. I was taken aback, surely. That $1 million wouldn't simply vanish? My master scoffed. Would a businessman willingly squander money? The experts he engages will have their travel expenses, accommodations, and substantial fees covered by him. Whom do these experts listen to? With a subtle hint from Mr. He, they might conclude that the estate is of no value at all. I was still grappling with the implications. My master continued, "Countless previous owners have visited without investing, indicating the property's limited appeal. Mr. He will formally hire a group of experts to declare the Shun family estate worthless. The concern shifts from whether it can be inhabited to the risk of structural collapse, potentially endangering lives. This not only disheartens the local populace, but also discourages the government. After being deemed valueless by experts, the government's morale will plummet, and Mr. He's million is aimed at achieving this outcome. Soon enough, someone will emerge, willing to purchase the estate at a reasonable price, claiming that these blue bricks cannot be replicated with modern techniques. With abundant resources, they will dismantle the estate to construct their own half-heritage blue brick residence." I suddenly comprehended. This individual would not be Mr. He, but rather his proxy. My master raised an eyebrow. "You've had an epiphany. The proxy will collaborate with the government to initiate housing projects, relocating residents, and subsequently demolishing properties. Their focus is on the intricately carved eaves, the stone statues, the precious Nama beams, and the gilded tags. Once these treasures are extracted and repackaged, they will command exorbitant prices. Exorbitant prices? I was astounded, lacking knowledge of such matters. My master furrowed his brow. Items inflated by vast sums invariably fetch sky-high prices. He will have artisans carve the Nanmu into intricate miniature sculptures, encapsulating landscapes within thumb-sized pieces, claiming that if held to the ear, one can hear the water-esque flow. He will transform the Nanmu into prayer beads, investing heavily to have a master bless them, asserting that wearing these beads ensures one remains unharmed in catastrophic accidents. Who are the individuals able to wear such beads, and what are the chances of surviving such calamities? He will fashion the Nanmu into rings, proclaiming that even if the seas dry and the stones crumble over a millennium, true love endures eternally. I was filled with trepidation, drenched in sweat. The marketplace resembled a battlefield, replete with schemes, conspiracies, and traps at every turn. My master sighed deeply. In our line of work, it is essential to perceive the truth without voicing it. One need not invest or participate. Simply safeguard one and oppose as own interests. I bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. You always guide me at critical junctures. Had it not been for your insightful clarity, I would have genuinely believed Mystery sought to invest. My master, with a furrowed brow, concluded, all these events unfold under the guise of noble intentions. Farmers are relocated to new homes, expressing gratitude to the government. The government transforms waste into treasure, acknowledging the agent. The agent, in turn, thanks Mr. He merely for his appearance, profiting handsomely. After absorbing my master's lesson, I lay awake that night, unable to sleep. I once thought there was merely an ocean between my master and me. Now, it felt as if we were light years apart. Would Mr. He truly act as my master had analyzed? Chapter 46. The Three Blind Companions. Provocation at the door as the new year approached. My sister appointed me as the sole representative to bring our parents to Wuxiang City for the festivities. That morning, I arrived early at Yuranju, sweeping the floors, wiping the tables, and brewing tea, eagerly awaiting my master's awakening to request his leave. About an hour later, my master entered the living room. I presented him with a cup of tea and began, Master, I wish to return home early to bring my parents to the city for the new year. He glanced at me and replied, It is indeed time for you to host your parents. You may take the car back. I hesitated. Is that appropriate? After all, you might need the vehicle. It would be more convenient for Brother Sure to assist you. Brother Sure has a car. If he needs it, he can simply call me. He said, I worried my master was merely being polite and did not genuinely intend to lend me the car. I smiled and suggested, taking the high-speed train is also quite convenient. Unexpectedly, my master's expression darkened. Is the Land Rover beneath your standards? Though I feigned compliance, I was secretly elated. After a brief preparation at home, I planned to set off the following morning. Upon hearing my intention to drive back, Dongzi, a colleague, requested leave from his workplace to accompany me. It was wonderful to have company on the journey, ensuring the trip would not be lonely. We took turns driving, sharing laughter and conversation, and reached home after 8 hours. The Land Rover was considered a luxury vehicle in our rural area, leading many to assume a wealthy businessman had returned to the village. When the car pulled into our driveway, the villagers' eyes widened in astonishment as Dongzi and I emerged from the vehicle. They could hardly believe I drove a Land Rover. The village elders, who often congregated to gossip and spread news, had already labeled me as someone who had failed to thrive elsewhere. They presumed I had resorted to learning fortune-telling, a profession they regarded as a last resort for the destitute. Despite my new vehicle, they repeatedly questioned me in public, Are you learning fortune-telling? I corrected them. I study character analysis. They scoffed. Isn't character analysis merely a different form of fortune-telling? I refrained from elaborating, merely nodding ambiguously. Eventually, they discerned my situation and, with a tone of disdain, inquired, Are you still an apprentice? How much do you charge? I deliberately replied, 10 yuan. They immediately found their confidence to belittle me. That's easy money. 10 clients a day for 30 days would amount to 3,000 yuan. I smirked. Your arithmetic is impressive. This remark spread, leading them to claim I disrespected them. They speculated that my Land Rover was either borrowed or refurbished from a second-hand car. The consensus was that borrowing such a luxury vehicle was implausible, leaving only the possibility of it being a refurbished car. Some even suspected I had stolen it, likening me to a local thief known for his nefarious activities. After hearing the villagers' whispers, my mother, perplexed, asked, "How do you earn your money? Your sister says you are wealthy, but fortune-telling here is worth only 50 yuan, even if it is 5 times more than in the village." I chuckled. "Sometimes I earn 300, at times 500 a day." My father scoffed, "You're not the only fortune-teller in the city. Business fluctuates. Can you really earn 3 or 500? I replied earnestly, "Business is indeed favorable. Even a dog owned by city dwellers requires a lucky day for burial." My parents slid off the couch and onto the floor in disbelief. My mother sighed. No wonder the thief said he would rather be a dog in the city than return home. Unyielding, my mother proclaimed the next day a statement about my earnings, 500 to 600 a day. The villagers grew resentful. With just a few words, "He can earn 500 to 600, and he is still an apprentice? Once he becomes a master, won't he earn over 1,000 daily?" Rumors about my exploits spread throughout the village. Misinformation began to circulate, claiming I looked down upon the 3 local masters of fortune-telling, intending to open a shop in town to offer readings and analyses, thereby jeopardizing their livelihoods. The 3 masters, Zhang Xia, Li Xia, and Wang Ermatzi, were well-known figures in the town, with Zhang and Li specializing in fortune-telling and character analysis, while Wang, despite not being blind, boasted his ability to read fortunes. They were typically at odds, and upon hearing of my plans, they prepared to confront me before I could establish myself. I caught wind of their intentions and called my master for guidance. Should I receive them graciously or engage in competition? My master advised, first, show courtesy before engaging in conflict. If they seek a genuine exchange of knowledge, it would be a joyous occasion. However, if they seek to undermine you, do not appear feeble, for it would tarnish the reputation of the art I have taught you. The following day, the 3 masters gathered in town. News spread rapidly, and not only the villagers from my home awaited me, but also some local ruffians. Thus, a scene reminiscent of a small parade approached my home. Leading was Wang Ermatzi, followed by Zhang Xia's accomplice, San Taibao, adorned with dragon tattoos, and finally, Li Xia, supported by Jiu Taibao. A throng of ruffians trailed behind them, resembling a miniature train heading towards my residence. My father was visiting relatives, leaving only my mother and me at home. With so many visitors, we decided to welcome them in the courtyard. My mother, unfamiliar with such a gathering, hurried to prepare tea. Wang Ermatzi clasped his hands, his expression fluctuating between grim and jovial, and stated, "Master Shanhong, we hear you have traveled far to seek wisdom from esteemed teachers. We 3 have come today to learn from you. May we be graced with your guidance?" I replied coolly, with the esteemed seniors gracing us with their presence. How could I not welcome you? However, the space is limited, so I must humbly ask you to sit on the ground. Wang Ermatzi, his demeanor serious, inquired, "Master Shanhong, we have heard you studied under a great master in the city. What knowledge have you acquired?" I slowly responded, "Character analysis." He suddenly raised his voice. "Character analysis pales in comparison to fortune-telling. The 4 pillars of destiny are clear indicators of life and wealth, while character analysis is merely superficial interpretation. Is that not so?" I chuckled lightly. Whether it is or not, Chinese characters indeed possess layers of meaning, unlike English, where one may gaze in silence, unable to articulate. Zhang Xia and Li Xia grunted in muted agreement. Wang Ermatzi, sensing my sarcasm, glared at me. "Who is your master, Shanhong?" Aware of the hierarchy within the fortune-telling community, I coolly replied, "You may call me Xiao Wan. Master feels like a heavy crown I cannot bear. If you must know my teacher, it is Taoist Hong Yuan." Just as Wang Ermatzi was about to probe further, I interrupted, "There is no need to investigate further. My master is Taoist Hong Yuan, and beyond him, there is no one. This character analysis technique is a unique creation of my teacher's predecessor." "Huh, so you are but a source without origin, a tree without roots." Wang Ermatzi guffawed triumphantly. At that moment, Zhang Xia, who had remained silent, sneered, "Let me offer a character for you to analyze, Master Shanhong." I retorted coldly, "No need to speak. Zhang Xia's expression soured. Such arrogance. You won't even allow me to say a single character? I threw my head back and laughed, leaving the audience bewildered. Once finished, I firmly stated, I am not a master. I am merely a listener. Write a character on paper, and I shall listen and analyze. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement, whispering to one another. Did you hear that? Chapter 47. Frightening them into a panic, I entered the room to fetch paper and pen, which I handed to Zhang Xia's agent San Taibao, and said in a low voice, Could you please assist Master Zhang in writing a character? San Taibao, with an air of aloofness, impatiently accepted the paper and pen, then bent down as Zhang Xia whispered something in his ear. Once he finished writing, he crumpled the paper and handed it to me. I exclaimed, Look at Lu Qian, performing tricks in broad daylight, while I have already mastered my craft. I listened intently, then tossed the paper into the wind, the character for land. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Xia quipped, You've certainly learned a thing or two about unconventional methods. I crossed my arms and asked, Master Zhang, what do you wish to discern? Zhang Xia smiled slyly and replied, In 10 days, will it be sunny or rainy? At this moment, laughter erupted throughout the crowd, with San Taibao and Jiu Taibao laughing especially loudly. I feigned ignorance and said, The heavens do not predict the weather. I have never calculated such things. The laughter continued, echoing through the air. When the crowd quieted down, I coolly remarked, Though I cannot predict whether it will be sunny or rainy in 10 days, I can summon a snake to inquire. Before they could react, I clapped my hands and chanted a few incantations, then called out loudly, Snake, come forth and greet the 3 masters. Whether they believed me or not, my mother spoke seriously. Do you truly possess such unconventional methods? Do not harm our fellow villagers. A large snake slithered from the grass, flicking its red tongue, causing the weeds to part. Suddenly, a giant snake emerged, shocking everyone into a frenzy of panic. Wang Er, Xiazi bolted upright to escape. Zhang Xia and Li Xia urged San Taibao and Jiu Taibao to hurry and lead them away. I called out loudly, 3 masters. A snake does not bite good people. You all regularly guide others through difficulties, performing good deeds. How could it harm you? Please have a seat. Reluctantly, they sat down. I patted the snake's head and whispered a few mantras, coiling it and placing it beneath Wang Er's stool, which caused him to leap up in terror once more. I laughed heartily. Master Wang, what are you afraid of? Is it not rumored in the martial world that you can predict life and death? Surely, one must confront life and death before venturing out, for no one wishes to perish outside. The crowd erupted in laughter. My mother replaced Wang Er's stool and comforted him. Master Wang, please sit here. Zhang Xia and Li Xia chimed in unison. Do not place the snake beneath our stools. Do not bully us blind men. My mother apologized. Do not worry. He was mischievous as a child and enjoys pranks, but he knows his limits. At this point, I lifted the snake and placed it under my own stool, addressing Zhang Xia. As for this character land, the left side resembles Er, which represents half of Yang and half of Yin. Thus, in 10 days, it may either be sunny or rainy, signifying unpredictable weather and capricious moods. Li Xia, who could not see, felt no fear towards the snake, and, eager for attention, was the third to speak. He said, Master Wan, could you help me discern a character? He had Jiu Taibao write one down. I took the paper, listened intently, and asked, what does it signify? Li Xia responded, I had a health checkup yesterday. Can you determine what ailment I may have? Thinking he was trying to tease me, I decided to turn the tables. I feigned ignorance again, saying, I am not a doctor and am unaware of your ailments. Li Xia finally seized the moment to retort. Do you not claim to decipher characters? If you cannot ascertain, at least provide a literal analysis. My expression darkened abruptly. If you insist, I shall not hold back. This character resembles a horse, but is, in fact, a sick horse. You arrived in good health. Yet now you cannot move, you cannot stand. Li Xia's face contorted with rage as he shouted, You speak nonsense, slandering me. I let out a long laugh, masterly. Why not give it a try and see if you can stand? Li Xia strained to rise, but his legs felt as if they had become weak. No matter how hard he tried, the crowd urged, Use your strength, use your strength. Li Xia exerted every ounce of effort, but ultimately collapsed back into his chair. Wang Er clasped his hands together. Master Wan, do not push it. My mother frowned. Shan Hong, how can you treat our guest this way? I laughed, though. I am merely joking with Master Li. He pities me and fears that I might struggle to make a living. Hence he is playing along, waiting for me to assist him, and he will surely stand up. The crowd gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. When I helped him up, Li Xia indeed stood. San Taibao and Jiu Taibao's eyes widened in disbelief. I pulled the giant snake from beneath the stool, cradling it in my arms, and with a mischievous grin, I scanned the entire audience, saying, Masters, there is one more task. Touch the snake's tongue, and may all go smoothly for you next year. Your fortune will be accurate, and should you stumble while walking, it will be as if you kicked over a pot of gold. Then I approached with the snake. Wang Er was terrified, waving his hands frantically. Master Wan, we must leave. I chuckled heartily. Just sit for a moment. When life is good, no one goes hungry, and the rice is already in the pot. If you choose not to eat, should we feed the leftovers to the dogs? Besides, my dog only eats excrement. Wang Er clasped his hands in a bow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. We must take our leave. For now, we must go. The three formed a small train, departing amidst the laughter of the crowd. The youngsters followed suit, chuckling as they retreated back to town. I said, fellow villagers, it is time for you to return as well. I can no longer control this snake, and I can only manage it for an hour. The crowd fled in a frenzy, fearing a bite. As everyone dispersed, my mother looked at me in astonishment, asking, where did you learn these unconventional methods? I smiled, Mother. I am not afraid of 3 blind men, but when 2 of the 13 Taibao arrive, I must show them some authority. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to resort to violence. Sometimes, a slap in the face is more effective than 3 kind words. My mother furrowed her brow. Do not return to the old town to open a shop. Those thugs are drug addicts and act as protectors for the 3 of them. Anyone who defies them will face their wrath. Today, you merely used unconventional methods. Otherwise, they would have made you feel humiliated. I shook my head. Do not worry, Mother. I will not return. She smiled. It is good that you frightened them today. It makes my life here a bit more secure. Otherwise, they would continue to bully us. My eyes grew moist as I thought. I must strive to bring my parents to the city as soon as possible. The next day, I took my parents and swiftly returned to Wuxiang City. Chapter 48, A Heart-Stirring Tale at 9:00 and Oppos. Clock that evening, we hurried back to the Fashimi rice noodle industry. My sister and brother-in-law had picked up our parents, who were brimming with excitement, taking them from the ground floor to the upper levels, and vice versa. Both elders were laughing heartily. My mother joyfully exclaimed, Daughter, you have achieved so much. The city is indeed a place where wealth can be found. Your father and I have toiled for decades merely to build 5 modest houses. My sister scoffed slightly. It's not just about finding wealth in the city. One must possess the intellect to earn it. After saying this, she cast a glance at me, hoping for my support. I should have echoed her sentiment, that it was her capability that led to such success, but I refrained. Instead, I said, You all must be tired from your journey. Please rest first. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Little Song City for a delightful meal. My father inquired about this Little Song City. I replied, You should take a shower first. After that, I will tell you more. Once my parents had bathed, our family gathered around the hearth to engage in casual conversation. My sister began to recount how, over the years, she had painstakingly cultivated her small shop into one of the most renowned noodle establishments in the city, much to my mother and Appo's astonishment. During a lull, when my sister was on a call, my father asked, Shan Hong, is the Little Song City related to the Song Dynasty? My mother shot a disapproving glance at my father. You always ask such trivial questions. You collect those fake antiques daily, thinking you can find something valuable there. My father, with a singular passion, had devoted his life to amassing a collection of ancient bowls. A hobby spurred by a minor fortune he stumbled upon from an ancient bowl he had once acquired. I chuckled. This place is indeed connected to antiques, and it also relates to my master. Upon hearing my master's name, my mother became intrigued. My brother-in-law chimed in, I have some knowledge about this. Do share. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed to introduce my parents to my master, hoping to illuminate his remarkable abilities. I began narrating the origins of Little Song City. 20 years ago, During a period of rampant development, a piece of land in the southern suburbs of our city remained unsold. This was partly due to the city limits not having expanded that far, and partly because those purchasing land were focused on real estate. Who would build houses in the suburbs? Deng Fuging, who had made a modest profit from small projects, began to ponder. At that time, he was unfamiliar with my master and sought to consult him about purchasing the land to establish a stainless steel factory, asking for a favorable character reading. Upon hearing this, my master inquired, "What is your name?" Deng wrote Deng Fuging on paper. My master nodded. "You may proceed with the purchase for your factory." Curious, Deng pressed further. "Could you elaborate on this character?" My master explained, "Qing signifies expansiveness. Your name ends with Jin, and since it is currently raining, the rain nourishes the roots. This signifies that now is an opportune moment for your business to expand." Deng Fuging's face brightened with joy as he hurriedly offered a cigarette. At that time, my master did not smoke, but accepted it, smiling. "The mystical connection aligns. You extend your hand, and this is indeed a propitious moment to take action." Continuing, my master remarked on the unique writing of the character Qing, which is smaller above and larger below, suggesting a solid foundation capable of supporting your grand ambitions. Thus, the alignment of celestial phenomena, character, and intention converged in what was the first auspicious character I had encountered in months. Although Deng was not well educated, he was astute and immediately purchased the land. He then invited my master to select an auspicious day for groundbreaking. As the bulldozer arrived, it quickly cleared the land. One day, Deng Fuging rushed into my master's shop, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "We have encountered trouble." He gestured animatedly as he recounted the situation. The bulldozer had uncovered a mound of earth, which turned out to be a kiln. The driver, more knowledgeable than Deng, insisted that this must be reported to the Cultural Relics Bureau. Upon their arrival, the first order of business was to halt all construction. Deng, panicking, exclaimed, "What shall I do? I want to complete the factory as soon as possible. If we stop now, how long will this delay last?" My master, however, reassured him. "This is undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Do you still have a means? Immediately purchase the adjacent 50 acres. Deng was nearly in tears, asking, "Master, what do you mean by that?" Without hesitation, my master ascended to the second floor and returned with a stack of cash, placing it on the table. "This is a loan for you. The rest, you must figure out." Deng hesitated. "Master, could you explain your reasoning?" My master elaborated. "That area is known locally as Yaopuzi, and historical records indicate that during the Song Dynasty, it was the site of the official kilns, renowned for producing exquisite underglazed colored porcelain bowls. These bowls are exceptionally pure and nearly transparent, true treasures. However, the term Yaopuzi refers broadly to a 30-kilometer radius, making it difficult to pinpoint the actual kiln's location. The recent discovery suggests that there are likely multiple kilns, which means your factory site is essentially part of a kiln complex. Consequently, the land will no longer be available for your use. Therefore, you should petition the government for an additional portion of land." Deng inquired, "Why should I acquire so much land?" My master lowered his voice. "That place will undoubtedly become a site of historical significance. You must go to the city government immediately, whether by kneeling, bowing, crying, or creating a scene. You must compel them to respond quickly. The reason is that this will impact your factory's construction timeline, and you need their approval urgently. In a few years, that land will appreciate in value." Deng promptly gathered a team to approach the city government, equipped with the skill to evoke both sympathy and concern from the officials. The leaders advised him not to rush and assured him they would consider the matter. A month later, as excavation continued, more artifacts emerged, leading provincial experts to conclude that they had found a Song Dynasty official kiln complex of immense significance for understanding the socio-economic culture of the Northern Song period. Deng's original land was slated for reclamation. In despair, Deng threatened to jump from the city government building. In response, the officials convened and decided that the ancient kiln complex should remain untouched, allocating an additional 20 acres to Deng, which was essentially a marshy pond. Deng returned to seek my master's advice once more. My master remarked, "The foulness of this pond is also a good sign. The upper portion symbolizes self, while the lower denotes dog. The character for dog is a large character with an additional dot, implying something greater than large. Deng chuckled bitterly, Master. Are you joking or genuinely divining? Whenever I come to you, you always present me with these favorable interpretations. My master replied, if we don't interpret the character for fowl, let's consider water instead. Your jinn needs nourishment, does it not? If we look at pond, it combines earth and Tang, indicating a prosperous Tang dynasty. You understand? Deng stood, bowing 3 times to my master. Master, though I lack formal education, I will blindly follow your guidance, for I trust your scholarly wisdom. If I understand you correctly, I can prosper regardless of the path I choose. My master, adopting a serious expression, cautioned, blindly following is not advisable. The surrounding land is appreciating rapidly. You can no longer establish a stainless steel factory. That would be a waste of resources. Deng hurriedly asked, should I build a residential complex? My master shook his head. That too is not viable. It's a one-time transaction. Once the houses are sold, you will not earn again. Deng pressed, then what should I do? My master decisively stated, transform it all into commercial properties. Deng's mind swirled with confusion, and he declared, regardless of whether I profit or incur losses in the future, I must first offer you 3 respectful bows. He knelt and bowed 3 times. My master waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such grand gestures. Deng, with a serious demeanor, replied, my father has given me life, but has never shown me a path. You are akin to my reborn parents, guiding me along a path illuminated with promise. Thus, the name of Shaosong City came into being, with the establishment of the Song Kiln Memorial Museum and the designation of the Song Kiln site. Shaosong City has transformed from a southern suburb into the heart of the southern district. This is how Deng Fubing prospered. Once the tale was recounted, my mother was the first to speak. Shan Hong, you have chosen the right person. You mentioned earning 300 a day, and I secretly thought you were exaggerating. But now I believe it. My father, who has always opposed my smoking, surprisingly made an exception, handing me a cigarette while giving one to my brother-in-law, cheerfully exclaiming, your master is a good man. Seizing the moment, my brother-in-law advocated for me. Shan Hong is going out to dine, and he doesn't need to spend his own money. Both my parents inquired in unison. Why? With a raised brow, my brother-in-law replied, he is a disciple of Master Hong. My mother wiped away a tear of joy and said, we must meet your master soon and express our gratitude in person. Chapter 49. I was unaware of how to order the following morning. My sister and I conferred about dining in the extravagant private room 1008 at Shaosong City for a full Song Dynasty meal. My sister furrowed her brow, expressing uncertainty about whether the room could be booked. I teasingly remarked, you are an entrepreneur. You have connections. She appeared conflicted, suggesting we could give it a try. After she left, I called Xiao Liming to secure the reservation. I then informed my parents I will go pay my respects to my master. Upon my arrival, my master greeted me with surprise. You are back so soon? I proceeded to recount the events of the past few days. He smiled and advised, you should call Wang Air and explain that you will not be opening a shop in town, but you welcome them to visit our city whenever they can. After all, your parents will eventually return to their hometown. I felt a pang of guilt as I acknowledged, you are truly considerate. This is called magnanimity. One can have a quarrel with someone, yet the next day, greet them warmly, and would not the conflict be resolved? After imparting this wisdom, my master took a stroll outside. My face flushed as I made 3 calls to my hometown before finally obtaining Wang Air's mobile number. I dialed it. Is this Master Wang? This is one Shan Hong. After a moment, he stammered, Wan-oh. Master Shan Hong, please do not address me in such a manner. It embarrasses me, I replied. I returned yesterday from my hometown and regretted not hosting you properly. Opportunities to seek your guidance face-to-face are rare in this lifetime. Though we are separated by mountains and rivers, if you come here without informing me, I will be quite displeased. Upon understanding my intentions of not returning to my hometown, he remarked, so you no longer cherish your hometown? I chuckled. After all, the income is higher here, and I plan to purchase a home and settle down. His tone brightened. Very well. I will certainly convey your warm sentiments to Master Zhang and Li. After a leisurely stroll outside, my master returned and asked, when will your parents be free? I would like to invite them over for a meal. My cheeks reddened as I quickly replied, I will bring them to visit you. Just then, Xiao Liming called, and I stepped aside to answer. "Brother," he said, "it took me half an hour to finalize the booking. The room was originally reserved, but after I invoked your master's name, they conceded to let it go. I express my gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, Director. You are bound for promotion." I occasionally use this phrase, "you are bound for promotion," which is typically a polite encouragement. When spoken by an ordinary person, it might elicit a smile and be taken as a mere blessing. However, when uttered by my master or myself, it carries a certain weight of expectation because we possess the ability to read fortunes. Thus, it is not just a courteous remark, but rather a promise of future success. Indeed, this phrase proved to be enchanting, as Xiao Liming eagerly responded, "Brother Shan Hong, I have 3 complimentary quotas each year. This time, let me express my gratitude to your parents with impeccable service." After hanging up, I smiled and said, "I will return early to accompany my parents for a stroll." My master nodded approvingly. "Off you go." I drove to the shop where my sister had taken my parents for some shopping. I called her nonchalantly. "The reservation for room 1008 is confirmed." "You are impressive. I feared you wouldn't secure it, so I had Director Lee from the Economic Committee make a call, but to no avail." I teased her, "Sister, I am Wan Shanhong." She elongated her response. "Oh, are you too shy to proclaim yourself a master?" "Allow me to indulge you, Master Wan." I chuckled. "I dare not. My full title is Wan Shanhong, brother of Wan Shui Xiao." Upon arriving at Shaosong City, I contacted them to meet at the entrance of the Wachu restaurant. The name Wachu was coined by my master, where Wa signifies the place for listening to performances during the Song Dynasty, and Chu denotes a dining establishment, together representing a venue for both entertainment and dining. Once gathered, we took the elevator straight to the 10th floor. Upon our arrival, we spotted 2 women clad in Song Dynasty attire standing at the elevator entrance. They wore headscarves and long-sleeve garments with slits under the arms, along with knee-length skirts adorned with red floral sashes, bowing gracefully. "Please, Master Wan." They proceeded to lead us with elegance. As we approached the entrance, 2 young attendants stood by, singing, "Master has arrived." A voice from within responded, "Drumroll, sound the horn. Welcome, Master." Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed thrice, followed by a horn, as approximately 10 maidens resembling palace attendants positioned themselves on either side, one knee bent in a half-kneel, all exclaiming, "May you live long, honored sir and madam. May Master Wan have good fortune." My parents were momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. I whispered, "This is a performance. Do not mind them." After the maidens completed their salute, they escorted us to our seats, treating my parents with the utmost deference, as if they were their own kin, before returning to invite us to sit as well. Once seated, a young man resembling a performer approached and began to announce the dishes with zeal. Mother and son dumplings, bamboo shoot pork dumplings, assorted fried delicacies, fresh bream sashimi, mixed seafood sashimi, spicy white crab, 8-spice chicken, burdock, melon stalks, beef tripe, sauced beef trotters, honey-glazed tofu, and more. My mother listened, utterly bewildered. My father, having been an official, feigned composure, puffing on a cigarette. My sister, adept at maintaining an air of superiority, crossed her arms like a queen, as if it were my duty to handle all arrangements. Given that my brother-in-law was a history teacher, he inquired calmly, "Is this from the Southern Song or Northern Song cuisine?" The young man replied, "A fusion of both. It includes Kaifeng cuisine to honor the old capital and Huaiyang cuisine to reflect the integration with local flavors." This was my first experience in such an opulent private room, facing an array of exotic dish names, and I felt utterly awkward, incapable of even ordering, truly a testament to how poverty had restricted my choices. Moreover, with only 5 people, how much could we possibly eat? I took the menu, pretending to peruse it. Suddenly, I heard a voice from outside calling, "The waiter has arrived." I turned to see Xiao Liming entering. He greeted us with a bow. "Uncle and aunt, I apologize for my tardiness," and then addressed the young man. "I have already ordered all the dishes." I introduced him to my parents and sister. "This is Director Xiao from the Feng Shui Group's office." Xiao Liming shook hands with each of them, then added, "I have another event to attend. I will return shortly to toast you." He turned to his staff and instructed, "Be attentive to our esteemed guests." Since Director Xiao had made all the arrangements, we need not worry. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance. Serving seven-treasure rolling dragon tea, a man entered, holding a teapot with a spout nearly a meter long. He deftly poured the tea without spilling a single drop. My mother remarked, "One must possess martial skills to pour tea like that, I suppose." Next, the call came, serving date and plum blossom wine. I had imagined it would be served in bottles, but instead, several maidens resembling palace attendants brought out wooden barrels, ladling dates and fresh flowers into a funnel. Another call announced, warm wine. They poured the contents of the funnel into a large pot, and after boiling it 3 times, filled small pots to serve each of us. At this point, my brother-in-law became animated, with a look of satisfaction. "Father, mother, do not worry." In ancient times, there was no white wine or rice wine. Their wine is akin to a beverage, with a very low alcohol content. We all sampled it, and indeed, it tasted neither like wine nor like a beverage. Sweet yet slightly bitter, and was quite delightful. The call came, serving exquisite dishes. Chapter 50. Leaving hometown, words fail us as the dishes were served. We were taken aback. Each was presented in a large shell, just a morsel. Shortly after, more small plates arrived, each containing a mere taste. Yet, the variety was astonishing, exceeding 20 peculiar dishes, many of which were unrecognizable. My sister glanced at me and whispered, "Why so many? This must cost a fortune." I chuckled, "Fear not, we can manage." As we dined, a voice sang at the entrance, presenting a dance. 2 beautiful women entered, adorned in vibrant attire, their waists slender, their brows painted. They began to perform an ethereal dance, alternating between playing the pipa and swaying gracefully. After a while, one sat down to play the flute, while the others sang. In the shade of willows by the Wei Wang embankment, at this moment my heart is bewildered indeed. Peach blossoms and spring water flow. On the water, mandarin ducks take a bath indeed. Then, in a lower tone, she sang with deep emotion, with lingering resentment against the fading light. "I recall you, yet you remain unaware. You remain unaware." Finally, she sorrowfully lamented. "In the city of Luoyang, spring's beauty is unmatched. Yet the talented man from Luoyang grows old in a foreign land." Her sweet voice, with its myriad twists of longing and unexpressed sentiments, conveyed the Song Dynasty songstress's deep yearning for her beloved. My father inquired, "What is this song?" My brother-in-law promptly responded, "This is Pusa Man, the beautiful scenery of Luoyang by the Tang poet Wei Zhuang." Originally, it expressed Wei Zhuang's discontent with his life circumstances. However, in the Song Dynasty, the singers interpreted the lyrics as a longing for guests, suggesting that the guests should take my emotions and marry me while the spring is beautiful, lest he too should grow old day by day. Today, it signifies the singer's affection for Shan Hong, imploring her to take me away soon. Even the waitstaff laughed heartily. My mother mused, "Shan Hong might fear she doesn't measure up to them. They are all like celestial beings." Just then, Xiao Liming entered to toast us. Everyone had already started eating. He repeatedly apologized, and so my brother-in-law and I raised our glasses while others clinked teacups. He said, "Take your time with the meal." As the songstresses exited, a voice called from the entrance. Serving the pancakes, my mother asked, "Why is there not a single piece of pork among these dishes?" My brother-in-law explained, "This is a noble feast. The northern Song nobility refrains from eating pork, preferring lamb." My sister took a bite of the pancake and remarked, "The pancakes of the Song Dynasty are indeed delicious." My brother-in-law added, "The Song Dynasty was an era of food enthusiasts. Wu Mingliang Lu records over 100 varieties of snacks." The businesswoman's face fell, feeling overshadowed by my brother-in-law's brilliance. She retorted, "More than 100 varieties? In Appos, that's merely different fillings wrapped in flour." Suddenly, my mother asked, "How much does this banquet cost?" I held up 2 fingers. She hesitantly inquired, 2,000? I paused before replying, 28,008. She gasped, retracting the crab meat pancake she had brought to her lips. "Are we eating or spending money?" My sister looked at me in astonishment, as if to ask who was footing the bill. I whispered, "This banquet was gifted by that director." My mother exhaled deeply and took a large bite of the pancake. I realized that when money was mentioned, only my father and brother-in-law remained composed, as neither managed the finances at home. My father spoke little, while my brother-in-law only discussed scholarly matters. My sister, however, ate with the emotional turbulence of Gong Lina's song Tantu, her mood swings palpable enough to generate electricity. Once we finished, my father remarked, "Shan Hong, I thoroughly enjoyed the meal. You surpass your father." My sister jested, "To eat well is one thing, but we must still have noodles when we return." My mother, fiercely protective, retorted, "You speak unjustly. A couple of these pancakes will fill you. There's so much crab meat." After the meal, we all stood, and at the entrance, the voice sang, sending off the honorable guests. 10 women stood in 2 rows, bowing and wishing us safe travels. As we entered the elevator, my mother kept exclaiming, "Delicious. Delicious." My sister commented, "It's only tasty because it's free, right? If it cost money, who would come to such a place?" The 5th and 6th floors serve just as well, for only 1,000 or 2,000. On another occasion, my master invited our family to Yu Ranju for dinner. Throughout the meal, my parents expressed their gratitude to the Taoist master, saying that Shan Hong thrived here under his guidance. The master remarked, "Shan Hong is quite remarkable. She possesses a certain spirit." Eventually, my family hosted a feast at home, inviting the master and his wife, along with Aunt Shun. This time, my mother took charge of the kitchen. The master praised her as a true gourmet, cooking exquisite dishes. After the Lantern Festival, my brother-in-law accompanied my parents back home. The 3 of them took the high-speed train. He stayed with them for over 10 days in our hometown before returning to the city. According to my brother-in-law, my mother regaled the neighbors daily with tales of her experiences in the city, most frequently mentioning the meal that cost 28,008. Initially, people listened, asking for details, but soon they lost interest. Later, some, who clearly needed a pass by our home, chose to circumvent it. I said to my sister, "We must bring our parents to the city." She questioned, "We just sent them back less than a month ago. Why bring them back again?" I replied, "Didn't my brother-in-law mention anything about our parents?" My sister casually stated, "He did, but it's just jealousy from those folks." I lamented, "Jealousy leads to their isolation. Being isolated makes them exceptionally lonely, and that loneliness will shorten their lives." Upon hearing this, my sister conceded, "You make a valid point." Before long, my brother-in-law became the envoy to bring our parents into the city. Upon returning to our hometown, he escorted them out. Thus, our family began to sever ties with the village we had inhabited for decades. My brother-in-law remarked, "When we left the village, people offered faint greetings, smiling, asking if we were going to live a good life in the city." One night, my brother-in-law and I engaged in conversation. He stated, "The phrase simple and honest should be removed from the language textbooks." I asked why. He replied, "The next generation cannot comprehend its true meaning. They cannot find what simplicity and honesty truly look like. So how can they understand?" I chuckled, "Brother-in-law, it's not that dire. Perhaps our society is merely undergoing growing pains. Everything that exists throughout history has always been accompanied by both good and evil." Time flew by, and soon it was April of my 3rd year as an apprentice. Dongzi reminded me that enrollment for the Feng Shui class was open. 5 days after registering, I bid farewell to my city and traveled to Hangzhou to attend a training course on the application of Feng Shui software. I vowed to master this high technology. Even with a few distractions in class, I resolved not to be tempted to explore with them. In ancient times, those who achieved great things faced 2 main challenges. I want to elaborate, you understand. Chapter 51. Encountering the esteemed Nanshi, the learning venue, is set on a picturesque island in Qiandao Lake. As advertised in the promotional material, the scenery is enchanting and conducive to nurturing one's spirit, allowing one to stroll through the island as if in a realm of ethereal beauty. I shall refrain from elaborating on this small island, as they have not compensated me for my commentary. I arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, observed the sign at the entrance, and approached the front desk, inquiring, "Excuse me, I am here for the Feng Shui training session. How do I check in?" The young lady at the desk blinked in surprise, scanning me with a scrutinizing gaze. Drawing from my extensive experience in assessing individuals, I discerned that, despite her carefully crafted FA, she harbored doubts about my intentions. I quickly rephrased, "My apologies, I am indeed here to register." She curtly asked, "Where is your registration notice?" Producing the notification from my pocket, I placed it on the counter. She reviewed it meticulously, her eyes drifting toward the ceiling. You owe 30,000. I promptly scanned the amount on my phone, and she handed me a room key and a tote bag. Room 2208. Dinner is served in the main hall on the first floor. The room's decor exuded an antique charm, featuring a spacious bed and a pristine white duvet. After refreshing myself, I stepped onto the balcony and gazed out, taking in the breathtaking view of the lake and mountains. Aside from a table and 2 chairs, the room featured Indian incense on the table and a meditation platform by the bed, indicating that this quaint and regularly hosted training sessions on traditional Chinese scholarship and Feng Shui. I lit a stick of incense, and the fragrant sandalwood wafted around me, bringing immense comfort. Seated in an intricately carved chair, I opened the information packet, which detailed the schedule, dining locations, morning classes, and afternoon self-study sessions. The course materials for each training session were neatly organized, with a packed agenda for the 10-day program. Upon reviewing the materials, I realized that the first 7 days would feature guest lecturers from various universities, focusing on the crafting of topographical and astronomical charts. The final 2 days would see experts well-versed in both Feng Shui and astronomy imparting knowledge on the correspondence between heaven, earth, and humanity. The last morning would culminate in a lecture by one of the nation's foremost masters of divination. This structure was ideal for me, progressing from the fundamental to the profound, each layer intricately connected. Fatigued from the journey, I took a nap, only to be roused by a call from the front desk reminding me of dinner. The dining experience was held in a large private room, and upon entering, I was taken aback. The atmosphere resembled a grand ritual, with individuals clad in Taoist robes and adorned with ceremonial headgear, while a few eccentrics donned Ming Dynasty attire, complete with long beards, exuding an air of celestial wisdom. I momentarily froze, realizing that my formal attire rendered me conspicuously out of place. It became clear why the front desk attendant had doubted my presence. I hardly fit the image of a master. Spotting an available seat at a table to my right, I approached and sat down. To my left was a man in his 40s, and to my right, an elderly Taoist in his 60s. After sitting, I awkwardly greeted, "Good evening." I apologized for my tardiness. However, my presence was met with indifference. Each person remained engrossed in their meals, sipping soup or devouring meat. The elderly Taoist cast a sidelong glance at me, expressing his discontent. "You should raise this with the management. Having paid such a substantial fee, the food ought to be of better quality. There are too many soups and vegetables. We need more substantial dishes." It became evident that they had mistaken me for a staff member. My cheeks flushed, and I corrected him. "I am here to learn as well." The Taoist regarded me with a cold stare, as if I were merely there to partake in the feast. The first day passed without any introductions, and by the second day, I remained ignored. Among the 30 or so attendees, it was apparent that a social hierarchy existed. Some were familiar with one another, gathering post-class to converse and smoke, while others, already well known, paid little heed to anyone else. There was not a single attractive person among them, no elegance, no charm, only individuals of varying degrees of unattractiveness. I yearned to engage them in conversation, yet my attempts were met with disinterest. Any dialogue quickly dwindled into silence. The classroom dynamics astonished me. Seated in the second-to-last row, I noticed that only a few were paying attention. Most were engrossed in their smartphones, with some casually stepping out to answer calls, never to return. Even more bizarre was the teacher's indifference to our engagement. He continued lecturing, unconcerned whether we listened or not. I was the anomaly, eager to ask questions. After all, the fund for my tuition came from my mentor, and I could not return without having gained knowledge to justify the expense. With each inquiry, numerous eyes turned toward me, their gazes piercing from all angles, as if I were a peculiar spectacle. Their derisive looks felt like searing flames, igniting a sense of embarrassment within me. Yet, I persisted, for without inquiry, understanding eluded me. Each time I raised a question, the classroom erupted with laughter of varying absurdity. Some sounded like ghostly wails, while others resembled the mournful cries of a pig awaiting its fate. I wished to sink into the ground, humiliated by my apparent ignorance. On the afternoon of the third day, I found myself alone in my room, lost in thought. The heaviness in my heart compelled me to step outside for fresh air. At that moment, I noticed the man who had sat to my left during dinner on the first night, perched on a wooden bench near the flower bed, smoking a cigarette. Summoning my courage, I approached him. "Hello, not going for a walk?" I smiled. "Indeed. You seem disinclined to venture out as well, don't you?" His observation brought me a glimmer of hope, suggesting he had taken note of my demeanor. I replied, "My foundation in this subject is weak. I simply wish to learn something and have no desire for leisure." He gestured toward a nearby stone bench. "Have a seat. Are you Wan Shan Hong?" I was touched that he remembered my name, eagerly nodding. "Yes, and you are?" "I am Chang Nanchi. Is your name derived from Liu Changqing's poem, Seeking Changshi Taoist?" He scrutinized me thoughtfully. "You seem well-versed in Tang poetry." We engaged in conversation, and it turned out he had attended numerous training sessions in the past. He remarked that as long as one committed to learning, there would always be valuable insights to gain. However, he believed that the majority were merely seeking superficial accolades. Regarding this particular training session, it seemed that only the two of us were genuinely here to learn. Curious, I asked, "What do you mean by that?" He chuckled. "The realms of destiny, divination, and Feng Shui are hardly sanctuaries anymore. How many truly scholarly individuals remain? The world's bustling activity is driven by profit. Everyone is here for personal gain." They came to capture a photograph with Master Chun, the eminent lecturer who would be speaking on the final day, a disciple of Xiao Weihua and one of the nation's leading masters of Zhou. Though I had sensed something amiss, I could not help but exclaim in surprise. Chang Nanchi continued, "I have added a few individuals on WeChat. Let me show you." Upon examining his contacts, I noted that many displayed photos from Feng Shui master symposiums, each accompanied by images with various lecturers. I inquired, "If they are paying out of pocket, how can it be referred to as invited?" Chang Nanchi perceived my naivety in this matter and explained, "The term invited is indeed correct. The registration notice explicitly states that you are invited to attend." I retorted, "Even if the organizers are being courteous, why label a learning session as a symposium?" A look of disdain crossed his face. "It's a fade, a fraudulent pretense." Enlightenment dawned upon me. So that was the case. Chang Nanchi then inquired, "Did you not notice the details of their photographs with the instructors?" Chapter 52, Prelude to a Conspiracy. I shook my head. Chang Nanchi stood up, his feet forming a wide stance, arms crossed over his chest. "This is how it is. Understand?" His vivid imitation amused me. These students, who neglect their lessons in favor of taking photographs, incessantly flaunt their pictures on social media, signifying their association with esteemed instructors, as if they stand on equal footing. It's no wonder they unanimously transformed the learning session into a seminar. Chang Nanchi, expressionless, remarked, "Only on the last day, when Master Chen arrives, do these individuals cling closely to him, demonstrating their intimate connection with a top-tier master." I inquired, "Could you spare me a cigarette?" Chang Nanchi produced one for me and asked, "Do you think I'm being too harsh?" I shook my head. "Not at all. This is my first time attending such a training session, and your words make me ponder whether it is worth my while to return for the next one. Consider your mindset. If you are genuinely eager to learn, knowledge can be acquired. But if they don't ask questions in class and fail to complete the assigned work in the afternoon, will they truly learn?" Chang Nanchi laughed uproariously. After he finished, he said, "Mr. Shan Hong, you are still quite innocent." For the first time, I realized that the term innocent could be more terrifying than fallen. Chang Nanchi's mockery left me blushing, momentarily speechless. His face hardened, eyes glimmering with disdain. They do not care when they return. They will continue using their old methods of fortune-telling and divination. Have you read in Apo's, Fortress Besieged in Apo's? Feng Hongjian, after spending a few years at a subpar university abroad, can merely say yes and no and is revered by many. I grew serious, responding with a drawn-out "Oh." Chang Nanchi raised an eyebrow. "Who is your master?" Unsure of my master's reputation in this circle, I whispered, "A person named Taoist Hong Yuan." He replied nonchalantly, "I and Apo's." He heard of him. His fame pales in comparison to Xiao, Hua, Chun, and others, yet he possesses some standing in the industry, albeit I've never met him. I smiled and said, "Next time you visit Wuxiang City, I'll be delighted to host you." Instead of responding, he asked, "What is your perspective on Feng Shui?" This was no ordinary question. One could write a book and still not clarify it. I decided to turn the tables. My knowledge is limited. I would love to hear your esteemed insights. Chang Nanchi appeared confused. I asked you because I am equally perplexed. I chuckled. If one is an apprentice, the teacher has a coherent set of theories. Following those should suffice. Yet, sometimes I lie awake in bed. I wonder, is it really so? Chang Nanchi seemed inclined to smoke again, retrieving a cigarette from his pack, offering me one before lighting his own and taking a deep drag, solemnly stating, "Theory originates from practice, which in turn guides practice. However, to claim Feng Shui is a theory, I have my doubts. Is it truly so?" I replied, "A philosopher once said, when humanity contemplates, God laughs." And Apo's, he slapped his thigh. The quote you reference is quite amusing. Perhaps both of us are mistaken. They do not take notes, do not complete assignments. Yet they take photos with the teacher after class and pose with the scenery in the afternoon. Perhaps they are right. I was perplexed. I don't quite grasp your meaning. He gazed skyward like a philosopher, pondering aloud. If the theories of Feng Shui are fundamentally flawed, why do we study it? I blurted, "Brother, you are a true scholar and thinker." Chang Nanchi remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he said, "I have not studied under any great masters. After graduating from university, my seriousness caused me to struggle in several companies. I thought to myself, those who take life too seriously often find it difficult to thrive." He seemed lost in his thoughts, speaking to himself. My grandfather and father were both engaged in the field of fortune-telling and Feng Shui in our village. My father ridiculed me, saying that earning over 5,000 a month only allowed me to doze off at my desk while becoming a shell of a person. I might as well learn Feng Shui from him. I had looked down upon that profession, knowing it was indeed lucrative, until one autumn, when I was laid off from a company and, by the year's end, had not found a new job. Eventually, I was persuaded by my father to study under him for a year, and now I surpass him. I praised, "Your insight is remarkable." He shook his head. "You engage in this as well. Most things in the world are binary. For instance, predicting the gender of a child. Anyone can guess right 50% of the time, correct?" I nodded. With some understanding of medicine and regular reflection, the probability rises to 70%. Chang Nanchi remarked, "Thus, this study of fortune-telling and Feng Shui does not resemble a theory, but rather an empirical study. It derives from experience, yet cannot be applied in practice. Why? We often claim to be accurate, don't we?" Chang Nanchi shook his head. "Accuracy is merely a probability, not a science. Science propels human progress. For example, aerodynamics can calculate the necessary engine power for an airplane to take flight. Empirical studies cannot achieve that." I clasped my fists. "Brother, your words have enlightened me profoundly." Chang Nanchi asked, "Does God exist?" I was taken aback. Such a profound question had never crossed my mind, and I simply shook my head. Chang Nanchi stated, "Nature is God." I remained bewildered, unsure how to respond. He stood, extending a hand towards the heavens. "The sun, scorching yet temperate, warms us without extremes. The moon, distant yet unwavering, illuminates our nights." Then, with a sweeping gesture, he circled his hand. "The mighty rivers flow, transforming into water, generously showering us with life. The plants, silent, bloom in spring and yield in autumn, perpetuating life, nurturing us. This natural world is intricately interconnected, each element essential. It provides the environment and nourishment we require. What is it if not divine?" I rose, bowing deeply. "Sir, please accept my 3 bows." Chang Nanchi waved his hand. "No need for such formality. Since we are here to discuss, we should maintain equality. I am simply content to have someone like you willing to listen to my unconventional thoughts. To respect nature is to respect the divine. Your ideas are not absurd. They are truths." Chang Nanchi sighed. "Many people label me as insane." I comforted him. "Those who call you insane are already in the advanced stages of madness, beyond remedy." Chang Nanchi laughed heartily. Once he had his fill of laughter, he remarked, "Brother Juan, you possess a keen sense of humor." I genuinely admired him and said, "I am fortunate to have met you, brother. Let us exchange WeChat. After I leave, I can seek your counsel whenever needed." He cheerfully accepted my request, saying, "I appreciate individuals like you, who ask questions in class. You are a true scholar." As we conversed with growing rapport, nearing dinner time, I invited, "Brother, allow me to treat you to a few dishes and a drink at a small restaurant." He readily agreed. We walked 3 miles from the hotel, entering a narrow alley on the left that exuded a sense of earthly warmth. After turning a couple of corners, we found ourselves on a street lined with eateries. Amidst the throngs of diners, we finally discovered a small restaurant, only to be informed that only the loft had available seating. Ascending to the loft, we found it to be a charming place. Though narrow, it carried an air of intimacy. Seated in the loft, separated by a curtain, we entered our own little world. I ordered 3 dishes to accompany our drinks, along with a vegetable and a soup. After 3 cups of wine, our conversation flowed even more freely. At that moment, my phone rang. It was He Xiaobo calling. He said from the other end, "Shan Hong, I'm planning to come to the city in the next few days." I sent a text to my master, but Haven T received a reply. "I can't reach him by phone. It's turned off." "What's going on?" I too felt something was amiss. Pausing for a moment, I replied, "Mr. He, I've come to Hangzhou for study. I will inquire about it for you." After making a phone call to the master's wife for clarification, I reached Mr. He. The master had gone into seclusion at Qinglong Temple. My attempts to contact him had been in vain. It was only through the master's wife that I learned of his whereabouts. Mr. He mentioned, "I am organizing a seminar and would like to invite him as consultant." I understood implicitly that the master was already aware of this matter and had chosen to withdraw from the so-called seminar under the pretext of seeking enlightenment. For seclusion entails complete disengagement from all individuals and affairs. Thus, I replied, in my opinion, true seclusion typically lasts over 10 days, entirely isolating oneself from the outside world. Mr. He chuckled on the other end then. "I appreciate your intentions. Next time, please explain this to the master." Suddenly, I felt as though this was merely the prelude to a conspiracy. Mr. He was intent on dismantling the He family estate. A grand facade of a false seminar was about to unfold. I hung up the phone and raised my glass. "Brother, cheers." Chapter 53. When it's time to act, I wish to showcase my skills ever since I became acquainted with Brother Chong. I lament the fleeting passage of time, as we often engage in lengthy discussions that stretch through the night. My understanding of the so-called realm of destiny and geomancy has deepened. It is a vast world, a veritable jungle. Within this jungle lies both peril and immense wealth. It is also a pyramid-like world. Those with superior skills mingle among the affluent and powerful, garnering respect alongside their riches, while those of lesser ability are relegated to street-side fortune-telling, eking out a living. For instance, in just a couple of days, Master Chun, who will be delivering our final lesson, leads a life of luxury. He has acquired 4 nationality, married 4 wives, and possesses dozens of properties in first-tier cities across the mainland, as well as in international metropolises like New York and London. I secretly vowed to become a prominent figure in this realm. Before I knew it, the final day arrived. On that day, the most renowned divination master in the country, Mr. Chun, indeed made his timely appearance. He brought no teaching materials and delivered no lectures. Instead, he stood at the podium and uttered a few universally applicable platitudes, some of the most vacuous words in the world. Then he posed as a model. Despite his unremarkable appearance, the students clamored to take photos with him one by one. Master Chun had cultivated an air of both affection for and disdain towards the world, maintaining a smile reminiscent of the most captivating smile, like that of the Mona Lisa. Among those daring enough to pose with him, some even draped an arm over his shoulder. I refrained from stepping forward for a photo, and neither did Chang Nanchi, as there was to be a group photo later. A staff member, visibly irritated, scolded us. "Why are you delaying and making Master wait?" Chang Nanchi, with audacity, retorted, "You are the one behaving like a pig." Another staff member intervened. "If you wish to take a photo, do so quickly. Master cannot stand indefinitely." Feeling a sense of obligation, I approached Master Chun. He cast a disapproving glance at me, the one who hesitated to come forward. "Did you come here with a frivolous attitude?" I replied, neither submissively nor arrogantly. "No, I am very serious." A nearby instructor interjected, "Even if he is the most diligent student." Master Chin's expression shifted faster than a Sichuan opera face change. "I was merely jesting with you." I refrained from discussing my grievances regarding his unfulfilled lectures, which reportedly garnered him a hefty fee of 200,000. And, not wishing to curry favor, I replied without deference. Every jest contains an element of truth. His face visibly darkened. I added, as the eminent psychologist Freud once said. Master Chen inquired, "What is your name?" I replied, "Wan Shan Hong." To my surprise, he then draped an arm around my shoulder and instructed the photographer, "Take a few more pictures and make sure they are good." I could not say whether I felt happy. I merely smiled faintly without truly expressing joy. The photos emerged, revealing that both Master Chen and I possessed an air of mystique, each wearing a Mona Lisa-like smile. Once the training concluded, everyone departed. Chang Nanshi and I were set to take the high-speed train the following day, so we ventured into the city of Hangzhou, where he led me to a hotel. I asked, "Are you familiar with this place?" He smiled. "A fan has already booked us a room." Upon entering the hotel and reaching the 8th floor, he occupied room 8807 while I was in 8809. Dinner was hosted by his fan, Mr. Ding. After our meal, Mr. Ding requested that Chang Nanshi cast a fortune for his son. Upon hearing the birth date and time, Chang Nanshi chuckled. "Generally, we do not cast fortunes for children. If you wish to consider his future, I can offer you 10 words. Possessing extraordinary talent, destined for great responsibilities." I understood that Nanshi implied Mr. Ding's son would be exceptionally gifted, yet, in terms of life trajectory, he might only rise to a mid-level official, as most past counties were confined to a radius of merely 100 miles. Mr. Ding sought clarification from Chang Nanshi, who shook his head, saying, "Children's matters need no further explanation. Ponder it at your leisure." After a moment, he addressed Mr. Ding. "Mr. Wan Shanhong is a character analyst. His talent is quite remarkable. You should ask him to analyze a character for you." I waved my hands in protest. I dare not display my inadequacy. Mr. Ding, with a look of reverence, clasped his hands together. "Please, master, enlighten us." Reluctantly yielding to his earnestness, I feigned humility. "Let this be a playful jest. I merely offer my thoughts for your consideration." When the time came to act, I too wished to showcase my skills, not for Mr. Ding's benefit, but rather for Chang Nanshi's observation. Mr. Ding remarked, "The word, 'let's just listen,' suggests I inquire about my promotion next month to his senior title." Chang Nanshi asked, "Why did you select this word?" Mr. Ding, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I never took it seriously, nor did I seek the judges or leaders. It was merely a matter of letting things unfold." Upon hearing Mr. Wan's words, I couldn't help but select it. I chuckled. "There is absolutely no issue with that." Upon hearing this, he grew serious and asked, "Really?" I ceased to respond and offered him a smile imbued with the enigmatic quality of the Mona Lisa. This was the wisdom imparted to me by my master. When posed with inquiries, once you have answered, there is no need to repeat yourself. This maintains your authority. We are not street vendors, needing to persuade others ad infinitum. My smile had an effect. He appeared increasingly uncomfortable, fidgeting as though he had committed a faux pas, asking a second time in the presence of such a master. He lifted his teacup, using it as a shield to mask his unease. Chang Nanshi turned to me. "How do you interpret the word?" Regarding character analysis, it can be said that everyone possesses their own methodology. Since Nanshi inquired, I felt obliged to divulge the truth. The Chinese language is remarkably intricate. The character conveys the notion of progression. Moreover, any character derived from the radical embodies this sense of advancement. Mr. Ding set down his teacup, pondering, yet still appeared perplexed. I elucidated. Characters with the radical, such as ancestor, sister, curse, chew, county, obstruct, and assist. Let us explore the progression they signify. I then inscribed these characters and analyzed. Ancestor built upon the notion of father. Only through generations can one be called an ancestor. Sister established on the foundation of younger siblings. Only through this can one be termed sister. Curse, a more malevolent iteration of scolding. Only through an escalation of malice can one curse. Chew involves a repetitive action based on the act of eating. Only through continuous chewing can one chew. County, a term that emerges from the aggregation of villages. Only through accumulation can it be deemed a county. Obstruct, a term that intensifies the act of stopping. Only through increased force can it be called obstruction. Assist, a term that amplifies the act of helping. Only through greater effort can it be termed assistance. After presenting such examples, not only had Mr. Ding become thoroughly impressed, but even Nanshi was taken aback, his brow unfurrowing as he gave me a thumbs up. Indeed, your knowledge is commendable. Your understanding of character analysis is profound. Mr. Ding clasped his hands together. Not only has the master analyzed characters, but he has also granted me a genuine appreciation for the beauty of Chinese characters. Once this matter is settled, I shall express my gratitude. I smiled nonchalantly. The friendship of gentlemen does not dwell on matters of economy. There is no need for extravagant tokens of appreciation. Chang Nanchi remarked. Sending money or gifts is rather mundane. After the fact, simply send Mr. One a commemorative card inscribed with divine insight. That would be far more meaningful. Nanchi truly discerned my intentions, and I chuckled. A commemorative card would indeed please me. From time to time, I could glance at it and recall that I have a friend in Hangzhou. Very well, I resolved, I shall certainly send a creative card. While we were engaged in light-hearted banter, a call from Dongzi interrupted. When will you return? Tomorrow morning. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Dongzi's voice was hoarse, nearly breaking with emotion. Speak. Dongzi replied. It's complicated. I'll explain when you return. What time tomorrow? I will meet you at the station. At 11. That night, I struggled to sleep. What had transpired with Dongzi? Chapter 54. Dongzi, hold on. I'm coming at the high-speed railway station. I bid farewell to Chang Nanchi with a respectful clasp of fists before boarding separate trains heading in different directions. As the train traversed mountains and rivers, I received a WeChat message from Dongzi just as we were nearing Wuxiang Station. I'm waiting for you at the exit. Upon disembarking, I spotted Dongzi anxiously scanning the surroundings. I raised my hand. Dongzi, over here. He hurried over to assist me with my suitcase, suggesting, let's talk at the CAF up ahead. Noticing his flustered demeanor, I feigned indifference. What could be so urgent? Let's just chat by the flower bed ahead. The flower bed was adorned with blooming roses, vibrant in their beauty, and featured stone tables and chairs. Dongzi produced a cigarette, offering me one before lighting his own, which startled me as he had never smoked before. With a look of distress, he confessed, I'm in a bit of a predicament. I reassured him, in this world, there aren't that many grave matters. After a good night's sleep, everything seems trivial. Take your time. Dongzi extinguished his cigarette and recounted the events that had transpired. Last week, he was assigned to a preparatory group for a tourism development seminar at a place called Shenjieyuan, tasked with reception duties, welcoming experts, and assisting a deputy director surnamed Su with the arrangements. Having never undertaken such responsibilities before, he felt immense pressure, especially as the leaders emphasized that there are no small matters in reception. Details determine success or failure. On the day of registration, although the number of guests was limited, each was an esteemed scholar, and he was bustling about to ensure no one was neglected. He coordinated transportation for some to the train station and others to the high-speed rail station, while also reporting to his superiors about arrivals and arranging meals. However, when the last prominent expert arrived, he attempted to notify his superiors but encountered a catastrophic malfunction. His phone went black. In that moment, oh dear, he was utterly flustered, leaving the distinguished guest waiting in the lobby for 20 minutes without anyone to greet him. The expert, unable to contain his frustration, remarked, I might have come to the wrong place. The seminar spanned 3 days. The first day involved on-site inspections. The leading expert took one glance around the courtyard before stepping out. The second day consisted of discussions, with experts voicing their opinions on the potential for development. Some advocated for it, while others deemed it lacking in value. Few supported the idea of development. Yet one expert proposed preservation for 50 years, suggesting that as such residences gradually diminish, their value would increase. Was this not absurd? Nevertheless, from the expert's perspective, he spoke a truth. Another Feng Shui expert argued against development, adding that the location possessed poor Feng Shui due to a gap between two mountains, allowing a draft to blow directly through the courtyard entrance. The moderator corrected him, stating there was no gap before. It was created with the construction of the highway. The expert replied, that complicates matters further. Other projects might be adjustable, but national highway cannot be altered. Of course, this was merely an opinion from the perspective of Feng Shui, and government decisions do not rely on such considerations. Indeed, government decisions do not base themselves on Feng Shui. However, the mention of poor Feng Shui, while unable to be formally documented, became an unspoken yet significant premise. Ultimately, the leading experts stated, to read myriad books and travel countless miles, we need to prioritize the latter. What development value does this residence hold? Where lies its selling point? A historic site of a great person? A celebrity's abode? Grand in scale? Rich in history? None of these apply. Moreover, residing in such a place is exceedingly unsafe. In summary, the discussions concluded that not only was there no potential for development, but it would be prudent to demolish the structure for the safety of the populace. Otherwise, the government would be compelled to invest heavily in fortifications. Should a collapse occur, resulting in casualties, the issue would no longer be about development, but rather whether a government prioritizes the safety of its citizens or disregards it entirely. As the scholars continued their discourse, I gestured for Dongzi to cease his recounting, saying, in the end, the conclusion is entirely altered. Development is not feasible. It holds no value. Dongzi appeared despondent, lamenting, if the conclusion had favored development, my blunder could be forgiven. Instead, the determination of no development value means this investment initiative has failed, and the leaders will place all blame on me. I have become the scapegoat of Wuxiang City. Dongzi, feeling guilty, trembled and began to weep. I urged him, do not cry. Is that going to solve your issues? He wept even harder upon hearing this. I bellowed, can tears resolve your problems? He wiped his tears and continued with a shaky voice. After the guests departed, the overall commander responsible for the event pounded the table, exclaiming, with such a level of reception, if a few civilians were unhappy, there would be chaos. What if important leaders were received in such a manner? Regardless of who it is, there will be severe repercussions to serve as a warning. The preliminary decision was to transfer Dongzi from his position to teach in a rural area. As he recounted this, he began to sob once more. Seeing him in such distress tugged at my own heartstrings. I understood his plight. In this city, he had no connections, and individuals like him would undoubtedly face unanimous judgment when it came to discussing punitive measures. Now, I was his sole remaining kin in Wuxiang City. He realized that only I could intercede on his behalf to potentially salvage his situation. I stood there, speechless for a long while. To Dongzi, this incident represented a grave mistake, one that had jeopardized the tourism development of Shenjiayuan. In truth, even had the reception gone flawlessly, the outcome would have remained unchanged. It was akin to the so-called 4 pillars of destiny. A person's fate is predetermined at birth. Wealth and poverty, life and death, all foreordained. I hesitated to reveal this harsh truth to him, instead bursting into a hearty laugh, an unconventional remedy for a peculiar ailment. Hearing my laughter, he ceased his tears and looked at me in astonishment. I retorted, could you not act like a man? Su Shi was exiled throughout his life. Yet wherever he was banished, he indulged in revelry, composing poetry and painting, even creating dongpa pork. If it were you, would you not have already succumbed to despair? Teaching is still a valid profession. Your livelihood remains intact. Dongzi, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, I just started dating someone, and now I'll be blowing it. Let it go. There are plenty of unmarried female teachers in the countryside. Besides, if you can't find a teacher, a village beauty will suffice. ISNT their song about that. In the village, there's a girl named Xiao Fang, with long braids that reach her waist. Dongzi protested, you don't take my suffering seriously. I retrieved my phone. Master, have you arrived home? Yes, I have. Great, I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Dongzi eagerly grabbed my suitcase and sprinted ahead. He hailed a taxi, and I instructed to 227 Nanqing Road, Yuran residence. The driver inquired, are you going to see Master Hong Yi? Had it been any other day, I would have engaged the driver in conversation, perhaps asking how he knew Master Hong Yi. However, at that moment, I lacked the inclination. The driver remarked, am I mistaken? You're going for divination, right? I just had a passenger who was also going for divination. I frowned, saying just drive. How about learning from coastal regions? In Guangzhou, taxis are quiet. The drivers only speak 2 sentences, one to ask where you're going, and the other to wish you a good journey. The driver hurriedly replied, all right. The car fell into a silence as profound as a deep well. Chapter 55. A light-hearted conversation. Master aids Dongzi in crisis upon arriving at the tranquil abode. Master was in the courtyard stretching his arms. I introduced him. This is my fellow townsman, Xiaodong. Dongzi, wiping away his tears, smiled and greeted. Master, hello. Master nodded. You may take him inside. I shall take a stroll. Gathering my courage, I said, Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Without acknowledging me, Master glanced at Dongzi and entered the study, with us following closely behind. My heart raced with apprehension, fearing Master might chastise me for meddling. Remembering that Dongzi had no one else to turn to, I feigned calmness. I will report on the training later. My little fellow townsman Dongzi is facing difficulties, and I would like to address that first. After receiving Master S' approval, I recounted the situation while Dongzi occasionally interjected with remarks. Master remained silent. Dongzi's eyes glistened with tears as he wiped them with the back of his hand, prompting me to offer him a box of tissues. Master's gaze drifted towards the bookcase, and I quickly retrieved a cigarette, lighting it for him. He inhaled slowly and remarked, What is the might of thunder? Well, leader expresses anger. It is akin to the fury of thunder. What does it mean to kill a chicken to scare a monkey? You are that chicken. It is not you they fear, but the monkey. Do you understand? Dongzi seemed bewildered, his expression blank as he stared at Master, showing no sign of comprehension. Master turned to me, bring the divination tools. Let's consult the oracle for him. Dongzi hung his head, utterly lost. Perhaps he thought relying on divination at such a critical moment was absurd. Yet, Master remained unperturbed, tossing the bronze divination coin onto the table. It spun several times before coming to a halt. Master declared, a favorable omen. Surprisingly, Dongzi stood to examine the result. Eagerly, he inquired, Does this mean I won't have to teach in the countryside? Master remained silent. Dongzi sat there, glancing at me intermittently, leaving me equally uncertain of what to do. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Master waved his hand. You may leave for now. As Dongzi departed, I was engulfed in confusion. The divination seemed hardly favorable. Was Master merely trying to comfort Dongzi? At this moment, he picked up his phone and dialed, seemingly summoning Mr. Deng to come over. I busied myself boiling water and ran across the street to buy some fruit. After arranging the fruit platter upon my return, Master sat there, engrossed in his book, without inquiring about my studies. Several times I attempted to report on my learning process, but it appeared he was disinterested, prompting me to sit in the living room and wait for Mr. Deng. About half an hour later, Mr. Deng arrived. I greeted him outside the courtyard, saying, Master is waiting for you in the study. Upon entering, Mr. Deng cheerfully remarked, If you hadn't called me, I might have thought you were abandoning me. A merchant of copper stench. The moment you summoned me, I know there must be good news. Master smiled. Indeed, it is definitely good news. Mr. Deng slapped his thigh. Being close to you, I have learned to calculate as well, haha. After exchanging pleasantries, Master finally spoke. You possess the keen insight of 1,000-mile eye and the discerning ear of the wind. Recently, there was a seminar that stirred quite a commotion. Have you heard about it? Mr. Deng twisted his stout neck, as if stretching before stopping and laughing. If the Shun's manner could be developed, I, Deng Fugung, would have done so long ago. Why spend $1 million on a seminar? Master chuckled. He cannot compare to you. Mr. Deng replied, in truth, he is 100 times more capable than I. You saw through it long ago, just as I did. The intentions behind the FAAD are not what they seem. However, I shall keep that insight to myself, as you have taught me. Master smiled and shifted the topic. This seminar will also involve disciplinary actions. Did you know that? Mr. Deng, with an all-knowing expression, replied, Yes, the other day I went to find Vice Secretary Ling Hu, and he was reprimanding someone in a fit of rage. With a serious demeanor, Master said, You must go find Secretary Ling Hu again. The young man facing punishment is from Shan Hong's hometown in Wuxiang. He is truly all alone. Plead for leniency on his behalf, so he can serve a year in a secondary unit. If he performs well, he may return to his original position. Mr. Deng grinned. Master, is this what you call absolute good news? Master retorted earnestly, as the saying goes. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If one continually profits from the people, one must also give back. Is not accumulating virtue a noble pursuit? Mr. Deng laughed heartily. I am not as capable as you. First, I cannot outsmart you. And second, I cannot match your acumen, but my audacity surpasses yours. Since you have commanded it, I shall even retrieve him from the underworld if necessary. What secondary unit? A profound self-reflection will suffice, great people have said. Mr. Deng momentarily faltered. I chimed in, one cannot avoid making mistakes. What matters is the willingness to amend. Mr. Deng slapped his forehead, right? It is about correcting past mistakes and aiding the afflicted. Master provocatively teased him. You speak as if you were the one in charge. Mr. Deng waved his hands repeatedly. Whether I can or cannot accomplish this, grand declarations must be made. Great individuals have also stated that one must maintain a revolutionary optimism and envision the mass on the horizon from the shore. Feeling buoyed by his humor, I couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Deng, you are exceedingly amusing. Master pondered for a moment. Let him first spend a year in the secondary unit, just not in the countryside. This way, it establishes the authority of leadership while allowing the young man to experience some setbacks. It is best for a person to face difficulties in their youth. Challenges lead to maturity. He is all alone and without maturity. How can he navigate the long road ahead? Mr. Deng nodded in agreement. Very well, as you wish. In truth, the leadership will not be too harsh on him. That day, Secretary Ling Hu even left a remark, stating that those who enter through open examinations must prove themselves. Our young cadres require more tempering. This indicates that the secretary understands the young man's situation. Master lifted his cup, took a sip of tea, and set it down. Drink the tea while it's hot. Do not let it cool. Mr. Deng rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. I will attend to it immediately. After Mr. Deng departed, Master gestured for me to sit down. Then, he meticulously instructed, do not disclose these matters to your little fellow townsman. Allow him to confront them on his own. This will be highly beneficial for him. Maturity does not come merely with age, but through experiencing trials and tribulations. I nodded earnestly and then said, now, I will report on my study progress. Master crossed his arms, half closing his eyes, leaning back in his chair as I recounted my learning experience in detail over the course of half an hour. After listening, Master straightened up and said, you have acquired true wisdom. You may teach me at a leisurely pace from now on. With that, he stood and began to walk out. After a few steps, he turned back to me. Chang Nanshi is a person worth befriending. You may return and rest now. Eager to depart, I drove away from the tranquil abode. After traveling 200 meters, I suddenly felt compelled to inform Dongzi promptly, so I pulled over to the roadside. Dongzi, there is no need for haste. You likely will not be teaching in the countryside. Then where will I go? Came the anxious response. Beijing? Shanghai? Shenzhen? Of course not. As long as you sincerely repent and strive for transformation, there remains hope to stay in the city. Upon hearing this, Dongzi's face brightened with a smile. Please convey my gratitude to Master. You only know to thank the Master. Am I not obliged to assist you as your little master? Even Confucius, a paragon of virtue, would require a piece of cured meat for teaching a student. He seemed to want to laugh, but couldn't manage it, finally saying, Shan Hong, your kindness will be etched in my memory forever. I chuckled, I was just teasing you. You take it too seriously. Did I ask for your gratitude? If I did not assist you, who else would? Dongzi replied earnestly, I am not jesting. Without you, I know I would face a dire fate. I remained silent for a long moment before hanging up the phone. Suddenly, I realized how fortunate I was to have a master looking out for me. From that point on, I eagerly awaited Dongzi's good news each day. Chapter 56. My master's first reading on marriage. A week had passed, and Winter's situation was beginning to stabilize. He was assigned to the street office for training. On Saturday afternoon, as dusk approached, I was about to leave the tranquil residence when Winter stumbled in, carrying a woven bag. Before he could speak, tears streamed down his face. He wiped his tears and knelt, saying, Master, I am immensely grateful to you. My master, with a serene expression, replied, Get up. Just be more mindful in your future endeavors. Winter nodded earnestly. I escorted Winter to the courtyard gate and whispered, You needn't bring such expensive gifts. My master lacks for nothing. Winter gazed at me in astonishment. I smiled and said, "Visit more often. He enjoys the company of young people." Winter cast a grateful glance my way and replied, "I will remember that." Upon returning to the living room, my master raised an eyebrow and jested, "Come, teach me." Master Wan. To my surprise, my master was joking with me. My cheeks flushed as I retrieved my laptop from the study and began teaching him how to read star charts. After an hour of instruction, my master had mastered it all. He humorously remarked, "Is this really a 10-day training course?" I chuckled. "That's because they charge 30,000 yuan. My master corrected me, saying, "Charging 30,000 yuan is justified. Gathering data on mountains, rivers, and geographical features is no simple task." Just then, my sister called, suggesting that a girl from the jewelry store meet us for lunch. "Come back early," she urged. Ever since my parents moved to the city, this matter had become a priority. My sister, adhering to rural customs, believed that a man should marry by 20. Under her guidance, Winter had secretly observed the daughter of Sister Lee from the neighboring jewelry store. It seemed they were well matched. "She is ample and well-rounded," my mother would say, deeming her a suitable candidate for childbearing. After hanging up, I smiled at my master, saying since my parents arrived, they've been incessantly reminding me that I am nearly 24 and should find a partner. "What do you think I should look for?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I once calculated your 4 pillars. Your marriage will come later in life. Your destiny is to establish a career before starting a family. As for your partner, seek a woman who is not overly assertive." "Not overly assertive?" I inquired. My master did not provide a direct answer, but pondered for a moment before saying, "When it comes to marriage, what people refer to as fate is merely hindsight. Marriage, like many aspects of life, is not governed by necessity, but by chance. Given your free-spirited nature, should you encounter a partner who is overly controlling, divorce would be inevitable. Would that imply I should seek a woman of modest education and capabilities? One who is content to be a supportive wife and mother?" I asked. My master shook his head. "Not necessarily. Women of lesser education often exert even greater control over their husbands. Many renowned individuals have remarkable achievements, yet their wives, though unremarkable in appearance, wield significant influence at home. Such situations are quite common." "How can this be?" I questioned. "Did these men not see clearly in the beginning?" My master laughed heartily. "There's one word you must understand. Change. Please enlighten me," I urged. My master frowned slightly. "Consider that many successful men were once ordinary individuals. Some came from humble backgrounds, while others were plain or even unattractive. Securing a wife was already a significant achievement for them. Thus, their initial partners were unremarkable. In the beginning, the woman and man were equals, and the woman's demeanor was calm, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife. As time passed, the man gradually transformed into a star of great renown, and this imbalance in their relationship often led to changes in the woman's temperament. A good woman may become a lioness, fiercely protective of her husband, fearing the loss of his affection. I immediately grasped his point and added, "Just like when Socrates was delivering a lecture and his wife doused him with a pot of cold water." He humorously remarked, "This rain is quite heavy," before continuing his speech. In times of adversity, men often find themselves with weaknesses in the hands of their wives. Unwilling to lose their luster, they must endure their wives' scrutiny. My master nodded in satisfaction. "I am pleased to engage in such dialogue with you." I continued, "There's a saying that a good man has no good wife. But what about those born into wealthy families? Should they not seek a woman of both virtue and beauty?" My master shook his head. "This, too, is a matter of change. Have you not seen how yesterday he resided in a grand house, donned in fine garments, feasting luxuriously, only to find himself imprisoned the next day? The couple either finds themselves separated or the virtuous wife transforms into a resentful one." Feeling momentarily lost, I asked, "Given your perspective on the mutable nature of humanity, how then can one find a good wife?" My master replied with a smile, "Though change is a perpetual theme, some aspects remain constant, such as one's true nature. True nature refers to the innate qualities that do not shift with external circumstances." I inquired, "How can one discern a woman's true nature, one who is both affluent yet humble, or impoverished yet unyielding in her aspirations?" My master stated solemnly, "While it is unavoidable for the wealthy to exhibit some degree of extravagance, What is truly rare is a person who remains steadfast in their ambitions despite poverty. A woman who can share both joys and hardships with you will undoubtedly possess a strong, open-minded character. Seeking more pragmatic insights, I asked, can one detect any clues from a woman's appearance? My master advised, look for those with slightly upturned lips. Why is that? I probed. He could not articulate the reason, saying only that it was a teaching from Taoist master Han Yuan, who also remained tight-lipped when I inquired. I struggled to grasp the rationale behind my master's theory about upturned lips. At that moment, a man arrived seeking my master's assistance in mediating a family dispute. My master nodded, indicating he would attend shortly. Revered in this area, my master was the go-to figure for resolving neighborhood conflicts. As soon as he left, my sister called again. I asked why she had not returned home yet. She was preparing to invite the girl over for lunch. I expressed my discontent. We haven't even established anything yet, and you're inviting her to our home? She elongated her tone. I didn't tell her it was an introduction. I just want you to see what she looks like first, to see if there's any chemistry. I firmly rejected the idea, saying, no meeting. I don't want to waste her time. Why not? She is attractive and has a good personality, she countered. I patiently explained. My master calculated my 4 pillars and said I am destined for a late marriage. I must first establish my career before starting a family. Establishing a career means being settled by 30, which is still early. My sister hesitated, then you should talk to mom and dad. Despite her somewhat domineering nature, she would readily believe anything my master said. During lunch, I recounted the situation to my parents. My father remained silent, while my mother lamented, 30 is far too late. Unexpectedly, my mother's staunch supporter, Comrade Wan Shueishio, interjected, Mom, you needn't be so stubborn. The Taoist words are always accurate. If you marry before 30, it could lead to divorce, which wouldn't be good for you, would it? My mother found it hard to argue against that. All right. Only my brother-in-law understood me. Truly a kindred spirit. He teased, Mom, Shan Hong will undoubtedly find a good wife. My mother paused her chopsticks and remarked, have you also become a Taoist? My brother-in-law replied, if Shan Hong were still in He village, securing a match with the third sister would be considered a stroke of luck. My mother immediately chimed in, but she wouldn't settle for him. The third sister has high standards, and wouldn't look twice at Shan Hong. My brother-in-law chuckled, isn't that right? Now, Shan Hong wouldn't even consider the third sister. My mother scoffed now. She is just trying to bring rice to cook my pot. The family burst into laughter. My brother-in-law continued, now that Shan Hong has gained some fame, he is not lacking in resources. He could easily find a beautiful woman in the city, perhaps a teacher or a doctor, who would be a suitable match. He added, in 6 years, Shan Hong will not be the same Shan Hong. His fame and fortune will only grow, and he will be able to choose from the finest. My mother, with an expression of discontent, remarked, whether selecting the finest among flowers or choosing from 100, the essential criterion remains, a generous posterior, capable of bearing 3 or 4 offspring. It is I who shall care for them, for I revel in the company of grandchildren. Let us not pursue frivolous pursuits, even if beauty is present. It is of no consequence if one cannot bear children, for even in the face of adversity, caesarean delivery is an option. My brother-in-law jested, if a substantial rear is the requirement, then one might as well seek the granddaughter of Madonna. My mother, perplexed, inquired, is there such a surname? My sister lightly tapped my brother-in-law with her chopsticks, admonishing, when conversing with your parents, must you indulge in jest? I set down my bowl, lit a cigarette, and said, Mother, do refrain from applying those rural customs in seeking a daughter-in-law. Love, in its essence, arrives unexpectedly. Sometimes it does, and at other times it does not. Spare yourself such concerns. My mother, fixing her gaze upon me, retorted, what do you mean by love? You speak in such flowery terms. Love is merely about marriage, childbirth, and the mundane aspects of life. I chuckled softly. Indeed, we must add that a generous posterior ensures the birth of offspring. My father, my sister, and my brother-in-law all erupted in laughter, while my mother remained unamused. Chapter 57. Teach me to be a person. The true mastery lies beyond poetry as July arrived. According to my master's teachings, I should have completed my apprenticeship after deducting 3 months of idleness. Yet, my master was reluctant to let me go. One morning, He said to me, "Shan Hong, by all rights, you should embark on your journey and seek greater opportunities elsewhere. However, I find it difficult to part with you. Please stay with me for a few more years. As for your remuneration, I assure you it will not be lacking." In that moment of uncertainty, I grasped a profound truth while following my master, regardless of one's extraordinary talents. It is imperative to have the support and belief of others to find one's place in the market. My voice quivered as I replied, "Master, do not worry. I am willing to remain by your side forever. To constantly receive your guidance is my utmost happiness." My master fell silent, closing his eyes to meditate. At that moment, two individuals entered the courtyard, an older man accompanied by a young man of about 17 or 18. The youth, adorned with a white headscarf and a hemp rope around his waist, knelt in reverence. The elder addressed my master, "Master Hong, I am a friend of Wang Yiming. Old Wang passed away last night. He was a renowned figure in our city, and I have come to inform you, hoping you will attend the memorial service." My master approached the young man, inquiring about the circumstances, and remarked, how sudden indeed." After the two departed, I asked, "You are not particularly involved in calligraphy. Why would they come to inform you about Old Wang?" My master's voice was hoarse as he replied, "It is a long story. Could you share it with me? The mysteries of this world often elude my understanding." He sighed and asked, "What was your impression of Old Wang's writing when you saw it in the literary circles?" I hesitated. It is too soon to speak of his work, given his recent passing. My master fixed his gaze upon me, urging me to express my thoughts candidly. "Very well, then," I conceded. "I found it chaotic and lacking in aesthetic appeal." I then clasped my hands together. Ba. Do not feel guilty. Lu Sun has been deceased for decades, and opinions about him vary widely. Old Wang's calligraphy is not as you described. For instance, his small, regular script possesses considerable skill. Why did he not write more of it? My master sighed deeply, and after a long pause, he explained, he was originally a factory worker, but he had studied calligraphy from a young age and wrote exceptionally well, possessing both structure and style. On one occasion, he entered a competition and won a silver medal at a national exhibition, gaining considerable fame. Many sought to collect his works. To describe the demand for them as intensely sought after would not be an exaggeration. With newfound wealth, Old Wang moved from the county to the city, leaving his first wife for a new, beautiful partner. In the city, he attracted even more visitors, filling his home with guests. However, he found that writing small, regular script took time, while the pursuit of wealth was swift. Thus, he invented a style of cursive that resembled neither true cursive nor regular script, an amalgamation of styles that appeared both written and erased, akin to chaotic scrawls and the work of a novice. Consequently, reporters flocked to him, hailing this hybrid style. I admitted I am no expert in calligraphy, but I have learned about the phenomenon of hype in recent years. I chuckled. Most of these reporters lack an understanding of calligraphy. Those who do are unwilling to engage. They come merely for the prospect of profit. My master responded gravely indeed. Thus, these hybrid works commanded exorbitant prices. I lamented, certain items hold little intrinsic value, yet are inflated by the ambitions of those with ulterior motives. The case of cordyceps is a prime example. My master's eyelids drooped as he mused. Where there are people, there exists a society. Old Wang's small regular script may have fetched a modest price without objection, yet the inflated prices of his hybrid works drew widespread criticism. As a result, the market value of Old Wang's works plummeted. I suddenly understood. Now that Old Wang has passed, few will attend his memorial service, which is why you should go to lend your presence. My master nodded in agreement. I inquired, if others do not attend, will they not resent your presence? My master gazed at me intently. One must consider the long-term perspective. Although Old Wang may seem to lack public support, my attendance will undoubtedly attract criticism. Some may even claim I am unworthy of lowering myself to attend, while others will argue that I lack an understanding of calligraphic art, thus idolizing Old Wang. This was the concern that troubled me. My master smiled. What you need to cultivate is insight in this regard. Old Wang and Appo's artistic merit is limited to our locality. He is not among China's top calligraphers and hardly ranks within the province's elite. Consequently, his work will soon be forgotten. People will swiftly forget Old Wang's calligraphy and will speak of his controversies, Yet they will not forget me. They will remark that at Old Wang's sparsely attended memorial, the prominent figures of our city's art community were nearly absent, save for Master Hong Yi. Finally, I comprehended his motivations for attending and said, I understand now. What will be remembered is your commitment to righteousness and your unwavering integrity. My master replied, people do not dwell in the realm of art. Rather, they exist in the realm of the mundane. Who can guarantee that they will not falter? In times of adversity, everyone hopes for someone like me to appear. The common man often perceives only the immediate situation. Thus, I shall not only attend, but I shall also compose a memorial couplet. You should write one as well. Me? I exclaimed. Yes, you. My master was overly supportive. He then rose, pacing the living room before turning to point at me, saying, Shan Hong, extending a helping hand during someone's time of need is what defines a true man. With that, my master contacted Mr. Deng and Long Tongue. 2 days later, my master, Mr. Deng, Long Gu, and I set off for Old Wang's home. Upon entering the morning hall, we found it indeed desolate, with only a few individuals aiding the family. When Old Wang's family saw my master's unexpected arrival, accompanied by the wealthiest man in the city and the renowned Long Gu, they were taken aback and collectively knelt before my master, weeping uncontrollably. Their heart-wrenching cries brought tears to my eyes. My master helped them to their feet, offering words of comfort. Old Wang's son tearfully declared, We will never forget your immense kindness. My master shook his head. It is not a matter of kindness. Given your father's lifelong dedication to art, it is only right that I am here. The news of Master Hong Yi, the wealthiest man in the city, and Long Gu attending Old Wang's funeral spread quickly, prompting many to muster the courage to pay their respects. Thus, Old Wang's memorial service was conducted with a semblance of dignity. That evening, as we returned from Old Wang's home, I deeply felt the truth in my master's adage. True mastery lies beyond poetry. Chapter 58. The master's prophetic insight. Since July, my master has granted me a monthly salary of 10,000. Coupled with my evening work at the Feng Shui establishment, I managed to earn over 10,000 more. Altogether, I am able to garner more than 20,000 each month, which I find quite satisfactory. My high school classmates, having graduated with master's degrees, earn merely around 10,000 monthly. Moreover, living in Wuxiang, a city of prefectural level, the housing prices are relatively modest. I contemplate that if I persist in this manner for a few more years, I shall be able to purchase a home. Contentment brings the passage of time swiftly, and before I realize it, mid-October has arrived. The days are gradually becoming cooler. On this particular morning, there was little to occupy my time, yet the afternoon proved remarkably prosperous, with a flurry of consultations. My master chuckled, remarking on the disparity of fortunes. We had no business in the morning, yet found ourselves fervently engaged in the afternoon. Just as we took a moment to rest, a woman entered, appearing to be in her 50s. Upon seating herself, she requested, Taoist, please divinate the character, Hope, to inquire whether any of my relatives are in prison. My master, with an unyielding tone, coolly instructed her to write it down. It was evident that the woman was displeased. This character was not obscure, yet she was still required to write it. She glared at my master with palpable resentment, as if he were intentionally complicating matters for her. Nevertheless, my master would not relent on his request. After a moment's hesitation, the woman wrote down the character. My master scrutinized the character and spoke in a somber tone. This character bears ominous implications. The upper portion resembles a fork, indicative of peril. The middle character is missing a stroke, and the lower character lacks a horizontal line. One wishes to diminish a serious issue, yet lacks the necessary support. One hopes for a turning point, yet there are no closures, resulting in numerous vulnerabilities. The woman inquired, Are you suggesting that even with efforts, it would be in vain? My master nodded. Not only will it be futile, but there is also a death in the family. The woman, her face etched with sorrow, counted her money, uttered not a word, and departed. My master turned to me and asked, Do you know the identity of that woman? I shook my head. He scoffed. Her brother holds a significant position in a certain province. She has always looked down on others from her lofty perch. However, I have heard that trouble has recently befallen her. Given the circumstances, my master's divination of no potential turning point could not be deemed extraordinary. My curiosity was piqued, and I could not refrain from asking, how can you assert that there is another death imminent in her family? My master sighed. They have an 86-year-old mother. But how can you be so certain she will pass? I pressed. My master took a sip of tea and then posed a question to me. Have you read the 15th year of Wanli? I shook my head. Do you know of Zhang Juzheng? I nodded. Yes, he was a renowned minister during the Wanli era. My master began recounting a tale. During Zhang Juzheng's lifetime, he was immensely influential, and his mother, Lady Zhao, lived in great splendor. When Lady Zhao turned 72, Zhang Juzheng planned to bring her to live with him. The Wanli Emperor, having learned of this, dispatched a ceremonial eunuch to escort her to the capital. The Emperor's personal delegation was indeed grand, and local officials were exceedingly anxious, fearing they might mishandle the treatment of Lady Zhao, thus serving her with utmost reverence. The journey proceeded smoothly. However, upon reaching the Yellow River, Lady Zhao expressed her trepidation, confiding in her maid, such a broad river, crossing, it seems, perilous. Local officials learned of her fears and reassured her, we shall wait for calm waters, which will take a few more days. Days passed, and Lady Zhao grew impatient, inquiring of her companions, why have we not yet crossed the Yellow River? The officials reported, we have already crossed it and are nearing the capital. Unbeknownst to her, the local officials, aware of her fear, had connected boats across the Yellow River, filling them with soil and planting willow trees on either side. As her sedan chair passed, it felt as though she were gliding on solid ground. 3 years later, Zhang Juzheng passed away. The political landscape shifted dramatically, with Zhang Juzheng's body still unburied. The Wanli Emperor turned against him, desecrating his remains. Lady Zhao's grandson was compelled to take his own life, while his wife, unsuccessful in her suicide attempt, blinded herself in one eye. The family home was ravaged by local officials, and many perished from starvation, leaving behind a 76-year-old matriarch. I grasped the meaning of the phrase, how can there be a complete egg beneath a collapsed nest? And remarked, Lady Zhao cannot have much time left. My master's tone was mournful. She lived her life consumed by fear and humiliation. For a time, I remained speechless. My master elucidated. Divination by characters requires but a small truth. The rest is mere deduction. An elderly mother over 80 is akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Any disturbance may extinguish her flame. I could not help but exclaim, what a deception! My master chuckled coldly. Deception? Even if her family conceals the truth from her, she will inevitably sense the abnormality. Those who previously called her dear mother have vanished. The fish vendor is nowhere to be seen, and the person who frequently inquired after her has mysteriously disappeared. The elderly are inherently suspicious. Can they truly be deceived? I marveled at how my master meticulously imparted the logic behind the art of character divination. While we conversed, a man entered, hurriedly writing the character for turn and urgently stating, Master, my second uncle wishes to venture into business. Yet at home, it has been lackluster. Is there any chance of a turnaround? My master inquired, what kind of business? The man gestured, a general business, perhaps a small grocery store or a breakfast shop. My master shook his head. If he were to invest in stocks or real estate, there might be a glimmer of hope. The man, appearing sheepish, replied, with such little capital, how could one engage in those ventures? My master smiled. The character when separated indicates special vehicle. A special vehicle is not used for transporting goods. Dragging rice one day and clothes the next is simply a freight truck. A special vehicle implies a dedicated driver, suitable for larger enterprises, not small shops. The man awkwardly chuckled. Then perhaps it's better to stay at home? My master nodded. The man reached for his money, but my master waved his hand. For the same inquiry, you have already paid. I shall not accept payment a second time. The man's face reddened as he bowed and departed in silence. I was astounded and asked, how could you discern that he was inquiring about the same matter as the previous woman? My master patiently instructed me. This is what one calls desperate measures. Consider this family. They once thrived under the protection of a powerful figure, exuding pride and disdain for others. Now, with that support gone, they find themselves in disarray, crying out to no avail. Thus, They resort to character divination, seeking any potential for recovery. The first individual came, and feeling uneasy, dispatched a second to inquire. Did you not notice the anxious expressions on both of their faces? I express my admiration. You truly possess keen observational skills. My master continued to teach me. Those who are unsettled tend to speak with a higher pitch at the beginning and lower at the end. Did you observe this? I sheepishly admitted I did not notice. My master stated solemnly, the same applies to writing. Older individuals tend to write a horizontal stroke that begins long and ends short, while younger people, especially children, write a stroke that begins short and ends long. Why is this so? With age, they focus on past memories, which is a form of sedimentation. Thus, their emphasis lies on the left side of stroke. In contrast, children possess little sedimentation and are filled with curiosity about the future, hence their strokes extend to the right. I inquired, is this what is known as graphology? Chapter 59. I master the art of graphology. The master nodded and said, if you find it difficult to judge a person from a single character, ask them to write several lines. If the beginning is tight and the end loose, it indicates that they tend to start projects with enthusiasm but finish them half-heartedly. Conversely, if the beginning is loose and the end tight, it signifies hesitation in their endeavors. In criminal investigations, handwriting analysis follows this principle. To ascertain whether a particular handwriting belongs to someone, graphology offers an effective method, identifying and oppos, special characters and oppos. Special characters? I inquired, puzzled. The master explained, special characters refer to commonly used words such as and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos, comma and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos, and an amp, oppos, and amp, oppos. These characters are frequently written and carry the imprint of an individual and amp, oppos, as long-formed habits. Show me 5 instances of the character. I deliberately wrote 5 distinct characters on paper. The master pointed to them and remarked, do these represent your subconscious writing style? Although you are conscious of your writing now, do you notice any similarity in these 5 characters? I shook my head. The master burst into laughter. No matter how you attempt to conceal it, your characters are remarkably similar. The left side of contains the character whose initial stroke is a downward slant, and your strokes are all flat. Upon inspection, I realized the truth of his words, astonished. The master stroked his beard. When analyzing characters, I insist that others write on paper because handwriting reveals numerous phenomena. Please teach me about the characters written by those 2 individuals earlier, I requested. The master pointed to the character and oppos, and said, notice the final vertical stroke. It is quite elongated. Indeed, she wrote it particularly long. This reflects her genuine psychology, seemingly inadvertent. It actually reveals her yearning for a glimmer of hope. He continued, now consider the character. The right side is significantly larger than the left side. His underlying psychology suggests that despite feeling powerless to alter the situation, he still yearns for a stroke of luck. I bowed deeply. Today I have gained considerable insight. In the following days, the master instructed me in practical applications. One Monday, a man in his 30s approached, expressing a desire to open a store in partnership. He wrote the character, inquiring about the possibility of collaboration. The master asked about the other partner and learned that the individual contributed 30% of the investment. The master concluded that the partnership was viable. After the man departed, the master meticulously analyzed the character and oppos. He noted that while the upper part and oppos was written smaller, the lower part and amp, oppos, was notably larger. From a handwriting analysis perspective, this indicated a strong personality, suggesting that the other partner and amp, oppos, share was relatively minor, making this combination reasonable. On Tuesday, a woman in her 20s arrived, writing the character and asking if she could be admitted to graduate school. The master requested she write another character, which she did, producing an oppos. The master confidently declared, she will undoubtedly be accepted. After her departure, the master analyzed the character and oppos. Her writing was vigorous, especially the final stroke, which bore significant weight. This indicated her strong will and methodical approach to tasks. Furthermore, considering her aspiration for graduate studies, an oppos and apos signifies the process of unearthing jade from stone, indicating her success was all but assured. He taught me the art of graphology for about a week. Though this enigmatic knowledge is challenging to articulate, I grasped its essence. However, a sudden event soon revealed the master's profound expertise. One evening, around 8, the master called, instructing me to meet him at the municipal police headquarters. I drove swiftly to the location. Upon my arrival, he emerged from a police vehicle accompanied by an officer. He introduced me to Officer Lee, head of the Criminal Investigation Division. Navigating several layers of security, Officer Lee escorted us into a secure room. Under the bright light lay a loan document, signed by the borrower. Zhang Jun. Officer Lee gestured. "Master, please take a seat. This is a significant economic dispute. We need your expertise to determine whether this signature and apos, Zhang Jun and apos, is authentic or forged." The master settled at the workstation, illuminated by a stark fluorescent lamp. On one side lay the signature from the loan document, while on another sheet were 10 instances of Zhang Jun's handwriting. After comparing the two for some time, the master confidently declared, "The signature on the loan document is indeed forged." Officer Lee sighed in relief. I suspected as much, but it was so convincingly executed that I hesitated to make a definitive judgment. The master pondered for a moment and said to Officer Lee, "In your esteemed presence as a trained detective, I feel somewhat out of my depth. Nevertheless, I wish to share my insights." Officer Lee smiled. "You are the true expert. We have sought your assistance multiple times, and you have always been accurate." The master continued, "When forgery is executed with such precision that no flaws are detectable, we must analyze the psychological profile of the forger. In essence, the form is swift while the substance is slow. The turning points will inevitably reveal discrepancies." He elaborated on this statement. The notion of and amp, apos, form being swift and substance slow and damp, apos, implies that the forger, through countless repetitions, writes increasingly faster, achieving a seamless flow. However, from a psychological standpoint, because it is imitation, there exists a fear of deviation, leading to excessive pressure on the pen, resulting in a seemingly rapid appearance, but, in reality, a slower execution. We can flip the paper over. Does it not show excessive pressure compared to the genuine Zhang Jun's writing? Upon examination, Officer Lee confirmed, "Indeed, it does." The master then expounded on the notion that turning points will reveal flaws. He meticulously explained, "Turning points are the most challenging to imitate. Take the character, for instance. The left side contains 3 turning points. Imitating these requires careful attention. Thus, the pressure applied by the forger is uniform. Why is that? They fear making mistakes, which compels them to write slowly. Therefore, at each turning point, we can observe the overlap of ink particles under high magnification. In normal writing, when executed in one stroke, gaps will appear between the ink particles when magnified. After this, the master invited Officer Lee to compare under a high-powered microscope. Upon viewing, Officer Lee gasped, "Your analysis is entirely correct." He then escorted us to the exit, repeatedly expressing gratitude and respect for the master and apos as expertise. After escorting the master to his residence, I lingered, reluctant to leave. I remarked playfully, "It seems you have held back some of your skills." The master reassured me, "It is not about holding back. Otherwise, I would not have called you to the municipal headquarters. This is a highly specialized field. You should only grasp the basics. You cannot offer assessments, as you are not an authoritative institution. Your evaluations would hold no validity." Once again, I bowed deeply. "Master, you must teach me. While I may not be able to provide valid certification, at the very least, I wish to discern authenticity." The master instructed, "Stand up." As I rose, a sudden thunderclap echoed from the sky. A fierce wind arose, shaking the branches. In an instant, the heavens seemed to tear open, unleashing a torrential downpour. The master uttered a cryptic phrase, "Some will suffer misfortune, while others will find prosperity." I speculated that a flood might ensue, causing hardship for the populace, prompting reconstruction efforts that would benefit contractors. Thus, I refrained from questioning further and said, "Then, please begin your teachings." He waved his hand. "You should return for now. The rain may last for 10 days. As I drove, I pondered, my master is indeed a mystery. Not only is he a consultant for handwriting analysis at the Municipal Bureau, but he also seems able to predict the rain's duration. Chapter 60. This person will surely prosper in the future. The rain continued to fall relentlessly for 9 consecutive days. After this deluge, the skies cleared for 3 days of uninterrupted sunshine. It is unsurprising that after a prolonged period of rain, the sun would eventually emerge. What was truly astonishing, however, was that by the end of October, the likes of which had never been seen in the history of Wuxiang, the sun blazed down with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. After enduring over 10 days of torrential rain and scorching sun, my master stood in the courtyard, sighing, "Mr. H's opportunity to prosper has arrived." Indeed, it was as he predicted. Old Lin called me, exclaiming, "Master Wan, you are truly a deity. We will soon have a new home." I inquired eagerly, "Is that true? What is the situation?" Old Lin explained, "Our old house, over 100 years old, has been compromised. The relentless rain followed by the sun has caused the mud to swell, and some unstable areas have begun to collapse. The government is organizing for everyone to move into tents temporarily. During those rainy days, officials have been on duty there." I asked, "Are people willing to move?" Old Lin replied, "Some are reluctant, but the officials are persuading them daily. That is why I was just moving things." After ending the call, I relayed the information to my master, who remained silent. I asked, "Mr. He is quite a talent. Could he have predicted such heavy rainfall this year?" My master laughed heartily. "That is where your vision falls short. Do you think he is merely a breakfast vendor, rising at 5 to cook, expecting to collect cash by 6 or 7? He's a strategist. He buys land here, hosts seminars there. Though you may think it trivial, he meticulously lays out these plans, waiting for the opportune moment." I foolishly speculated, perhaps the city government is in a hurry to relocate everyone, lacking sufficient funds. If they don't move, it could lead to fatalities. Thus, they will actively seek Mr. He. My master waved his hand dismissively, "As long as you understand." About half a month later, the city newspaper announced the initiation of the relocation of the Shun family courtyard. The announcement was vague, merely stating that the city government, adhering to a people-centric philosophy, had studied the basic plan for the overall demolition of the Shun family courtyard. I pondered quietly. My master was indeed accurate. However, the announcement did not specify whether it would be Mr. He or someone else overseeing the relocation. As mid-November approached, there was still no news from Mr. He, nor did he appear in Wuxiang. I found myself hoping he would come, as it would validate my master's remarkable foresight. Instead, an unexpected guest arrived. One morning, while scrolling through my phone, I noticed 2 missed calls from Ding Ruishan. Seeing his name startled me. Earlier in the year, I had predicted he would successfully attain a high professional title, and I had been awaiting his response. A month had passed without word, then 2, and eventually, I had nearly forgotten him. After 5 or 6 months, receiving his call left me anxious, prompting me to return the call. "Mr. Wan," Ding said on the line, "I sincerely apologize. Our title evaluation has been postponed until early October. You were correct in your prediction. I have been promoted." Hearing this, my heart returned from my throat with a thud, and I hastily offered my congratulations. What followed nearly startled me anew. "I am on a business trip in the north, and the high-speed train happens to pass through Wuxiang. Are you in town? If so, I would like to visit you." "Yes," I replied. "Very well. My friend is particularly interested in you. We will arrive at 11. "All right, I will pick you up at 11. After the call, I requested leave from my master and reserved a private room at Shaosong City before driving to meet Ding. Upon arrival at the train station, Ding introduced his friend, Murong Feng. Murong, in his 30s, regarded me with admiration, saying, "I have long heard Ding speak of you and hold you in high esteem." I waved my hand dismissively. "Let us not engage in flattery." I drove them to Shaosong City. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the restaurant, I led them into a relatively elegant private room and explained that this establishment specializes in cuisine from Song Dynasty. Upon hearing this, they both exclaimed, "How generous! This restaurant should be in Hangzhou, the political and cultural center of the southern Song Dynasty." I then shared the origins of Shaosong City. Murong expressed his admiration, saying, "Your master is not only adept in Feng Shui and divination, but also a cultural planner." Ding interjected, "A renowned master produces eminent disciples. Mr. Wan is quite remarkable. Murong offered me a cigarette, stating, I specifically came here today. Later, I would like you to predict my life. I glanced at the cigarette, which bore no branding, and quickly averted my gaze. Murong struck a match, a specially crafted one, and extended it to light my cigarette. I then noticed that the match was a metallic rod. After taking a puff, I caught a whiff of jasmine filling the room. Let's dine first, I suggested. At that moment, the waiter brought us red wine as requested. I instructed the waiter to serve Song Cuisine number 2. While Murong was in the restroom, Ding informed me that Murong was a driver for a leader. The dishes that arrived were exquisitely presented small plates, dim sums, and soups. The portions were modest, yet the variety was impressive. I remarked, this Song cuisine is elegant, delicate, and imbued with the charm of the southern Song dynasty. The flavors are exquisite, refined, and smooth, devoid of milk, eggs, or artificial flavoring. Truly worth savoring. They savor the dishes, praising my ability to provide them with such unique fare. As we enjoyed our wine, indulging in conversation, the atmosphere was lively and joyful. After our meal, I presented a complimentary gold voucher to the waiter. He recorded the voucher number and returned it to me. Ding, intrigued, asked, what kind of card is this? I replied with a smile, a complimentary card from the boss. Just register the number after dining. They expressed their utmost envy of my influence in the local area. I opened a door to reveal a hidden tea room. Ding exclaimed, there's a tea room concealed within? I turned back with a smile. Every private room is equipped thus. Once seated, I assumed the role of host, brewing tea and serving each of them a cup of black tea. Murong respectfully requested, may I ask you to predict my future? He then provided his birth date and time. As I mentally calculated his Ba-Zi, I was taken aback by its weighty significance. However, I said, let us focus on a character for divination. I am not particularly proficient with Ba-Zi. In truth, I wish to see if his writing would align with his Ba-Zi. Murong chuckled, that works too. He wrote the character Mu. Observing his handwriting, which was bold and fluid, I grasped much about him. Analyzing the character further confirmed my insights. I began with my usual preamble. I shall speak, and you shall listen. He nodded, preparing to smoke, pulling out a half-finished cigarette before returning it to the box. With arms crossed, I slowly stated, you hail from humble beginnings, possess a shrewd nature, and after the age of 35, you will undoubtedly achieve great success and amass considerable wealth, basking in the zenith of your career. I paused dramatically at this point. He smiled shyly, saying, you are encouraging me, but I am merely a driver. I cannot possibly possess great wealth. I merely smiled, offering no response. Ding looked at me with a puzzled expression. Come, let us enjoy some tea, I suggested. Ding turned to Murong and said, in the future, I will work for you. Murong waved his hands repeatedly, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere, for he did not believe my words. While Ding feared that what I said might eventually come true, I invited them to stay the night, but they had already purchased tickets for the 4 o'clock high-speed train. After our meal, I accompanied them back to the train station. Ding indeed presented me with a card, a custom-made small card from a silversmith, inscribed with the words Divine Prediction. I had drawn such a conclusion about Murong's future due to the unique nature of his Ba-Zi, entirely composed of water elements. This, too, can be discerned by other fortune tellers. Yet from the character Mu, I perceive his grand and expansive nature. This individual I must nurture for perhaps in the future. He shall prove invaluable. Chapter 61. My master teaches me to discern brokers upon returning to the tranquil abode. I informed my master of a familiar acquaintance I had entertained. My master, ever democratic, rarely inquires into the trivialities of my life. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s entered, introducing himself as Mr. Deng, a businessman in construction materials. He mentioned that a friend had recently referred him to a substantial project involving the construction and interior decoration of an electrical building, with a budget of $3 million for the tile flooring. However, he was told that in order to proceed, he must first send $50,000 to his friend's relative to secure the deal. He sought my master's insight on the reliability of this venture. With a gentle smile, my master observed him as I gestured towards paper and pen, prompting Mr. Deng to inscribe his inquiry. He wrote the character M, which I had never seen used in such a context before. My master glanced at it, shaking his head. This matter is not advisable. Mr. Deng's expression darkened slightly. and he implored my master for a more detailed analysis. My master furrowed his brows and asked, "Why did you choose to write? Was it a random selection? Or did you ponder it deeply before deciding?" Mr. Deng earnestly replied, "I have faith in my friend. However, given the magnitude of this deal, it cannot be finalized hastily. There will undoubtedly be competition, requiring extensive connections and possibly multiple transactions. Even if the deal goes through, recovering the funds will necessitate careful negotiations. Nonetheless, I genuinely wish to secure this business, hence the choice of signifying good things come with perseverance." My master elaborated, "This character, when dissected, reveals the phrase. Indeed, as you mentioned, good things require effort. The grinding of tools upon rough stone often leads to continual friction. Yet, in the realm of tile commerce, it could be akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, ultimately futile." Mr. Deng, somewhat unconvinced, queried, "So, I should not proceed?" My master patiently explained, "Let us first consider the upper part of the character, which incorporates, representing your intermediary, signifies broad connections, akin to birds flitting between trees, lively and active." Mr. Deng exclaimed, "That describes him perfectly. He is perpetually busy, either at one gaming table or another dining engagement." My master inquired, "This individual lacks a legitimate occupation, does he not?" Mr. Deng nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, he lives off borrowed favors." My master pressed further, "Has he borrowed money from you? Perhaps a small sum for a meal, which he later repaid?" Mr. Deng, taken aback, responded, "How could you deduce that?" My master chuckled. "He enjoys showcasing his social life, frequently mingling with those in power and wealth." Mr. Deng slapped his thigh in agreement. "Absolutely. It seems he knows everyone." My master stated unequivocally, "The renovation of the electrical building is legitimate, and this business opportunity is real. But your friend is unreliable." Mr. Deng countered, "He has previously referred me to some minor opportunities." My master, growing somewhat irritated, remarked, "Such individuals, whom I term, possess a deceptive charm. They are adept at misleading others. Lacking any stable assets or profession, what basis do they have for forming connections? Their influence is merely a fade, introducing clients to officials to enhance their own image." Mr. Deng remained perplexed, asking, "But why?" My master reiterated, "Because the introducer's credibility holds little weight." Mr. Deng needed to comprehend this clearly. My master crossed his arms, concluding, "I have expressed all I wish to say." Yet Mr. Deng, obstinate in his resolve, continued to count his money while expressing gratitude for my master's guidance, insisting, "I still wish to give it a try." After Mr. Deng departed, I recalled my master's metaphor of the as a broker and couldn't help but chuckle. I remarked, "Leveraging connections indeed. I know someone quite skilled in this regard." My master looked at me expectantly, urging me to share. I elaborated, "This individual is a journalist with the surname Sima, working for a prominent newspaper in Beijing, albeit one that is merely average among media outlets. Yet, Sima possesses a network that surpasses even that of party journalists." My master immediately defined him. "You speak accurately. He carries an album, often kept discreetly, only revealing it at gatherings when certain notable figures are mentioned. He would casually assert, 'I know them.' Instantly, jaws drop, and he would nonchalantly add, 'I visited their home a month ago. We even took a photo.' He would then pull out a picture from his album, leaving everyone astounded. Those seated nearby would often catch glimpses of him with even more illustrious figures, prompting exclamations of surprise. Sima would swiftly tuck the photo back into the album, offering a slight smile. What is the big deal about a photograph? When someone suggested viewing the album, he would wave his hand, saying, 'Continue your conversation. I merely benefit from my work, and you too can capture such moments in your line of duty.' The more humble he appeared, the more his aura of influence grew. For some high-ranking officials would not permit just any journalist to take such photographs. In our hometown, he is regarded as something of a legend. Upon returning, even local officials would seek his company." My master scoffed, "This individual will encounter misfortune in the future." I gasped, "Surely not. He holds himself to high standards. Does he not?" My master stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "Yes, upon returning home, he remains exceedingly humble, but should you suggest he sing, dance, or wash feet, he would flatly refuse. He navigates conversations and actions with great discretion." My master continued, "If you were to exit his room, would he not open the door for you?" I clapped my thigh in realization. You describe him as though you were present. I would have never encountered such a person had it not been for my father, who was once a colleague of his. My father took me to visit him once. My master observed, "He hardly resembles a journalist, more akin to a leader, impeccably dressed and exuding vitality." I slapped my thigh again. "Do you know him?" My master shook his head. "This man is astute and capable. He operates within a platform that, while not the pinnacle of media in Beijing, nevertheless holds significance. He is a master of leveraging connections. Thus, even minor matters can be resolved with a mere word. As for celebrities, his connections abound." I felt compelled to bow in reverence, exclaiming, "Master, you truly possess extraordinary insight." This mirrors my thoughts perfectly. I heard that once, while everyone was watching a program featuring a renowned actress being interviewed. Seema remarked, "She is quite eloquent." When asked if he knew her, he replied, "She should be in Hangzhou now. Let me check." He called her, and they exchanged playful banter for several minutes. One of the official's relatives, not particularly well-educated, questioned, "How can she take your call during an interview?" The crowd erupted in laughter as the official's driver discreetly informed them. The program was pre-recorded. My master slowly remarked, "This individual is not engaging in deceit. He speaks of leaders in the presence of celebrities and of even greater leaders before officials. His craft is meticulous, leaving no room for error. However, prolonged immersion in such circles may lead him to overestimate his own capabilities, resulting in significant missteps." I inhaled sharply. My master cautioned, "Let's leave it at this. You must not discuss my words with anyone else. Always remember this. Act according to your position." Chapter 62. The old lady has truly passed away a week later. My master was taken to Shandong by Mr. Lon, seemingly a clandestine affair. My master did not take me along. The day after he left home, Chang Nanchi called me, informing me that he had discovered a business opportunity broader than the realm of divination. He spoke of psychological counseling, asserting that modern society is rife with mental health issues. Upon reflection, I couldn't help but admire his foresight. If I were to engage in both divination and psychological counseling, my clientele would undoubtedly expand. Thus, I resolved to relocate to my own powder shop for two reasons. Firstly, although I had garnered a certain level of recognition at Feng Shui, the clientele seeking my divination services was limited, primarily consisting of outsiders, as locals tended to consult my master. Secondly, psychological counseling necessitates privacy, and in the bustling environment of a tea house, individuals are naturally reluctant to seek help. Moreover, the tea house charges a commission, which would result in a significant loss. That noon, I broached the subject with my sister, inquiring whether she could arrange a room for me downstairs. After much contemplation, she replied, "There's a warehouse at the old shop. If you desire it, you may renovate it." I commended her, exclaiming, "One must remember the well digger when drinking water. I shall share half of my earnings with you." She shot me a glance, retorting, "I don't want a single penny. If you wish to buy a house and marry, just don't come to me for loans." My mother glared at my sister, saying, "How heartless. If you don't lend, who will?" I chuckled, "Mother, you must trust me. I can be self-sufficient and well-provided." Consequently, I enlisted my master's help for 3 days, converting the warehouse into 2 separate rooms, freshly painted, a tea room outside, and a bedroom inside. In due course, I planned to invite the obscure calligrapher Gao Su to inscribe a sign for night talks, which would be displayed at the entrance, with smaller text beneath it reading, "Divination." Psychological counseling. By day, I worked at Yuranju, and by night, I occupied the night talks room, attending to clients when business arose, and indulging in reading and tea when it did not. 10 days after my master's departure, he called again, stating that his stay would be prolonged, likely lasting a month. He did not elaborate on the reasons, nor did I dare to inquire. Was it for recuperation? Presumably, as he mentioned having moved from Shandong to the renowned recuperation center, Beidei. I asked, "Do you have any further instructions?" He replied, "You must go to Yuranju every day. Firstly, to maintain business, and secondly, to ensure there is a man at home to provide stability in times of trouble." I assured him, rest assured. Approximately 10 days into my master's absence, Lao Lin called to inform me that the government had signed a contract with a merchant surnamed Zhang. I inquired, so soon? Lao Lin confirmed. It was published in the newspapers. Ever since WeChat became prevalent, I had not perused a newspaper. News of fires, accidents, and fatalities spread instantly on social media, while more formal matters required newspaper coverage. What is the date of the paper? Yesterday. After hanging up, I rummaged through the pile of newspapers in search of the previous day's Wuxiang Evening News. Upon opening it, I found it was indeed the headline story. Boldly titled, "Our city signs comprehensive relocation contract with Runching Cultural Company for Shun Family Courtyard." The gist was that to ensure public safety, the city government decided to orderly demolish the dilapidated Shun Family Courtyard. The government and Runching Company would jointly construct a resettlement area. I chuckled to myself, realizing how astutely my master had predicted this. The one to sign the contract was indeed not Mr. He. I began to deduce, Mr. He would hire someone to construct a resettlement community. He was hardly a philanthropist, and the conditions for his generosity would certainly include ownership of the dismantled bricks and carved wooden panels. He might even circulate the notion that he would handle this waste. Of course, he would also acknowledge that some of the timber was quite valuable. It was precisely due to this value that he would invest in building the resettlement area. For the average person, exchanging worthless scraps for a resettlement community was undoubtedly advantageous. Wuxiang had struck gold. Thus, both parties would be pleased. As I was still formulating my thoughts, a familiar-looking man entered the room, though I could not place him. I smiled and gestured for him to sit. "Where's the Taoist master?" he asked, surveying the surroundings. "He is out of town and won tea return for over 20 days. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak with me." His expression was one of loss as he replied, "I came last time to have a character Zhuan divined." As I focused intently, I recognized him. I wondered, could it be that the 86-year-old lady at home had passed away? Typically, we do not serve tea to those seeking divination. Yet for some reason, I rose to brew a cup for him. He accepted the tea, thanking me before revealing, "The old lady at home died last night, and I wish to select an auspicious date." I felt a twinge of sympathy and asked, "Did she pass at home or elsewhere?" He queried, "Is there significance to that?" I nodded slightly. "It makes a considerable difference. Passing at home is termed dying peacefully at home, while dying elsewhere I refrained from elaborating. Yet it was crucial to distinguish between the two. The man's face turned pale with anger as he exclaimed, "Master Wan, I risk sounding foolish, but I'm the old lady's nephew. Previously, my cousin was in charge, and there were countless relatives. Now that my cousin has stepped down, even calling a nurse proves futile. There is still a breath of life, yet their sluggishness delayed their arrival. Our hope was to have her breathe her last at home. But alas, we watched helplessly as she passed. I tried to console him. Doctors and nurses do not recognize you. Their duty is to save lives. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding." He did not argue but stared intently at me while I flipped through the almanac. His eyes widened, anxious that I might dismiss him. I stood and retrieved a piece of red paper, meticulously noting the date and time, along with the heavenly stems and earthly branches beside it. I began to calculate the auspicious date. To be honest, selecting a date does not require such rigor. A mere finger count would suffice. Yet, I wished to offer him some solace. Despite his family's misfortune, as a Feng Shui master, I would not take my duties lightly. He approached me and said earnestly, "You must help choose a good day for the old lady. Delaying the funeral by a few days is acceptable. Her son is inept, and the old lady died of anger. Yet we wish for the grandchildren to thrive." After I clarified the details, I stated unequivocally, there is no need to delay. The best day is the day after tomorrow. He hesitated before saying, "I've heard you studied astrology and Feng Shui in Hangzhou. Could you also help assess the land for my grandmother?" My heart skipped a beat. How did he know about my studies? According to my master, they had never paid attention to Yuranju. I nodded in agreement. "Then please take charge of all matters for my family. Is that all right?" I responded decisively, "Certainly." He rose. "Time is of the essence. Let us go now. My car is parked by the roadside. I have a vehicle. Just lead the way," I replied. Chapter 63. The accidental discovery of the Phoenix's guidance after speaking. I took out my compass and laptop, following his vehicle eastward. It was not long before we arrived at his home, which turned out to be quite nearby. The atmosphere was somber, as there were only a few people milling about in a desolate setting. The man exited the car and conferred briefly with a principal figure, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then offered to show me the burial site. I suggested he join me in my more capable SUV. While in the vehicle, he introduced himself as Xiao Youxiang, a contractor who seldom stayed home, only returning after his cousin's misfortune. I jested, "Let us call you Manager Xiao then." He replied dismissively, "Manager? Just try and make a living." After departing the national road, he guided me through a series of turns until we traveled 2 to 3 miles. Finally pointing to a hill, "This is the ancestral burial ground of the Xiao family." We began our ascent up the steep slope, with him leading the way and occasionally reaching back to assist me. I remarked, "Your cousin held such a significant position. Did he not believe in geomancy? There's not even a proper road here." He retorted angrily. He was solely focused on his career, neglecting family matters. After a strenuous climb, I paused at the top and surveyed the path we had taken, stating, "We must have someone come to repair this road this afternoon. Otherwise, how will we transport the remains?" He gallantly offered, "I will arrange for a bulldozer." He then lamented about his cousin and Appo's arrest and how his cousin and Appo's wife, being from the city, only added to the burden of hosting guests. He expressed frustration at his inept nephew, who, upon their grandmother's passing, could not even muster tears but instead sat in silence, requiring assistance. I sighed. "Fortunately, the old lady had such a caring nephew like you." He pointed ahead, indicating we had arrived. Standing there, I took in the surroundings, which indeed resembled a dragon's form, complete with a head and tail. However, to my dismay, a segment of the right mountain range had been excavated, rendering this area less auspicious. I inquired about the removal of part of the mountain. He explained that in the 1970s, land was cleared for farming, and then, with a hint of caution, asked, "Is that a problem?" I shook my head, assuring him it was merely a question. I refrained from mentioning that, according to geomantic principles, the severed right ridge rendered this land barren. As I pondered this, a large bird suddenly appeared in the distance, soaring towards us. It approached, circled overhead, and then flew toward the opposite hill, landing atop a grand tree. I was mesmerized. In geomantic terms, this was known as the phoenix guiding the way, signifying that beneath that tree lay the most suitable burial site. Xiao Youxiang, unaware of the significance, noticed my astonishment and asked, "Did I startle you? There were never such large birds in the mountains before. Now, with no need for firewood. The hills are teeming with wildlife." I inquired about the ownership of the hill across from us. He promptly replied, "That belongs to the village head." "Manager Xiao," I said earnestly, "the ancestral burial ground is indeed a good location, but regrettably, the severed mountain range has made it less favorable. The area beneath the tree where that bird has landed is the prime spot." He looked bewildered. "You can see that clearly from such a distance?" I recounted the tale of the phoenix's guidance. His face lit up with hope, albeit tinged with unease. He asked if we should inspect the site in person. I deemed it unnecessary, explaining that such rare fortuitous occurrences typically do not require an in-person visit. If you can arrange things well, simply use the compass to establish the proper orientation when the time comes. He displayed keen understanding, discerning the implications of my words, and queried, "If the arrangements are not favorable, will this ancestral burial ground be unsuitable for interment?" I nodded, confirming, "If the arrangements are poor, we shall have to seek another location." Xiao Youxiang contemplated this and proposed, "Let us prepare for both possibilities. If all goes well, we can return here this afternoon. If not, we will select another site on my family and Appo's vegetable hill." Upon returning, I first inspected the Xiao family and Appo's vegetable plot. It was a small hillock, open in the front and bordered by a steep cliff, behind which lay a waterhole. According to geomantic beliefs, having no solid backing and being adjacent to a waterhole is not ideal. One could easily fall without support. If one were to take geomancy seriously, it was not a suitable site. However, if one disregarded it, any patch of earth could serve as a grave. I opened my laptop, examining the star signs and topographical maps. 2 small stars were aligned over the waterhole, with a leftward deviation of 15 degrees, unacceptable. A rightward deviation of 15 degrees was also unsuitable. I felt disheartened, reiterating, the best location remains where the bird has landed. Xiao Youxiang suggested, how about this? You return home, and I will speak with the village head. If that does not work out, we can finalize this spot. I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning. I nodded, instructing him to note my phone number, assuring him I could manage on my own. Xiao Youxiang expressed heartfelt gratitude. You are truly remarkable, dedicating yourself to your work. During dinner, he called, say, Master Wan, let us settle on the vegetable hill. If my cousin were still in power, the village head would have acquiesced to any request. Now, it is true what they say, when a person departs, so too does their influence. Words become tears. I reassured him, although I work in this field and hold geomancy in high regard, it is ultimately a matter of belief. If one believes, it holds truth. If not, it is inconsequential. Every green hill can be a good resting place. I returned, having given it further thought, and devised a secondary plan. Use the bulldozer to elevate the slope behind. He expressed profound appreciation. I am exceedingly grateful. I will commence work immediately. The following morning, I drove to the Xiao residence, where the gathering had grown in number. Xiao Youxiang awaited my arrival eagerly. We proceeded to the rear of the house, where indeed a small mound had formed on the vegetable hill. I checked the map, and several curious onlookers congregated around me, marveling at my mouse movements, exclaiming, Zhang family, Leaf family. How did you capture this so clearly? Where did you take these photos? Xiao Youxiang approached, inquiring, is it feasible? I packed away my computer and used the compass to determine the orientation, advising, please dig shallow. Do not go too deep given the low terrain here. With a look of sincerity, Xiao Youxiang replied, thank you immensely, Master Wan. You must come tomorrow for the burial. At 10:18 the next morning, the solemn ceremony commenced, with devoted sons and daughters kneeling before the grave, the air filled with the sounds of firecrackers and mournful cries. I recited words of reverence as the coffin was lowered and earth was heaped upon it. The old lady was finally at peace. As the sky remained clear, I suddenly noticed a dark cloud sweeping across the nearby mountain peak before drifting westward. I beckoned Xiao Youxiang aside, asking, you did not converse too much with the village head, did you? He replied, no, we merely discussed the possibility of changing the burial site. Oh, I hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Youxiang, perceptive as he was, quickly added, once the arrangements are complete, I will make a special visit to express my gratitude. You must stay for lunch. We refer to it as a thank you feast. I waved my hand dismissively. I appreciate the sentiment, but I shall forego the meal. My master is away, and there has been no business at the courtyard. If it remains closed, people may assume we have shut down. Xiao Youxiang hesitated. Well, very well, I understand. He then presented me with a red envelope, repeatedly expressing his appreciation for my efforts. The envelope felt substantial, and I did not refuse it, as declining can sometimes convey disdain. As I drove home, I found myself perplexed. While he had given me the red envelope, why did Xiao Youxiang insist on visiting specifically to thank me? Chapter 64. The overzealous reporter falls 3 days later. Xiao Youxiang indeed called me to inquire when I would be available. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the first floor of the Fashimi noodle shop, a sign reading night talks hung at the entrance. At 8 o'clock, he arrived as promised. I noticed he was carrying 2 paper bags and frowned, saying, there's no need for such formality. Just come and sit. A little something, nothing extravagant, he replied, as he carried the items into my bedroom. I brewed a pot of tea, and we settled down for a leisurely conversation. Through our discussion, I learned that Xiao Youxiang was not the direct nephew of the elderly lady, but rather a distant relation, separated by 4 generations. The Xiao family had predominantly born daughters, resulting in a dwindling lineage. After his cousin was imprisoned, the elderly lady's funeral relied solely on this distant nephew. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of admiration for his sense of loyalty. He took a sip of tea and smiled faintly, saying, as for the relationship between my family and my cousin S, it is quite ordinary. His position as an official has brought me no benefits. Why? It is understandable that officials carry an air of authority, but to maintain that demeanor with family is intolerable. Furthermore, my cousin's sisters cling to him for favors, from which I have received none. My construction projects are in a different province from where he works. I expressed my respect, exclaiming, in this society driven by materialism, you still uphold a sincere heart. That is indeed rare. He remained composed and inquired, the remark you hesitated to finish the other day, I wish to clarify. I refilled his teacup. Regarding your request for the village chief to relocate the soil, you certainly didn't mention a bird landing on a tree, did you? What reasoning did you provide? I explained that the ancestral graves were numerous, and although some areas appeared vacant, excavating might reveal graves. Thus, I considered seeking a plot on the mountain. I nodded in agreement. That rationale is sound. The village chief is astute. He must know this was your idea, which is why that mountain will forever be beyond anyone's reach. I smiled lightly. That is of little consequence. Aside from you, no one knows the precise location. He did not pursue that topic further, but looked up at me, stating, every matter has its omen. Do you not agree? This was certainly true. All things are interconnected. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, in truth, I have a premonition about my cousin. I sense he will encounter misfortune. I was not interested in hearing about his cousin, as he was entirely unrelated to me. So, I responded dismissively. A premonition is merely a sixth sense. When you form a fixed impression of someone, even a slight change can trigger your sixth sense. He slapped his thigh. Your explanation is superb. By general understanding, he is already a high-ranking official, just turned 50, with another 15 years ahead of him. There are ample opportunities for advancement, yet he is overly impatient, desiring to climb higher. I chuckled, avoiding the subject, wishing to discuss something else. He seemed oblivious to my shift in mood. Continuing, he harbors his own ambitions, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that he has foolishly placed his trust in a small-time reporter-esque deceit. Upon mentioning the word reporter, I felt a sudden shiver. Sitting upright, I asked, having reached the departmental level, how could he fall for a reporter's trick? Xiao Youxiang shook his head and sighed. My cousin became acquainted with a self-proclaimed influential reporter who claimed to assist him in advancing further. Even I, who have not seen much of the world, found this absurd. Yet my cousin believed him wholeheartedly. Leaning forward, I inquired, have you met this reporter? Xiao Youxiang grinned widely, more than once. My cousin is convinced, while I am not. Once, while visiting Wutai Mountain, he encountered a renowned diviner. His reputation surpassed even that of your master. I wrote the character for prosperity, asking him to divine our future. I perked up, urging him to continue. Xiao Youxiang took a sip of tea and set his cup down. The master said, your head is heavy, but your feet are light, and your foundation is shallow. I asked for clarification, but he refused to elaborate. Even now, I remain puzzled, which is why I sought your guidance tonight. I smiled and explained. The master meant that to inquire about one's future, one must have a benefactor's assistance. Otherwise, you remain unsteady and shallow, unable to prosper. Xiao Youxiang appeared bewildered. I wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper, prosper and raise. Then I elaborated, if you interpret the lower half of and oppose, raise and oppose, as a and oppose, person of prominence and oppose, then this heavy-headed and oppose, prosperity and oppose, can indeed be elevated. Without such a person, it cannot be lifted, signifying a bleak future. Xiao Youxiang grasped it instantly, exclaiming in realization. A mere small-time reporter could hardly be considered a person of significance. Suddenly, I recalled a certain intermediary from my hometown, also a reporter in Beijing, and tentatively asked, is this reporter about 6 feet tall? Xiao Youxiang placed his teacup back on the table, staring intently at me. How did you know he is approximately 6 feet tall? Initially, I had only been speculating. However, sensing an opportunity for further astonishment, I decided to impress him. I smiled subtly. He cannot command the heavens, nor can he provide the earth. If he seeks to leverage connections, it is all on him. His portfolio contains photographs with influential figures. Xiao Youxiang eagerly inquired, do you know him? I shook my head. He appeared skeptical, probing, how do you know all this? I burst into laughter, waving my hand dismissively, just a lucky guess. Let us not dwell on that. In truth, it was a technique taught to me by my master. When you create an air of mystery, you should divert the conversation, enhancing the impression of enigma. Yet Xiao Youxiang persisted with an unwavering determination. His face was serious as he stated, Master Wan, you must tell me. Otherwise, I want to leave tonight. Such matters were easily navigable for me, and I fabricated a convincing reason. I chuckled. In reality, it was deduced through reasoning. Seeing my willingness to share, his excitement was palpable, as if he feared missing a single word, leaning forward eagerly. First, regarding the character Prosper, it has 3 strokes above and 2 dots below, indicating that the connector is short in stature. Thus I deduced he is about 6 feet tall. I continued. As for how I knew he had photos with influential figures, your cousin is quite worldly. Without a few photographs with notable individuals, how could he command respect? My explanation was reasonable, yet Xiao Youxiang remained unconvinced. He believed I possessed an extraordinary power beyond that of ordinary people. In a surprising turn of events, he suddenly bowed to the ground, exclaiming, "If only I had met you a year ago. From now on, I shall seek your guidance." I quickly helped him back up. Xiao Youxiang confided, "My cousins generally look down on others, resulting in poor local relations. I, too, have often been away from home. I have only heard of your master's esteemed name, but never visited. In the past, my family may have erred. I ask for your forgiveness. Your words are too weighty. Both my master and I adhere to the principle of resolving others' doubts and difficulties. There are no grievances involved. Please come by more often in the future." At this moment, Xiao Youxiang presented me with a business card. Myanmar Hongxing Jade Company, Xiao Youxiang, General Manager. "Oh, having made a fortune in construction, you've shifted careers." I examined the card crafted from jade and found it quite creative. He smiled. "Next time, I will present you with a jade teapot. Although I don't visit often, I shall always remember your kindness to our Xiao family. Should Shanhong inquire, my heart is as pure as jade." I raised my thumb in approval. Such an elegant gift, infused with poetic sentiment. I, Wan Shanhong, have a fondness for jade. I shall gladly accept it. After bidding farewell to Xiao Youxiang, I felt exhilarated and considered calling my master, but upon checking the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. I pressed a few digits before ultimately giving up. After a sleepless night, I find myself pondering why my master possesses such remarkable discernment. Chapter 65. The request of old Xiao the following day. Upon arriving at the leisurely abode for work, my master and Appo's wife informed me that she and Aunt Shun would be heading to the countryside and would not return until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I called my master to inform him that the journalist, Sima, had fallen into disgrace. I also recounted the situation regarding the Xiao family. My master merely remarked, "Everything has its cause and effect," before hanging up, likely due to the inconvenience of the conversation. At that moment, I heard a loud voice from outside. "Teacher Wan." Looking up, I was surprised to see old Xiao. He lamented, "You have not kept your word. It has been over a year, and you have yet to visit me." I felt a pang of guilt and replied, "I should certainly make time to do so. Please have a seat." Old Xiao glanced around and asked, "Where's master?" I handed him a cup of tea and explained that he had gone out of town and would be away for some time. Old Zhao's expression turned somewhat awkward as he continued, "I've come to trouble you once more. My relative, Old Lin, has inexplicably taken the side of that troublesome fishery owner, Liu, and has banded together with a few others. They are refusing to vacate the Shun family's courtyard and will not sign the agreement. Why refuse to move out when it will be beneficial? They have taken a bad example to heart, believing that those who refuse to relocate will somehow benefit. As a result, no one from the Shun family is moving either. The government is currently trying to mediate, but if they fail, the ringleader may face arrest." I listened intently, finding the proposed relocation quite reasonable. I chuckled. There is no justification for refusing to move. Old Xiao rubbed his hands together. "I agree, it is sensible, and I have tried to reason with them, but old Lin refuses to listen. I fear that if he is arrested, his son's marriage plans will be jeopardized." His son's marriage? I learned that his son worked in Guangdong and had finally secured a girlfriend from a city, with plans to marry by the end of the year. What if old Lin were to be taken into custody and the fiancée, he changed her mind? "Did you explain the potential consequences to him?" I inquired. "I did," he replied. "Yet, they both insist that if they do not relocate, they could be compensated 6 to 700,000. They believe that with such money, they need not worry about finding someone else. This matter requires careful consideration. I cannot respond lightly," I said. Old Xiao then produced a piece of jade from his pocket, asking me to evaluate it. I waved my hand dismissively. I am not knowledgeable in such matters. This is a token of appreciation for all the help you have provided me, he insisted, but I refused to accept it, and he left with reluctance after several pleas. Just as Old Xiao departed, my master in Appo's phone call came through. He mentioned he'd been busy conversing with someone during breakfast. Regarding the relocation issue, he commended my efforts, stating, "You have done your utmost." As for that journalist, there is little to be gained from him. After one or two incidents, it is inevitable that trouble will arise. As we say in the industry, it is fate. Seizing the opportunity, I reported, "By the way, there is another matter." I relayed Old Zhao's visit and his concerns. "You need not intervene," my master advised. "Why is that?" I asked. "It pertains to matters involving the G faction. You should not involve yourself." After hanging up, a neighbor quietly entered, carrying a bag, and announced, "Someone named Xiao asked me to deliver these to you." Upon inspecting the contents, I discovered 2 bags of high-quality ginseng. I called Old Xiao, questioning what is the meaning of this. "Return them at once. Whether you persuade them or not is a different matter. Sending gifts implies a transaction. Do you not realize how many times you have assisted me?" After a brief conversation, he hung up. At that moment, another individual entered, smiling, "Good day, Mr. Wan." I nodded, inviting him to sit. He produced a pack of cigarettes and cheerfully offered, "Care for a smoke?" Upon seeing the brand, I chuckled. "Is this your standard for poor quality cigarettes?" "Surely. The good ones must be reserved for special occasions." I rose to brew a cup of tea, knowing from experience that this man was not here for divination. As I suspected, he introduced himself as Xiao Siyuan, the village head of Xiao family village. While gesturing to his name on the table, I regarded him with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor insincere, neither threatening nor overly humble. It was enigmatic, instilling a sense of pressure. "You have been of great assistance regarding the Xiao family," he stated, sipping his tea. "When one receives compensation, one must fulfill their duties with utmost diligence. However, I noticed that your village is merely 3 or 4 miles from the city, yet it resembles a paradise, with lush mountains and clear waters." "Your praise is well-founded," he replied. "It appears idyllic, yet is a place of poverty. Merely a few miles separate 2 entirely different worlds. Most villagers are away in the city, running stalls. Others do not call me village head. They refer to me as the stall boss." I played along with his banter, jesting with so many vendors. "The head of the Urban Management Bureau must be your close friend." Old Xiao laughed. "I cannot claim to be on friendly terms with the city's Urban Management Bureau chief, but the East District Branch's Chief Chiu often seeks to elevate himself by visiting me." "Is there really a surname Chiu?" I inquired, intrigued. He chuckled. "The chief of the East District Branch has always been named Chiu, regardless of the term." I joined in his laughter. "Indeed, they all require you to manage the villagers. You are quite humorous." He looked around. "Is your master still not back?" "Not for another 2 weeks," I replied. "You possess an affinity for Feng Shui. You may one day surpass your master." I gestured frantically. "Please do not make such claims. If word gets out, I may no longer be his apprentice." He smiled. "Some words are meant to be spoken just once in a lifetime, and they must be said face to face." I understood then that this man was formidable. I decided to let the situation unfold for a while. He continued, "I have come for 2 reasons: to visit a relative in the city and to see you." I maintained my amiable demeanor. "To be honest, I wish to clarify something. The last time Xiao Yoxiang wanted to bury Grandma Xiao on my mountain, I did not consent. The reason for my refusal was not my own, but rather my father's. I chose not to interrupt, lighting the cigarette he had offered. We have long-standing disputes with the previous generation. I have no conflict with Xiao Yoxiang or his cousin." I realized that village head Xiao was unaware of the larger issues at play. His words suggested some degree of sincerity. "The villagers are well aware. I fear you may misinterpret me as someone who takes pleasure in another's misfortune." I smiled. "The village head is quite observant. As for me, I merely move from place to place, passing through and forgetting as I go." He replied earnestly, "I am genuinely touched. Given the current state of affairs with the Xiao family, any local deity could easily intervene. Your diligence is noticeable, and the people see it." I finally grasped his true intentions. Under the guise of a casual visit, he was here to assure me that he was not one to revel in another and oppose as downfall. I responded with a smile. I understand. He shifted topics. With your kind heart, you must visit my home one day. We could go fishing. I have a pond reserved. This struck a chord with me, as I had always enjoyed fishing as a child. However, I remained noncommittal. I am not particularly skilled at fishing. I will teach you, he offered. I can set up the pot while we wait for the fish to cook. I appreciated his expertise. I was eager to learn from anyone with a particular skill. I handed him a cigarette. You possess such a talent? Once my master returns, and I have some free time, I will certainly seek your guidance. He left his contact information and stood up, saying, I will await your news. I must take my leave. I escorted him to the entrance. After bidding farewell to village head Xiao, I contemplated old Xiao and Appo's request. Although my master had advised me against intervening, it would not hurt to call old Lin and ascertain the situation. I dialed old Lin's number. Chapter 66. Selecting a shop for the beauty after dialing the number, I urged old Lin to cooperate with the government relocation. To my dismay, old Lin showed me no respect and insisted that the value of the golden Nanmu wood and the intricately carved panels, along with the stone lions, amounted to a considerable sum. He declared that he would not move without $1 million. Angered, I abruptly hung up the phone. It seemed old Lin was quite the obstinate character. When he needed my help, he was all humility, but when he did not, he showed no regard for our relationship. After sitting for a while, I sensed something was amiss. How could old Lin be so knowledgeable about the value of Nanmu wood and carved panels? Slapping my thigh in realization, I understood that someone must be manipulating him from behind. This person, undoubtedly influential and well-connected, had promised old Lin immense benefits. But who could this individual be? I jotted down several names on a piece of paper, crossed one out, thought a bit more, and struck another. My gaze settled on the remaining name, Deng Fugang. Thus, I began to hypothesize with Deng Fugang as the mastermind. He remained behind the scenes, directing another individual to incite resistance against the relocation. As the government intervened and tensions escalated, villagers began to voice their grievances. Faced with mounting pressure, the government would have to reassess its strategies. Some would advocate for a firmer crackdown, while others would support appeasing the populace, as constant complaints to higher authorities could reflect poorly on the city. Ultimately, the appeasers would prevail and the villagers would be released. However, the release would be ineffective, as the populace would feel justified in their stance, causing further delays. At this juncture, Deng Fugang would step in, offering to alleviate the government's burdens, provided he was granted the opportunity to oversee the relocation. The question then arose, how would he execute this relocation? This was the second aspect I needed to analyze. I took an exceptional moment to smoke a cigarette. After much contemplation, I still had no conclusions. Hello, Master. Master, I was startled from my reverie by the sight of a woman wearing a red sweater standing across from me. I awkwardly smiled and invited her to sit. She chuckled. You don't recognize me? After scrutinizing her for a moment, I recalled, you are the one who used to distribute flyers at our rice noodle shop. She pouted slightly. That is ancient history. I stopped distributing flyers long ago. I have learned a skill and am planning to open a cake shop. I have 2 locations in mind. Could you help me decide which one is better? I inquired about the street names. No fortune-telling? I shook my head and opened my laptop. This is more accurate than fortune-telling. 25 Luqiao Street and 211 Wangyue Street. I entered the addresses and slowly moved the mouse. She came over to stand beside me. I asked, is 25 Luqiao Street, located on the left side of the intersection of Zhengyang Road and Fenyang Road, the right place? She exclaimed, that is incredibly clear. There's a Bank Plaza office building and a food court right there. I rotated the view to 211 Wangyue Street and noted, this one is next to the museum on the left side of the university town. She responded, absolutely clear. Even the public restroom nearby has been upgraded. High-tech, very high-tech. I continued to compare and analyze the 2 locations, zooming in and out. Finally, I declared, choose the university town. She was astonished. How did you determine that? I coldly smiled. This isn't about fortune-telling. It's about consumer behavior. Then help me analyze it, she said, leaning almost against my back, her fragrance wafting enticingly. I meticulously explained, there are more professionals at Vank Plaza, but the university town has a larger student population. Professionals tend to be more financially secure, yet they are pragmatic. Students, on the other hand, may have tighter budgets but are more romantic. Many students begin dating as soon as they enroll. Some even date 2 or 3 at a time. Or they might date for 2 years, celebrating birthdays. Don't they need to buy birthday cakes? She nodded eagerly. I continued, while professionals may appear to have more disposable income, they're often preoccupied with buying homes and cars, which makes them more frugal. Students, using their parents' money, tend to spend more lavishly. She leaned closer, nearly pressing against my back. I turned to glance at her, and she sheepishly stepped back, blushing. You articulate this so well. I maneuvered the mouse again. The food street beside Vank has cake shops. Won't that divert some of the spending? I pressed the print button, producing a sheet of paper. Take a look. She read aloud. The public restroom of the food plaza has an average foot traffic of 382 people daily. The university town's restroom sees an average of 654 daily. She nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. This data exists? This is real-time dynamic update software. It encompasses everything. I replied. She excitedly asked, You mean I should choose the university town? I feigned suspense, saying, There's one crucial point I haven't revealed yet. She gasped again. I smiled knowingly. To be frank, the key lies in pricing. You won't be the only one selling cakes in the university town. She eagerly agreed. Exactly. I've been meaning to say that. My hometown has a shop selling dried tofu. Initially, others tried to outcompete it, but those who attempted to undermine it ended up failing. She leaned in. Why? I burst into laughter and, after calming down, explained, The pricing strategy is set at $1.50 per piece of dried tofu. If priced below, others cannot produce it without incurring losses. If priced above, customers deem it unworthy and refrain from purchasing. She slapped her forehead. I see. Master Wan, it's essential to set a reasonable price while ensuring quality surpasses that of others. I cross my arms. If you achieve that, congratulations. You may open branches in other cities. She didn't seem excited, but instead asked, Has your sister opened a branch? I narrowed my eyes at her. Zhuge Liang lived in Longzhou, and few believed in him. Yet Liu Bei did, making 3 visits to his cottage. She grasped the implication. Your sister doesn't believe in you, but I do. With that, she sat upright, leaning forward earnestly. Brother Wan, I need to tell you something serious. I have a younger sister who is even more beautiful than I am. I'm not joking. She pulled out a photo from her phone, showing me. See? Isn't she gorgeous? I glanced at it. Indeed, she was beautiful. I chuckled and replied, My mother has a rule. She doesn't want anyone with a small backside or too beautiful. She turned her face away in playful annoyance. I'm speaking to you seriously. Yet you yist. She's in her 4th year of university. The timing is right. I remained silent, smiling at her. Unable to withstand my demeanor, she inquired, What is the price? I replied, The regular price. She added 100 to the offer and stood up as if reluctant to leave, giving me a pointed look. Consider it seriously. I genuinely think it's suitable. I brushed off her words, knowing my master's calculations were earnest, indicating that late marriage was indeed late marriage. Moreover, when it comes to relationships, one must think about buying a house and a car, which I cannot afford. After she left, I gazed at the name Deng Fugung, continuing to ponder. What clever strategies did he possess? Just then, my master's wife and Anshin returned. I suddenly realized it was already past 6 o'clock. As I drove home, my sister called. What time is it? If you're not coming home for dinner, you should at least inform me. I teased, Comrade Wan Shuexiu. The busier someone is, the more important they are. Can't you wait a moment? She retorted, Enough chatter. If you're not home in 5 minutes, I'll let the pressure cooker simmer your rice soup. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. Deng Fugen would undoubtedly employ a clever tactic. After dinner, he would leave old Lin to drink the rice soup. Chapter 67. The disappearance of old Lin and old Lu. As anticipated, the situation escalated swiftly. Old Lu and old Lin were apprehended. The newspapers promptly reported. In order to facilitate the relocation of the Shun family courtyard, Lu Shan and Lin Wuyue, who obstructed the work, have been detained. It was then that I learned of their full names. Old Xiao, in a state of urgency, called me, pleading for assistance in extricating them from their predicament. I replied, Old Xiao, I genuinely cannot be of help in this matter. I sensed his disappointment as he responded, "Well, I understand your difficulties." Perplexed, I inquired, "Didn't T. Old Lin and Old Lu have conflicts over the fishery? How did they come together?" Old Xiao explained, "When you proposed that idea, both men found it agreeable. They ultimately decided to join forces, adding some fish fry, and became good friends." "Ah, so that was it." Old Xiao expressed his frustration, saying, "Old Lu is cunning, while Old Lin is rather foolish. The cunningness lies with Old Lu." I voiced my concern. With both men arrested, can the two women possibly focus on managing the fishery? Old Xiao reassured me. There's no need for concern on that front. Just before their arrest, they encountered a businessman from another county who took all the fish. I remained silent and ended the call. There was a mastermind behind this, orchestrating events. The instigator had resolved the concerns of both Old Lin and Old Lu's families. Next, he would likely incite trouble from their wives. Sure enough, 2 days later, I heard that Lu Shan's wife intended to go to the municipal government to drink pesticide. I recalled an incident from years ago regarding the dispute between the Lu and Lin families over the fish ponds, when Lu Shan had told his wife about a snake. Her terrified expression was etched in my memory. Such a woman may appear fierce, but is truly timid. Would she really drink pesticide? Lu Shan's wife, along with a group of others, arrived at the municipal government, bearing a large sign of injustice, kneeling in the courtyard and attracting numerous onlookers. Eventually, they were taken away by local officials. A few days later, she teamed up with Lin Weiyue's wife to travel to the capital to voice their grievances. After being escorted back by officials sent from the city, they were kept under watch by local authorities. Unexpectedly, the two women stealthily departed in the dead of night, traversing several miles to catch a prearranged vehicle to the neighboring city, and once again made their way to the capital. The uproar caused by these two women rendered the town of Wuxiang in disarray, prompting higher authorities to issue directives, immediately release the detainees, provide thoughtful and meticulous guidance to the public, and ensure the safety of the people. Following this commotion, Lu Shan and Lin Weiyue were released back home. Consequently, they became even more audacious, causing the relocation efforts to stagnate. Seeing this situation, General He had no choice but to withdraw the agency of Sheng Run Company. The relocation of the Shun family courtyard was halted. However, the underlying risks remained. Should heavy rains occur, the buildings would inevitably collapse, endangering lives. The municipal government found itself in a quandary over this pressing issue. At this juncture, Deng Fuging stepped forward, expressing his willingness to alleviate the city's burdens by ensuring the relocation contracts were properly signed. When asked how he intended to achieve this, Deng Fuging confidently stated, "There are 3 forms of affection in this world: familial love, romantic love, and friendship. I share no romantic, familial, or friendly ties with the people of the Shen courtyard. However, my hundreds of employees surely have bonds of love and friendship with them, do they not? I will appeal to their emotions without resorting to violence or intimidation to ensure a smooth relocation." Naturally, the condition was that all the bricks and timber from the Shun family courtyard would belong to him. Upon hearing this news, I calculated that as long as Deng managed to pacify Old Lin and Old Lu, he would succeed. But how would he placate these two? On the 3rd night after New Year's Day, Old Xiao rushed to the night parlor to find me, his voice trembling with emotion as he exclaimed, "Old Lin and Old Lu have disappeared." I brewed a cup of tea for him and calmly replied, "Do not cry just yet. Tell me everything you know." Old Xiao recounted, "A few days ago, Old Lu and Old Lin said they were going out to procure fish fry and then left. It is common for them to be away for 2 or 3 days to inspect the goods. But this time it's strange. They have been gone for 4 days and their phones are unreachable." I asked, "Both of their phones are disconnected?" Old Xiao, panic-stricken, affirmed yes. If even one of them could be reached, we wouldn't be discussing a disappearance. I fixed a stern gaze upon Old Xiao. "Report it to the authorities." Old Xiao hesitated, finally saying, "We should, but first, help me interpret a character. The character for peace, to see if they are in danger." I looked at the character and burst into laughter. Old Xiao was taken aback. I lowered my voice, saying, "The top part represents a house, and the bottom part signifies a woman. They went out together and perhaps encountered some trouble, lacking sufficient money, and have been held against their will." Old Xiao's eyes widened in shock. and he quickly asked, "So they're still safe?" I chuckled, "Safe indeed. Do not worry." The following evening, Old Xiao returned, his face beaming with joy. He informed me that the two had returned safely, and indeed, my earlier assessment was correct. I smiled and prompted, "Do tell." Old Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "It's just something you and I know." He then described the peculiar incident. At the end of December, the businessman who purchased the fish from Old Lin and Old Lu called them, inviting them to his home for a visit and to check out the fish fry. They accepted the invitation. The businessman was exceedingly hospitable, providing a lavish feast. Later, he even arranged for them to have separate rooms for the night. Shortly after checking in, they received a call asking if they desired services. In a moment of folly, they agreed, and two women arrived. Coincidentally, while they were indulging in their escapades, the police arrived and caught them in the act. They were subsequently taken to the police station, each fined 5,000, which they could not afford, forcing them to contact the businessman for assistance. The businessman covered their fines. After hearing Old Xiao's account, I asked, "How do you know all this in such detail?" Old Xiao's face turned crimson. "My cousin Lin Wuyue didn't want any more trouble, fearing his wife would cause a scene. So he asked me to talk to him, revealing the true reason behind their absence." The businessman had installed cameras in the room. I raised my hand to halt him. "No need to elaborate. I am already aware." The businessman demanded that Old Lin and Old Lu sign a guarantee, promising not to obstruct the relocation efforts again, or else he would make the footage public. Old Xiao nodded gravely, asking, "So this businessman was arranged by General Deng?" I chose not to confirm, merely smiling. Old Xiao, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "A businessman of such stature engaging in such tactics?" I responded, "Come, have some tea. This is Longjing tea that my friend Mr. Moron from Hangzhou recently sent me." Old Xiao sipped the tea, but instead of praising its quality, he apprehensively asked, "With such influence, might he target my cousin again?" I reassured him, "Old Xiao, I have no desire to harbor other secrets. Whatever you said tonight has already slipped my mind. After drinking this cup of Longjing, nothing has transpired." Old Xiao grasped my intent, chuckling as he raised his cup to drink it down in one go, exclaiming, "Excellent tea, delightful fragrance." After Old Xiao departed, I shivered at the thought. No wonder my master advised me against meddling in affairs. That seemingly jovial General Deng was capable of anything. I was soon drenched in cold sweat. Living is indeed challenging. Without my master's guidance, I would have remained oblivious to such intricacies. It seems that refraining from premature independence was the right choice. If I am to navigate this world in the future, I must learn from my master for several more years. Chapter 68. The Second Young Master. The most unlikely fraudster at long last, my master has returned. Just as I was about to report to him, he gazed at me with a kind yet somewhat enigmatic expression, assuring me, "I trust everything at home. Your mistress has already spoken to me. You have managed well and with great order." I stammered for a moment, and he chuckled, "I understand your sentiment. The relocation of the Shun family estate has been settled. Chairman Deng has alleviated the city's burdens, which is commendable." Upon hearing this last statement, I swallowed my words. "Did you enjoy your trip?" I cautiously inquired about the mysteries of his recent journey. My master maintained a stoic demeanor as he replied, "Chairman Lan initially invited me to Shandong to oversee a new real estate project from a Feng Shui perspective. I was meant to return within 3 to 5 days. But then he invited me to Beidei. For rest? I asked. No, he clarified. He took me to meet someone seeking my judgment on this individual's reliability. Oh, and what was the outcome? Let me first introduce you to this person, so you may broaden your horizons. Thus, my master began his account. A year prior, Chairman Lan met a mysterious figure during a dinner gathering. This individual resided in the capital and was referred to by others as the second young master. As for whose second son he was, Chairman Lan dared not inquire. The true identity of the second young master remained shrouded in secrecy, as certain statuses must not be disclosed. He was simply known as the second young master. Some who had visited Beijing noted that he drove a rather ordinary car to pick them up from the airport, displaying an air of nonchalance. Doubts had been raised regarding his identity, questioning why someone of such stature would drive a Passat. However, this skepticism was swiftly quelled by a prevailing notion within their circles. The more distinguished the individual, the more unassuming they tended to be. Those hailing from illustrious families often exhibited strict upbringing, presenting themselves as commonplace individuals. If he were fraudster, he would at least rent a luxury vehicle, they argued. But the second young master drives an ordinary car and dines in casual establishments. This reflects genuine confidence without the need for pretense. Members of their circle cited examples of wealthy individuals, like a prominent figure who rode a bicycle to purchase inexpensive sandals. Others remarked that billionaires casually don belts worth mere pennies. Chairman Lon added the second young master on WeChat, noting he seldom posted updates. When he did share a photo, it was typically of an exquisite landscape inaccessible to the average person. In summary, the second young master was elusive, appearing only when he deemed it necessary. One day, he posted a message on WeChat stating, "Investment opportunities in Cambodia are abundant." The comment section featured a few likes and remarks, but the individuals involved were all highly reputable. Intrigued, Chairman Lon messaged the second young master, inquiring about the investment in Cambodia. The second young master did not respond directly, but sent a Chinese version of a construction bidding document, outlining the investment details. In essence, it involved organizing a large fleet to transport earth, filling lakes to create cities. The project was valued at 100 billion RMB, with an estimated profit of around 20 billion. Chairman Lon was unfamiliar with such projects and consulted an expert in the field. The response he received indicated a potential profit of 25 billion. If an intermediary claimed to have earned 5 billion from him, that would be credible. However, if they intended to extract 5 billion from his 20 billion, it would suggest a darker motive. A few days later, Chairman Lon inquired via WeChat whether the 20 billion mentioned was net profit or if the intermediary would take a cut. The second young master replied, "The 20 billion is net profit. The intermediary has already taken 5 billion. Chairman Lon was intrigued and subsequently invited me to join. Thus, my master succinctly recounted the events of the past month. I pondered, questioning whether my master truly understood international business, and asked, "What was your primary purpose?" He replied with 2 words, "Assess individuals." I felt a knot in my stomach, daring not to voice my concerns. For a 100 billion project, could he truly assess accurately? Instead, I rephrased my question, does it truly take that long to assess individuals? My master chuckled, "A meal is sufficient for that." I responded, "But you were gone for a month." With a smile, he explained it was not merely about assessing the second young master. Chairman Lon took me to various gatherings, from luncheons to salons, where I met the second young master's acquaintances and their associates. Some were involved in projects in Cambodia, while others were introduced to us by the second young master to discuss specifics. Initially, it was in Beidou, but later we traveled to Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. I grasped the implication. It was not solely about assessing the second young master, but also his friends and those he brought along for discussions. My master nodded in affirmation. I inquired, "What are your final thoughts?" He laughed lightly, a high-caliber version of Sima Qian. "How did you discern that?" Instead of directly answering, my master remarked, "The second young master is deeply entwined in a web of connections. Initially, I could not ascertain it. He indeed has ties to higher-ups, which can be verified. However, there are certain details I cannot disclose to you." I nodded in understanding. He continued, "It is true that the second young master has connections, but these relationships are superficial, akin to Lu Laolao visiting the Grandview Garden." Suddenly enlightened, I realized the second young master was a fraudster who appeared more confident than the typical conman. My master regarded me with satisfaction. "Your observation is precisely what I intended to convey. Everything is verifiable, and he is not a fraudster. Yet, he is indeed a conman. Because of his credibility, he feels no need for pretense. Dressing in ordinary clothes, driving a standard vehicle, and engaging in candid conversations without revealing any flaws. He even invited Chairman Lon to the residence of a prominent individual. They sat for about 10 minutes, exchanging pleasantries, but without discussing anything substantial. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Chairman Lon to be convinced of the authenticity of the situation. I interjected. Chairman Lon was resolute in his decision. Indeed, my persuasion was futile. Chairman Lon declared that even if the other party were a fraudster, he would still take the plunge. After all, by paying a 10 million yuan deposit, the second young master could facilitate the project. According to Chairman Lon, even if he were to incur a loss, it would only amount to 10 million. If genuine, the return would be 20 billion. I marveled, wealthy individuals truly exhibit audacity. 10 million and not even a blink. My master continued his narrative. Chairman Lon then remarked, if he is indeed a fraud, does he not fear legal repercussions? Upon hearing this, I found it to be a reasonable point. My master scoffed, you have never traveled abroad, have you? I nodded in affirmation. He advised me, when entering a foreign country, you receive a card filled with English text that requires completion. Unable to fill it out, you seek assistance from others. They guide you on where to tick boxes. And when finished, you remain oblivious to the reasons behind the form or what you have filled in. Chairman Lon is destined to face a similar predicament. This is not a simple con. It is a commercial trap, legally impeccable. They will not sign contracts in China. The agreements will be finalized in Cambodia. Once you sign, acknowledging the terms in black and white, should a dispute arise, you will be compelled to litigate in Cambodia. Oh, I exhaled deeply, contemplating. My master admonished me, in truth, there exists only one simple principle. There are no free lunches. However, when you complicate the straightforward, you become susceptible to belief. Simplicity embodies the essence of things. I blurted out, simplicity is the essence of all things. My master expressed some regret. On the last day, Chairman Lon grew dissatisfied with my presence, suggesting I extend my stay. I insisted on returning, and he offered me 100,000 yuan, which I declined. Upon my return, I remained despondent. Lon Lixing resembled a bull running wild, and I failed to seize the opportunity to rein him back from the precipice, which left me feeling guilty. I encouraged him, do not harbor guilt. You have fulfilled your responsibilities. He willingly leapt into the fire pit. There's a saying online, this world is filled with fools, yet con men are in short supply. My master commended me. You have not squandered these past few years. You possess the ability to discern the essence behind phenomena. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Mr. He. I answered, hello, Mr. He. My master gestured for me to take the call. I activated the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. He. My master has just returned. I will depart this afternoon and should arrive at Yuran residence by 9 tonight. Please inform my master. I will refrain from calling to avoid disturbing him. My master nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. Chapter 69. The unending tactics of the marketplace. That evening, my master did not summon me to sift tea or pour water. I felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he was engaged in a private discussion with He Xiaobua. The following day at Yuanzhou, my master appeared at ease, as if he had never visited the night before, calmly engrossed in his reading. While preparing tea, I noticed he was perusing a vertically arranged text, and I inquired, what book are you reading? Mei Hua Yishu, he replied. Just then, a man entered, his expression downtrodden, and he asked, Master, do you remember me? I recognized him as Boss Deng from the building materials store. My master shook his head. Old Deng, visibly surprised, remarked, I inquired about the character. My surname is Deng. Again, my master shook his head. I contemplated reminding him, but held my tongue. My master had an excellent memory and had often told me that in this profession, one must not only remember faces, but also the conversations had with them. Otherwise, if one had previously predicted a daughter and then a son, it would be quite embarrassing. Yet, why did my master claim not to remember? Old Deng prompted again. Last time I asked about the character, you mentioned that the intermediary was a Ma person and advised me against this venture. Don't you recall? My master smiled. What I say, you certainly remember. When I am correct, call me master. When I am wrong, call me. As for me, with people constantly coming and going, I forget once the encounter is over. Old Deng grew sheepish. You are indeed a master, not a. Now, I have 6,000 yuan tied up with no business in sight, and I cannot retrieve my funds. What is the big deal? Your 6,000 might be trivial compared to someone else's 10 million. Life is about paying tuition. How else can one gain wisdom? I cannot help but chuckle. Old Deng's face flushed. Master Wan, please don't laugh. 6,000 yuan may not drive me to despair, but my wife nags me daily. One day, I might just be compelled to do something drastic. With this, his eyes reddened. My master then spoke up. Why can't you retrieve it? Old Deng, filled with indignation, replied, that intermediary, no, that and Oppos, Ma and Oppos. Person took 5,000 from me, claiming he was negotiating. Then he said it was insufficient and demanded another 1,000. I thought, as long as the business succeeds, losing 1,000 is acceptable. Yet after he took my 6,000, he always claims he is still negotiating, with no results. He has a penchant for gambling, and I worry he might squander my money. I want to inquire about a character to see if I can recover my funds. My master remained silent. I urged, go on, write it down. Old Deng wrote the character in amp, oppos, and amp, oppos. I handed the paper to my master, who did not even take it, saying, you will not retrieve it. Old Deng's face contorted with disappointment, anger, and regret, transforming his expression entirely. My master waved his hand. You've paid your tuition. I shall not take your money. You may leave. Old Deng hesitated, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words and turned to leave. I asked, you hold a grudge against him for not heeding your advice, do you? My master shook his head. Why would I hold a grudge? You think people truly listen to what we say? For them, it is merely a reference. So, do not overestimate your significance. I felt my cheeks heat and asked, then how should we analyze this character? Consists of two mouths. Such matters typically do not warrant written agreements. If the other party refuses to pay, claiming verbal agreements lack proof, you will have no basis even if you take it to court. I mused that indeed, it was difficult to document such agreements. My master continued, such matters rely on personal trust, which is often vague and unclear. Why do the underworld and the Jianghu prioritize trust? Because they engage in illicit activities that cannot be substantiated by written evidence, hence the emphasis on a promise being as good as gold. Modern individuals have discovered that promises often fail to hold weight. Thus, they insist on contracts and even third-party notarization for significant matters. I realized that this character, with its two mouths, meant that if the other party defaults, old Deng's money would indeed evaporate. I genuinely worried for him. His money might never be recovered. This is the nature of providing readings. One moment you are concerned for someone, and the next you might forget, as people come and go in abundance. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Village Chief Xiao, inviting me to go fishing at his home this Saturday, mentioning that Director Zhang from the Urban Management Bureau would also be present. I agreed. Just as I hung up, Boss Deng called, inquiring if my master was at home. After confirming, he said, I will visit him shortly. After informing my master, he nodded, please tidy up the study. I began cleaning, then prepared tea, arranged fruits, and set out cigarettes. Half an hour later, my master and Boss Deng entered, chatting amiably. After settling down, my master remarked, I've been away for over a month and rested a few more days upon returning. Boss Deng laughed heartily. When you were away, I had no one to consult for advice. Witnessing the government and Sheng Run Company unable to relocate even the Shun family courtyard, I took the liberty of self-recommending to the municipal government. My master responded with a smile. Good news indeed. Boss Deng sighed. I am merely alleviating the government's burdens. Good news is indeed good, but it is also a challenging task. My approach is to mobilize those with familial ties to the Shun family courtyard if the comrades sent by the company cannot make progress. I will reward 5,000 to those who perform well. How they go about it is not my concern. My master, with an underlying meaning, asked, I've heard there are 2 troublemakers. Have you managed them? Boss Deng laughed heartily. If I had not managed them well, would I dare come to your residence? I thought he would invite my master to inspect the Feng Shui of the resettlement area the next day. My master nodded. Boss Deng, with a serious demeanor, continued, this is extremely important. The other day, I personally visited the Shun family courtyard and spoke to the locals, asking why so few prospered living in such old houses. An expert previously mentioned that the recent road repairs had disrupted the Feng Shui. When building new houses, I must invite Master Hong Yi to oversee the process. The public will applaud. My master replied nonchalantly, you flatter me. Boss Deng persisted. With your presence, the locals will feel hopeful. Who wouldn't he wish for a favorable site that brings prosperity and joy daily? My master smiled, no problem. Shan Hong has also studied modern Feng Shui and can determine orientations using software. Boss Deng turned to me. Shan Hong, you will take care of this tomorrow. I know the software can yield results quickly, but the public may not possess such high knowledge. If you achieve results immediately, they may think you are deceiving them. It would be better if you took an hour, and they would then respect your expertise. I couldn't help but interject That is similar to traditional Chinese medicine. When you take a pulse with one hand and then the other, the patient feels you are thorough and truly care. Boss Deng shifted his gaze to my master. As the saying goes, like father, like son, now it's with a renowned master comes an exceptional disciple. My master chuckled coldly. He still has much to learn from you. You clearly know how to articulate your thoughts, but only express half, allowing others to fill in the gaps, thus granting your cleverness to them. Boss Deng's face flushed, and I felt a deep crimson wash over my own. In the presence of someone like Boss Deng, I felt like a fool. He clasped his hands together. Master, I only bow to you. My master smiled. Let us not say more. If you can persuade old Lin and old Lu, you are indeed worthy of being the wealthiest. Boss Deng quickly lifted his cup and took a sip of tea, laughing heartily. All thanks to your teachings, Master. One should be kind to others. When dealing with troublemakers, one must employ reason. As the relocation begins, I will also allocate some small projects to them. Upon hearing this, I realized how seamlessly Boss Deng switched between roles, playing the good cop and the bad cop without leaving a trace. No wonder my master dared not offend him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Boss Deng took his leave. The following day, Boss Deng personally accompanied me and my master to the Shun family courtyard. I first set the orientation using software, then took a compass, observing left and right. After about an hour, I determined the direction. Indeed, the locals were very satisfied, saying, Master Wan, your presence reassures us. You are a familiar face, and you are meticulous. I remarked that I would only handle the preliminary stages, ultimately leaving the final decision to the master. Someone stuck out their tongue, commenting that I was more meticulous than embroidery. I believe my performance was satisfactory. After an hour of acting, I summoned the master for his final verdict. The master examined the situation with utmost seriousness, scrutinizing from left to right. Lin Mei's wife pulled me into a secluded corner, saying, Master Wan, my husband is a fool. In the end, he agreed, though I cannot fathom what went awry within him. I whispered, Sister-in-law, I mentioned years ago that you should move into a new house. He did not heed my words. This is fate. The heavens have long since determined it. So do not blame your husband. After the move, prosperity will surely follow. She inquired, Is that truly the case? I replied with a steely gaze, I can accurately predict your relocation, just as I can foresee your fortune. She promptly expressed her gratitude. A pang of sorrow welled within me. She was but a pawn in another's game, and I too was merely a piece in someone else's strategy. Chapter 70. Is Xiao a beauty? On Friday afternoon, village head Xiao called me, saying tomorrow is the weekend. A sunny day with rising temperatures, a perfect time for fishing. Come over early. Excited at the prospect of learning the art of fishing, I readily agreed. By 9:00 Amp, Oppo's clock Saturday morning, I arrived at village head Xiao and Amp, Oppo's, as home, where only he and his wife were present. He said, Let us go. Director Zhang won't arrive until 10. We're heading up the mountain. I realized he intended to impart his fishing techniques to me, but I wondered why we were going up the mountain. He didn't elaborate, and I chose not to inquire. After climbing for a while, we reached a flat area. Village head Xiao smiled and said, First, let me introduce you to the grasses used for making bait. He proceeded to teach me to identify 3 types of grass, one with broad leaves, one with slender leaves, and another with serrated edges. Crush these 3 types, mix them with rice grains, roll them into balls, and toss them into the water, and the fish will come, he said mysteriously. Having grown up in the countryside, I memorized their appearances at a glance, marveling internally at the revelation. These ordinary grasses, when combined, became fish bait, an insight that was as enlightening as peeling away a layer of paper. Without such knowledge, it remains forever unknown. While village head Qiao busied himself gathering the leaves, I collected the seeds. After descending the mountain, I watched as he prepared the bait. My master had once taught me some herbal knowledge, so I recognized that only the serrated leaf variety was the main ingredient. Once I began crafting my own bait, village head Qiao observed with a grin, You understand pharmacology. In a short while, I completed my mixture. Selecting a spot at the edge of a pond, I cast my bait. To my astonishment, a multitude of fish swarmed eagerly towards my hook. One tug, and a fish was caught. Another pull, and another appeared. My goodness, if I were to lose my job, I could fish daily. With this bait, I wouldn't descend into complete unemployment. A gentle breeze stirred, and the water rippled as I felt elated, humming a tune. I do not aspire to be a deity or an immortal. I merely wish to bask by the water's edge, fishing in rivers and lakes, exchanging my daily catch for wine money. I sang while keeping rhythm. In less than 10 minutes, I had caught 5 fish. Realizing that I couldn't consume this many, I reeled in my line. At that moment, an SUV drove onto the flatland. It was Director Zhang, introduced to me by village head Xiao. A man in his 40s, he nodded graciously in my direction. For some reason, Director Zhang appeared very approachable, lacking any semblance of bureaucratic arrogance. He resembled an acquaintance whose name I couldn't quite recall. We shook hands, and he smiled, saying, "The master's apprentice, I've heard much about you. The village head has spoken of you several times." Just then, another figure emerged from the vehicle, momentarily dazzling me. It was the enchanting Mistress Yumarin, the proprietor of Feng Shui. She rushed over, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Come here, little brother. Let us embrace." After a symbolic hug, she looked at me affectionately, saying, "You've gained a bit of weight. You need to get out and move more." I was baffled by her relationship with Director Zhang, but managed to reply, "Aren't we here to fish today?" At that moment, Director Zhang chuckled at village head Xiao, asking, "When will you teach me your bait-making method?" Village head Xiao smiled, replying, "Skills are not to be passed on easily, but if you want bait, I can make as much as you need." I was taken aback. It seemed the village head held me in high regard. Director Zhang teased, "You stingy fellow." Mistress Yumarin waved at me, saying, "I'm going to take a look over there." I remained where I was. Village head Xiao's wife approached, glanced at my bucket of fish, and cheerfully said, "Xiao Wan, let me teach you how to cook fish." I followed her into the kitchen, where she swiftly gutted a large fish. A neighbor lady had already started the fire for the stove. She declared, "To cook fish, you must have a strong flame." With that, she poured oil into the pan until it was nearly smoking, then placed the entire fish into the sizzling oil, which crackled loudly. As the fish fried to a light golden color, she poured hot water from a thermos into the pot, instructing me, "The key to boiling live fish is this trick. Never use cold water, only boiling water. The resulting broth is as creamy as milk, and the fish meat is exceptionally tender. It's all about this one technique." I smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll show my parents when I get home." Just then, I heard a commotion outside. Stepping out, I saw a crowd gathered around a large fish that village head Xiao had caught, weighing at least 10 pounds. Director Zhang had also finished up, having caught 6 or 7 fish himself. At noon, the Xiao family prepared a sumptuous feast. Boiled live fish, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat, beef tripe, and stewed chicken. The fish soup, in particular, was incredibly delicious and sweet. During the meal, Director Zhang joked, "Shan Hong, let me play matchmaker for you." Village head Xiao has 3 daughters. The 2 older ones are married, and the youngest runs a clothing store in the city and is quite beautiful. He turned to village head Xiao and asked, "Where is Xiao? Why hasn't she come back?" Village head Xiao chuckled. She was supposed to return, but ran into her sister's birthday celebration, so we sent her as our representative. Mistress Yumarin recited playfully, "Shan Hong is exceptionally talented, while Xiao is as beautiful as a flower. Truly a match made in heaven. The Qiao family has ample land. In the future, you should build a villa here." Director Zhang shot me a teasing glance, saying, "Now you have some fame, it will only grow. A person of renown doesn't necessarily need to live in the city. Good wine doesn't fear the depth of alleys. Others will drive and line up to seek you out." Director Zhang turned to village head Xiao, jesting, "Village head, get Shan Hong a plot of land of 1,000 square meters. A 300 square meter villa for Master Shan Hong will suffice, but the parking area must be ample." Village head Xiao and his wife only chuckled in response. Mistress Yumarin gazed at me meaningfully. "Shan Hong, you haven't expressed your stance yet." I played along with their jest, saying, "I'll abide by my sister's arrangements." She frowned, "Abiding one do. Both of you need to be willing. We are merely facilitating the connection." Village head Xiao's wife interjected, "Let us eat fish. How does it taste?" I nodded vigorously. "It's cooked perfectly." Director Zhang beamed. "Shan Hong has agreed. Let us find an opportunity to meet next time." I felt my face flush with embarrassment. After the meal, the Chow family gifted us each a bag of fish, some we had caught ourselves, others from village head Xiao. We truly returned with a bountiful harvest. Passing by Yuanju, I took 3 fish to present to my master's wife. Upon returning to the Fashupian shop, I handed the fish to my mother. She poured the contents of the bag into the water tank, exclaiming, "Oh my, there is such a big one." I rushed over to see. It was indeed the large fish caught by village head Xiao. "How much per pound?" my mother inquired. "It's from a friend's fish pond." "No charge," I replied, dashing downstairs to the backyard to find an empty vase and scatter the seeds. Back in my room, I lay on my bed, intending to take a good afternoon nap, yet I found it impossible to sleep. Village head Xiao had privately imparted to me the secrets of bait preparation. He had given me the largest fish. Director Zhang and Mistress Yumarin had joked at the dinner table. Were the Qiao family truly considering marrying their daughter to me? Whether romance was on the table was secondary. I wanted to gauge how others perceived Wan Shanhong's worth. If she was akin to Chun Er-Saw's daughter, San Xiaogunyang, then it would confirm that I, Wan Shanhong, could only aspire to a lower tier of companionship. But if she were a graceful and charming beauty, it would indicate that Wan Shanhong was viewed as a promising prospect. With this thought, an impulse surged within me. I was eager to meet the elusive Xiao. Chapter 71. Heart palpitations upon meeting the master the next day at work. My heart was laden with trepidation, as if haunted by a specter, and I dared not meet my master's gaze. He had determined that I would not embark on the journey of marriage until I reached the age of 30. While I was merely 24, concealing this truth from him. "Did you go fishing yesterday?" my master inquired, settling down and sipping his tea with an air of casual indifference. Aware of his keen observational skills, I stood to boil water, turning my back to him as I replied, "A group of friends invited me several times, so I went." Before I could finish, he interjected, "The weather was splendid yesterday. It was indeed a fine day for fishing." I responded with a non-committal while still facing away. At that moment, a savior appeared to alleviate the awkwardness. Old Xiao entered, carrying a woven bag, and exclaimed, "Master Wan, I brought you some fish and a few turtles to taste." My master chuckled. "Why are you always so polite?" Old Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Lin Mei is on my side. You helped us, and after your visit, I'm sure you spoke with Director Deng. He has entrusted part of the demolition project to my cousin. Isn't that wonderful?" I accepted the woven bag and went to the backyard to empty it into the fish pond, then returned to prepare tea for old Xiao. After a brief chat over tea, he took his leave. Just then, my phone chimed, and upon seeing it was Yumarin, I promptly excused myself to the living room, colliding with a woman in her 30s as she entered. A true lifesaver. With my master preoccupied, he would not focus on me. Once outside, I lowered my voice. "Hello? Sister Yu. Shan Hong. I'm serious. You should consider the village chief and Appo's daughter. Xiao is lovely and comes from a good family. Do not underestimate the village chief. Even if a town mayor from a nearby county were to take over, he wouldn't accept it." I chuckled lightly. "I'll send you a few photos. Take a look." I smiled again. "I'll hang up now," she said. As I walked to the edge of the pond, I sat in the curved corridor, opening the images Yumarin had sent. The first photo revealed a girl with large, expressive eyes and long hair cascading over her shoulders. Leaning against a tree adorned with blossoming peach flowers, her face tenderly close to the petals, gazing soulfully at the viewer. Her eyes were breathtaking, leaving me momentarily empty inside. The second image showed her at the doorway, turning back with a smile that seemed to capture one's very soul. If a picture were to accompany Li Qingzhao's poem about swinging, it would undoubtedly be this one. Leaning at the door, I looked back, inhaling the scent of green plums. Were I present, I would have insisted she hold a flower in her hand, playfully biting on a blade of grass for added charm. The photographer, however, seemed to possess only a rudimentary skill level. Having viewed the 2 photos, my cheeks flushed and my heart raced. Xiao matched my expectations of a beautiful girl perfectly. My mother and sister had truly undervalued me in their eyes. Merely finding a city girl would be a significant achievement. How could a sparrow ever comprehend the ambitions of swan? I mused. I, Wan Shan Hong, am but a novice now, destined to become a master, not merely seeking a mundane partner. After a period of silence outside, I touched my face, noting its return to normalcy, and strolled back into the yard. My master was engaged in a discussion, interpreting a character for a woman. I feigned intense concentration as I sat beside him. You must not be impatient with this matter. Haste only leads to complications. Take your time, think it through before acting. Understood? He advised. The woman expressed her gratitude, thanking the master before counting her money and bowing as she departed. Once she vanished at the gate, I inquired, Master, what was the matter? She sought guidance on regarding the character. I asked this, fearing he might question my prolonged absence. My master inhaled deeply from a cigarette, releasing a long plume of smoke before responding. She is vying for a position. The outcome remains uncertain. It would be wise to engage my master in deeper discussions, diverting his attention from my personal emotional fluctuations. I became more animated, stating, listen to my analysis. If I err, please correct me. He took another drag, exhaling a long stream of smoke, the corners of his mouth lifting, his eyes twinkling with a knowing smile that hinted at profound insight. My legs quivered slightly, and I felt a gentle breeze across my face. After a moment, I continued. As for her inquiry about the competitive position, I believe we should analyze the character in amp, oppos, and amp, oppos, from the perspective of an ancient official S-belt. A belt has A and amp, oppos, not and amp, oppos. If untied hastily, it can become a deadlock. Therefore, one must proceed carefully, tracing the source of the belt's knot. A gentle tug will unravel it. Looking at me, my master asked, is your explanation complete? My legs trembled again as I replied, yes. He chuckled, you're partially correct. Do you know where that knot lies? I shook my head. He laughed heartily. This woman's efforts are in vain. The knot lies in whether her superior favors her. The crux is the leader's opinion, and before you arrived, I had already spoken with her. My face flushed with embarrassment. He probed further. Have you engaged in romance? My face grew even redder as I fibbed. It's just my mother and sister. They worry I might not find a wife in the future, so they constantly introduce me to potential partners. The expression on my master's face darkened. My heart raced, akin to the torrents of the Lushan waterfall, with steam rising from my head. I explained. I told them you had analyzed my fortune and indicated it pointed towards late marriage. My master replied sternly, Shanhong, you may court, but marriage is destined for after 30. This is your fate. So, I cannot even date before 30? I gazed intently at my master, my legs shaking beneath the table. You may try, he said, rising with a smile as he walked toward the gate. I was astonished, uncertain whether his words carried one or two meanings. The first implied, if you do not trust my words, go ahead and hit a wall. The second suggested, you may pursue romance, but it will always remain unfulfilled. Your fate decrees that you will find your partner only at 30, so there is no need to expend effort on fleeting romances. It would be a futile endeavor, a waste of time. I knew I could not approach my master again for clarification unless I were a fool. Fortunately, as the workday drew to a close, I sat there, anxiously rubbing my hands, determined to wait for my master before departing. Soon, he returned, and I stood, Master, I'll take my leave now. I scrutinized his expression closely. For someone of his caliber, it was impossible to discern any emotion from his face. He concealed all feelings deep within. He nodded, saying, the car tires need air. My heart finally relaxed. I thought to myself, so he had merely stepped out to check on the vehicle. I quickly responded, okay, I'll inflate them when I get home. Upon returning home, I found my mother gutting fish. She glanced at me, her expression one of surprise. You look off. Did you have a quarrel with someone? My heart sank. Even my mother, who was not a fortune teller, could see something was amiss with me. I must have appeared particularly out of sorts. I feigned a hearty laugh. Mother, your son is so cultured. How could I quarrel with anyone? Let me help you cook the fish. Knowing little about cooking, I added, just don't ruin my pot. I smiled cheerfully. As you age, there will come a time when you can't cook. If I don't do it, who will? Allow me to practice just once. My mother shot me a look. Go away. I beg you, I pleaded. She regarded me with a fond expression. All right, but don't waste this splendid fish. I began my culinary endeavor while she stood nearby. You should rest. Your watching makes my hands tremble, I urged. After a couple of prompts, she finally retreated to the living room. Family members returned one by one, and upon hearing I was cooking fish, they occasionally popped in a check. They joked that I must be preparing to find a girlfriend, given my newfound diligence. As I presented the pot of boiled live fish, my family gathered around, exclaiming in wonder at the broth, which was as white as milk. Before we could commence our meal, my sister scooped a spoonful and tasted it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Forget about leisurely dining at the restaurant. Let us open our own. My brother-in-law followed suit, taking a spoonful, remaining silent at first. But soon he eagerly consumed a whole bowl, smacking his lips in delight. Observing their reactions, my parents joined in, savoring the soup. Once they finished, all eyes were fixed upon me. I burst into a hearty laugh, reminiscent of a goose's honk, my neck craned towards the sky. My brother-in-law scrutinized me, clapped his hands, and pointed at my nose. You must be hiding a mother-in-law, for this is clearly a secret technique passed down from a mother-in-law to her son-in-law. I hastily waved my hands in denial. My mother shot me a knowing glance. That could very well be true. The entire family erupted in laughter. Chapter 72. We were both stunned the next day at work, fearing that my master might detect any inconsistencies. I decided to leave a message on WeChat. Please call after work unless it's an urgent matter. I even posted a status update, knowing my master would likely overlook it. If he did see it, he might think Wan Shan Hong, was quite dedicated. I then set my phone to vibrate. During the day, I answered calls from Mr. Dang, Mr. Lon, Mr. Yu, Mr. He along with their secretaries and staff, as well as from Lao Xiao, Lao Lin, Dongzi, my sister and brother-in-law, right in front of my master. 4 calls from Yu Marin, Director Zhang, and Village Chief Xiao. I delayed my responses, merely excusing myself to the restroom a bit more frequently than usual. However, it was somewhat uncomfortable to crouch in that less-than-pleasant place to reply to messages. My master noticed nothing amiss. Before I knew it, Friday arrived. That noon, while I was having lunch at home, Director Zhang called. I set down my chopsticks, walked to the second-floor staircase, paused, and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Director Zhang. He responded, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, UI, and 2 female friends will go hiking together. Understand? I replied, yes, understood, as you wish. He added, you will leave your house at 8:30 and drive to the Ibu She clothing store. There's a 20-year-old girl who will catch a ride with you, got it? I chuckled, not quite clear. He concluded, that's settled then, and hung up. As I turned to re-enter the living room, I nearly collided with my mother, who had been eavesdropping. Returning to the table, she asked, who is Director Zhang? Such a peculiar name for a girl. My father, sister, and brother-in-law all burst into laughter. My brother-in-law explained, people nowadays prefer brevity. We simply call them by their titles, Director Zhang, Directorly. My mother scrutinized me. So Director Zhang called you? I nodded. She stared at me in disbelief. A director called you? What for? To invite me to go hiking with him tomorrow. My mother regarded me skeptically, suspecting I was exaggerating. My brother-in-law chimed in, Mom, Shan Hong is your son at home, but outside, he is referred to as a master. He is respected. My mother pondered this for a while, gazing at me, and finally murmured, accompanying a leader on a hike is expected. We are all outsiders here and should seek their support. Typically, I had 1 day off each week, and as long as I informed my master, it was fine. I then pulled my brother-in-law aside. You go fishing tomorrow. I'll give you a bag of bait. I guarantee you'll catch enough to eat and sell. Really? Would I deceive my brother-in-law? With that, I led him to my room. My sister was quite formidable, effectively usurping all authority from my brother-in-law, a once knowledgeable man. Now, he was practically a nonentity, as she took charge of all matters in the store. He was content to let her handle everything. If he ever attempted to intervene, she would quarrel with him. Whenever my sister unleashed her wrath, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. As I stood in solidarity with him, 1 against 3, he was undeniably the weaker party. Fortunately, his temperament was gentle. Whenever my sister raised her voice, he would sheepishly smile. I took out a packet of fish bait and said, just catch 3 for me. My brother-in-law hesitated. 3? Whether I can catch that many is uncertain. Don't worry. If you catch fewer than 3, when you return tomorrow, you can slap me. That night, I tossed and turned, my mind restless with thoughts. Nevertheless, the next day at 7:30, I fulfilled my duty and rose on time, enjoying a bowl of rice noodles at the shop. I washed my car once more, exited with enthusiasm, and upon making a reservation, I realized that the Bushi clothing store was located at the intersection of Shangyuan Avenue and Shidai Chungguang Avenue in the city center. Thankfully, the traffic was light, and I arrived in 20 minutes. From a distance, I spotted Director Zhang's Toyota SUV parked outside the store. I honked, and he poked his head out of the window, waved, and then drove off. Shortly after, a young woman emerged from the store, pressing buttons on her device as the rolling shutter descended, and she approached me. I leapt from the car and stood by the roadside awaiting her arrival. As her figure grew larger and clearer, I noted she was clad in a white short coat, black pants, and black boots, a girl in her 20s, gracefully striding toward me. When she was within 5 meters, she froze, clearly taken aback. Perhaps Umarin had mentioned my charm, but she could not have anticipated I was far more handsome in person. I was not the typical film or television character, but rather a tall, striking man with defined features and an aura of charisma. I wore jeans paired with a black, stand-collar Zhongshan suit, an intriguing blend of a Western cowboy and a Republican intellectual. This ensemble drew attention in any setting. Naturally, I was also momentarily taken aback. Despite having seen her photograph, the living presence before me radiated a beauty that surpassed any still image. Some individuals look better in reality than in pictures, while others do not. She was undeniably more enchanting in person. Her attire was impeccable, accentuating her fair, rosy complexion, a high nose, and delicate lips. However, her eyes were what I wished to describe last. They were deep, shining black eyes, untainted by worldly corruption, as pure as a tranquil pool. "Hello, Xiao." I broke the silence. Her eyelashes fluttered, a hint of shyness washing over her. She didn't call my name, but smiled timidly, lowering her head to say hello. "Please get in." Having followed my master for long, I had grown somewhat serious, often guiding others with an air of authority. But upon seeing this beauty, my high school days as a mischievous flirt resurfaced. "Didn't you consider applying to the film academy?" Such flattery worked wonders. She immediately relaxed, reverting to her usual self, casting me a sidelong glance, revealing a mixture of delight and feigned annoyance. "However, perhaps it's for the best that you didn't apply. Otherwise, I would have to look up to you as a star, and after a while my neck would ache." She tried to suppress her laughter, but ultimately succumbed, erupting into joyous giggles, almost scolding me for being a charming rogue. I hadn't allowed her to speak twice. I needed to strike again. Adopting a serious demeanor, I declared, "Let me tell you a story." Her cheeks flushed, and I suspected my tale might not be entirely innocent. She bit her lower lip to suppress her laughter, try to maintain her goddess-like composure. Clearing my throat, I began, "Little owned a goldfish that sadly passed away. Heartbroken, he decided to cremate it before conducting a water burial. He placed the fish atop the stove to roast it. As it cooked, he forgot his initial intent and ended up eating the fish." She did not laugh at my joke, but shot me a quizzical glance, as if questioning the humor in my story. "Not funny, is it? Let me make a comparison. Some gentlemen enter your store to browse clothes, and after a while, they forget their original purpose and develop feelings for the shop owner. Has that ever happened?" Unable to contain herself any longer, she clasped her heart with one hand and covered her mouth with the other, bending over in laughter, her delight overwhelming. With that, I had successfully established my image as tall, handsome, and humorous. I resumed driving, awaiting her response. After her laughter subsided, she realized that remaining silent would come off as aloof, which could deter potential connections. Thus, she initiated the conversation. "Do you know what mountain we are climbing today?" "Zimu Mountain," I replied. She gazed at my profile. "Would you like to hear the story of Zimu Mountain?" "Of course. Who would want a free tour guide?" She pouted and said, "The Mother and Child Mountain is a myth created by our tourism director." "Oh, I know of the Mother and Child Mountain, but as an outsider, this is the first time I've heard that it was fabricated." I tilted my head and gazed at her beautiful face, saying, "Please do tell." Chapter 73. Bad men are unloved by women as we journeyed along. Xiao recounted the legendary tale of the discovery of Zimu Mountain. Over a decade ago, a middle school teacher named Qiao Tongyu was invited by a colleague to visit his hometown. The colleague resided halfway up the mountain, and while standing in the courtyard, Qiao inadvertently gazed across at the peaks opposite. He perceived that the two summits resembled a mother cradling her child. Upon returning home, Qiao promptly penned a letter to the city leaders proposing the development of Yujia village into a tourist attraction. He suggested designating the twin peaks as Mother and Son Peaks, and launching a national poetry competition themed around the Song of the Wanderer, culminating in the establishment of a monument forest honoring mother-son poetry couplets. After reading the letter, the city leader instructed the education director to locate Qiao and bring him to meet him. The following day, the city leader, accompanied by Qiao and the tourism bureau chief, ascended the mountain. A month later, Qiao was transferred to the tourism bureau, eventually rising to the position of bureau chief. After finishing her tale, Xiao quizzed me. "Do you know where Director Qiao's home is?" Such a juvenile inquiry to test me, a master of the mountains. I burst into laughter. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "What? Too difficult?" "Of course, it is from your village," I replied. "Why so?" "Firstly, his surname is Qiao. Secondly, when you spoke of Qiao Tongyu, there was a palpable pride in your tone. You are correct. He is indeed my relative, albeit distantly. In terms of lineage, I refer to him as my cousin. Not merely a relative, he is your kin," I teased. "Why so?" she inquired. "My father told me he is related to us. On my father and aunt, Appo's side, we call each other kin. On my mother's side, we term them relatives. Those with vested interests are called friends, and those with shared aspirations are called companions. Regardless of the distance, Qiao Tongyu is your kin. You could call him and request complimentary admission for us." Upon hearing this, she blushed and shot me a glance. I lack such prowess. My mischievous nature reared its head again. "Explain the term relatives and friends to him. Say, 'Brother Yu, I am your kin,' and he will surely grant you free entry. He might even arrange for the entire bureau to wear uniforms and custom order a batch of tourism attire from your shop." At this, she not only laughed heartily, but also feigned a desire to pinch me, exclaiming, "You are truly wicked." At that moment, Director Zhang called to inquire about our whereabouts. I checked the navigation and relayed the address. Director Zhang urged us to hurry, stating, "I am just ahead." In less than 5 minutes, we arrived at a vast parking area. 2 vehicles parked side by side. As the cars came to a stop, 3 or 4 individuals approached, the leader of whom, not particularly tall, dashed over, shaking hands with Director Zhang and exclaiming, "Your work is swift and decisive. I didn't expect you to visit a scenic spot as well. I thought you would sleep in on weekends." Director Zhang introduced me. "This is Wan Shan Hong, the esteemed disciple of Master Hong Yi." The director of the Scenic Area Sanitation Department extended his hands, shaking mine vigorously as he proclaimed, "I have long heard of your great reputation." Director Zhang then introduced Xiao to the sanitation director. Instead of shaking her hand, bowed slightly in welcome. The others accompanying the sanitation director departed to prepare the meal, leaving him to accompany us up the mountain. Director Zhang and Yu Marin strolled behind, engaged in lively conversation. The sanitation director kept pace with me, sharing that the scenic area had developed considerably over a decade. Yujia village had been transformed into Tsiji village. With a resonant slogan, "There are only 2 mothers in the world, one at home and another in Tsiji village." Many visitors, unable to return home to see their mothers, came to Tsiji, kneeling before the statue of the maternal figure at the mountain's foot, praying for their mother's well-being. Some who had lost their mothers regarded the statue as their own, burning incense and offering tributes. Consequently, the maternal temple became a bustling hub of activity, with Tsiji Mountain turning into a renowned attraction spanning 5 provinces and 3 cities. He continued to explain that Tsiji Mountain was situated in the Eastern District, and although Director Zhang was not the tourism bureau chief, he oversaw the sanitation operations in this area. I realized the sanitation director is primarily responsible for today's hospitality. Soon, we reached the foot of the maternal temple, an imposing structure bustling with visitors. Inside the main hall, many individuals knelt before a colossal statue, murmuring prayers. This statue bore no resemblance to Guanyin or Mazu. The sanitation director, perceptive to my curiosity, quickly clarified it is designed to reflect the shape of the mountain, with slight embellishments. As we awaited Director Zhang, he entered and stated, "I have my beliefs. I do not typically worship deities, but everyone has a mother, and one must pay their respects here. The sanitation director provided each of us with 3 incense sticks. Following Director Zhang's lead, we bowed thrice before the statue. Exiting the main hall, we commenced our ascent. Director Zhang remarked, "The initial stretch of the mountain is relatively gentle, but it grows steeper as we ascend. Since Humarin is my classmate and struggles to walk, I shall carry her. If Xiaoxiao tires, Hong, you shall carry her." I chuckled. As long as I follow the leader, if the director carries her, I shall certainly do so. The sanitation director jested, "Do not bet with Director Zhang. He is a leader of action." Previous bureau chiefs were dubbed into oppos, seeking and oppos. Director, he is known as an oppos, doing and oppos, director. Umarin chimed in, "Neither and oppos, seeking and oppos, nor an oppos, doing and oppos." Sounds appealing. Those unfamiliar may think Director Zhang is overly zealous. Laughter erupted among us, while Xiaoxiao blushed and turned to admire the scenery. Director Zhang asserted, "There is nothing to fear in doing things openly." The sanitation director advised, "You all proceed ahead. The youth are full of energy." We gradually distanced ourselves, with Xiaoxiao and I leading the way, the sanitation director sauntering in the middle, and Director Zhang and Umarin leisurely trailing behind. Along the path, Xiaoxiao pointed out various sights, narrating their significance to me. "Look, the Crescent Bay." I spotted several acres of gently sloping terraced fields. "Behold, the moon drenched in the river." I observed a stream meandering through the mountains. "Look over there, mist enveloping the sands." I noted some trees lining the riverbank. With a playful grin, I remarked, "Those sights pale in comparison to you." She playfully pinched my arm, exclaiming, "You are too incorrigible. I am certain there are many girls who fancy you." "Well, that is largely true, but I have no interest in them," I admitted. She shot me a reproachful glance, flatterer. In truth, from the moment we met, there was an undeniable spark between us, emboldening my playful banter. As we reached a plateau halfway up the mountain, known as the Maternal Culture Square, it was evident that various mementos related to mothers were for sale: amulets, maternal spinning wheels, and tales of sons visiting their mothers. Atop the slope stood a monument forest adorned with poetry tablets. While they perused the merchandise, I examined the inscriptions. One large stone bore the lines: "The thread in the mother-s hand, the clothes on the wanderer-s back, stitched tightly before departure, fearing a delayed return." Beyond this poem, I scrutinized each tablet, finding none that could rival the eloquence of ancient poets. I sensed that Xiaoxiao was trailing behind, observing me as well. Trusting my instincts, I surmised she did not particularly cherish such items. "Come, there is nothing of great interest here," I suggested. She was busy photographing the poetry tablets. "Wait a moment. I want to take a few more shots to send you later." My heart warmed at her thoughtfulness. Upon returning to the large square, I found Director Zhang inflamed with frustration, directing his ire toward the sanitation director. "Every time I accompany leaders here, I am met with reprimands. With such poor sanitation, it is no wonder tourists are dissatisfied, nor that leaders express their displeasure." This outburst seemed to resonate with the visitors, who likely understood that the one chastising was indeed the leader. The audacious individuals promptly came forward to voice their complaints, lamenting that the so-called maternal mountain resembled a home devoid of a mother, with toilet paper dangling from the treetops. Upon witnessing this scene, Director Zhang realized that if he did not act swiftly, the situation would spiral out of control. He declared, "Let us ascend further and see if the hygiene improves." Thus, we continued our ascent. Director Zhang and Umarin took a more leisurely pace, while Director Ming hastened to catch up with me, sharing his grievances: a shortage of staff, low morale among the personnel, the arduousness of the uphill and downhill tasks, and the poor manners of the visitors who littered indiscriminately. Approximately 20 minutes later, we reached the summit, where a large platform had been constructed, surrounded by iron chains or cement walls. Beneath the chains lay an unfathomable abyss. People stood by the chains or walls, gazing at the peaks across the way. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a mother cradled her child, seemingly isolated from the surrounding mountains. From any vantage point, her expression radiated a serene maternal tenderness. I could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Shower seemed a bit apprehensive, tightly grasping my outstretched hand. We ran hand in hand from one spot to another, traversing from the east to the west, as if we had been intertwined in this manner for ages, not merely having met today. The ascent had been easy, but the descent posed a challenge. Thus, we decided to take the cable car down. Director Ming had already secured our tickets. "And what of Director Zhang?" I inquired, casting a glance at Director Ming. He wore a mischievous grin and replied, "I am merely here to accompany you." We boarded the cable car and began our descent. Xiao sat in front of me, the wind tousling her dark hair, which occasionally brushed against my face, creating a delightful tickling sensation accompanied by the fragrant scent that filled my heart. Unable to resist, I gently touched the strands of hair that floated behind her. She glanced back at me with a soft smile and asked, "Did it tickle your face?" That smile was utterly enchanting, and I shook my head, replying, "I rather enjoy it when it does." Chapter 74, A Dilemma Descending the Mountain. Director Ming drove ahead. The two vehicles navigated through several slopes and valleys before halting in front of a quaint farmhouse. This was the residence of the sanitation department's driver. Though it appeared rustic, it was surprisingly modern. After half an hour, Director Zhang's car arrived. Once it came to a stop, I knocked on the door, and Director Zhang unlocked it, allowing me to enter. Yumerin inquired, "So, did the two of you hit it off?" Unsure how to respond, my face flushed crimson. Director Zhang winked at Yumerin. "Is that even a question?" I composed myself and said, "Director Yumerin, I have a request." Both looked taken aback. The atmosphere felt pleasant, yet, at this point, I deliberately paused. "But what is it?" Yumerin asked, her surprise deepening. "Engaging in a serious relationship is a significant matter. We ought to know each other better first. I fear that if it doesn't work out, others will label me as choosy, implying that I have rejected one after another." Director Zhang queried, "Have you been seeing many?" I feigned a pitiful expression. "My mother and sister are terrified I'll remain single. They introduce me to someone new every day, even bringing over the neighbor's daughter. Some are too plump, others too thin, and I decline them all. Now that I've rejected the neighbor's daughter, the neighbor's wife incessantly advertises, 'Oh, another one has come, and another one is gone,' as if selecting a consort like an emperor." I narrated this with a mix of truth and exaggeration, and they both erupted in laughter. Yumerin, perceptive as always, remarked, "I understand your point. We'll pretend we're unaware of this matter." After saying this, she turned to Director Zhang. "You should greet Director Ming. I'll have a word with Xiao's family." Director Zhang nodded. Upon exiting the car, he pulled Director Ming aside for a brief whisper. Director Ming nodded in response. During dinner, the atmosphere shifted. Director Zhang, Yumerin, and Director Ming refrained from teasing me. We discussed the delectable dishes and how to further develop Zima Mountain. What should have been a lively gathering filled with flirtation and banter transformed into a seminar on tourism development. Xiao remained silent, engrossed in her meal. As we left, Director Zhang, with a serious demeanor, addressed Director Ming, "You must devise a strategy for the cleanliness of the scenic area. Otherwise, you'll be reassigned as deputy director." Director Ming's complexion turned pale. "Understood. I will find a solution." After the meal, we departed. Throughout the journey, I contemplated how to convey a subtle message to Xiao, essentially, to engage in a low-profile relationship for a while. I asked, "You know my mentor, right?" She shook her head. "I've only heard of him." With a neutral expression, I deliberately recounted some alarming tales. "He is all smiles with others, but strictly imposes rules on me. Punctuality at work, reasons for leave, and advising against rushing into romance." Her face paled. "He treats you like that?" "Indeed, I fear him." "Why fear him?" Xiao pondered, unable to grasp. "He is the leader in this field. If he disapproves of me, I cannot thrive here." Xiao appeared somewhat disheartened, turning her gaze towards the window, likely reflecting on the current era where even romance is controlled. After a moment of silence, I added, "But it's nothing serious. I'll come to see you when I can." She turned her head to regard me earnestly. As the car behind us honked and overtook us, the window rolled down, revealing Yumerin waving at us. The vehicle sped away. "Did you know Yumerin before?" "She's my cousin." "Oh, why didn't you refer to her as sister?" "It doesn't seem like you're close." Xiao pouted. "I want to tell you." Her annoyed expression was quite endearing. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. "What are you laughing at?" "I'll analyze this. You dislike your cousin being with Director Zhang." In truth, I was uncertain about the nature of their relationship, merely speculating. Xiao defended her cousin. My cousin is divorced, and that man is also going through a divorce. I chose not to delve further and shifted the conversation to other topics. The journey there felt lengthy, but the return seemed swift. We engaged in trivial chatter. As psychologists suggest, 90% of conversation during courtship consists of such, and soon arrived at her shop. She glanced at me twice before exiting the vehicle. I slowly started the car and waved goodbye. She stood there, gently waving back. By the time I got home, it was nearly 2 o'clock. I parked the car and returned to my room, collapsing onto the bed, perhaps due to the previous night's lack of rest. I felt utterly exhausted. I was unsure how long I had slept until I was roused by a series of knocks at the door. My brother-in-law entered, swiftly closing the door behind him, his face alight with excitement. "Where did you get that fishing bait?" "A friend gave it to me. Do you have any left?" I offered him some. He exclaimed, "You know, river fish are 100 times more cunning than pond fish. It's rare to catch them." But I managed to reel in 12. 12. The smallest weighed 2 pounds, and the largest over 5 pounds. I gestured to a chair. "Have a seat." I wasn't as enthusiastic as he was, intending to discuss Xiao with him. In this vast city, I have few relatives, and among them, only my brother-in-law shares a genuine connection with me. I brewed tea, washed the cups, and finally poured a cup for him. Noticing my somber expression, he asked, "What troubles you?" I recounted how my mentor foretold my marital prospects, how Director Zhang and Yumarin introduced me to Xiao, and the events of today. My brother-in-law remained silent for a while, sipping his tea without a word. The atmosphere grew tense. I retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the bedroom and offered him one. As we smoked, he suddenly extinguished his cigarette. "Shan Hong, we've come a long way. Establishing ourselves here is no small feat. You must heed your mentor's advice." My heart felt as if it had been hollowed out, drifting aimlessly. "Here's the plan. Take it slow. After all, you must ascertain whether this girl is indeed the right partner for you. Keep it discreet. If things heat up too quickly, the new year will be upon us. Will she come to your home? Will you visit her family? These are pressing matters." I realized my brother-in-law possessed a keen sense of foresight and nodded. "You've thought this through. Take your time. If you believe this young lady could be your life's ideal companion, you can certainly discuss it with your mentor. Alternatively, considering your current skills, you could relocate to another city to pursue your own path." I inhaled sharply. It is essential to understand that the realm of destiny is also a world of its own. Severing ties with my mentor is not a path I would take. Moreover, should word get out, I will be branded as a disciple who disrespects his teacher, making it impossible to find my footing anywhere. "Take your time. There will be a way forward," my brother-in-law reassured me with a comforting pat on my shoulder. Chapter 75. Those who disdain me must be given a lesson. The next day at work, I presented my master with 3 fish of moderate size. "Have you gone fishing again?" he inquired, a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes. "My parents are visiting, and they share your fondness for fish. Pond fish cannot compare to lake fish, and lake fish pales next to river fish. River fish thrive in flowing waters and possess exquisite quality. Hence, I fish once a week. It also serves as a convenient excuse for future time off." "Such filial piety," he remarked, and as he turned to head towards the backyard, he suddenly paused and said, "I have some matters to attend to this morning." I rose to boil water when a couple entered. The man scrutinized me from head to toe and asked, "Where is your master?" "He is occupied. If there is something you need, I can assist you," I replied. To my surprise, he said, "That's all right. We can wait." My mood soured instantly. Such distrust towards one Shan Hong was disheartening. The woman, however, appeared more open-minded. "He has been having frequent nightmares lately and wishes for the Taoist priest to exorcise his spirit, calm his fears, and prepare a bowl of water." Since they had shown me such contempt, I resolved to teach him a lesson. I leisurely poured myself a cup of tea, cradling the cup in both hands as I assessed the man. He appeared to be in his 40s, with prominent sword-like eyebrows that exuded a formidable aura. Yet 2 long hairs sprouted from the tips of his brows. In the prime of his life, such conspicuously long eyebrow hairs indicated a deficiency in kidney vitality. I would not address this immediately, as I was not a doctor. I would discuss it with him later. With a cold smile, I addressed the man. Whether or not to cast a charm or prepare charm water is secondary. I wish to ask you one thing. Your mother is a seamstress, is she not? The couple looked taken aback. Before the man could speak, the woman asked, how do you know she is a seamstress? I scoffed. There is no need to inquire. Is that not correct? Please confirm. The man awkwardly chuckled. Yes, she is an old seamstress. The woman, curious, pressed. Please provide a reason. You do not know us. The explanation was simple. When someone enters, a seamstress instinctively assesses their height and estimates the amount of fabric required, forming a habit over time. Your husband observed me in just this manner upon entering. Can this be inherited? The man seized upon my inconsistency. I shook my head. Not inherited, but children's behaviors often mimic adults. Over time, you unwittingly develop such habits. The woman, intrigued, asked, then what do you think my profession is? I smiled faintly. That falls outside the realm of dream interpretation. I merely wish to demonstrate your disbelief in my abilities. Speak, and I shall offer more, she urged. I laughed coldly. Then I shall venture a guess. The woman fixated her gaze upon me. Human soul engineer, educator. The couple nearly slid from their chairs in astonishment, their mouths agape. The woman exclaimed, you are indeed a master, trained by a Taoist priest. How did you know I am an educator? You entered the room, sweeping from left to right and then right to left. That is your professional habit. When you step onto the podium, you scan the room to establish authority, and the entire audience falls silent. The woman and man exchanged glances. Initially slouched, they now sat upright. The woman remarked, sir, there has been a misunderstanding. Please assist my husband with the charm water. My master had taught me two principles. Charms are not cast on patients. They are only used when mental stimulation is involved. Your husband would gain nothing from charm water. His ailment lies within his body. Is there something wrong with his body? They both exclaimed in unison. I extracted a cigarette from the box on the table. Unexpectedly, the man was quick to light it for me. I took a drag and slowly released a series of smoke rings, choosing silence. A true master who does not flaunt their stature is undoubtedly genuine. After a prolonged silence and avoiding eye contact, the couple sat obediently, smiles plastered across their faces, awaiting my words. Once I had finished half the cigarette, I finally smiled faintly. Let me first explain what a dream is. A dream is a form of brainwave activity, categorized into normal and abnormal dreams. Regardless of the type, dreams serve as assistants to the human body. For instance, during growth, when bones are developing, one may dream of jumping from great heights. That facilitates the stretching of one's meridians. When you reach the age of 15 or 16 and develop normally, you may experience erotic dreams. This aids in sexual maturity. Dreaming of loved ones assists in remembrance. Similarly, frequent nightmares serve as a warning that your body requires treatment. The man and woman exchanged glances. I continued, if you sleep on your back, you will not have nightmares. If you sleep on your side, you will inevitably experience them. The man, nearly bowing in reverence, clasped his hands together. You are a celestial being, a living immortal. Indeed, I am, I replied. You have a kidney ailment. There are two kidneys, and sleeping on your side compresses one. Nightmares are your body's instinctive protective mechanism. When you fall into a deep sleep, the pressure on the ailing kidney triggers dreams, waking you an alarm. It cannot speak. It merely warns you not to compress it, allowing for proper circulation. I see, the man sighed, as if awakening from a profound slumber. The woman inquired, how do you know he has kidney disease? You're not a doctor. I raised an eyebrow. I have already informed you. Where do I earn my living? You inquire about my fee as if it were insignificant. The woman trembled slightly, awkwardly laughing. Master, I apologize for my previous remarks. Please forgive me. The man chimed in to apologize as well. Though she is a teacher, she still needs to refine her manners. I waved my hand dismissively. I harbor no grudges. The woman asked, so no charms then? I smiled. Visit the hospital tomorrow for an examination. Consulting a doctor for medication is far more effective than charms. They expressed their gratitude repeatedly, assuring me they would indeed go to the hospital the following day. They then inquired about the fee. I waved my hand again. No payment necessary. If you are correct, in a few days, visit the Buddha Tree Rice Noodle Restaurant. There is a night talk room there. I will be there in the evening. The room is lacking a hanging banner. The woman insisted on keeping accounts. Let us settle this fairly. Money must be counted. I scowled. Do my words hold no weight? The couple rose, expressing their gratitude incessantly, stepping back a few paces before turning to leave. I stood and stretched, contemplating a breath of fresh air outside. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon something on the chair. A red envelope lay there, and upon counting, I found it contained 500. I pocketed it and stepped outside. As I returned to the living room, my master emerged. He said, "Come by at 1 this afternoon. We're preparing to go to Shenzhen for the new year, so make sure to arrive early." It struck me how swiftly time was passing. Only 20 days remained until the new year. At that moment, my master and Appo's wife also appeared, stating, "Shan Hong, we plan to leave at 3 this afternoon." Initially, we intended to wait a bit longer, but the child has already booked tickets for me, making it quite rushed. Before we leave, I have a few matters to discuss with you. I listened attentively as she counted off 3 points on her fingers. First, the door must be opened during the day. Second, I must stay here at night and arrive no later than 9. Third, a surveillance camera needs to be installed at the entrance. My master added, "The camera should be discreet. We will remove it upon our return." This final remark perplexed me. Why would they remove it upon returning? Were they keeping watch over me? I dared not ask, but smiled. I shall comply completely. On the drive home, I pondered whether they were monitoring my daytime comings and goings or my nighttime stays at the leisurely abode. Surely not. My master, with his commendable demeanor, would not resort to such measures. He could simply arrange for someone to install it while I rested. Why mention it in front of me? Clearly, there were matters that could confound Wan Shanhong. I resolved to stay awake until I unraveled the truth. Chapter 76. With numerous books, my mind overflowed with ideas at 1:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon. My master and Appo's wife gave all the leftover fresh goods, including the 3 fish I had brought, to Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun's son drove her away. After escorting my master and his wife to the high-speed rail station, I first accessed 58 Tongsheng, seeking a local computer store to install surveillance cameras at the Yuyuan residence. Upon returning to Yuyuan, a young man arrived. I instructed him to ensure the cameras were discreetly installed. He busied himself outside while I sought paper and pen in the living room to engage in logical reasoning. My master would not suspect me, yet there would inevitably be times when I had to leave, such as for lunch or dinner, and perhaps I would return later in the evening. Surveillance could deter thieves, but that was not entirely accurate. To deter theft, cameras must be installed in conspicuous locations. While my master would not question my presence, he might worry if I brought along various friends, particularly female companions, leading to affectionate displays. Although they firmly believed in Wan Shanhong's seriousness, the absence of supervision could unleash uncontrollable wildness. Furthermore, my master's wife had a severe obsession with cleanliness. Yes, I had finally found my answer. I absolutely could not introduce Xiao into this ostensibly secure environment, engaging in an endeavor of mutual exploration. All set, the young man announced upon completion. I stepped outside and observed his meticulous work. He had cleverly concealed the camera in the branches of a large tree in the yard. Only birds would notice it, while it remained undetectable to humans. The young man assisted me in connecting my mobile phone, guiding me on how to view the footage. I remarked, "This surpasses even the Mona Lisa." He looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" I explained, "Every angle is captivating. It offers a 360-degree view without blind spots." He chuckled, "You are more cultured than my brother." I inquired, "Who is your brother?" "Ling Hu Yitong, a writer of hazy poetry, somewhat renowned." I shook my head. "I'm only acquainted with Li Bai." He pressed his hand to his chest, laughing heartily. Once he calmed down, I suggested, "Let us add each other on WeChat for future contact." He cheerfully replied, "Just let me know next time you need installation, and I will come right away." I shook my head. "In a month, I will need your assistance to remove this surveillance." "Huh? Why take it down after just installing it?" "To stimulate domestic demand," I quipped, prompting him to laugh again. Once his laughter subsided, he inquired seriously, "Do you genuinely want it removed?" I responded earnestly, "Indeed, primarily because my home lacks your convenient retractable stairs. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary to trouble you." Seeing my sincerity, he gazed at me, saying, "This is the first unusual request I have encountered since starting this surveillance work. Truly, I would not deceive you." He took a moment to process before I paid him, hoping he would relay this incident to his brother, for a potential poem. After settling the payment, he remarked, "You possess a delightful humor of a cultured kind." I chose not to respond further, thinking to myself that as long as my master was absent, my humor would thrive. Checking the time, I noted it was 5 o'clock. I drove home. During dinner, I unexpectedly received a call from Director Ming. To avoid eavesdropping from my mother, I put down my chopsticks and answered the call. "Oh, Director, what is it?" "You're bringing me some fish." "No need, no need." "The axolotl?" "Oh, you must come, but it has to be before 9. "All right, goodbye." My mother glared at me. "Shan Hong, I don't care if he is an official. All I know is he is a director at the health center. You command him to bring you fish, and it must be before 9. Don't blame me for not educating you. You lack basic politeness. What authority do you have with someone as unrefined as my mother?" The first rule is to avoid argument, and the second is to promptly admit fault. I clasped my head with both hands, exclaiming, "Please don't hit me. I promise I will change next time." My exaggerated demeanor even made my father laugh. My brother-in-law interjected, "You don't understand. His master's family has gone to Shenzhen for the Spring Festival, and Shan Hong is guarding the courtyard tonight." Upon hearing it was for my master, my mother's attitude softened. "That's more acceptable." I quickly finished the remaining bites of my meal and headed downstairs to the night conversation room to await Director Ming. In less than half an hour, Director Ming arrived. Upon entering, he stated it was crowded that day. I couldn't deliver the fish. "I just finished delivering to Director Zhang and brought you 2. Axolotls are a nationally protected species," he added. "We raise them ourselves at the sanitation department. Rest assured, we have some standards." I called my brother-in-law, who came down to see. "Wow, that's a big one." He then picked up the bucket and left. I brewed tea. Apologizing, "I don't have any snacks prepared." He waved his hand dismissively. "Tea is sufficient. I'm just happy to share a cup with you and have a chat." Hearing this, I realized the director had come prepared. As the water boiled, I poured him a cup of tea and smiled at him. Director Ming said, "I hope to take a bit of your time to discuss some matters, if that is all right." I chuckled. "I'm not the Secretary General of the United Nations. I don't have a hectic schedule." He responded earnestly, "Actually, I've heard your name for quite some time. Initially, you were at Feng Shui, and later I learned you moved home to host night discussions." "That is correct, not a word off the mark." He rose to close the door and continued, "I wanted to come and chat with you for a while, but I feared we weren't familiar enough to speak freely. Now that we're acquainted, I wish to share my thoughts with you. Rest assured, the reason night discussions maintain their reputation is that they begin and end with the topic at hand. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind." He spoke earnestly. "I can read faces too. I can tell you are someone who speaks with steadiness. You possess such skill?" He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering me one, while he lit his own. As smoke billowed forth, he continued, "My ancestors practiced this. I only grasp a bit of it. After all, I graduated from university, and my father didn't want to pass on that knowledge to prevent me from being deceived. He taught me a bit about discerning character." I nodded. "The ability to discern is valuable, especially for someone in your position, managing so many people." He sighed deeply. "That is precisely what troubles me. There are over 100 individuals, yet it's still insufficient. The work is exhausting, and I face criticism daily. Just yesterday, Director Zhang specifically called me out, saying I should step down if I can't perform as deputy director. He is a tough character, and he means what he says." I felt a pang of sympathy for Director Ming. He exhaled another puff of smoke. "It might be challenging for someone else to replace me, but for me, it's just a matter of a single word." "Why is that?" Director Ming shared, "Brother Shan Hong, let me be frank with you. My ancestors were fortune tellers. And what kind of profession is that? It's considered lowly. However, don't misunderstand. You are not of such a low status. Your master is a rare figure in this field. To clarify, I come from humble beginnings, lacking connections in the upper echelons." Director Ming continued, "I became this director through hard work and relentless effort. I previously served as the director of the 2nd Sanitation Department in Xiqing District. Because the scenic area was unsatisfactory to city leaders, the department heads, and tourists alike, I was transferred here. I thought that sheer hard work could change the situation. But no matter how hard I tried, it remained unsatisfactory. I asked, is there a shortage of staff? Indeed, there's a shortage. But there is no way to increase personnel due to regulations. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, I had never worked in administration. and offering him advice felt akin to navigating a foreign realm. A silence enveloped us. Suddenly, I felt an urgent need to relieve myself, and said, "Excuse me for a moment." In the restroom, after a long release, I spotted the book The Painful History of Australian Immigration, a volume I occasionally perused. An idea struck me as I slapped my thigh, and I felt a surge of inspiration. Chapter 77, A Strategy for Director Ming upon exiting the restroom. I felt a newfound sense of composure and confidence. In my mind, I envisioned my master in Wuxiang City as a formidable peak looming before me. To establish my presence here, I needed to erect the banner of our evening discussions. While a tempest of thoughts surged within me, my visage remained serene and unruffled. It was imperative not to divulge the plan immediately. I must employ a strategy of restraint followed by elevation. Knowing his disinterest in tea, I lifted my cup and casually remarked, "Tea, a gift from friend, Long Jing." Director Ming, ensnared in his own predicament, offered a wry smile, murmuring, "Such is life. No matter how hard one strives, not all endeavors yield success. Some matters are simply beyond one's control. If I must replace someone, I have no choice. I cannot trust another to perform as well as Zhuge Liang." He slapped the tea table in frustration. I chuckled. "Your ire is futile. What if you were to step down from your position? Would being a deputy not suffice? One can still live well." His astonishment was palpable. I understood his mindset. He sought my counsel, hoping for a glimmer of insight. Yet, to his dismay, my utterances were no more enlightening than those of others. I surmised he was utterly disheartened, muttering, "Living well, indeed." Continuing our conversation seemed futile until I suddenly erupted into laughter, leaving Director Ming bewildered. His gaze fixed upon me. Concern evident, for the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. I rapped the tea table lightly, proclaiming, "Allow me to offer a small suggestion. You shall not only retain your position, but may even ascend further." Director Ming leaned forward, nearly traversing the table, his expression one of earnest anticipation. His eyes locked onto mine as he urged, "Do tell." I reclined, arms crossed, and spoke leisurely. "Yesterday, I observed that the scenic area has but one entrance and exit. The rest are sheer cliffs." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed, just one entry point. How many employees do you currently have?" 126, he replied. "You need not employ so many. Half that number, around 60, would suffice." His eyes widened in disbelief. "Master Wan, please continue." I relished in the suspense, smiling. "You are Liu Bei, and I am Zhuge Liang. Now, I shall present you with a brilliant stratagem. However, first, let me recount a piece of history. Whatever you say, I am all ears." At that moment, my phone rang. It was Xiao. Rising, I said, "Please sit tight. I must take this call." As I exited, his gaze followed me intently. "I sent your photo. You received it?" Xiao inquired, her tone laced with anxiety and dissatisfaction. I responded apologetically. "I sincerely apologize. I have been overwhelmed with tasks, taking my master and his family to the train station, setting up surveillance, and Director Ming has been seeking my counsel this evening." She sighed. "I understand. The new year is a busy time. I shall visit you tomorrow evening." "Sounds wonderful, but I must not delay. Director Ming awaits." "All right," she acquiesced. Returning to my seat, Director Ming exclaimed, "You truly are a busy person." I sipped my tea, feigning nonchalance. "Where were we? You were about to share some history." "Ah, yes." I cleared my throat and continued. "Australia was once a barren land, discovered by navigators who began to migrate there, aiming to cultivate this desolate territory. The endeavor required a considerable workforce, then known as slaves. The initial approach involved counting the number of slaves aboard ships from places like Spain, France, or Germany, paying the ship owners for the transport of 500 slaves. However, during the voyage, some fell ill and others died, with ship owners callously discarding the deceased into the sea. Thus, from 500 slaves, only a fraction might arrive in Australia. 400, 300, or even fewer. Did the developers not suffer losses? Ultimately, those seeking to cultivate the land devised a method. I shall not concern myself with the journey, but will receive individuals in Australia willing to pay a premium for healthy, living workers. What transpired next? Director Ming interjected. his mind quickening. Ship owners had to ensure ample provisions and medical care for the slaves, treating each living soul as precious currency. I raised my cup. Let us toast. Your query now has an answer, Director Ming. He stroked his head, still processing the implications. My solution is this. At the entrance and exit of the scenic area, install several weighbridges, charging fees based on weight. For instance, paper products would incur a fee per kilogram, as would metals, calculated by type and weight. This way, in their pursuit of profit, individuals would become industrious, collecting even the slightest scraps, as every piece retrieved would translate to income. Director Ming remained silent for a moment, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement or astonishment at my Zhuge Liang-like insight. Suddenly, he rose, circumnavigating the table, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before me, bowing thrice. I was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Rising, he wiped his tears with napkins from the table, offering me an awkward smile. I truly cried. Please do not mock me. I shook my head. He sighed. You're the first truly clever person I have encountered. I elaborated on the benefits of my proposal. Thus, not only would litter, such as tissue, paper, and plastic cups be collected, but even the remnants caught in the wind on cliffs would be retrieved. Director Ming remarked previously, when workers witnessed tourists discarding cans, they would become irate. Now, they will be vigilant, reminding others not to litter and amp. Oppose, please give it to me. And amp. Oppose. I continued once. An individual might lazily procrastinate. Now, they will rally their family on weekends to gather trash, and their spouses and children will not require payment. Director Ming exhaled deeply. Teacher Shan Hong, I sincerely call you my mentor. Though younger than I, you are indeed a guiding light in my life. I humbly responded, I am unworthy of such praise. In my youth, when I erred, my father would demand I kneel. Even then, I would not submit. Yet tonight, I have knelt before you. I reassured him, in this manner, you shall not merely remain a deputy. You will rise to become a deputy director, or even a director. He gazed at me earnestly. Regardless of my title, I value your friendship and recognize you as my mentor. Unable to remain seated, he declared, I must return home to draft my proposal. I smiled, go ahead. Accompanying him to the door, we exchanged heartfelt farewells. As I gazed upward, the night sky shimmered with stars. Checking the time, I noted it was 8:30. I hastily drove towards Yuranju, having acquired another worthy companion. I could not help but hum a tune I had adapted, a delicate youth upon the shore, cherishing the splendor of a lifetime. Chapter 78. The suggestion I offered her, which she could not accept at 9 o'clock in the evening, I arrived punctually at the tranquil residence. After parking my car, I stood at the entrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The entire estate was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound. Were it not for the illumination surrounding the area, it could easily be mistaken for a haunted house. Upon opening the gate, I turned on the lights, illuminating the surroundings until familiarity and a sense of security washed over me. I boiled water and brewed a pot of tea, retrieved a blanket from the guest room, and switched on the air conditioning, preparing to spend the night in the study. Typically, I read for a while before sleeping at home, but in this unfamiliar environment, slumber eluded me. After all, there was still Xiao with whom I could converse. After dialing her number, I waited a considerable time before she answered. Are you still awake? I inquired. Yes, I haven't finished work yet. It's the new year, and there are many customers, she replied. Oh, then you must be busy. All right, I'll call you back in a bit. I browsed aimlessly through a website, unable to focus on anything, merely waiting for my phone to ring. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao called me again. I just finished and locked up the store, she said cheerfully. I teasingly asked, aren't you going to take a shower? I could almost envision her blushing furiously as she shot back. In winter, do you expect me to shower every day? I smirked mischievously. Oh, I have always believed that girls are more particular about hygiene than we men. She inquired, have you arrived at your master's house? Yes. The area is over 500 square meters, but only one person named Wanshenhong resides here. I feel quite sorry for him. He must be so lonely. A burst of laughter came from her side, filled with schadenfreude. I imagined her lying in the attic of her clothing store, chatting with me just as I was now, and thought to myself how wonderful it would be to share that moment with her. I brazenly asked, "Is your bed quite small?" She responded, "Wan Hong. Can we talk about something else? It feels so awkward when you call me by my full name. Can't you just use Mizzy Wan, or Shan Hong, or simply Hong?" Her laughter was infectious, and then she asked, "Did you have a girlfriend in high school?" "Not at all. Don't lie to me. You sound quite experienced." Xiao. To tell you the truth, I was solely focused on getting into university back then and hardly spoke to girls. Xiao, I corrected myself. Oh, I should call you Comrade Xiao, or simply Xiao. She chuckled softly. "You must have had many admirers in high school, right?" "I won't tell you. I prefer rankings. For instance, I ranked first in Chinese, 23rd in mathematics, and 47th in English. Now, I would like to rank myself among your admirers. Just give me a hint, whether it's a 2-digit or 3-digit number." After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I'm counting on my fingers but still haven't figured it out." I chuckled. "You have quite the sense of humor. I learned it from you." We continued to flirt back and forth until she said, "I'm sorry, my phone's about to die. Sleep well." Looking at the wall clock, I realized how quickly time had passed. We had chatted for 2 hours. After hanging up, I found sleep elusive and resorted to reading. However, the discomfort of sleeping on the couch soon enveloped me, prompting me to take my blanket into the guest room, where I fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, I was awakened by Xiao's call. "I made you a bowl of noodles. Please check WeChat," she cheerfully informed me. It dawned on me that I needed to venture out for breakfast. Stepping out of the estate and walking a few paces east, I encountered a breakfast shop. There, I ran into Jingjing from the ginseng specialty store, who looked at me in surprise. "You own a breakfast shop, yet you're out eating? Aren't you afraid your sister will scold you? Has my sister's reputation for being fierce spread, even to the street?" I chuckled. "She doesn't hit people. She is quite gentle. The Master S family has gone out, and I'm keeping an eye on the courtyard." Several neighbors, overhearing our conversation, expressed their concern. "Aren't you afraid, sleeping alone? How could a prospective master admit to fear?" I laughed heartily. "I have never seen a ghost. I would love to encounter one." They believed me, for the master's imposing figure led them to think I had undoubtedly learned some obscure arts. Upon returning to the tranquil residence, I found myself in the living room, realizing there were no clients. It made sense, with the new year just a little over 10 days away. Those preparing for marriage, house moving, or other life events would have already completed their arrangements, unless an elderly person passed away suddenly, necessitating a date for burial, or someone lingered in the hospital, clinging to life, seeking guidance on whether to hold on until after the new year. Apart from these two scenarios, there was little reason for anyone to visit, making the absence of business rather normal. I had no desire for business either. Such matters were often fraught with sadness for others. I sat in silence, but fortunately, some idle neighbors came in to keep me company. They were well acquainted with the master's family, and, as we chatted, they inevitably recounted tales of the past. For instance, they debated whether the master and his wife had gone to Shanghai or Shenzhen. Some insisted they had gone to their daughter's home in Shanghai, while others argued it could equally be their sons in Shenzhen. "I believe they went to Shenzhen," I interjected. They looked at me incredulously, insisting I must be mistaken. It was surely Shanghai. As a prospective diviner, I understood the subtleties of their discussion. What did their arguments signify? Whether the son or daughter was visited, either was perfectly normal. I remarked, "The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh." They chuckled and shifted away from that topic. Reflecting quietly, I recognized the depth of the information exchanged. They refrained from discussing further, and I too chose not to pry. The less I knew about others' family matters, the better, especially concerning the master's family. Just then, a woman entered, prompting the neighbors to discreetly withdraw. This was likely the reason they seldom visited. Discussions during divination often entwined with personal privacy, and eavesdropping was considered impolite. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, strikingly beautiful. I emphasize beautiful because it conveys a depth surpassing mere attractiveness, embodying intellect, elegance, and an alluring aura. Beyond the initial impression, she heightened my admiration by 1,000-fold with her very first words. "You must be Mr. Wanchenhong?" Her visit was clearly intentional, and I felt a rush of happiness, pouring her a cup of tea as an exception for a customer. She accepted the cup with a smile, stating, "I thought you were always working in the night salon." I asked someone at the powder store and they said you were here. Her pursuit was intentional, and my fondness for her soared exponentially. I replied with a smile. I work here during the day. With both hands cradling the teacup, she expressed, I don't need divination. I wish to ask you something. I understood she sought psychological solace. Please go ahead. She began to share her concerns. After listening intently, I responded with a smile. You've shared so much. Let me summarize. You and your husband share a deep affection. You adhere to your duties as a wife, and yet your mother-in-law constantly suspects you of infidelity. Is that correct? She nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on me, awaiting my further insights. I averted my gaze, realizing the issue lay within those very eyes. I dared not meet her gaze directly. Wan Hong, a person entirely unrelated to her, knew she was married and that our ages differed significantly. It was impossible for her to harbor romantic feelings for me. Yet, I felt an unsettling message emanating from her eyes. They sparkled with emotion, as if she were enamored with me. I said, there's no rush. I will analyze your situation slowly. You ought to consider undergoing surgery on those eyes. Surely, it cannot be that serious. Chapter 79. Firmly convincing her of being a ballet dancer. When I mentioned the notion of performing surgery on the woman's eyes, it was indeed an artistic expression. The eyes are often regarded as the windows to the soul. Concerning the eyes, they can be categorized as follows. Intoxicated eyes, reflecting a life of indulgence. Sleepy eyes, indicating a life of solitude and hardship. Startled eyes, signifying timidity and premature demise. Lustful eyes, suggesting cunning and lewdness. Danfeng eyes, denoting wisdom and intelligence. Dragon eyes, representing unwavering loyalty. Tiger eyes, signifying great leadership potential. Horse eyes, indicative of mediocrity and lack of ambition. Deer eyes, suggesting impulsiveness and romanticism. Fish eyes, reflecting foolishness and a short lifespan. Sheep eyes, indicating deceit and malice. This woman, however, possessed the captivating Danfeng eyes adorned with a hint of peach blossom charm. Such individuals are highly malleable. Do not be deceived by her outward elegance and intellect. She is, in truth, a person of duality. After a momentary silence, she asked, You're not truly considering surgery, are you? My eyes are perfectly fine. I smiled and replied, I was merely jesting. I was complimenting the beauty of your eyes. She placed her hand on her chest and exhaled deeply. I have a few questions for you. I continued, and then I shall offer insights into the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic. She nodded in agreement. You hail from an intellectual family, having enjoyed a privileged upbringing. Your academic pursuits and subsequent placement have been devoid of significant setbacks. She nodded affirmatively. Your husband, though from a rural background, possesses remarkable looks and talents. The union of your two worlds has not been without strife. Initially, your parents opposed it, but they have gradually come to accept the reality. She nodded once more. Your mother-in-law has moved from the countryside to live with you. Although the surface of your relationship appears amicable, beneath lies a tempest of unresolved tensions that will inevitably result in conflict. She acknowledged this with a nod. Raising an eyebrow, I concluded the answer is clear. Your mother-in-law, having lived in a rural environment for so long, harbors deep-seated traditional beliefs. In contrast, your spirited demeanor and playful interaction with colleagues and friends are viewed as inappropriate by her. Furthermore, with your enchanting Danfeng eyes, your gaze alone can evoke feelings of affection, which she finds intolerable. This suspicion is somewhat forgivable, but you must temper your behavior in her presence. She responded with a soft, indeed. She disapproves of even the slightest displays of affection between my husband and me. I burst into laughter, leaving her perplexed. In the presence of the seasoned Wan Hong, such matters are trivial. I blurted out, chances are your husband comes from a single-parent household. How'd you know this? She asked, astonished. Love is inherently selfish, I replied. Did your father-in-law and mother-in-law divorce at a young age? After a moment of contemplation, she said, they divorced when my husband was 10. Your mother-in-law raised her son single-handedly. He's her entire world. When you display affection toward your husband in front of her, it feels as though you are usurping her love, tearing away a piece of her heart. Oh, but I sometimes express my grievances regarding my husband's flaws, and she knows it's for his benefit, yet she remains displeased. Can you provide an example? For instance, my husband has a habit of being forgetful. Once while shopping, he bought fish but forgot to bring it home, only returning with vegetables. Even my mother-in-law was displeased. I remarked that he must correct this flaw. What if he forgets to bring the bank book while going to withdraw money? That would be troublesome. And this statement upset your mother-in-law? Yes. I coldly responded, that is a falsehood. She looked alarmed and quickly retorted, I did not lie. I shook my head. Although you did not directly complain about your husband in front of her, you must have voiced something akin to, just like your mother, you are always forgetting things. Such words surely reached her ears. Her face flushed crimson as she admitted that she had indeed made that comment, albeit quietly, in the kitchen. I stated earnestly, hearing only your side, I might have mistaken it for your mother-in-law's fault. However, the more I understand, the more I realize you share the responsibility. There is one crucial point I must convey. When discussing your husband's shortcomings, refrain from implicating his parents. For most people, flaws are reflections of their parents' shortcomings. Criticizing your husband is akin to criticizing his parents. Oh, she responded thoughtfully. Her consultation was nearing its conclusion, yet she appeared somewhat puzzled as she inquired, Mr. Wan, you're not married, are you? I nodded. How do you possess such profound knowledge of familial dynamics? I smiled. Knowledge has its own hierarchy, and expertise lies in specialization. Much like your ability to teach ballet. She intended to rise, but remained seated, her expression one of bewilderment as she asked, how did you know I teach ballet? From the moment you entered, it was evident. Those who have practiced ballet for an extended period tend to walk with their toes pointed outward. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. I'm truly impressed. After counting her money, she thanked me and prepared to leave. Just as she took a few steps, I called out, wait, you were referred by Director Ming. Her face flushed with a mix of colors as she inquired, did he mention me to you? I shook my head. How remarkable. She exclaimed, let us connect on WeChat. After she departed, I called Director Ming. He responded, indeed, did she mention it? Or did you deduce it? I chuckled. It was not a guess. It was a deduction. Generally, people do not seek me out during the day. If they cannot find me, they would not insist on coming to you, Ranju. You must have spoken highly of me in her presence. Director Ming laughed. My child studied dance with her. This morning, I encountered her and noticed she was in low spirits. She confided in me about her tense relationship with her mother-in-law, so I recommended you. I did not expect her to seek you out so promptly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I hung up. Conducting a consultation for this enchanting and alluring ballet instructor left me quite drained. It was truly exhausting. I opened my drawer and, as is customary after completing an assignment, I retrieved my notebook to jot down some key points. Name, not inquired. Occupation, dance, primarily ballet. Characteristics, Dan-Feng eyes with a hint of peach blossom, indicating future potential. Full forehead, suggesting a privileged childhood. Summary, capable of sharing joys but not sorrows. Her husband's career is flourishing, and their marriage is stable. However, should misfortune strike, they may part ways. I locked my password book and placed it back in the drawer, securing it tightly. Not wishing to return home for lunch, I ordered a meal. After dining, I felt exceedingly fatigued and succumbed to slumber, sleeping until 4 in the afternoon. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, I observed that no one had visited. I decided to return home early, as I had plans to visit Xiao later that evening. On the way, an unfamiliar phone rang twice. It was only on the third ring that I answered. Mr. Wan, my husband underwent an examination this morning, and it turns out he is indeed unwell. Thankfully, we visited you. Otherwise, treatment would have been delayed. Oh, I am relieved to hear he received timely treatment. The condition is not severe, I hope. The doctor indicated there are no significant issues, but had we waited 6 months? Oh, that is good news. In a few days, we will send you a banner of gratitude. We have been busy and feared that if we waited too long, you might think we were insincere. I replied, let us wait until after the new year. I too have a hectic schedule. Understood, I will not impose further. I plan to bring the banner tonight. I must return to you Ranju by 9. Even dating requires careful time management. No wonder celebrities lament on television about their lack of time for romance. I initially thought they were exaggerating, but now I truly comprehend. Even a near celebrity like Wan Shan Hong is exceedingly busy.